Chapter 1. Infidelity and Divorce, Tenfold Cashback. Zhao Feiyu sensed that his wife, Li Shanshan, had been acting rather peculiarly of late. Each day, she adorned herself in vibrant attire and exhibited extravagant spending that far exceeded their household budget. This peculiar behavior left Zhao Feiyu feeling perplexed. Seizing the opportunity after Li Shanshan left for work, he discreetly followed her. To his astonishment, she did not head to her workplace, but instead made her way to a hotel. Zhao Feiyu's heart sank at this revelation. Despite his trepidation, he attempted to reassure himself as he ascended the stairs that it cannot be. Shanshan would never betray me. However, upon overhearing sounds emanating from the room, his composure shattered entirely. Nevertheless, his formidable rationality soon restored his calm. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed his father-in-law's number, informing him that the entire family should come to the hotel. 10 minutes later, his father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and aunt all arrived at the hotel. "What did you summon us here for?" his father-in-law questioned, his disdain for Zhao Feiyu evident. Zhao Feiyu's monthly salary of 8,000 yuan was entirely devoted to Li Shanshan, and he never failed to provide gifts for his in-laws during holidays. Yet, they looked down upon him, deeming his earnings insufficient. Compared to his aunt's husband, who worked as a contractor, Zhao Feiyu was seen as a failure, and thus, the entire family regarded him with contempt. Zhao Feiyu remained silent, opting instead to knock on the door of the room. Moments later, Li Shanshan's voice rang out. "Who is it? Room service." Zhao Feiyu replied coldly. At this point, the family began to grasp the situation unfolding before them. When the door was opened, Zhao Feiyu burst into the room, only to find Li Shanshan clad in a seductive lace nightgown, her hair damp and her complexion flushed, clearly having just engaged in an intimate encounter. In the room lay a somewhat portly man smoking a cigarette, none other than his superior, Zhang Jiakai. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Feiyu felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. "Did you see that? Did you see that? This is your daughter, my wife, engaging in an affair with another man behind my back," he shouted, directing his fury at Li Shanshan. Without hesitation, he lunged at Zhang Jiakai, delivering a punch. Yet, in the next instant, Zhao Feiyu was sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Zhang Jiakai, whose bulk belied his strength. When Zhao Feiyu regained his footing, he noticed his in-laws standing motionless, their expressions devoid of surprise, as if this entire scenario had been anticipated. Li Shanshan exhibited no signs of shame or fear at being caught in the act. Instead, she calmly sat down and declared, "Since you've seen everything, let's get a divorce." Suppressing his rage, Zhao Feiyu turned to his father-in-law. "This is your daughter, cheating on me. What do you intend to do about it? What can we do?" His father-in-law scoffed. "Shanshan has already said it, let's get a divorce." "Exactly," chimed in the brother-in-law. "How much do you earn in a month? Can you support my sister? Manager Zheng makes 100,000 a month and buys her bags worth 40 to 50,000. You can't even afford to buy her a car. What use do we have for a worthless brother-in-law like you? Manager Zheng is the one who deserves to be my sister's husband. Dear sister, I warned you against marrying him, but you wouldn't listen. I suggested he work for Li Dong, yet he refused to take a job that pays 8,000 a month. What can that do?" His aunt interjected, adorned with a designer handbag and heavily made up, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Li Dong was her husband. Divorce. Hurry up and get divorced." His mother-in-law insisted, hands on her hips. "You ought to take a good look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. My daughter has been married to you for 3 years. What a stroke of bad luck." In that moment, Zhao Feiyu finally comprehended the truth. Li Shanshan's infidelity had likely been known to them all along. It seemed they had tacitly condoned this affair, awaiting this very day. All right. Zhao Feiyu laughed bitterly, shaking his head in self-deprecation as he turned to leave, utterly disheartened. "Divorce, is it? Let's get it done now." "That's what you said." Hearing this, Li Shanshan's face lit up with joy. The family exchanged glances, sharing smiles of delight. Li Shanshan had worried that Zhao Feiyu would use the discovery of her infidelity to extort money from her. To her surprise, he was so compliant. "Ha! Sister, you're finally going to be rid of this useless Zhao Feiyu." Her brother, Li Shaojiang, exclaimed. Her aunt, ever eager to stir the pot, suggested, "Why not get married to Manager Zheng right after your divorce?" Cough, cough. Zheng Jiakai spluttered at this comment. "There's no rush, no rush." Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, the glaring sunlight left Zhao Feiyu feeling dizzy. Meanwhile, Li Shanshan's family rejoiced, as if divorce were a cause for celebration. As he observed Li Shanshan's beaming face, Zhao Feiyu was suddenly reminded of 3 years prior. During their courtship, Li Shanshan, looking fragile and vulnerable, had nestled into his embrace, pleading with a gentle tone, "Promise me you'll never leave me, okay?" Zhao Feiyu did not contest the division of assets. The house they lived in was rented, they owned only a single car, and their savings were minimal that he asked for nothing, having utterly relinquished hope for this relationship and marriage. Ding dong, a cold metallic voice echoed in his mind. System activated, godly wealth in a sea of flowers. The host can spend on any woman, and the amount spent will be refunded tenfold. Lost in sorrow, Zhao Feiyu was suddenly jolted back to reality. He noticed that Li Shanshan and her family had already departed. Looking around, he sought the source of the voice. The host can perceive a woman's affection for him. When the affection reaches 100, the cashback multiplier upgrades to 100-fold. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu realized the voice did not emanate from his surroundings, but rather from within his mind. A system. Having read novels before, Zhao Feiyu instantly grasped the nature of this system. Spending on women yields cashback? Could this possibly be true? Currently, he had just over 1,000 yuan to his name. With this thought, he scanned the vicinity and quickly identified a beautiful woman. To test the system's authenticity, Zhao Feiyu approached her and said, "Excuse me, can I buy you a milk tea?" The woman lifted her gaze to appraise Zhao Feiyu. Though his features were not conventionally handsome, he possessed an appealing charm. However, the woman disdainfully shot him a glance. "What a scoundrel. No wonder your wife left you approaching me for a chat right after a divorce. How shameless." Zhao Feiyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that this woman had witnessed him exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Zhao Feiyu?" At that moment, a familiar female voice called out from behind him. Chapter 2. First Love. Zhao Feiyu turned around and saw a somewhat familiar girl in a white dress waving at him. Song Manli. Upon seeing her, Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you doing here? I was passing by and thought I had mistaken someone, but it truly is you." Song Manli smiled shyly, unable to meet his gaze directly. She was none other than Zhao Feiyu's first love from high school. The two had drifted apart due to attending different universities, and after 5 or 6 years, they had not seen each other since. "Shall I treat you to some milk tea?" Zhao Feiyu suggested impulsively. "Sure." At the same time, Zhao Feiyu noticed Song Manli's level of affection for him. Song Manli, affection level 80, although they had broken up. The nostalgia of first love made her feelings for Zhao Feiyu remain sincere. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Zhao Feiyu ordered 2 cups of milk tea. The total came to 14 yuan. In the next moment, a cold voice echoed again. "Transaction successful, tenfold cashback of 140 yuan ding." Immediately, Zhao Feiyu's phone chimed with a notification. Before he could react in surprise, the bank sent a message. "Your card ending in 4880 has been credited with 140 yuan. Current balance 1,240 yuan. It was indeed real. Zhao Feiyu's heart raced with excitement. "By the way, how did you end up here?" As they sat in the tea shop, Song Manli suddenly inquired. At the mention of this, a fleeting sadness crossed Zhao Feiyu's face, but it quickly vanished. I just got divorced." Fresh out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he chose not to conceal anything and spoke plainly. "Divorced?" Song Manli looked at Zhao Feiyu in astonishment, but quickly realized she was being a bit rude. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry." "Not a big deal." Zhao Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. "May I ask why?" Song Manli asked curiously. "She found me lacking. She thought I was poor and couldn't earn much. Then she cheated with another man." The atmosphere turned awkward. Zhao Feiyu quickly dismissed the matter and asked, "What about you? Are you married?" "Not at all. Just a single woman of a certain age." Song Manli chuckled self-deprecatingly. "How about you introduce me to someone? What do you think of me?" Zhao Feiyu joked, "I just got divorced, have no children, and I'm single." "Cut it out. I wouldn't want to be with someone who's already been married." Song Manli teased. "True," Zhao Feiyu admitted, feeling a tinge of inferiority. However, Song Manli shifted gears. "I wouldn't mind." "Really?" Zhao Feiyu's head shot up. If they could rekindle their past romance, it would be perfect. Their separation had always been a significant regret for him. "Just kidding. By the way, do you know about our high school reunion?" Seeing Zhao Feiyu's serious demeanor, Song Manli quickly changed the subject. Zhao Feiyu shook his head. "Reunion? I had no idea." "Really? You weren't in the group?" "Class monitor Gao Chong organized it a week ago, set for this Saturday at Chaoyang International Hotel." As she spoke, Song Manli pulled out her phone to show him the group chat. "I heard Gao Chong has started a company and is quite wealthy now. He's covering all the expenses for the reunion. Let's go together." "Great. It's been years. I've missed it." After making plans, they left the milk tea shop. As they passed a cosmetics store, Zhao Feiyu seized the opportunity. "It's been years. Let me get you a gift." "Oh, I remember you used to be quite shy. You never gave me gifts unless I prompted you," Song Manli said with amusement. With that, They entered the store. It was rather upscale. After browsing, Song Monli picked a lipstick priced over 200. Just as she was about to hand it to Zhao Feiyu, he frowned slightly. After 3 years of dating, she knew this expression well. It indicated he was somewhat reluctant. Clearly, the item was too expensive for him. But in the next moment, Song Monli was taken aback. Zhao Feiyu said, "Isn't that a bit too cheap? How about this one?" He picked up a lipstick costing 1,000. "Do you like this one? Isn't that too expensive?" Song Monli hesitated. "As long as you like it, price doesn't matter," he said, letting the staff select a suitable shade, and paid without hesitation. Soon after, transaction successful, tenfold cashback of 10,000 yuan. Wonderful. Watching the extra 10,000 in his bank account, Zhao Feiyu felt elated, unable to find the right words to describe his feelings. However, this time, it did not trigger an increase in affection. Once outside the cosmetics store, Zhao Feiyu checked the time and had a sudden inspiration. "It's getting late. How about I treat you to dinner? We can catch up on life." Song Monli hesitated. She suspected Zhao Feiyu was trying to pursue her. However, facing a freshly divorced first love, she was reluctant to accept such feelings. It wasn't that she looked down on his divorce, but after years apart and an unpleasant ending, she felt a mixture of hesitation and resistance. "All right." Seeing Zhao Feiyu's eager expression, she finally nodded. Zhao Feiyu quickly hailed a taxi. "Driver, to the Cloud Restaurant." The Cloud Restaurant is a French dining establishment. Zhao Feiyu had brought Li Shanshan here for her birthday. The dining costs were substantial, with a meal costing at least several thousand. With over 10,000 in hand, he just needed to stay within that limit to receive a cash back of 100,000. Before long, they arrived at the Cloud Restaurant. To Zhao Feiyu's surprise, Li Shanshan and Zheng Jiakai were also there. Their eyes met, and Li Shanshan looked genuinely astonished and taken aback. During the divorce, Zhao Feiyu had taken nothing. She knew exactly how much he had. It was inconceivable that he could afford a meal in such an upscale place. "I underestimated you." Li Shanshan, dressed in a sleek black gown, looked down at Zhao Feiyu. "No wonder you got divorced. It seems you had already lined up your next partner." Song Monli, sensing Li Shanshan's unfriendly demeanor, furrowed her brow. From Li Shanshan's words, she understood that this woman was Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife. "I'm sorry. There is no connection between us anymore." Zhao Feiyu, avoiding Li Shanshan's gaze, directly called over a waiter. He then handed the menu to Song Monli. "Order whatever you like." Witnessing this scene, Li Shanshan was taken aback. Isn't it as if Zhao Feiyu is treating her? Does he really have that kind of money? But soon after, she realized the truth. Zhao Feiyu's financial situation was clear to her. Though he had no savings, he possessed 2 credit cards with a limit of 50,000 each. It seemed he was putting on a facade, planning to use his credit cards for this extravagant meal. Chapter 3. Credit card or debit card? Li Shanshan chuckled, covering her mouth. "Zhao Feiyu, I truly cannot comprehend how you plan to repay your credit card expenses next month after Manager Zheng sends you packing from the company tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Song Monli, who was holding the menu, paused with concern. "Is what you said true? Perhaps we shouldn't eat after all." She believed Li Shanshan's words and wished to spare Zhao Feiyu from such a burden. However, Zhao Feiyu shook his head. "Why should we not dine? We are not in their home." Seeing his determination, Song Monli refrained from objecting, though she had already made her own plans. Dining here was not inexpensive. She decided to reimburse Zhao Feiyu after the meal. Subsequently, they ordered red wine and steak. Just as the waiter was about to leave, Zhao Feiyu called out, "We haven't ordered our wine yet." The waiter looked at him with surprise, having overheard Li Shanshan's earlier comment. She had assumed Zhao Feiyu was merely putting on a facade of wealth by ordering a simple meal, but now it seemed he intended to order wine as well. The cheapest wine here was over 3,000. Unfamiliar with red wine, Zhao Feiyu only considered the price and, based on their earlier order, proceeded to select a bottle costing over 8,000. "That's far too expensive. Let us skip the wine." Song Monli felt genuine concern for Zhao Feiyu. Sensing that he was engaging in frivolous spending to retaliate against his ex-wife, a decision he would likely regret later. As a friend, she could not stand by while he self-destructed. Yet Zhao Feiyu merely smiled, exuding confidence. "Do you not know me? Am I the type to act without regard for consequences? I understand you believe I am spending out of spite, but you are mistaken. Li Shanshan is not worth such effort." He shot a glance at Li Shanshan, prompting her to retort, "All right, I am eager to see how you will pay for this meal, which must total at least 10,000. Waitstaff, your restaurant's ambience is lacking. How can you permit others to disrupt our dining experience? If this continues, I shall report you." Hearing this, the waiter's demeanor shifted, and he quickly responded, "Miss, please return to your seat and do not disturb other patrons. Before long, the red wine and steak arrived at their table. Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli enjoyed their meal, filled with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Shanshan watched Zhao Feiyu, freshly divorced, dining cheerfully with a woman. The thought made her feel as if she had consumed something unpleasant, stirring a deep discomfort within her. She could not accept that Zhao Feiyu was thriving post-divorce. She wanted to see him struggle, believing that would ease her own heartache. Soon, the meal drew to a close. As Zhao Feiyu prepared to stand and pay, Li Shanshan quickly followed suit and approached the cashier. "Hello, your total is 11,000 yuan. The price astonished even Li Shanshan, who had thought their meal would only cost around 5,000. To deceive a girl into enjoying herself with credit card expenses, Zhao Feiyu, you truly are something. I wonder how you will repay this some next month after you are dismissed. If you fail to do so, you will be blacklisted and possibly face legal action from the bank. Let us see how you handle that," Li Shanshan proclaimed triumphantly, envisioning the scene of the bank pursuing Zhao Feiyu. Turning to Song Manli, she added, "Perhaps you are unaware, but I am Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife. Just hours ago, we emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and he brings you here to dine. It's clear what sort of man he is." Song Manli, upon hearing this, responded with disdain, "And what about you? You're dining with a man right after your divorce." Li Shanshan's expression shifted to one of anger. "He is currently in a better financial state than you realize. Associating with him will lead to no good." Song Manli chuckled coldly. Li Shanshan frowned in confusion. "Forgive me, miss, but his financial status is inconsequential to me. I know him far better than you do." As she spoke, Song Manli linked her arm with Zhao Feiyu's. "By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Feiyu's first love. We met in high school." "What?" Li Shanshan trembled with rage, feeling as if she had been struck. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly picked up his phone to make the payment. Li Shanshan glanced over and noticed that the bank card Zhao Feiyu used ended with the digits 4880. She recognized this card as his debit card, not a credit card, indicating that he had his own savings. Just then, Zhao Feiyu completed the payment, and a notification chimed in his mind. "Transaction successful, tenfold cashback of 110,000 yuan. Excuse me, kindly step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the way." Zhao Feiyu pocketed his phone and forcefully maneuvered between Li Shanshan and Zheng Jiakai before exiting the restaurant. Watching their departing figures, Li Shanshan ground her teeth in a low, furious growl. "Zhao Feiyu, I will not let you off easily." Zheng Jiakai beside her echoed. "Don't worry, darling. I will ensure he is fired tomorrow." After leaving the restaurant, Song Manli finally released Zhao Feiyu. Meanwhile, her friendship level increased, likely due to Li Shanshan's influence. "Thank you for your help earlier." Zhao Feiyu felt an overwhelming sense of relief, relishing the sight of Li Shanshan's discomfiture. "Not a problem. It was a mere trifling effort. I cannot stand her arrogant demeanor. She is the one who cheated and now acts as if you were the villain. What a hypocrite." Song Manli scoffed. "By the way, I heard that the man beside her is your supervisor. So does that mean you are at risk of losing your job?" "Yes. Tomorrow I will gather my belongings." "What will you do afterward?" Song Manli asked, concern lacing her voice. "No worries. I have some savings. Enough to get by even without a job. How about you come work with me? I can put in a good word with my boss," Song Manli suggested. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have my own plans." Zhao Feiyu expressed his sincere gratitude. This highlighted the fundamental difference between Song Manli and Li Shanshan. Song Manli was always compassionate towards others, while Li Shanshan. As night fell, the two strolled along the bustling street. After escorting Song Manli home, Zhao Feiyu checked into a hotel, as he no longer had a place to stay. After a shower, he lay on the bed, bored, fiddling with his phone. At that moment, he received an invitation to a group chat. Upon accepting, he realized it was Song Manli who had invited him to join their class group. Who might this distinguished guest be? The chat was lively. After entering, Zhao Feiyu quickly introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Zhao Feiyu." "Oh, it's Zhao Feiyu. Welcome, welcome. Where have you been lately? We just had a class reunion, and you've only just joined." "Yes. What have you been up to recently? We also contemplate which table you shall occupy." Upon witnessing the enthusiastic welcome from his classmates, Zhao Feiyu, who had been typing a flurry of words, abruptly came to a halt. Chapter 4, Voluntary Resignation. Dining with the boss. Zhao Feiyu, speak up. The class monitor incessantly called out to Zhao Feiyu in the group chat. "This Saturday, bring your wife and kids along." "Oh dear, how forgetful of me." "Zhao Feiyu, did you just get divorced today?" "Divorced?" The others immediately sensed a juicy tidbit and began to inquire. "Why the divorce? What happened?" "Zhao Feiyu, You rascal, marrying so young and now you're divorced? Did you tire of her already? By the way, where are you working now? As long as there's money involved, we can always find another. You're really something. Zhao Feiyu. That girl Song Monli liked you so much, and yet you went and married someone else. As Zhao Feiyu read the comments, his expression darkened. He had just divorced today. How could Gao Chong know? Song Monli would never spill the beans unless. A figure flickered in Zhao Feiyu's mind. Li Yunlei. This fellow was also a high school classmate, and now worked at the same company as Zhao Feiyu. They belonged to different design teams, which lent a hint of rivalry to their relationship. It seemed likely that this guy was delighting in Zhao Feiyu's misfortune. Enough chatter. Zhao Feiyu just got divorced. Let us not press him further. Gao Chong interjected, playing the role of both the good cop and the bad cop, trying to comfort Zhao Feiyu. Don't worry, brother. Your wife cheated and you lost your job. After the class reunion, you can come work with me. Our company is in need of an elite security personnel. Seriously, monitor. Calling a security guard an elite is a bit much. At this point, Zhao Feiyu simply muted the conversation and tossed his phone aside, feeling exasperated. What a ridiculous class reunion. Was it merely a showcase for Gao Chong? Just a competition of one-upmanship? Troubled, Zhao Feiyu decided to step outside for some fresh air. Ding dong. At that moment, a message from Song Monli popped up. Are you finding the class reunion dull? Zhao Feiyu chuckled and replied, Isn't it always like this? I can skip Saturday. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. A smirk curled at the corners of Zhao Feiyu's mouth as he had already planned what to do that day. As the evening breeze caressed him, Zhao Feiyu felt his mood lighten considerably. The following morning, Zhao Feiyu arrived at the office. As soon as he stepped in, everyone turned to look at him. The once friendly colleagues now regarded him as if he were a harbinger of doom. Zhao Feiyu walked straight to his desk, gathering his belongings in preparation to resign. Quite self-aware, aren't we? Zheng Jiakai, dressed in a suit that barely concealed his bulging belly, remarked, You're already packing up. The sight of him reminded Zhao Feiyu of the previous day's events at the hotel. This was merely the beginning. Zhao Feiyu puffed his chest and, suppressing his anger, said, Oh, so, you're seeking revenge? I welcome it, as I'm quite curious about your methods. Are you planning to use those maxed-out credit cards of yours? Huh. Zheng Jiakai doubled over in laughter. Zhao Feiyu turned to the others and declared, I believe everyone knows why I'm resigning, so keep a close eye on your wives, lest some opportunistic fellows take advantage. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiakai's expression shifted dramatically. After that, Zhao Feiyu spun around, ready to leave. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman with long hair and high heels appeared at the entrance. What's all this noise? Not working early in the morning? Everyone immediately returned to their tasks. The woman's brow furrowed upon seeing Zhao Feiyu's demeanor. Boss, this guy is resigning. Zheng Jiakai quickly interjected. Truth be told, if Zhao Feiyu had chosen to stay, it would have taken some effort to force him out. Now that he was voluntarily leaving, it saved Zheng Jiakai some trouble. Why the sudden departure? The boss questioned, arms crossed, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses. Nothing much, just found some people rather distasteful, Zhao Feiyu replied, casting a glance at Zheng Jiakai as he maneuvered past the boss towards HR. Boss, it's not my fault. He's the one quitting. I did nothing wrong. Zheng Jiakai raised his hands and feigned innocence. Get back to work. The boss snapped, turning on her heels. Once in her office, she summoned her secretary. What is going on with Zhao Feiyu? The secretary hesitated, glancing at the door before whispering, Manager Zheng has an affair with Zhao Feiyu's wife. Zhao Feiyu caught them in bed yesterday and just got divorced. What? The boss erupted in fury. This is utterly detrimental to the company's harmony. I explicitly forbade office romances, and yet Zheng Jiakai goes after an employee's wife? Bring Zhao Feiyu to me. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Feiyu rapped on the office door. Come in. Did you call for me, boss? Is your resignation processed? Yes. What are your plans moving forward? I'll take it as it comes. Stay, and I'll transfer you to another department. Thank you for your kind offer, Sister Yafei. I appreciate your support, but the company can thrive with or without me. Besides, I recognize my place. He is a manager, and I'm just an ordinary employee. There is no comparison. Zhao Feiyu replied with a calm smile. Please don't persuade me. As I leave, I'd like to treat you to a meal and present you with a gift, if you don't mind. Zhao Feiyu would not let any opportunity to curry favor slip away. Zhang Yafei stared at Zhao Feiyu for a while before smiling. Sure. Not far from the company. They arrived at an upscale Japanese restaurant, considered the priciest on the street. They sat across from each other. Zhang Yafei removed her high heels, revealing her delicate feet adorned in torn stockings. What is next? Zhang Yafei's words brimmed with concern for Zhao Feiyu. He owed his position in the company to her support. However, the company was not solely under her control. There were several major stakeholders backing her. Otherwise, they would have surely forced Zhao Feiyu to stay. With a divorce and a job loss, it was time to relish life. Zhao Feiyu sighed deeply. But that requires financial support. Zhang Yufei frowned, fearing Zhao Feiyu had given up on himself and would spiral into despair. To be honest, I'm a second-generation rich kid, a hidden one. Even my ex-wife didn't know. Her misfortune was marrying me. She'll regret it one day. Zhang Yufei gazed at him, speechless. She was aware of Zhao Feiyu's circumstances. His claim of being wealthy might just be self-comfort. After the meal, they departed. Transaction successful, tenfold cashback of 23,000 yuan. They spent 300 yuan on the meal, and over 20,000 yuan was credited back. After receiving an 11,000 yuan cashback yesterday, Zhao Feiyu had a plan in mind upon seeing Zhang Yufei today. Strolling through the bustling streets, Zhao Feiyu suddenly spotted a diamond ring store. Sister Yufei, thank you for your guidance during these years at the company. As a parting gift, please allow me to present you with something special, he said, leading Zhang Yufei into the jewelry store. Find me a diamond ring around 100,000. Zhao Feiyu stated with clear intent to the saleswoman. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufei quickly interjected, what are you doing? That's far too extravagant. For you, no matter the cost. It's worth it. Zhao Feiyu's words caused Zhang Yufei to furrow her brow slightly. You little rascal, you don't harbor any ulterior motives towards me, do you? Zhao Feiyu chuckled awkwardly. What are you thinking, Sister Yufei? Do I have the audacity to covet something beyond my reach? Soon, 5 or 6 different styles of rings were displayed on the counter. Zhao Feiyu casually picked one up and placed it on Zhang Yufei's finger. Do you like it? It's quite nice. Zhang Yufei nodded. Then it's settled. Let's pay for it immediately. Zhao Feiyu, fearing Zhang Yufei might refuse, hurriedly called the saleswoman to complete the transaction. Transaction successful, tenfold cashback of 1 million. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Feiyu finally felt at ease. What is your true intention? Why give me such a precious present? Once outside, Zhang Yufei still seemed incredulous. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu noticed Zhang Yufei's affection for him had risen from 70 to 75. By the way, Sister Yufei, you don't believe I'm a rich second generation, do you? I noticed you don't have a vehicle for commuting to work. How about I take you car shopping? Are you really trying to pursue me? Zhang Yufei looked at Zhao Feiyu in shock. Well, Zhao Feiyu appeared somewhat conflicted. If you say I am pursuing you, I initially had no such intentions. But if you insist I'm not, given the atmosphere, it would be quite awkward to not pursue. I warn you, don't harbor any improper thoughts. You know our family situation. I don't want to drag you down. Zhang Yufei immediately cautioned. Zhao Feiyu was well aware of Zhang Yufei's family circumstances. Although she appeared to be thriving on the surface, she had a gambling-addicted younger brother and a bedridden mother suffering from kidney failure. The cost for a kidney transplant was at least 2 million, and suitable donors were exceedingly scarce. Yet, Zhang Yufei's words seemed to open a door for Zhao Feiyu. Sister Yufei, how much does your mother's treatment require? Zhao Feiyu grasped Zhang Yufei's shoulders and inquired earnestly. What are you planning? Zhang Yufei responded, but she already had an inkling of Zhao Feiyu's intentions. Of course, I want to help treat your mother. At this, Zhang Yufei smiled softly and stepped back from him. My mother requires dialysis costing several thousand every day. A kidney transplant would take at least 3 million. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's eyes lit up. We must treat her. It needs to be done now. Zhao Feiyu. Zhang Yufei's tone turned serious. Are you being serious? Zhao Feiyu nodded firmly. Absolutely. Zhang Yufei's affection level increased by 10 in that moment. Zhang Yufei surprisingly chose to trust Zhao Feiyu. The next instant, Zhao Feiyu ushered Zhang Yufei into a car. Driver, to the Porsche dealership. After disembarking, Zhang Yufei was still pondering Zhao Feiyu's previous statements, yet she found herself at the dealership. Upon their entrance, a saleswoman promptly approached them. Sir, which model catches your eye? Allow me to introduce you. Zhao Feiyu turned to Zhang Yufei, who was still lost in thought. Sister Yufei, let us buy the car first, then head to the hospital. He then addressed the saleswoman. Which model suits her best? The saleswoman assessed Zhang Yufei and led Zhao Feiyu to a sports car. Sir, this Porsche 718 perfectly matches this lady's charm. How much? Zhao Feiyu was focused solely on the price. 980,000. Perfect. I'll take it. Zhao Feiyu decisively concluded. Hey, what are you doing? A sharp female voice interrupted Zhao Feiyu. We were interested in this car first. Turning around, before Zhao Feiyu could respond, the saleswoman approached the woman. Hello, Ma'am. You've been looking at this car for several days now. You've dined here multiple times. We only have this one in stock. If you don't buy it, we'll have to sell it to someone else. What do you mean by dined here multiple times? Do you think we came here just to eat? The woman, clad in a form-fitting dress and high heels, flaunted a Hermes handbag on her shoulder. Xiao Gang, are you going to buy it or not? She pouted, tugging at a man's arm. This car costs over 90,000. Isn't that a bit excessive? I thought the one we saw yesterday for 50,000 was quite nice. The man responded hesitantly. What's the difference between 50 and 90,000? I don't care. I want this car. The woman insisted, throwing a tantrum. Brother-in-law? At that moment, the man spotted Zhao Feiyu and exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Feiyu turned to see that it was Li Shanshan's brother, Li Xiaojiang. Upon seeing him, Zhao Feiyu's expression darkened instantly. Just yesterday at the hotel, this guy had been boasting loudly. What are you doing here? Li Xiaojiang's face twisted in disgust. Zhao Feiyu smirked. Your sister treats you so well, letting you come here to buy a car. If you don't provide money for my sister, don't blame other men for doing so. I'll tell you the truth. Zhang Jiakai just gave my sister 500,000 to buy a car today. If it were you, you'd never earn that much in your lifetime, Li Xiaojiang declared smugly. Mentioning Zhang Jiakai, Zhang Yafei behind Zhao Feiyu snapped back to reality. Noticing this, Zhao Feiyu smirked and asked, do I not know how much Zhang Jiakai earns in a month? He would give you 500,000. You're just boasting. I bet that's the money your sister's men are giving her. You should cherish your sister's love. Every man she finds is a piece toward your Porsche. Shut your mouth. You know nothing. You're just a mere employee. What do you understand? Zhang Jiakai can easily pull tens of thousands from the company. I've heard my sister say it. He can easily earn millions a year, Li Xiaojiang retorted. Oh, is your brother-in-law really impressive now? Zhao Feiyu replied, glancing at Zhang Yafei. See, this is how Zhang Jiakai makes money. Zhang Yafei's expression darkened as she nodded silently. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Li Xiaojiang quickly changed the subject. What are you, a broke loser, doing here? Can you even afford a tire from this place? However, Zhao Feiyu ignored Li Xiaojiang and addressed the saleswoman. Please bring the contract. Hearing this, the saleswoman hurriedly left. Keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Li Xiaojiang thought he understood Zhao Feiyu's situation. If you can afford this 718, I'll eat my hat. But soon, the saleswoman returned with the contract. And without even glancing at it, Zhao Feiyu signed and made the payment. Also, this car should be registered in this lady's name. And you can handle the transfer of the registration documents with her. Understood, sir? Witnessing Zhao Feiyu actually secure the Porsche left Li Xiaojiang utterly stunned. Just yesterday, having finalized his divorce, Zhao Feiyu astonishingly presented a Porsche, and it was for a woman. There is undoubtedly something amiss here. I tell you, Li Xiaojiang, I demand that car. If you won't buy it, then I shall not marry you. The girl beside her tugged at Li Xiaojiang, exclaiming, to hell with it. If we don't marry, then we won tea. At that moment, Li Xiaojiang was eager to relay everything to his sister. If Zhao Feiyu indeed possesses such substantial financial resources, then they must certainly sue him. This falls under the category of premarital assets. During the divorce, Zhao Feiyu never mentioned any of this. If they file a lawsuit, victory is assured. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu, upon hearing the system notification, broke into a satisfied smile. Transaction successful. Tenfold cashback of 9,800,000. Zhang Yafei's affection level, 10. In an instant, Zhang Yafei's affection level soared to 95. It seems that once her mother's illness is cured, her affection could reach a perfect 100. Chapter 6. Leave family speculations to know that reaching a favorability score of 100 would lead to an exponential increase in spending is to understand that one could easily become a billionaire. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojiang hurriedly returned home. Upon entering, he spotted Zhang Jiakai also present. Sister, do you know who I saw when I went car shopping today? Li Xiaojiang asked as he sat down to take a sip of water. Who? Li Shanshan inquired, peeling an apple with a smile. That scoundrel Zhao Feiyu. At the mere mention of Zhao Feiyu, Li Shanshan's expression immediately darkened. Why bring him up? What a buzzkill, she exclaimed, tossing the apple onto the table and casting an apologetic glance at Zhang Jiakai, fearful he might be upset. Haha. Zhang Jiakai seemed unfazed, recounting. I saw him at the company today, and before I could even speak, he was packing his things and leaving. Really? Li Shanshan's eyes brightened. If that's the case, that brat will surely be left to fend for himself. Sister, I sense something is amiss, Li Xiaojiang said with a serious countenance. Do you know where I spotted Zhao Feiyu today? Where? At the Porsche dealership. Haha. Li Shanshan covered her mouth, laughing. Is he trying to interview for a sales position? Not at all. Li Xiaojiang hastily clarified. I saw him with a woman buying a car. A car? Li Shanshan raised an eyebrow, bursting into laughter. Can he truly afford one? A Porsche? I doubt he could even manage a Baojun. It's true, Li Xiaojing insisted. I saw him pay 98,000. Right from that shabby phone of his. Really? Li Shanshan asked, skeptical. Indeed. He bought the car, not for himself, but for another woman, and he didn't even blink. Li Shanshan turned to Zheng Jiakai, her expression questioning. Isn't he supposed to have resigned? What does that woman look like? Do you know her? Li Shanshan was unsettled at the thought of Zhao Feiyu swiftly finding another woman post-divorce. I don't know her. Li Xiaojing shook his head. But she's incredibly beautiful, very alluring. Dressed in torn stockings and high heels, with cascading hair. Slap. Li Shanshan smacked Li Xiaojing on the head. Am I not prettier? Li Xiaojing sensed a looming threat, then, against his better judgment, replied, not as pretty as you. Zheng Jiakai furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Could he be referring to our boss? At this, Zheng Jiakai quickly rummaged through his phone, locating a company photo. He pointed to a woman in it. Is this her? Yes, that's her. Li Xiaojing nodded vigorously. Zheng Jiakai erupted in laughter. That woman is our boss. The car worth $1 million must be Zhao Feiyu helping Zhang Yufei buy it. Hearing this, Li Xiaojing suddenly understood. Right. That makes sense. Zheng Jiakai continued. Just think. How many men can nonchalantly buy $1 million car for a woman? Exactly. Li Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. I told you. How could that loser afford $1 million car? But then, Li Shanshan inquired. Jiakai, what is the relationship between your boss and Zhao Feiyu? Oh, it's nothing. Zhao Feiyu just performs well, so the boss pays him more attention. Zheng Jiakai replied casually. He simply packed his things today. If I were to fire him, it would take some effort. Besides, although she's the boss, there are several chairmen above her, and she's merely a manager. Her family isn't well off, and she spends her earnings on medical expenses for her family. Then how can she afford $1 million car? Li Shanshan asked, puzzled. Well, Zheng Jiakai pondered. Then enlightenment struck. I see. She must be embezzling funds. As a managerial supervisor, I can rake in a few million every year. She's a boss. So she surely isn't lacking, all while putting on a facade of integrity. With this thought, Zheng Jiakai's eyes gleamed with ulterior motives. Perhaps, at this quarterly report meeting, I can bring her down, and then the position of boss will definitely be mine. Really? Li Shanshan exclaimed, excitement flooding her. If Jiakai becomes the boss, I could easily ascend within the company. Li Shanshan worked at a cosmetics company that was a subsidiary of Zheng Jiakai's firm. Once Jiakai rose, a word from him could elevate her to management. Just then, Su Ping, who was cooking, stepped out. My dear son-in-law, do you think Zhao Feiyu is trying to cling to your boss to keep his job? Everyone found this notion quite plausible. Brother-in-law, you absolutely cannot allow that scoundrel to remain in your company. Li Xiaojing urged, sitting beside Zheng Jiakai. You have no idea how smug he was when buying that car. As if that 98,000 really belonged to him. Zheng Jiakai chuckled triumphantly. If nothing goes awry, that Zhang Yufei must have transferred the money to Zhao Feiyu's account, embezzling company funds in this manner. The quarterly report meeting is approaching, and I will surely drag that vile woman down with me. The position of boss will definitely be mine. Moreover, with the amount Zhang Yufei embezzled being so significant, she would be in legal trouble, and if Zhao Feiyu were implicated, he would surely face imprisonment. Upon hearing that Zhao Feiyu might be locked up, Li Shanshan became exhilarated. If that scoundrel were caught, she would never have to see his pathetic face again. Zheng Jiakai promptly took out his phone and dialed. Li Yunlei, can you find out whether Zhao Feiyu has indeed resigned? Since Zheng Jiakai had an affair with Li Shanshan, he had been leveraging Li Yunlei, Zhao Feiyu's classmate, to keep Zhao Feiyu in check, significantly hindering his career. Otherwise, with Zhao Feiyu's capabilities, he would have long been Zheng Jiakai's equal. Moments later, Li Yunlei called back. Manager, Zhao Feiyu has indeed resigned. The personnel department has terminated his contract. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Jiakai began to pack his things, preparing to leave. His mother-in-law, Su Ping, urged, my dear son-in-law, the meal is almost ready. It won't hurt to eat before you go. Zheng Jiakai, already at the door and changing his shoes, replied, you all eat. I must head to the company. That wretched Zhang Yufei just bought a car. She will surely slip up. The quarterly report meeting is about to start, and I intend to seize this opportunity to bring her down. Upon hearing this, the family ceased their attempts to detain him, urging Zheng Jiakai to depart. Chapter 7. The doctors discussed the pristine white Porsche 718 glided effortlessly along the expansive road. Zhang Yufei, adorned with sunglasses, grasped the steering wheel, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Beside her, Zhao Feiyu found himself momentarily entranced, seemingly aware of his gaze. Zhang Yifei turned her head, their eyes locking, and the atmosphere instantly crackled with tension. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Zhang Yifei, slightly embarrassed, turned back, her voice laced with shyness. In the past, you were aloof and untouchable. Now that I've resigned, I can regard you with equal measure and have discovered just how breathtakingly beautiful you are, Zhao Feiyu remarked, his words weaving a spell around Zhang Yifei, who felt her heart swell with affection, her fondness for him soaring to an impressive 95. Where to next? Zhang Yifei quickly regained her composure, acutely aware that if this continued, she might very well succumb to Zhao Feiyu's charms. To the hospital, of course. The thought of a tenfold return on 3 million stirred Zhao Feiyu's excitement. Are you serious? Zhang Yifei pulled over to the side of the road, her expression turning earnest. That's 3 million. I must inform you, I cannot repay you in the short term. Then I shall offer myself in return, Zhao Feiyu replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Yet, Zhang Yifei resolutely fixed her gaze upon him, unyielding. In the blink of an eye, her warm lips met his, and she whispered, then I shall offer myself in return. Her voice dripped with a kind of intoxicating confusion. Just then, an abrupt honk shattered the moment, causing the two to part instantly. Zhao Feiyu muttered under his breath, what a buzzkill. However, Zhang Yifei's next words ignited a flicker of hope within him. Come to my house tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu nodded vigorously, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. They soon arrived at the hospital. Despite Zhang Yifei being the owner with an annual salary exceeding $1 million, the exorbitant medical costs forced her to settle for a standard ward. Zhao Feiyu placed the bouquet and fruits on the bedside table and exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhang Yifei's mother before making his way to the doctor's office. However, before he could enter, he was met with raised voices from within. Why did you stop my mother's medication? Do you not understand the consequences of your actions? Zhang Yifei's furious voice echoed through the door. You already owe over 300,000 in medical fees. If you do not pay, don't even think about medication, let alone the right to be hospitalized. A dismissive voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, retorted. Zhao Feiyu furrowed his brow, hesitating at the entrance. He could hear Zhang Yifei, barely containing her rage, declare, I promise to pay in a few days. If anything happens to my mother, I swear I will hold you responsible. Huh? The man sneered. You think I'm afraid of you? Given your mother's condition, if you don't proceed with the transplant, she may not see next month. What? Zhang Yifei's heart sank. At that moment, the man pressed further, his tone dripping with malice. I once offered you a chance. It's up to you to cherish it. The transplant donor is ready, and with just a word from me, your mother can have the surgery tomorrow. But it depends on how you choose to act. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Feiyu kicked the door open with a resounding crash. Inside, a balding doctor with a sinister smile had cornered Zhang Yifei. Enraged, Zhao Feiyu charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's face. How dare you? Zhao Feiyu shouted. Do you even know who you are? The old man fell to the ground, howling in pain and calling for security. Help! Someone please. In no time, other medical staff rushed in to separate Zhao Feiyu. What is going on? A middle-aged man with a square face and glasses, presumably the chief physician, approached with authority. This guy just punched me. Look, the bald man exclaimed, pointing at his battered face. Why did I hit you? Don't you have a conscience? Zhao Feiyu retorted, ready to strike again, but was restrained by the arriving security. Call the police. Arrest him. How dare he attack me in public? I swear, this will cost you at least 100,000. The bald man, now terrified, retreated, shouting threats from a distance. What is happening? Why did you assault our doctor? The chief physician demanded, his voice stern as he confronted Zhao Feiyu. Ask her. Zhao Feiyu gestured towards Zhang Yifei. Seeing this, the bald man's expression shifted. If the truth came out, his position could be jeopardized. Director, they owe over 300,000 in medical fees. I asked for payment. They refused and resorted to violence. Is this fair? He argued, attempting to deflect the blame. Is that so? The chief physician queried coldly. Yes, we do owe money, but I promised to settle it soon. Zhang Yifei interjected. But your staff threatened me, saying I had to. I had to entertain him, claiming my mother's life was at risk without a kidney transplant. She continued, her voice rising. You're lying. The bald man shot back, his face paling. Director, do not listen to her. You know her mother's condition. A kidney transplant requires at least 3 million. Do I have such resources? She is merely fabricating stories to extort us. You lie. Zhang Yifei countered vehemently. Do you have any evidence? The bald man pressed. And Zhang Yifei fell silent. Seeing her at a loss for words, the bald man seized the opportunity. Let us ask the others. Do you think I, Zhao Quanzong, would use 3 million to coerce a woman? With that money, I could do anything else. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nodded in agreement. Indeed, 3 million could charm 100 women. This is a blatant slander against Director Zhao. This woman's intentions are truly sinister. She owes 30,000 and attempts to use that to threaten us. How shameless. If you cannot pay, seek help from society. Why demean yourself like this? Your mother is in the ward next door. Imagine the humiliation if she finds out. Chapter 8. System Upgrade. Upon overhearing the discussions around her, Zhang Yufei bit her lip in frustration, struggling to stifle her tears. Silence. Zhao Feiyu roared, his anger directed towards the balding man. Look at this. As he spoke, he produced his battered phone and played a recording. In the next moment, Zhao Chuanzhang's voice echoed from the device. I warn you, under these circumstances, if you don't undergo the transplant soon, you may not even make it to next month. I've offered you opportunities, it's up to you to value them. The transplant candidate is ready, and with just a word from me, your mother can have the surgery arranged for tomorrow, but it depends on your performance. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu sensed something amiss. He swiftly recorded the conversation on his phone. Upon hearing his own voice, Zhao Quanzhang's complexion turned pale as he sank to the ground. This is fake. It's just an electronically synthesized voice, it's not me. Yet, despite his desperate protests, no one around him believed him. As the recording concluded, Zhao Feiyu put his phone away and addressed the chief physician, stating, if there isn't a reasonable explanation and an apology for this matter, I will submit this recording to the police and make it public online, which would bring disgrace to your hospital. The chief physician's face changed dramatically upon hearing Zhao Feiyu's threat, and he quickly replied, Sir, we will provide you with a perfect response to this issue. Good, Zhao Feiyu retorted. We are not unreasonable people. How you handle this is your business. Right now, the health of my girlfriend's mother is paramount. We have the funds ready, so please expedite the surgery. Absolutely, absolutely. The chief physician nodded fervently. Subsequently, under the gaze of all present, Zhao Feiyu approached the payment window and directly deposited 5 million into Zhang Yufei's mother's hospital account. Witnessing this scene, and the tangible receipt, everyone gasped in astonishment. A payment of 5 million at once was unprecedented in the hospital's history. Immediately afterward, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei were invited into the office. This time, the chief physician personally discussed Zhang Yufei's mother's condition. Rest assured, we will engage the best specialists to perform the surgery. You need not worry about the procedure. We will handle everything. Zhao Feiyu, reclining in his chair, remarked, if you had this attitude from the beginning, would we have had this situation? The chief physician nodded repeatedly, not daring to voice any objections. I assure you, the surgery will be arranged promptly. If any unexpected issues arise regarding the kidney transplant, as long as money can resolve it, inform me immediately, and I will deposit another 5 million. Zhao Feiyu declared assertively, I demand only 3 conditions: speed, safety, and assurance. Rest assured, we will ensure everything is in order. After resolving the matter, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei finally left the office. Feiyu, thank you, Zhang Yufei said, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhao Feiyu smiled gently, fool. What is this amount of money? As long as we can cure your mother, not just 5 million, even 10 million is inconsequential. Transaction successful. Tenfold cashback of 50 million. Zhang Yufei's affection level, 5. Zhang Yufei's current affection level, 100. The cashback multiplier on expenditures related to Zhang Yufei increases to 100 times. Due to the host achieving the first affection level of 100, system functions upgrade. Adding a beauty cashback feature, specifics as follows. The host can view the beauty and affection levels of any female. For beauty scores below 50, the cashback is 10 times. For scores between 50 and 85, it is 15 times. For scores between 85 and 95, it is 20 times. And for scores above 95, it is 50 times. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The system upgrade revealed such formidable capabilities, with the cashback multiplier being utterly staggering. As he looked further, Zhang Yufei's information appeared. Zhang Yufei, 30 years old, affection level, 100, beauty score, 90. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu was momentarily stunned. Zhang Yufei, with such beauty, only scored a mere 90? What could possibly surpass a score of 95? Most distressing to Zhao Feiyu was that the 5 million had been spent before Zhang Yufei's affection level had increased. Had it been after reaching full affection, the cashback would have been 100-fold, resulting in a staggering 500 million. A truly exhilarating prospect. Let us go. We should check on Auntie. Coming back to reality from the shock of the system upgrade, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei returned to the hospital room. To their surprise, the nurse informed them that Zhang Yufei's mother had been moved to a private deluxe room. The deluxe rooms were single occupancy and provided one-on-one nursing care. Truly, money could drive miracles. By the afternoon, the chief physician personally visited the room to deliver good news. Our specialists will be able to perform the surgery on your mother first thing in the morning. If all goes well, she should be able to be discharged within 2 weeks. Really? Zhang Yufei exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Although she presented herself as a competent, high-achieving woman earning a six-figure income, the reality was stark. Her brother's gambling addiction had drained their family's finances, and after his imprisonment, she had worked tirelessly to repay the debts. Soon after, her mother fell gravely ill, overwhelming her with despair. Had she not met Zhao Feiyu, she might have succumbed to the burden of the 30,000 in medical debts. As doctors and nurses continued to enter, advising on preoperative procedures and securing signatures, they prepared for the surgery scheduled for the next morning. In the late afternoon, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei strolled through the hospital garden. Passers-by hurried along, oblivious to the beauty surrounding them, perhaps because such beauty felt out of place here. After all, what they heard was not praise, but rather prayers for hope. "Thank you so much, Feiyu," Zhang Yufei said with sincere gratitude. "Yufei, you've already said that 100 times today." Zhao Feiyu chuckled helplessly. "Hee." Zhang Yufei responded with an awkward smile, perhaps the most relaxed smile she had worn in a long while. As they sat on a bench, Zhang Yufei gently leaned her head on Zhao Feiyu's shoulder, feeling an unprecedented sense of safety and support. "Once my mother recovers, will you marry me?" Chapter 9. Buying a house, huh? At these words, Zhao Feiyu trembled slightly. "Wasn't he this a bit hasty? What? Do you think I'm ugly?" Zhang Yufei straightened her back and said with a hint of annoyance. No, not at all. It's just that I've just gone through a divorce, as you know, and my mother's illness requires a gradual recovery. Perhaps we should wait until she fully recovers before organizing a grand wedding. What do you think?" Zhang Yufei pondered, seemingly imagining that scenario. "That makes sense. By the way, where's your home?" Zhao Feiyu quickly shifted the topic. Having a system to rely on and spending money on women, he felt that being bound by marriage would be a loss. Moreover, perhaps due to Li Shanshan, he had developed a certain fear of marriage. "I've rented a place near the hospital since my mother is hospitalized long-term." "What? You're renting now?" Zhao Feiyu exclaimed in surprise. It was no wonder he was astonished. Zhang Yufei earned over $1 million annually. And if she didn't own a house in this small third-tier city of Jiangbei, she would surely be the subject of ridicule. "Actually, I used to have a few properties a few years ago, but after my brother got arrested, he sold them all for gambling." As she spoke, Zhang Yufei's expression turned somber. "If the houses were still here, perhaps selling them could have cured my mother's illness long ago. Alas, everything is predestined." Zhao Feiyu felt a surge of emotions. If Zhang Yufei hadn't had a gambling-addicted brother, he wouldn't have captured her heart. "Let us seize the moment and buy a house," Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, thinking of the hundredfold returns. "Buy a house? What house?" Zhang Yufei was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending. "Of course, it's to buy a house for you," Zhao Feiyu replied without hesitation. "You're still renting. Do you expect your mother to rent a place after she gets discharged?" But what? "What is mine is yours," Zhao Feiyu insisted, taking Zhang Yufei to a real estate agency. "No, I can't accept your house," Zhang Yufei persisted. "I've already spent 5 million of yours. I can't spend any more." Zhao Feiyu felt a rush of urgency. "If you don't spend money, how can I make money? Sister Yufei, trust me. This is no big deal, you know? If not for yourself, consider your mother. Besides, you've said you would marry me. Isn't it right for me to buy a house for my wife?" "Ugh, who's your wife?" Zhang Yufei replied playfully, lightly punching Zhao Feiyu with her delicate fist. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately pulled Zhang Yufei into the real estate center. This was the largest real estate agency in Jiangbei. The vast exhibition hall displayed models of various communities, villas, and mansions in Jiangbei. It could be said that if it was a house in Jiangbei, it could be found here. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" As they entered, a beautiful saleswoman approached them instantly. "I'm looking to buy a house. Ideally around 50 million, suitable for elderly care and not too far from the city center," Zhao Feiyu said thoughtfully. At his words, Zhang Yufei felt a warmth in her heart. Just then, before the saleswoman could respond, a mocking voice interrupted. 50 million for a house, not too far from the city center? Haha. Zhao Feiyu frowned slightly and turned to see Zheng Jiakai and Li Shanshan also present. "Zhao Feiyu, when will you ever afford a 50 million house?" Li Shanshan, carrying a limited edition Dior bag, sauntered in, linking arms with Zhang Jiakai. Upon seeing Li Shanshan, Zhao Feiyu didn't even want to acknowledge her. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, we're here to buy a house. Jiakai said he'd buy me a house in the city center as our wedding home. Li Shanshan said, waving a laser pointer, alternating between pointing at houses on the left and right. Should we buy in Jinseyuan or Tianheching? Oh, it's so hard to choose. These are all houses worth millions, making me feel like I have a choice phobia now, unlike before when I lived in a rental without such troubles. At that moment, Zhang Yufei approached in her high heels. Manager Zhang, you're quite extravagant, buying cars for your brother-in-law and houses for your mistress. How long have you been at the company? You can't possibly earn that much money, can you? Zhang Jiakai immediately felt embarrassed, clearing his throat and glancing around, not expecting to run into his boss here. Who is the mistress? Li Shanshan exclaimed angrily. However, upon seeing Zhang Yufei's appearance, she felt a bit ashamed. You say Jiakai can't earn that much, but how about you? How have you managed to earn so much over the years? Buying $1 million luxury car and now a 50 million mansion? If you claim you bought these with your salary, it would take you 20 years. Li Shanshan mocked, recalling what Zhang Jiakai had said to her. If you weren't embezzling, could you afford these? Enough. Zhang Jiakai snapped immediately. Li Shanshan pouted in dissatisfaction. Why can't I say that? It's the truth. Boss, I'm sorry. She's just talking nonsense. Zhang Jiakai apologized awkwardly. He hadn't confirmed Zhang Yufei's alleged corruption yet, and she was still his superior. Speaking so bluntly would surely raise Zhang Yufei's suspicions, making it difficult to find leverage later. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufei suddenly realized. So you thought I bought the car and house with my own money? You're mistaken. To be frank, the car and house were bought by my boyfriend. With that, she confidently linked her arm with Zhao Feiyu. Ha, Zhao Feiyu bought them for you? Li Shanshan burst into laughter. I don't know how much Zhao Feiyu weighs, but he still needs to use a credit card to treat people to dinner. How could he afford $1 million luxury car for you? Following that, Li Shanshan began to insult Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu is just a man living off a woman. He just divorced me and immediately sought his boss to take care of him. I never realized you had such talents. I see you two must have been involved long before. Divorcing me was just an excuse, right? Chapter 10, 100-fold cashback. Li Shanshan. Zhao Feiyu roared. You may insult me, but you shall not demean her. It was your infidelity that led to our divorce. Do not slander me with baseless accusations. Oh, are you angry? Today, I shall indeed defame you. You are nothing but a parasite, a sponging leech. Li Shanshan began to berate him in a petulant manner. Zhao Feiyu, unable to endure any longer, turned to the sales representative beside him and said, Is this the kind of sales environment you maintain? Do you allow every rabid dog to enter? Who are you calling a rabid dog? Who? Li Shanshan's vitriol only intensified, practically invading Zhao Feiyu's personal space. Apologies, miss. But if you are not here to purchase a property, may I kindly ask you to leave? The saleswoman, having discerned some underlying tension, approached Li Shanshan. Who isn't buying a house? Open your eyes wide and see. I am indeed buying today. This one right here, I want it. Li Shanshan declared grandly, pointing at a property. Jiakai, make the payment. She commanded, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Feiyu. Let them leave if they aren't buying. Show them the door. Zhang Jiakai, with a flourish, began to pay, shifting the focus of hostility towards Zhao Feiyu and his companions. Sir, if you do not intend to purchase, would you kindly leave? Please do not disturb the other customers, the saleswoman said, her expression reflecting her unease. After all, a property priced at 50 million was hardly a common acquisition. Upon hearing the sales representative's words, Zhao Feiyu's anger flared. Before he could respond, Zhang Yufei interjected. Are we not allowed to look if we aren't buying? Is your agency so disdainful? Huh, did you see that? I knew they couldn't afford anything. Stop pretending to be someone you're not. This is no place for the impoverished. Li Shanshan laughed triumphantly. As Zhang Yufei prepared to retaliate, Zhao Feiyu raised a hand to stop her. He then turned his gaze to the saleswoman with a mocking smile and beckoned to a nearby, somewhat inexperienced young lady standing upright. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? The girl, clearly nervous, responded. Are you a sales representative as well? Zhao Feiyu inquired. Yes, sir. I just started not long ago. She explained hurriedly. I heard that you receive substantial commissions for each sale. I am interested in purchasing a property around 50 million. I would like you to assist me with this, he stated, pulling out his phone. If you doubt my purchasing power, I can pay up front, with adjustments made as necessary. After saying this, Zhao Feiyu glanced at another saleswoman nearby. As for you, step aside. Sir, that is unnecessary. Even if you do not buy, I can still assist you. The young lady smiled gently, her demeanor in stark contrast to the previous saleswoman. Zhao Feiyu then conveyed his requirements to the girl, who presented him with 3 options. After some deliberation with Zhang Yufei, he decisively chose the Jiangjingbei Villa. Sir, are you certain you want the villa number 18 at Jiangjingbei? This villa is priced at 45 million, and if you pay in a lump sum, you can enjoy a 2% discount. Absolutely, that one. Very well, sir. I will fetch the contract immediately. The girl trembled with excitement, fully aware that if this deal went through, her commission would amount to at least 100,000. Shortly thereafter, the manager, having heard of the developments, rushed over with the young lady. Sir, I am the manager here. I need to speak with the girl who was just here. Everyone else, please step aside. Zhao Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, she will receive every penny of her commission. Prior to the manager's arrival, he had been briefed on the situation. Just then, Li Shanshan, having closely observed Zhao Feiyu, approached the manager. Manager, they are frauds. Do not be deceived by him. However, seeing the two return to cause trouble, Zhao Feiyu merely smiled coldly and addressed the manager. Which property are they purchasing? It's a unit in Tianhe City, priced at 3 million. The manager explained. Have they signed the contract? If not, I am interested in that unit. I recently acquired a dog and wish to buy a home for it as well. I believe the one they are eyeing is suitable. How much are they offering? I can bid 50,000 more. Upon hearing this, the manager was elated and quickly summoned a sales representative for confirmation. Moments later, he excitedly informed Zhao Feiyu, although they have paid, they have not yet signed the contract. If you wish, we can transfer it to your name. Excellent. Let us sign the contract, Zhao Feiyu declared, waving his hand as he made the payment via his phone. Transaction successful, 100-fold cashback of 5 billion. At this announcement, Zhao Feiyu, holding his cracked phone, trembled and dropped it to the floor. Zhang Yufei's fondness for him soared. The 45 million, now yielding a 100-fold return, felt surreal, blurring the line between reality and a dream. As for the property Li Shanshan desired, it was ineligible for the cashback due to not being purchased for Zhang Yufei. Nonetheless, compared to the 5 billion, it was an insignificant matter. Witnessing Zhao Feiyu's actual purchase of a luxurious property, Li Shanshan's expression turned ashen, feeling worse than if she had swallowed a fly. Yet, she still refused to believe it was Zhao Feiyu's money. She was acutely aware of his financial limitations. This money must belong to that wretched woman. Zheng Jiakai, standing nearby, dared not voice his thoughts, especially with Zhang Yufei present. Even as Zhao Feiyu humiliated him, he could only endure silently, though he etched every slight into his memory. Once outside the agency, Zheng Jiakai, in a fit of rage, struck the wall with his fist. That wretched woman. I can't believe she embezzled so much from the company, enough to afford a luxury home. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, shaking his hand in agony. That bastard Zhao Feiyu, just to humiliate me, offered 50,000 more for our property. I cannot let this go. Li Shanshan seethed. Jia Kai, you must swiftly bring that wretched woman down. I want Zhao Feiyu and her to pay for their actions, to kneel before me and beg for my forgiveness. Do not worry, it will happen soon. Next month is the quarterly report meeting, and all the chairpersons will be present. I am eager to see how Zhang Yufei explains herself then. Chapter 11. The Jiangjingbei Villas, constructed by the Jiaxing Real Estate Group, are fully furnished and ready for occupancy. Once all formalities were completed, under the personal guidance of the manager, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei visited the property. The villa spans 3 levels and boasts a private swimming pool. By opening the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, one can effortlessly leap into the pool below. From the 3rd floor, one can gaze upon the expansive rivers encircling Jiangbei City, a view so splendid it is akin to a royal indulgence. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei made their way to a property in Tianhe City. Priced at 3 million, this residence offers over 200 square meters of space, also fully equipped for immediate occupancy. Its proximity to both the hospital and their workplace makes it exceedingly convenient for Zhang Yufei, who can stay there when she does not wish to return home after work, thus facilitating her care for her mother. The following morning, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei quietly awaited outside the operating room. Observing Zhang Yufei's anxious demeanor, Zhao Feiyu enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her back in a comforting gesture. Do not be anxious. The surgeon is an esteemed expert from Modu, with exceptional skills. The operation will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. As Zhao Feiyu held her, Zhang Yufei's tension eased somewhat. Just then, Zhao Feiyu noticed a young man in a meticulously tailored deep blue suit seated nearby, awaiting quietly. Around him, Several individuals approached to present documents, but the young man appeared preoccupied, often glancing toward the operating room. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Feiyu could not help but reflect on the fragility of wealth and power in the face of illness. As time ticked by, Zhao Feiyu stood and announced, "I'm stepping out for a smoke. I shall return shortly." Zhang Yifei nodded, and he headed toward the smoking area. Just as he was exhaling clouds of smoke, he was interrupted by a voice. "Excuse me, could you spare a cigarette?" Turning around, Zhao Feiyu was surprised to see it was the young man in the suit. With a faint smile, Zhao Feiyu handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. The young man inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, yet his expression revealed no enjoyment. Rather, it conveyed a sense of sorrow, as if seeking solace in the smoke. Cigarettes are often the only companions for men, providing a semblance of comfort and release. Recognizing the young man's distress, Zhao Feiyu offered reassurance. "Everything will be all right." The young man smiled wryly, responding, "One can only hope." Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the young man's urgent phone call. "My father is still alive, and those old geezers are already so impatient. What is the situation with the bank? Are they releasing the funds?" "All right, I understand." After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu looked at the young man in astonishment. From their conversation, he learned that this individual was none other than Zhang Baiyu, the executive president of the renowned Jiaxing Real Estate Group in Zhongbei City. The man undergoing surgery was his father, the chairman of the group. Such a formidable background caused Zhao Feiyu to view Zhang Baiyu with newfound respect. They appeared to be of similar age, yet their circumstances were worlds apart. However, it seemed that due to his father's illness, other shareholders in the group were attempting to seize the opportunity to acquire their shares, thereby undermining their control over the company. This appeared to be a premeditated conspiracy. Without his father's support and guidance, this young man was facing an unprecedented crisis. As Zhang Baiyu extinguished his cigarette with agitation, he turned to Zhao Feiyu with a smile and said, "Thank you for the cigarette. You seem to be facing your own crisis. Perhaps I could assist you." Zhao Feiyu pondered briefly, formulating a plan in his mind. The cashback system could indeed offer him boundless wealth, but mere riches in this society are insufficient. Without power, they are but empty words. Assisting the Jiaxing Group could serve as a stepping stone to greater influence, a most intriguing prospect. "Are you serious?" Zhang Baiyu chuckled lightly, yet his tone bore no hint of mockery, rather an air of camaraderie. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Baiyu, executive president of the Jiaxing Real Estate Group. The crisis I face, however, cannot be resolved with mere tens of thousands. Hundreds of millions?" Zhao Feiyu took a deep breath and extinguished his cigarette. "Perhaps I can help." Zhang Baiyu paused, scrutinizing Zhao Feiyu with renewed interest. To speak so nonchalantly of hundreds of millions suggested that this young man was anything but ordinary. A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Baiyu's mind. Perhaps Zhao Feiyu could indeed be of assistance. However, he quickly dismissed it, shaking his head in self-deprecation. "What am I thinking? Trusting a stranger I've just met. Brother, what I require is an astronomical sum, 500 million. With that, I could resolve the group's crisis and silence those old fogies." Zhao Feiyu considered this. 500 million? That is not an insurmountable amount. But what is in it for me? Tilting his head, Zhao Feiyu contemplated. Zhang Baiyu shook his head, clearly skeptical. How could a casual stranger treat 500 million so lightly? He jested, "If you truly can assist me, I'll offer you a stake in the Jiaxing Group, not a controlling stake, but with dividend rights. I assure you, you would receive no less than 2 billion in dividends each year." Zhao Feiyu, possessing a certain understanding of equity, recognized that while he would not hold control, this arrangement could link him to the Jiaxing Group, paving the way for future investments. "Very well, let us proceed as you propose. I trust you as a friend. I will assist you with 500 million, and the transfer can be initiated now." "Really?" Zhang Baiyu trembled slightly. Incredulity etched across his face as he questioned Zhao Feiyu's assertion. Chapter 12. Attending the banquet alone, Zhao Feiyu spoke little, taking out his phone to input the transfer details. Before long, Zhang Baiyu received a confirmation message from the company. This 500 million, under normal circumstances, was not a significant sum for the Jiaxing Group. However, at this moment, it was a lifeline for the Zhang family. Zhang Baiyu was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he could hardly articulate his feelings. He stepped forward and embraced Zhao Feiyu, saying, "Brother, I need not say much in thanks. From now on, you are my brother and part of the Jiaxing Group." Zhang Baiyu had not anticipated that, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, he would resolve his crisis so effortlessly. He offered no further pleasantries, thanked Zhao Feiyu, and turned to leave. Watching Zhang Baiyu's retreating figure, Zhao Feiyu shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, "What a pity. If only you were a woman." If Zhang Baiyu were female, even if her looks were below 50, she would have had tenfold opportunities. Such a chance of 500 million wasted on a man. Nevertheless, Zhao Feiyu firmly believed that he could derive more wealth from Zhang Baiyu than the 500 million itself. Upon returning to the operating room entrance, Zhang Yifei questioned, "Why the delay?" "Nothing much, just ran into an acquaintance," Zhao Feiyu replied. As his words fell, the operating room door swung open. Zhang Huanin's family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yifei rushed over. The surgery for Zhang Yifei's mother had gone exceedingly well, which brought a sigh of relief from both. In the following days, Zhang Yifei remained at the hospital to care for her mother, while Zhao Feiyu received a call from Song Manli. "It's been a few days without contact. I've missed you," she said. For Zhao Feiyu, who harbored intense feelings for his first love, a certain affection for Song Manli still lingered within him. 8 o'clock tonight at Chaoyang International Hotel. Don't be late, Song Manli reminded him. "Shall I come pick you up?" Recently, Zhang Yifei had no need for a car, and Zhao Feiyu was perfectly positioned to drive. "Sure. Have you bought a car?" Song Manli replied eagerly. At 7:30 that evening, Zhao Feiyu arrived at Song Manli's doorstep. When she saw his sports car, she was taken aback. "My goodness, a Porsche. Whose is it?" Zhao Feiyu smiled slightly as he exited the vehicle and opened the door for her, displaying gentlemanly courtesy. Dressed in a casual suit with a trendy hairstyle, Zhao Feiyu's figure was accentuated to perfection, exuding an alluring aura that left Song Manli momentarily spellbound. This was a version of Zhao Feiyu she had never encountered during their past romance, all thanks to Zhang Yifei. Knowing Zhao Feiyu was attending a class reunion, she had arranged for him to be outfitted at a boutique. "I could never afford such a car." Zhao Feiyu chuckled lightly. However, Song Manli furrowed her brow slightly. "When did you become so pretentious?" She assumed Zhao Feiyu had borrowed the luxury car to show off to classmates, a type of person she despised. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly heard a notification. Song Manli's affection level, 5, current affection level, 80. Realizing her thoughts, he understood there was no need to clarify his situation. As the words had already been spoken, he had intended to conceal his identity, but had inadvertently allowed Song Manli to misunderstand him. In the silence that followed, they drove swiftly to Chaoyang International Hotel. Upon arriving, the car came to a smooth stop at the entrance, where the doorman promptly opened the door for Song Manli with a courteous gesture. Zhao Feiyu casually tossed the keys, and the attendant prepared to take the vehicle to the parking lot. Just then, a BMW approached from behind. They turned to see Gao Chong alighting from the car with 3 classmates. "Wow, Zhao Feiyu, is that your sports car?" Gao Chong felt a twinge of jealousy. This gathering was originally organized by him, intending to showcase his success in the world, but Zhao Feiyu's arrival in a Porsche overshadowed his efforts. "I say, Zhao Feiyu, you didn't rent that car, did you?" Gao Chong's companions immediately began to mock him. "I see the license plate isn't even on." One chimed in. "Yeah, didn't you just get divorced? How could you afford a Porsche? That looks like a Porsche 718, worth over $1 million. Hearing this made Gao Chong breathe a sigh of relief. "I heard you were living in a rented place, and Li Yunlei said you left your marriage empty-handed. This car must be a rental, right? No need to be so pretentious among classmates." Zhao Feiyu glanced at Song Manli beside him, but chose not to explain, simply smiling. "Indeed, it's not mine. I borrowed it from a friend." "Haha, you really borrowed it?" Gao Chong laughed heartily, then stepped forward and patted Zhao Feiyu on the shoulder. "Let me share a poem with you." Attending the banquet alone, all dressed up to impress classmates. Laughter erupted from the other 3 classmates behind him. "Oh, our class leader still has the flair, just like old times." Seeing this unfold, Song Manli promptly walked into the hotel, while Gao Chong, noticing her, immediately pursued her. Over the years, he had known Song Manli was also in Jiangbei, though they had not been in touch privately. Yet, she offered him no opportunities. Gazing at her graceful silhouette, Gao Chong's eyes narrowed. Today, he was determined to win her over. Inside the spacious banquet hall, over 20 classmates had already gathered. Upon seeing Gao Chong and his group enter, everyone promptly stood, with some rushing over to greet them. Zhao Feiyu was the first to step inside, only to be unceremoniously shoved aside by several classmates who then engaged Gao Chong in warm greetings. "Class leader, it's been a long time. Sorry for being late." Gao Chong smiled slightly, nodding to everyone present. "No worries, we just arrived a short while ago. By the way, do you know who we invited today?" "Who?" Gao Chong glanced around and immediately spotted a middle-aged man with thinning hair and glasses, who appeared to be over 50. "Our teacher, Mr. Qian." A sycophantic classmate rushed over to the middle-aged man, exclaiming loudly, "Everyone, let us welcome Mr. Qian." Applause erupted in the room. Gao Chong quickly approached, shaking hands with Mr. Qian. I didn't expect you to attend our reunion. I tried to contact you through several people, but to no avail. Mr. Qian discreetly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, what a lie, we just met and exchanged pleasantries not long ago. You clearly didn't want to invite me. Nevertheless, Mr. Qian smiled appreciatively at Gao Chong, saying, it's quite normal for classmates to be unaware. I've recently been reassigned to Jiangbei for work. Ah, I see. Everyone, please take a seat. Gao Chong hurriedly gestured for everyone to sit down. However, as Zhao Feiyu surveyed the room, he realized there was no place for him. Chapter 13 Teacher Qian observed the awkward Zhao Feiyu standing there, at a loss. Gao Chong deliberately remained silent, engaging in a lively conversation with Teacher Qian. At that moment, it was Song Monli who could no longer bear to watch and called a waiter to bring a chair, allowing Zhao Feiyu to sit beside her. Witnessing this scene, Gao Chong quickly interjected, I sincerely apologize, Zhao Feiyu. We had originally reserved a specific number of seats, but with Teacher Qian's unexpected arrival, it seems there is no place for you. How about this? You take Teacher Qian's seat, and I will sit where you are. No need for that. Zhao Feiyu replied nonchalantly as he settled into his seat. Gao Chong felt a twinge of regret. He had initially intended to sit beside Song Monli, only to find that his attempt to outsmart backfired. Soon, everyone raised their glasses in celebration. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Teacher Qian, slightly tipsy, remarked, wasn't our class over 50 people back then? Why are there so few of us today? Well, this is already quite a turnout, and many have come from afar. Gao Chong explained, gesturing to a few classmates from out of town. Others are either unreachable or living outside the province. Unfortunately, our class reunions may dwindle in attendance moving forward. By the way, let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. What is everyone doing these days? It would be good to have a better understanding for future support, Teacher Qian suggested, evidently pondering the reason behind his unexpected visit. He had heard that Gao Chong was doing exceptionally well, which led him to this gathering, hoping to see which classmates had thrived in their careers. The introductions commenced, with many revealing themselves to be ordinary office workers, while some had ventured into entrepreneurship. However, none of these stories piqued Teacher Qian's interest. When it was Gao Chong's turn, Teacher Qian immediately inquired, I heard you have started your own company, Gao Chong? Is it true you earn several million a year? Ah, it's not that extravagant. Gao Chong waved his hand modestly, though his beaming expression betrayed his humility. I merely run a building materials company. It's not as grand as it sounds, around 3 to 4 million a year at this stage. I hope to rely on all of you for support as I continue to grow. What? 3 to 4 million ISNT extravagant? Teacher Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. You, my boy, are the one with the brightest prospects, he exclaimed with a tone of satisfaction. Back in the day, you sat in the last row, and I certainly didn't spare you from discipline, skipping classes, and surfing the internet were your trademarks. Yet, it is students like you who thrive the most. The diligent ones, on the other hand, often lack direction in life. Take that one. What is his name? Zhao Feiyu. Teacher Qian chuckled. Wasn't he always among the top 3 in class? But look at him now. I heard he has been divorced and unfaithful, even dismissed from his job, living in a rented place after leaving his marriage with nothing. He advised the group, such individuals, despite their academic prowess, often face bleak futures. As your former teacher, let me impart a bit of wisdom. Steer clear of them. Imagine if he were to ask you for a loan, would you lend him any? At this, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhao Feiyu, who silently lowered his head, consumed by his meal. By the way, isn't that fellow absent today? Teacher Qian scanned the room, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Feiyu's presence due to the effects of alcohol. I think he is just too embarrassed to show up. Just then, Zhao Feiyu raised his hand. Teacher Qian, I'm right here. I'm not dead yet. He wiped his mouth expressionlessly and tossed the napkin onto the table. Who wouldn't be incensed by Teacher Qian's earlier remarks? Zhao Feiyu had expected his classmates to be pragmatic, but he was taken aback by the blatant hypocrisy of a teacher who would malign his own student to curry favor with others. Realizing his misstep, Teacher Qian shivered and adjusted his glasses, focusing on the source of discomfort. He soon recognized that Zhao Feiyu was seated not far away. The weight of his earlier words left him feeling utterly embarrassed. However, he quickly regained his composure. Ahem, Zhao Feiyu. What I said earlier was not aimed at you. Zhao Feiyu scoffed. Indeed, it wasn't specifically directed at me, but it was nonetheless a pointed attack. Teacher, I once believed that my academic achievements would bring you pride, but I never anticipated that you would so readily tarnish my name to please others. What benefit do you derive from belittling me? Is Gao Chang going to pay you for it? At that moment, Gao Chang abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to Teacher Qian like that? Is he not speaking the truth? Aren't you the one who recently divorced and was dismissed from your job? Left with nothing? Oh, by the way, Gao Chang chuckled lightly, addressing the group. You might not have known this, but just as I was heading upstairs, guess what I saw? Zhao Feiyu driving a Porsche. Everyone's eyes widened, and even Teacher Qian's expression shifted. If Zhao Feiyu was indeed driving a Porsche, then Gao Chang's earlier comments certainly would have struck a nerve. But then Gao Chang's next words relieved Teacher Qian's tension. Did you know? Zhao Feiyu came here today to flaunt in front of us, borrowing someone else's Porsche for the reunion. How laughable. Gao Chang's merciless mockery continued. You think you can impress us? Believe me, if I claimed that car was mine, would you believe it? Zhao Feiyu replied coolly. Yours? Huh. Gao Chang stifled a laugh. Are you still pretending? Don't you know your own financial standing? Can you even afford a Porsche? Enough. At that moment, Song Manli stood up. We are all classmates. Is it amusing to belittle others to elevate yourselves? Upon hearing this, an uneasy silence fell over the group. Gao Chang, not wanting to leave a negative impression on Song Manli, offered an apology. I need to use the restroom, he muttered before leaving the table. Once he departed, the atmosphere grew somber and no one spoke. Zhao Feiyu turned to Li Yunlei, who was sitting nearby, and asked, You told Gao Chang about my situation, didn't you? What? No, Feiyu, you've misunderstood. Li Yunlei replied awkwardly, avoiding Zhao Feiyu's gaze. I'm aware of the company matters too. Don't think I'm oblivious. You've been obstructing me at every turn. I don't know what promises Zheng Jiakai made to you, but you must have known about Li Shanshan's affair with him. Right? As Zhao Feiyu spoke, he slowly lifted his head, his icy glare fixed on Li Yunlei. Feiyu, you truly have me mistaken. I really don't know anything. Just as Zhao Feiyu was about to press further, the door to the private room swung open, and a group of people entered, led by Gao Chang. Chapter 14. Who dares to harm my brother? As he looked on, Zhao Feiyu's expression swiftly darkened. He recognized every individual standing behind Gao Chang. Come, let me introduce everyone, Gao Chang said, pulling a man of somewhat dark complexion and a modest height of around 5 feet 3 inches forward. This gentleman is none other than the illustrious chairman of Dongfa Construction Company in Jiangbei City, Li Dong. And this is his wife, Li Mimi. Over here is our classmate, the manager of the company where Zhao Feiyu used to work, Shiri Design Company, Limited, Zheng Jiakai. And this lady is Zheng Jiakai's current wife, who also happens to be Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife, Ms. Li Shanshan. Today, they just happened to be dining next door. Since I have business dealings with Chairman Li, I invited him over for a drink. His family insisted on coming to see Zhao Feiyu, so I couldn't refuse their warm invitation. With a mischievous grin, Gao Chang stepped closer to Zhao Feiyu. Feiyu, they're all acquaintances. Why not say hello? If looks could kill, Gao Chang would have perished 100 times over. It was evident that Gao Chang had summoned them to humiliate him. Zhao Feiyu realized that Gao Chang was in the building materials business, while his former brother-in-law was in contracting. They appeared to have some business connections, which explained their familiarity. At that moment, Li Dong sauntered over with a mocking expression. What a coincidence. Where has my former brother-in-law been working lately? Chairman Li, your words are rather embarrassing for our Feiyu, aren't they? Gao Chang quickly chimed in. Since Feiyu has become single, he hasn't held any proper job. He came to this gathering to show off, even borrowing someone else's Porsche. I'm just worried he might scratch it when he leaves. You all misunderstand. At that moment, Li Shanshan approached with a sinister grin. You all have misjudged Zhao Feiyu. This car isn't borrowed. Upon hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed in curiosity. Could it be that this car truly belonged to Zhao Feiyu? Just then, Li Shanshan burst into laughter, declaring, this vehicle was purchased for him by a wealthy benefactor. Gao Chang had just introduced me as Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife. Recently, we did indeed divorce. I assumed that after our separation, he would strive to improve himself and earn a living. But who would have thought he would seek out a rich patron and end up being supported by her? This car was a gift from her. At this revelation, Zhao Feiyu slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. How dare you speak of me like that? He struck Li Shanshan across the face. You think your infidelity with Zheng Jiakai makes you virtuous? You dare hit me? How dare you? Li Shanshan exclaimed, covering her cheek. Her fury igniting as she turned to Zheng Jiakai. Zheng Jiakai, are you going to let him get away with this? In front of the assembled crowd, Zheng Jiakai charged at Zhao Feiyu, throwing a punch. You dare to assault my wife? Zhao Feiyu, covering his face, slowly stood up. Are you all here just to witness my humiliation? He sneered, retreating slightly while coldly surveying the assembly. At that moment, Gao Chang interjected sharply, Zhao Feiyu, You have gone too far. Manager Zhang is my guest. How could you resort to violence? Li Dong cast a casual glance at Gao Chang. Gao, your classmate has struck my family. You must provide an explanation, otherwise, I may have to withdraw from our current business discussions. He continued, as you know, I'm currently contracted with Jiaxing Real Estate Group. Not only are the present construction materials at stake, but future dealings might also be jeopardized. Upon hearing this, Gao Chang's expression shifted dramatically. He grasped Zhao Feiyu, attempting to pull him away. Zhao Feiyu, I invited you here out of respect, yet you dare to ruin my plans. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu, intrigued by their conversation, asked skeptically, Jiaxing Real Estate Group? Indeed. Li Dong replied proudly. My company has secured a connection with Jiaxing Real Estate Group, the largest property company in Jiangbei City, responsible for over 80% of the residential areas built. Their commercial buildings and central streets are also part of their portfolio. Even last year's official relocation plan for the high-tech zone was executed by Jiaxing Group. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Securing a partnership with Jiaxing Group held immense promise for the future. Congratulations, Chairman Li. You must continue to support us. As the crowd raised their glasses in a toast to Li Dong, Li Shanshan and the others stood proudly behind him, basking in the recognition. However, Zhao Feiyu suddenly erupted in laughter. Jiaxing Group? What a splendid connection. I never anticipated you would stoop to helping them. But, the next moment, Zhao Feiyu shouted. Today, since you have so brazenly insulted me, do not expect my mercy. Li Dong, I once believed you were a man of vision. But it seems you are just as pragmatic as the rest, joining them in their attempts to belittle me. Since you have shown no compassion, do not be surprised when I show none in return. Jiaxing Group, you say? Today, I shall ensure you lose that connection. With that, Zhao Feiyu took out his phone and dialed. Observing Zhao Feiyu's demeanor, the crowd assumed he had been provoked into a frenzy. No one intervened, except for Song Manli, who stood up and attempted to take Zhao Feiyu away. She understood that the crowd was united against him, and if this continued, it would only bring him harm. Seeing Song Manli, Li Shanshan recalled the incident at the Cloud restaurant and stepped forward, saying, You are his first love, aren't you? Did you not hear what I just said? Zhao Feiyu, the king of soft rice, is now being supported by someone wealthy. Why are you still clinging to him? What business is it of yours? Song Manli retorted fiercely. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu had connected the call. Zhang Baiyu, I heard there are business dealings with Dongfa Construction. Dongfa Construction? I have some recollection. What is the matter? Immediately cancel all business relations with Dongfa Construction. Am I authorized to do this? Of course, it's a trivial matter. Just say the word, and not only Dongfa, but even larger contractors can be dismissed without a second thought. We have plenty of contractors who cooperate with Jiaxing. Very well. Proceed with the cancellation. Understood. By the way, where are you? Is something wrong? Zhang Baiyu immediately sensed something amiss in Zhao Feiyu's tone. Should I come over? If it's convenient, please come to Chuyang International. Chuyang International? I'm right here. Which floor are you on? Zhao Feiyu relayed the room number before hanging up. Li Dong burst into laughter. Zhao Feiyu, I must admit, you possess some insight. However, do you know who Zhang Baiyu is? With just a phone call, you can summon him, and with another call, you can terminate our collaboration. Do you realize that Zhang Baiyu is the executive president of Jiaxing Group? He is the son of the chairman of Jiaxing Group. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Jiaxing Group? I wonder where you found such an actor willing to play along with you in this farce. Upon hearing this, Gao Chang suddenly grasped the situation. Considering the earlier mention of a Porsche, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Zhao Feiyu, one must admit. You truly went to great lengths to impress at the class reunion. But what good does that do? Lies are destined to be unveiled. You even summoned Zhang Baiyu. Why not say you called Zhang Jiaxing instead? At that moment, Li Dong interrupted Gao Chang. The resolution of this collaboration hinges on how you handle the situation today. Zhao Feiyu was once part of the family. Do you understand the importance of discretion? Rest assured, Chairman Li. Gao Chang patted his chest, signaling a few individuals to expel Zhao Feiyu. Just then, a stern voice echoed from the doorway. Let me see who dares to touch my brother. Chapter 15. Complete exclusion. As he turned to look, he saw Zhang Baiyu entering with a group of people through the doorway. Mr. Zhang? Upon seeing Zhang Baiyu, Li Dong's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had only glimpsed Zhang Baiyu's visage through television screens and photographs, having never encountered her in person. The collaboration with Jiaxing Real Estate was managed by the leaders of their project department, rather than himself. Li Dong had never anticipated that Zhao Feiyu would actually summon Zhang Baiyu. The esteemed reputation of Jiaxing Real Estate was known to all, with many among them residing in properties developed by the company. Release him. Zhang Baiyu disregarded Li Dong entirely and approached Zhao Feiyu directly. casting a stern gaze at the two classmates who were restraining him. The classmates exchanged glances, seemingly seeking Gao Chang's approval. However, Zhang Baiyu's eyes turned icy as she stepped forward and delivered two resounding slaps. The sharp sound left both classmates stunned. Zhao Feiyu shook off his hands and cast a cold glance at Gao Chang. "What is happening?" Zhang Baiyu quickly inquired, her expression softening as she looked at Zhao Feiyu. Had it not been for Zhao Feiyu's assistance in the recent turmoil, Jiaxing Real Estate might have faced a significant crisis. Zhang Baiyu felt profound gratitude for Zhao Feiyu's unwavering support, and now that he was in trouble, she was determined to lend her aid. "Huh?" Zhao Feiyu scoffed, taking a seat and surveying the surroundings with a look of disappointment. "Is this how you treat a classmate? You're putting on a show at my expense?" He then turned his gaze to Li Dong. "Dongfa Construction Company, is it truly formidable?" He then looked back at Zhang Baiyu. "I've heard you have business dealings with them. Let us consider this resolved." "Certainly." Zhang Baiyu nodded and promptly instructed her subordinates. "Investigate the business transactions between Dongfa Construction and our group." Moments later, her subordinate returned with a phone in hand. "President, a portion of the recent project at the Times Square in the southern suburbs is being handled by Dongfa Construction." Zhang Baiyu nodded and decisively declared, "Terminate all business relations with this so-called Dongfa Construction." "Understood." Yet, as soon as her words fell, Li Mimi interjected sharply, "By what right do you decide to cease cooperation?" "Silence." Li Dong pulled Li Mimi aside, signaling her to be quiet. "Why are you holding me back?" Li Mimi retorted, breaking free from Li Dong's grasp. "Are you really going to end our collaboration over a worthless individual? Do you realize how much loss this will incur for Jiaxing Group? Is it worth it for a useless person?" Zhang Baiyu's expression darkened at the derogatory term used for Zhao Feiyu. Ignoring Li Mimi, she focused on Zhao Feiyu. With just a word from him, she could have this group sunk without a trace. Yet Zhao Feiyu replied calmly, "I trust you have investigated my background. These individuals are my former family, and I harbor no feelings for them. However, I do not mind seeing Dongfa Construction completely vanish from Jiangbei." "Understood." Zhang Baiyu nodded and instructed her subordinates. "Convey to everyone within Jiangbei City that anyone who dares to collaborate with Dongfa Construction is opposing us. Jiaxing Group will show no mercy." "Yes, you think you're someone special?" Li Mimi scoffed. "Do you know how much my husband earns in a year? You can't just end our partnership at will." "Shut your mouth." Li Dong, his nerves frayed, struck Li Mimi with a slap, silencing her. "And what about this Jiangxing Building Materials Company?" Zhao Feiyu turned his gaze to Gao Chang. Gao Chang shivered, a look of despair on his face as he stared at Zhao Feiyu. Zhang Baiyu nodded and continued. "Did you hear what my brother said?" "Understood." To Jiaxing Group, individuals like Gao Chang were akin to ants. With just a word, they could be rendered without a foothold in Jiangbei City. "Let us go." Zhao Feiyu, filled with disappointment, stood up and led Song Manli out. From this moment on, these individuals would sever all ties with Zhao Feiyu, never to intersect again. Once Zhao Feiyu and his party departed, Gao Chang hurriedly approached Li Dong, his face a mask of anguish. "Chairman Li, you can't be serious about what Zhao Feiyu said, can you? My company was just established. If this falls through, what will I do?" "Cut it out. What are you afraid of?" Li Mimi sneered. "Do you really think Jiaxing Group would sever ties over Zhao Feiyu? This is a deal worth millions. Can one worthless individual really be worth that much?" "True." Gao Chang nodded, deep in thought. Smack. At that moment, Li Dong raised his hand and delivered another slap. "What do you know? In Jiaxing Group's eyes, we are but ants. With a mere word, we could be ruined. Do you understand?" Ding. Just as he finished speaking, Li Dong's phone rang. "Hello? You irresponsible fool, what have you done?" The voice on the other end roared in fury. "Why did Jiaxing Group cancel our cooperation?" I. Li Dong stammered, aware that he lacked the standing to secure contracts with Jiaxing Group independently. He had only mustered the courage to negotiate this project by collaborating with a few other contractors. But now, due to this incident, everything had crumbled. "Li Mimi, what nonsense were you spouting earlier?" Li Dong struggled to his feet, kicking Li Mimi away in frustration. "It's all over. It's all over." Ding. At that moment, Gao Chang's phone rang as well. The unexpected call caused him to tremble, nearly dropping the device. As he answered, a furious voice erupted from the other end. "Gao Chang, you fool. What have you done? Why are all the suppliers refusing to do business with us? They claim it's a directive from Jiaxing Group to completely exclude us." Although Gao Chang was the general manager, he was still beholden to several investors. Just moments ago, these investors had received calls from suppliers canceling all dealings with Jiaxing Company. It was clear Jiaxing Company was doomed. Indeed, Zhao Feiyu's words were true. Gao Chang felt utterly defeated, slumping to the ground like a puddle of mud, mirroring Li Dong's despair. In the next moment, Li Dong lunged at Gao Chong, raising his fist to strike. What the hell did you bring me into this for? I was having a perfectly fine meal. Why did you drag me into your mess? The two began to grapple, leaving Li Shanshan, Zheng Jiakai, and others utterly astonished. When had Zhao Feiyu become entangled with Jiaxing Group? It had only been a few days since their divorce. Why does it feel as though Zhao Feiyu is so unfamiliar to them? At that moment, Zheng Jiakai suddenly burst into laughter, remarking that he is merely a figure who relies on the influence of our boss to summon Zhang Baiyu. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for him to achieve such a feat alone. As far as I know, Zhang Baiyu seems to have an interest in our boss, which explains their connection. So it was indeed the case. Li Shanshan, standing nearby, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, feeling considerably relieved. Yet this time, the greatest losses were suffered by Li Dong and Gao Chong. Chapter 16. Investing in Times Square. As Zhao Feiyu departed from the hotel, he exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Brother, do they not know your true identity? Zhang Baiyu inquired, his expression one of confusion. Logically, Zhao Feiyu could easily invest 500 million with a casual flick of his wrist. With such stature and wealth, should these people not be fawning over him? Why then did they regard him with disdain and even attempt to confront him? My family forbids me from being ostentatious, leading them to perceive me as a soft target, someone they can easily manipulate, Zhao Feiyu retorted with a cold smile, fabricating an excuse. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyu shook his head, exclaiming, "These individuals are truly blind to greatness, especially your ex-wife." I scarcely know what to say. After Zhao Feiyu effortlessly produced 500 million for investment, Zhang Baiyu promptly initiated an investigation into Zhao Feiyu's identity, including the recent divorce incident. However, the findings indicated that Zhao Feiyu was an orphan. It seemed evident that he had deliberately concealed his family background. Realizing this, Zhang Baiyu became convinced that Zhao Feiyu hailed from a prominent family, his lineage profound and inscrutable. By the way, I heard you were formerly with Sunrise Design Company. Our Jiaxing has business dealings with Sunrise, and I know your boss Zhang Yifei. Would you like me to put in a good word for you? Outside the hotel, while waiting for their vehicle, Zhang Baiyu suggested to Zhao Feiyu. Alternatively, why not come to Jiaxing directly? I could offer you a position as general manager. Surprised by this revelation, Song Manli regarded Zhao Feiyu with newfound awe. She had not anticipated that he possessed such influential connections. Zhao Feiyu chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Perhaps not. Things are quite agreeable as they are now. I can eat whatever I desire and wake up at my leisure. At that moment, the doorman arrived with the vehicle, and Zhao Feiyu took the keys, preparing to escort Song Manli away. Oh, I just remembered something, Zhang Baiyu interjected. Our group has a venture capital opportunity. Would you be interested in investing? It's an official project at Times Square in the southern city, absolutely reliable. If you have liquid assets, you could invest 10 billion or even a bit more. Once completed, the returns will at least double. Is that so? Zhao Feiyu's eyes lit up at this information. Beside him, Song Manli was utterly astonished. If not for the fact that it was Zhang Baiyu from Jiaxing Group speaking, she would have thought two lunatics were engaged in nonsensical chatter. 10 billion? When had Zhao Feiyu ascended to such heights? Was this truly the same Zhao Feiyu who had just endured ridicule from his classmates? Given that this is an official project, the investment is virtually risk-free. Why did you suddenly think of me? Zhao Feiyu queried. After all, it was your previous act of kindness that helped me through a tough time. Consider this a repayment, and I could use a small favor as well. Currently, my funds are limited, and the old-timers in the group are reluctant to invest, hoping to put us in a difficult position. So this is my way of repaying you while seeking a bit of assistance. Zhao Feiyu understood at once. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "How much do we still need?" Zhang Baiyu's expression brightened immediately, recognizing Zhao Feiyu's willingness to invest. Approximately this amount. Zhang Baiyu held up 3 fingers. Zhao Feiyu was taken aback. 30 billion was no insignificant sum. Let me consider it, and I will give you a response by tomorrow morning. Excellent. Zhang Baiyu beamed, nodding eagerly. It seemed Zhao Feiyu was inclined to invest the full 30 billion. Consequently, Zhang Baiyu would not need to seek assistance from others, begging and pleading, nearly on his knees. If Zhao Feiyu were to commit, this project would empower Zhang Baiyu to contend with the older members of the group. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli departed in the vehicle from Chaoyang Hotel. Inside the car, Song Manli fixated her gaze on Zhao Feiyu, as if he were a complete stranger. Zhao Feiyu chuckled. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Are you still the Zhao Feiyu I once knew? Song Manli tilted her head, perplexed. I am beginning to seriously doubt that the Zhao Feiyu I knew has perished and that the current Zhao Feiyu is possessed by another spirit. How can you so nonchalantly discuss business deals worth billions? Is this for real? Zhao Feiyu laughed. What do you think? Song Manli shook her head. It feels too surreal. If you were truly this affluent, why did Li Shanshan still divorce you? With a deep sigh, Zhao Feiyu replied, I initially wished to interact with you as an ordinary person, seeking genuine affection, but I did not anticipate such realism from others. No more pretense. I am a billionaire. Song Manli stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Zhao Feiyu glanced at her, momentarily captivated. In that instant, they seemed to return to their high school days. During their high school years, Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli excelled academically, epitomizing the ideal couple, their romance publicly acknowledged, even by their teachers, who feared that a breakup might affect their grades. In such an environment, they resolved to attend the same university. However, reality proved harsh. Song Manli's family had meticulously paved a different path for her, compelling her to enroll in another institution, resulting in their eventual separation due to distance. Suddenly, Zhao Feiyu recalled, Didn't you major in finance? How did you end up working at a cosmetics company? During their last encounter, he had sensed something amiss and felt compelled to inquire. In an instant, Song Manli's demeanor darkened. Observing this, Zhao Feiyu understood that she had undoubtedly encountered numerous untold hardships. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Zhang Yifei calling, a flicker of anxiety crossed Zhao Feiyu's face. Hello? Has the class reunion concluded? Zhang Yifei's concerned voice resonated through the line. Just finished. I'm preparing to take my classmates home. Zhao Feiyu replied. Female classmates, I presume? The car fell into an eerie silence. Even in speaker mode, Song Manli could overhear. Is there still a first love lingering in the background? For some reason, Zhao Feiyu detected a tinge of bitterness in Zhang Yifei's tone. With an awkward chuckle, Zhao Feiyu said nothing in response. Return early, and don't drink and drive. Yes. Understood. Chapter 17. The past of Song Manli. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu observed that Song Manli's face had become devoid of any expression. He could not discern whether it was due to the content of the call or the nature of his earlier inquiry. By the way, you haven't told me yet. You studied finance. How could you? Pull over. Song Manli's tone bore a hint of irritation, leaving no room for refusal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu promptly stopped the car. Song Manli opened the door and exited. He hurried after her, asking, What's wrong? Are you upset? That was my boss. You don't need to explain anything to me. Song Manli replied with a bittersweet smile. I'm just tired and want to be alone. You can go. It's not far from here to my home. I can walk back. But there are no buts. Just go back. Zhao Feiyu pouted but ultimately refrained from pressing further. Watching Song Manli's forlorn figure as she departed, he returned to the car and immediately pulled out his phone. Can you help me look into something? What is it? Came Zhang Baiyu's voice on the line. Please investigate Song Manli from the class of 2017, Finance Department, Tianhai University, and her family background. Sure, no problem. After ending the call, Zhao Feiyu leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The events of the evening had imparted significant insights to him. Mere wealth is futile. Alongside affluence, one must possess power. Wealth cannot engender authority. Only authority can generate wealth. No matter how wealthy one may be, like Shen Wansan, he still cannot contend with Zhu Chongba. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and it seemed a plan began to form in his mind. Dingling. Within 10 minutes. Zhang Baiyu called back. I've gathered all the information. Song Manli had to drop out during her junior year due to family troubles. Her grandfather was the former leader of Yunduan City, and her father was engaged in overseas trade. Upon returning, her father focused on Yunduan City. However, that year, a problem arose with one of his company's products, resulting in fatalities. Her grandfather fell from grace due to this incident and was subjected to scrutiny. It was later revealed that a rival company had framed her father. Although the truth emerged, no one trusted her father's company thereafter, leading to a severe decline in business. Additionally, her grandfather, suspected of giving her father a free pass, was completely disgraced. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's phone slipped from his grasp, and he muttered in disbelief. How could this be? This is impossible. That was the year we broke up during her junior year. Wasn't it? Hello? Hello? Zhao Feiyu jolted awake, quickly asking, how come there has been no news about this in the outside world? Due to her grandfather's position as the leader of Yunduan City, the repercussions were too severe, leading the authorities to suppress the information, which is why the media didn't cover it. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu finally understood the expression Song Manli had worn when he pressed her earlier. It turned out that during those years, she had endured such a harrowing ordeal. Bang! Zhao Feiyu pounded his fist against the steering wheel. Why? Why didn't she tell me back then? If she had, I would have faced it with her. A silence enveloped the call. Zhang Baiyu listened to Zhao Feiyu's choked voice without uttering a word. After a moment, Zhao Feiyu took a deep breath and raised his head. Baiyu, send me the account details. I'll invest that 3 billion. All right. Zhang Baiyu, well aware of Zhao Feiyu's troubled thoughts, did not show any surprise, instead responding calmly. Rest assured, the returns on this investment will far exceed your expectations. By the way, this Song Monli is the girl you were with today, right? Yes. Zhao Feiyu replied weakly before hanging up. Once the call ended, Zhang Baiyu immediately instructed those around him. Find out where Song Monli is working and ensure she receives special treatment. Understood. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu was engulfed in memories of past events. Regret, guilt, and a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming desire to drown his sorrows. Spotting a neon-lit bar by the roadside, he sorrowfully walked inside. Inside the bar, the glaring lights and deafening DJ music transported Zhao Feiyu into a dreamlike state. Just then, the DJ on stage shouted, "Congratulations to Mr. Gao and Mr. Li at Table 18 for winning 3 sets of the Supreme Dragon package worth 188,888. As the words rang out, all the lights in the nightclub converged on Table 18. The Atmosphere team, consisting of alluring young women, erupted in cheers, and colorful confetti filled the air. A group of sexy waitresses dressed as football cheerleaders approached, brandishing light signs and flaunting them to the crowd. This spectacle instantly captivated Zhao Feiyu. As he looked closer, his eyes widened in disbelief. Gao Chong? Li Dong? He was astonished to see them here, having just exited the hotel. However, flanking them was a haughty, bespectacled middle-aged man with a slightly balding head. The demeanor of Gao Chong and Li Dong toward this man was notably subservient and ingratiating. In a moment of realization, Zhao Feiyu understood that Zhang Baiyu had blacklisted their companies, and they were likely seeking a remedy. After a brief contemplation, he snapped his fingers, summoning a waitress. "Sir, how may I assist you? How much is that Supreme Dragon package?" "Our top-tier Supreme Dragon package, the black gold version, costs 188,888. "Great. I'll take 3 sets. "What?" The waitress's eyes widened in shock. "Sir, are you sure? 3 sets? "I'm quite certain. You heard me correctly. Bring me 3 sets. Zhao Feiyu calmly stated, glancing at Gao Chong before adding, "What? Are you afraid I can't afford it?" Seeing the waitress still hesitating, he frowned. "And no, that is not it. I'll prepare it right away." The waitress hurried off, aware that she had never encountered anyone who could avoid paying their bill in this establishment, given the formidable person behind their operation. "Wait," Zhao Feiyu called after her. "I'm too lonely. Bring me someone to drink with." Of course, Zhao Feiyu was not foolish. Spending this money on himself felt unworthy. Only when spent on women could it yield returns. Chapter 18. Drinking to excess at the bar before long. The lights in the bar shifted dramatically, illuminating Zhao Feiyu. As the DJ announced with fervor, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Congratulations to Mr. Zhao at Booth 8 for acquiring 3 sets of the prestigious Supreme Dragon suit, valued at 188,888. In the next moment, a tantalizing cheerleader, clad in a revealing uniform, brandished a glowing sign, waving it enthusiastically at everyone around. This spectacle instantly captured the attention of Gao Chong and his companions across the room. Zhao Feiyu? Upon realizing it was Zhao Feiyu who had ordered the 3 sets of the dragon suit, their eyes widened in disbelief. The events of earlier ignited a fury within Gao Chong and Li Dong. Their gazes locked, and Zhao Feiyu's lips curled into a subtle, provocative smile. "Manager Li, it's this brat," Li Dong exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Feiyu. "He summoned Zhang Baiyu, claiming he would blacklist us." "Indeed, it's him," Gao Chong concurred. The middle-aged man beside them smiled slightly, remarking, "He seems merely to have had a fleeting encounter with our president. I have never seen him at Jiaxing Group." The president's words were merely a courtesy. "However, the Times Square project is still under my jurisdiction, isn't it?" "Absolutely. Manager Li is right." Upon hearing this, Li Dong felt a glimmer of hope. "Then I must leave this matter in your capable hands, Manager Li. It's a simple task, but this fellow is rather audacious. Ordering 3 dragon suits. We cannot let him overshadow us. There's an unspoken rule in the bar called the drinking duel. You cannot let the humiliation you've suffered go unpunished." This left Gao Chong visibly distressed. He had already ordered 3 dragon suits to appease Manager Li. Each set cost 188,000, totaling around 500,000 to 600,000. "Why are you standing there idly? Hurry and order more." Li Dong urged, keenly observing the situation. But that's already 500,000 to 600,000. Gao Chang replied, looking troubled. If we secure the Times Square project, that amount is mere pocket change. Besides, this incident was instigated by you. If you don't pay, who will? Well, fine. Gao Chang gritted his teeth and ordered another 3 sets of the Supreme Dragon suit. Congratulations to Mr. Gao and Mr. Li at booth 18 for acquiring 3 sets of the Supreme Dragon suit, each valued at 188,888. The vibrant atmosphere surrounding Zhao Feiyu had yet to dissipate. As the spotlight shifted back to him, woohoo! The bar erupted with excitement, reaching a fever pitch. Supreme Dragon. Supreme Dragon. Booth 18 is magnificent. Booth 18 is magnificent. Go. Booth 8. Go, Booth 8. The atmosphere team of the bar quickly stirred the crowd into a frenzy. The scene was exhilarating, and Gao Chang, who had initially felt reluctant, now believed it was worth every penny. He couldn't resist gleefully gesturing a middle finger at Zhao Feiyu, as if to say, if you dare, order 3 more. However, to Gao Chang's astonishment, Zhao Feiyu calmly instructed the server, and in an instant, the announcement echoed, congratulations to Mr. Zhao at booth 8 for acquiring 3 more sets of the Supreme Dragon suit in one fell swoop. Zhao Feiyu had spent $1 million. The pressure immediately shifted to Gao Chang and his companions. Order again. The project manager from Jiaxing Group shouted, equally exhilarated. Upon hearing this, Gao Chang's face turned pale as a ghost. His financial reserves were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the other classmates who had entered with them began to whisper among themselves. My goodness, Zhao Feiyu is incredible. He just ordered 6 sets of the Supreme Dragon suit. Surely that's over $1 million. I never imagined Zhao Feiyu could be so wealthy. I can't fathom why his wife would leave him. Our class leader has truly encountered a formidable opponent. Was this truly the same Zhao Feiyu who had been ridiculed at the dinner table for his supposed poverty? Could it be that the Porsche he drove was genuinely his own? It seemed plausible. Who could forge connections with Jiaxing Group if not someone extraordinary? Clearly, we had underestimated Zhao Feiyu. This fellow had been feigning humility all along, remarkably low-key. Order again. The project manager bellowed. Li Dong urgently gestured to Gao Chang. Yet this time, Gao Chang shook his head, visibly distressed. I'm out of money. With no other choice, Li Dong had to dip into his own funds. After a back-and-forth exchange, the night culminated in Zhao Feiyu ordering a staggering 18 sets of the Supreme Dragon suit. Even Li Dong could no longer bear the expense. Coupled with Gao Chang's 6 sets, Li Dong opted for 8 sets of the dragon suit, bringing the total expenditure to over $2.5 million. He began to suspect that the project manager might be a con artist. Meanwhile, Manager Li was thoroughly intoxicated, indulging in the company of beautiful women. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu had become the most dazzling figure in the bar. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Feiyu began to feel a bit lightheaded and decided it was time to leave. Upon approaching the front desk to settle the bill, he was surprised to see Li Dong and the others stumbling out as well. Seeing Zhao Feiyu there, Gao Chang scoffed. Zhao Feiyu, you think you can blacklist us in Zhongbei City? That's impossible, isn't it? Look at him. He pointed at the balding Manager Li, who was being supported by 2 beautiful women. He asked the project manager for Jiaxing Group, South Times Square project. With him around, this project is still ours. Is that so? Zhao Feiyu replied with a narrowed gaze and a cold smile. For today's events, having ordered 14 sets of the Supreme Dragon suit, I suppose I've paid my dues. I wonder if you are deliberately trying to compete with me or simply trying to curry favor with him. Could he possibly be a scammer? At those words, Li Dong, struggling to suppress his dizziness, leaned against the wall and retorted, Zhao Feiyu, I will remember this incident. This matter is not over. Just you wait. With that, he forcefully pushed past Zhao Feiyu and shouted at the front desk, check out. Hello, sir. Booth 18, correct? Your total expenditure is 2,520,000. Only 2,520,000? Is that all? Li Dong swayed as he pulled out his bank card and slammed it on the counter. But in the next moment, he abruptly jolted awake. What? How much did you say? Sir, the total is 2,520,000. You ordered 14 sets of the Supreme Dragon suit. We have waived the cost of other drinks. In that instant, Li Dong's intoxication diminished significantly. Gao Chang, pay up. Li Dong glared at the bank card on the counter and quickly turned to Gao Chang for funds. With no choice, Gao Chang reluctantly pulled out his own bank card and handed it over. After all, it was he who had instigated this ruckus today. Chapter 19. The Supreme Dragon Suit Apologies. Sir, but this card only has 1,200,000, and your card has been frozen. Li Dong initially swiped Gao Chang's bank card. However, When it came to his own card, he was informed that it was frozen. This is impossible. I just received a project loan from the bank. There should be over 30 million in it. Li Dong quickly explained. Sir, this card is indeed frozen. Perhaps you should contact the bank? Li Dong's composure began to waver. He hurriedly took out his phone and dialed. Hello? Manager Guan, what's going on with my card? Why is it frozen? Mr. Li, the Jiaxing Group issued a directive just hours ago to blacklist you, so the bank's upper management decided to cancel your special loan funds. What are you doing? You can't just take back the money that's already been lent. I've already mobilized resources for the Times Square project, and the project manager is right here with me. You need to resolve this immediately. This matter requires confirmation. Perhaps I can discuss it with senior management tomorrow? No. It must be resolved now. I need that money. I'm afraid we've already closed for the day, and I can't assist you right now. Please come by tomorrow morning, and I will help you. Frustrated, Li Dong threw his phone to the ground. He then turned to Gao Chong and said, You'll have to cover today's expenses. My bank card is frozen. I'll pay you back tomorrow once I resolve this. Gao Chong's face fell. Brother Dong, I've already given you my card. That 1,200,000 is all I have left. Stop with the excuses. You know me well enough. Hurry up. It's just over 2 million. Securing the Times Square project is a small matter, but I truly have nothing left. Just then, Zhao Feiyu burst into laughter. No money. Yet you still act like a big shot? You think you can bribe the project manager? Look, he has already vanished. Li Dong and Gao Chong turned to see that Manager Li had indeed disappeared without a trace. How much do I owe? Zhao Feiyu asked nonchalantly. Sir, your total bill is 3,400,000. We have automatically upgraded you to a black gold membership. After discounts, the total comes to 3,200,000. Additionally, we have stored your unfinished Supreme Dragon for your next visit. Zhao Feiyu nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to pay, much to the shock of Li Dong and Gao Chong, who were left pale with disbelief. Who would have imagined that Zhao Feiyu possessed such wealth? As the transaction completed, a system notification echoed in Zhao Feiyu's mind. Transaction successful, tenfold cashback of 320,000. With a satisfied smile, Zhao Feiyu addressed the others, your bill. The cashier urged Gao Chong and the others again. Call for money, what are you standing around for? If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't be in this predicament. You must cover this bill. Li Dong shifted all the blame onto Gao Chong. If you refuse to pay, you can forget about following me for the Times Square project. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong could only helplessly look at the others. Classmates, what do you think we should do? However, before he could finish, their former high school classmates began to make excuses to leave. Class monitor. You know I only earn 3,000 a month. Me too. I claim to be a company executive, but I'm actually just a security guard. Oh, I just remembered my grandmother's wedding is tomorrow. I must leave. My wife is about to give birth. I have to go. My wife is also in labor. Let us leave together. Li Wei, you're still single, aren't you? Watching his once admiring classmates abandon him, Gao Chong felt the sting of betrayal and the coldness of human nature. In desperation, he called his wife, but their savings amounted to only about 900,000, which was insufficient to cover the bill. Do you have the ability to order Supreme Dragon but lack the funds to settle the bill? At that moment, nightclub security surrounded the two. Faced with these intimidating figures, Li Dong and Gao Chong turned ashen. Brother Dong, we're just over 30,000 short. You need to think of a way out. Gao Chong pleaded. I don't care. If you hadn't dragged me into this private room, I wouldn't be in this mess. You will pay, one way or another. With that, Li Dong bowed to the surrounding security and said, everyone. P.S. the one treating today, I have nothing to do with this. I'm leaving. Without a backward glance, Li Dong strode away, leaving Gao Chong bewildered. Failed to steal a chicken and lost the rice. Zhao Feiyu remarked. Gao Chong, you instigated all of this. It's time to face the consequences. With that, Zhao Feiyu also turned to leave. The next morning, Zhao Feiyu awoke in a hotel room, his head pounding. After shaking off the fog, he glanced at the time. It was already past 10. He noticed a missed call from Zhang Baiyu. Then he remembered that he had yet to transfer the 30 billion he promised to invest. Zhang Baiyu's account information had been sent the previous night. Zhao Feiyu quickly pulled out his phone to make the transfer. Once the transfer was successful, Zhang Baiyu called almost immediately. Feiyu, are you awake? Did you think I forgot to transfer the funds? Not at all. I just wanted to ask about something I took the liberty to decide on. Do you think it's necessary? What is it? Zhao Feiyu asked eagerly. I know she's your first love, and when you asked us to investigate her yesterday, we discovered that your first love, Song Monli, excelled academically for 3 consecutive years in university. Unfortunately, Due to family circumstances, she had to drop out. It's such a pity, otherwise, she would have undoubtedly become an outstanding finance PhD and could have been recruited by international firms, earning millions annually. I discussed this with Tianhai University and arranged for her to retake her studies and complete her education. I have the re-enrollment notification ready. Should I send it to you now? Zhao Feiyu sat up abruptly. Is that true? Of course, it's true. I'll send it over right away. Please provide me with your address. Chapter 20. Seeking Song Manli. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu hastily sent the address to Zhang Baiyu. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Song Manli. If he could offer her some form of compensation, it would be most gratifying. With this thought in mind, he quickly freshened up and prepared to seek out Song Manli. Before long, Zhang Baiyu's personnel delivered the notification for the repeat examination. Zhao Feiyu pondered briefly. Song Manli should be at work now. Otherwise, he would have gone directly to surprise her. With this in mind, he promptly drove to the beauty cosmetics company, where Song Manli was employed. Upon arriving, he was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the place where Li Shanshan worked? How is it that Song Manli and Li Shanshan were both employed here? With this thought lingering, Zhao Feiyu parked his car and proceeded upstairs. The beauty cosmetics company's office was situated within a comprehensive office building, which housed several companies across its multiple floors. Following the directory in the lobby, Zhao Feiyu made his way to the 13th floor, where beauty cosmetics was located in Building B, occupying over 1,000 square meters. As he approached the entrance, he overheard a cacophony of voices engaged in a heated argument. Supervisor, I spent 3 days crafting this promotional plan. It is flawless. A voice filled with palpable distress emerged from within, sounding as if it might burst into tears at any moment. What is this nonsense you've produced? Do you think this is presentable to the client? A sharp, middle-aged woman's voice rang out. If it weren't for Shanshan's timely intervention today, this $50,000 order would have been ruined by you. Do you even earn enough in a month to cover that? Forget about this order. Let Shanshan handle the follow-up. I will deduct half of your performance bonus for the next 6 months. Either do your job or get out. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu pushed the door open and politely knocked. May I ask if Song Manli is here? Instantly, all eyes turned to the distressed girl in the room. It was then that Zhao Feiyu realized the person being reprimanded was, indeed, Song Manli. Zhao Feiyu? At that instant, someone in the office seemed to recognize him. Zhao Feiyu was well known among the staff, having often brought meals for Li Shanshan. Back to see Sister Shanshan, are you? But I heard you two have divorced. Are you here on a reconciliation mission? Honestly, a real man should be more magnanimous. Just lower your head and admit your mistakes, and this will all be forgotten. Everyone in the office assumed Zhao Feiyu had come to find Li Shanshan. Meanwhile, Li Shanshan entered the office with the supervisor, oblivious to Zhao Feiyu's presence. Zhao Feiyu smiled slightly and approached the tearful Song Manli. What's wrong? He inquired as he walked directly towards her. The others were momentarily stunned. This wasn't part of the script. Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli you still don't know, do you? Li Shanshan was the one who cheated first, which led to their divorce. Realizing Zhao Feiyu's intentions, the office staff speculated on his motives. I've heard she is involved with the general manager of Rising Sun Design Company, which is owned by our boss's husband. Nothing's wrong. What are you doing here? Song Manli took a deep breath, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I have a gift for you, Zhao Feiyu said as he reached for the notification for the repeat examination. At that moment, Li Shanshan suddenly emerged from the office. Upon seeing Zhao Feiyu, panic washed over her. If he were to expose her infidelity in front of everyone, it would be utterly humiliating. Zhao Feiyu, what are you doing here? Li Shanshan's voice immediately drew the attention of the others, who leaned in to eavesdrop. The only solution was for Li Shanshan to quickly escort Zhao Feiyu out. What she didn't realize was that her affair had already become common knowledge in the office. I'm telling you, there's no chance for us anymore, understand? Stop pursuing me. However, to Li Shanshan's embarrassment, Zhao Feiyu paid her no mind and took hold of Song Manli's hand, preparing to leave. What are you doing? Let her go. Li Shanshan felt her pride evaporate as she reprimanded him. Song Manli, you don't want to lose your job, do you? It's working hours. Hurry back to your desk. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu recalled the earlier conversation he had overheard and the distressed expression on Song Manli's face. He immediately realized that Li Shanshan must have bullied her. Is it her? Zhao Feiyu asked, his voice darkening as he turned to Song Manli. Song Manli lowered her head in silence, her lack of response speaking volumes. Li Shanshan, what's your problem? What have you done to her? Zhao Feiyu's anger flared. What do you want? A flicker of panic crossed Li Shanshan's face. I'll call security. Why is it so noisy outside? Are you all slacking off? At that moment, An authoritative voice boomed from the office. A middle-aged woman in straight-leg trousers and high heels, with short hair, stepped out. Zhao Feiyu, what are you doing here? Haven't you and Shanshan divorced? Seeing the supervisor, Zhao Feiyu pulled Song Manli close. Why are you bullying her? Her? The short-haired woman was momentarily taken aback. What is your relationship with her? My girlfriend. Zhao Feiyu declared resolutely. Wait, my head is spinning. You and Shanshan were married, even though you're divorced. How is it that you're with Song Manli now? The supervisor was bewildered. Li Shanshan can find a man after cheating. But I can't find a girlfriend after our divorce. Zhao Feiyu countered. At this, Li Shanshan's expression soured. Who are you calling a cheater? You were the one who first got involved with this little tramp, which made me discover your infidelity, leading to our divorce. Now you're turning it around and insulting me in front of so many people? Zhao Feiyu stared at her in disbelief. Li Shanshan, after all these years of marriage, I never realized how shameless you are. The day I caught you in bed with Zheng Jiakai, you weren't even dressed. I even called your parents to witness it. And now you dare say I betrayed you first? Isn't it important to have a conscience? Hearing this, the other employees in the office couldn't help but stifle their laughter. However, before Li Shanshan could retaliate, Zhao Feiyu turned back to the supervisor. What is going on with Song Manli? She is not here to be mistreated. Seeing this unfold, the supervisor chuckled. When you were married to Li Shanshan, I never saw you defend her this way. But now, for your new girlfriend, you come to question me? Fine, ask her what is going on. Zhao Feiyu firmly grasped Song Manli's hand, a wave of powerful reassurance radiating from the contact. Chapter 21. Money over everything. Song Manli slowly raised her head, gazing at her supervisor and the flustered Li Shanshan. With a determined bite of her lip, she declared, the proposal took me 3 days and nights to create. The contents on the USB drive are certainly not what I provided to the client. The one in Li Shanshan's hand is my genuine proposal. You're talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Li Shanshan interrupted sharply. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu grasped the situation. One was his first love, the other his ex-wife. They were undoubtedly the two individuals he knew best. Given the circumstances, he could easily deduce who was in the right. Surveying his surroundings, Zhao Feiyu suggested, why not investigate the surveillance footage? If there's none, simply ask the building's administrator to see who has been entering and exiting the office lately. To jump to conclusions based on mere words, Supervisor Dai, is disheartening for your subordinates. Li Shanshan's expression shifted immediately upon hearing this, but she soon regained her composure. Zhao Feiyu. Supervisor Dai frowned, visibly displeased. Regardless of who is right or wrong, this is a company matter. Now that you and Shanshan are divorced, you are considered an outsider. This situation does not significantly concern you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu wrapped his arms around Song Manli, stating emphatically, did I not make myself clear? Song Manli is my girlfriend. If she is wronged, it directly involves me. While this may be an internal issue for your company, if you slander my girlfriend, it becomes my concern. If this had occurred outside, those who defame and steal would be apprehended, do you understand? Supervisor Dai's gaze sharpened as he regarded Song Manli. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? This matter could be resolved. I can retract the penalty on your 6-month performance salary. If you insist on pursuing this, you may risk losing your job. I am aware of your family's circumstances. This job is crucial for you. You have just joined the company. You should know how to choose wisely. Upon hearing this, Song Manli's expression faltered. She feared that Zhao Feiyu might catch a hint of what was happening. She then tugged gently at his leg, her voice laced with a pleading tone. Feiyu, let it go. It's already in the past. There's no need to pursue it further. Zhao Feiyu's expression hardened at her words. He gazed at Song Manli in disbelief. Was this still the confident and proud Song Manli he once knew? Once, she was the granddaughter of the city's leader and daughter of a business tycoon, a true princess. And now, she was bowing her head just to make a living. This realization cut Zhao Feiyu deeply. Had he not agreed to their breakup and instead faced those difficult years together, perhaps she would not be in this position now. Why not pursue it? His resolve hardened. You haven't done anything wrong. He turned his attention to Supervisor Dai. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Li Shanshan's anxiety surged at this declaration. If they investigated, she would undoubtedly be exposed. Just then, the owner of the Liren Cosmetics Company and a group of people entered. Among them was Zheng Jiakai, a shareholder of the Shiri Design Company, who had invested in this firm for his wife. He had come today for a casual inspection. What is going on here? Why is everyone gathered? A middle-aged woman, slightly overweight with curly hair and dressed in a loose floral dress, entered with an unfriendly expression. This was the owner of Liren Cosmetics, the wife of a shareholder. Beside her, her husband stood silently, intrigued by the unfolding scene. eager to witness how his wife managed her company. Supervisor Dai promptly approached and recounted the events. Zhao Feiyu refrained from embellishing the details. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiakai stepped forward. Director Zhou, this Li Shanshan is my current girlfriend. Oh, Jiakai? So you've taken a step into my wife's company. The middle-aged man referred to as Director Zhou laughed. No, it's all a coincidence. Zheng Jiakai quickly waved his hands. However, Director Zhou approached without even glancing at Zhao Feiyu and directly addressed his wife. Li Shanshan has been a long-standing employee. She would never do something like this. This must be a mistake on the part of this newcomer. Let us let it go. Indeed, the middle-aged woman nodded, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter since it had not caused significant disruption. She waved her hand and declared, all right, let us move on. Back to work. At this, Li Shanshan sighed in relief, discreetly exchanging a glance with Zheng Jiakai. Zheng Jiakai had accompanied Director Zhou to bolster Li Shanshan's confidence and familiarize them with each other for future support. He had not anticipated encountering Zhao Feiyu in such a situation. Why should this be overlooked? Zhao Feiyu was the first to voice his discontent. Clearly, my girlfriend's work has been stolen, yet you choose to protect an old employee. What message does this send to the rest of the staff? I demand an explanation. Who are you? The owner inquired with a scowl. Are you even an employee here? Supervisor Dai quickly interjected. He is Song Manli's boyfriend. This is an internal company matter and does not concern you. The owner dismissed Zhao Feiyu with a disdainful glance, uninterested in the dispute. Wait. At that moment, Director Zhou suddenly interjected. What did you just say? What is her name? Supervisor Dai, taken aback, blinked and replied, Song Manli. Upon hearing this, Director Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. He spoke with an undeniable authority. If someone is claiming injustice, then this matter must be addressed thoroughly. We need to investigate to uncover the truth. Everyone present stared at Director Zhou in disbelief. Even his wife questioned him. What is wrong with you? How is this related to you? Do you know this Song Manli? Director Zhou pulled his wife aside and whispered, at last night's dinner, President Qian asked me about a newcomer named Song Manli at your Liren Cosmetics company. He wanted me to take good care of her. I came today for that reason, not expecting this incident to unfold. President Qian? Is he the president of the Fooding Chamber of Commerce in Zhangbei City? Director Zhou's wife, who managed the company, had some understanding of the business landscape in Zhangbei City. Chapter 22. Surge in favorability. This esteemed businessman must certainly have some connection to Song Manli. What should we do now? Director Zhou pondered momentarily, then his expression turned serious. It was imperative to provide Song Manli with a satisfactory explanation, otherwise, Mr. Qian would not let this matter rest. But isn't Li Shanshan also the girlfriend of Manager Zheng from your company? Zheng Jiakai is insignificant compared to Mr. Qian. I understand now. Immediately, the two approached the crowd. The proprietress, with an air of decisiveness, instructed Supervisor Dai, Mr. Zhao is correct. If we do not thoroughly investigate this matter, it will dishearten all our employees. Bring someone in, we shall commence an inquiry. Should anyone dare to slander a colleague, do not expect me to show leniency. Li Shanshan gasped in surprise, casting a pleading glance towards Zheng Jiakai. The root of this incident could be traced back to Zhao Feiyu's recent divorce. That day, Zhao Feiyu had encountered Song Manli at the Yunwan restaurant, where he also met Zheng Jiakai and Li Shanshan. From that day forth, Li Shanshan took notice of Song Manli. To her astonishment, the very next day a newcomer arrived at their company, none other than Song Manli. Just yesterday, at a class reunion, Li Shanshan once again saw Song Manli and witnessed her leaving hand in hand with Zhao Feiyu. This series of events ignited a vengeful fury within Li Shanshan. Thus, seizing the opportunity today, she swapped Song Manli's hard-earned results. When the security personnel reviewed the surveillance footage, everyone fell silent upon seeing Li Shanshan arrive at the office before 6 o'clock that morning. The office hours began at 8. It was evident there was something amiss. Faced with undeniable evidence, Li Shanshan's complexion turned ashen, and she collapsed onto the floor. I didn't mean to. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in disbelief. Why would Li Shanshan resort to such actions? She had been a veteran employee of the company. The project was worth only a few $100,000, with a mere few thousand in bonuses. Was it truly worth it? It seemed entirely driven by Zhao Feiyu. Her desire for revenge against Song Manli stemmed from him. Upon hearing this, everyone began to understand. Director Zhou approached Song Manli with righteous indignation and chastised Li Shanshan. As a long-serving employee, you should support new staff and set an example. How dare you steal another's achievements? If this were reported to the authorities, you could face imprisonment. The proprietress then stepped forward, stating, Li Shanshan, considering your tenure, the company will not pursue this matter further. However, You must cease your unprincipled behavior. I am officially notifying you that you are terminated." Afterward, they turned to Song Monli, inquiring, "Miss Song, are you satisfied with this resolution?" Song Monli, taken aback, nodded slightly. She had not anticipated such a favorable response from the management. Even Zhao Feiyu, standing beside her, was somewhat surprised. Yet, he quickly realized the influence of Zhang Baiyu in this situation. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiakai, upon learning of his wife's termination, rushed to plead with Director Zhou. "Director, Shanshan is my girlfriend. Could we perhaps consider a probationary period for her?" Director Zhou, however, showed no leniency, coldly retorting, "If this incident had occurred within our company and involved you, I would have handled it in the same manner. Manager Zheng, it would be wise to keep your distance from such a woman. Do not let her drag you down." With that, the couple departed. Supervisor Dai cast a sympathetic glance at Li Shanshan before turning to Song Monli with a smile. "Monli, with Li Shanshan's departure, would you be willing to take over her responsibilities starting today?" This announcement sparked a wave of astonishment among the other employees. Li Shanshan, a long-standing employee and now a team leader, was being replaced by a newcomer who had only just arrived. Isn't that inappropriate? The recent events had been utterly surreal, leaving Song Monli unable to fully process what had transpired. Wait. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu halted Supervisor Dai and took Song Monli outside. Once they stepped through the door, the breeze helped clear Song Monli's mind. Was it because of you? She suddenly realized. The day's occurrences seemed utterly absurd. Both Supervisor Dai and the proprietress were unlikely to act against Li Shanshan without a compelling reason. The only explanation was Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly, offering no explanation, instead producing a notice for re-enrollment. Upon seeing the words Tianhai University emblazoned on the document, Song Monli's pupils dilated. These 4 characters represented a lifelong regret. Having been compelled to leave her studies years ago, she had bid farewell to her university life. The sight of it now stirred a torrent of memories, and tears welled in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks. "I know everything about you. When you and I parted, it was never truly about distance. Only now do I realize that the trials of distance were trivial. The upheaval in your family caused you to lose everything. I deeply regret not standing by you to face it together, leaving you to bear it alone." As he spoke, Zhao Feiyu enveloped Song Monli in his embrace. I'm sorry, Monli, it was my fault." Song Monli trembled, unable to contain herself any longer, and wept in Zhao Feiyu's arms. After a prolonged moment, they slowly parted. This day had been long awaited. "From now on, allow me to atone for my past mistakes. This re-enrollment notice is from Tianhai University. You can return and continue your studies from your junior year, ultimately graduating." Witnessing Zhao Feiyu's efforts, Song Monli smiled with gratitude. Their previous breakup had stemmed from her desire not to burden him. There was no blame to be assigned. Now, everything felt resolved. Zhao Feiyu's divorce had granted Song Monli an opportunity to return to his side. As she tremulously accepted the notice, a hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. "After so many years, can I keep up with university life again? I believe in you. You can certainly do it. The you of the past was exceptional. Once you open the textbooks, you will once again be that unbeatable warrior." Zhao Feiyu clenched his fists, cheering her on. As Song Monli slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkled like stars. A powerful aura of confidence emanated from her. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu received a series of system notifications. Song Monli favorability 5, Song Monli favorability 5, Song Monli favorability 5. In an instant, Song Monli's favorability soared to 95 points, tantalizingly close to the coveted 100. Zhao Feiyu sighed in mild regret, realizing that they still needed a slight opportunity to bridge the gap. Simultaneously, Song Monli's information appeared in Zhao Feiyu's mind. Song Monli, 25 years old, favorability, 95, attractiveness, 95, Chapter 23, Journey to Cloud City strolling through the garden below. Zhao Feiyu and Song Monli held hands. At that moment, Li Shanshan and Zheng Jiakai emerged in a disheveled state. Upon seeing the blissful couple, a vicious glint ignited in Li Shanshan's eyes. "Zhao Feiyu, just you wait. This matter between us is far from over," she shrieked, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Feiyu. "Do you think that because you got me fired, she can take my place? I assure you, it's not that simple. This will end with either your demise or mine." With that, Li Shanshan turned on her heel and left. Zheng Jiakai hurried after her, calling, "Shanshan, wait for me. Get lost, you useless fool. Didn't you say you had a great relationship with your chairman? Why was it I who got dismissed?" Li Shanshan screamed in a fit of rage. "Then why did you steal someone else's USB drive? Is it my fault?" Zhao Feiyu smirked coldly as they walked further away. As Li Shanshan had stated, this was merely the beginning. The grudge of betrayal would not be easily forgotten. Zhao Feiyu was determined to see Li Shanshan utterly disgraced. Upon returning to the office, Song Manli promptly submitted her resignation. This took Supervisor Dai by surprise. Everyone was well aware of what had transpired that day. Director Zhou had deliberately favored Song Manli. If she resigned because of this incident, Director Zhou would not let her off lightly. Realizing this, Supervisor Dai rushed out to call after her, "Manli, wait. Is there anything else you're dissatisfied with? I will fulfill all your requests." Seeing Zhao Feiyu smile slightly, Song Manli replied, "Supervisor Dai, we are very satisfied with how your company handled this matter. However, Manli has her own aspirations. Her resignation is unrelated to this incident. If Director Zhou inquires, simply repeat what you just said." With that, they left the company without further ado. Supervisor Dai immediately called Director Zhou to relay the news. By the time Director Zhou arrived at the company, Zhao Feiyu and the others had already departed. He hoped that President Qian would not pursue the matter any further. Meanwhile, in the car, Song Manli expressed her regret. "I'm sorry, I genuinely thought this car was rented by you." Zhao Feiyu smiled gently. "It's hard to believe. But from now on, we must face each other honestly." Song Manli nodded. "So, what are we planning to do next?" Zhao Feiyu pondered for a moment. "I want to meet your family. Your father was once a formidable businessman, but he fell from grace after that incident. If possible, I would like to help him return to the industry." "Ah," Song Manli exclaimed in surprise. "But he no longer does business." "Not to worry, I will persuade him. He once dominated Cloud City. If he succumbs to despair, it would be a waste of his illustrious reputation. If he can return, I will support him like an old general, ready to shake the world again," Zhao Feiyu declared with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Song Manli felt a surge of excitement. "Shall we return now?" Zhao Feiyu nodded. "Yes, you should pack your things, and we will head straight to Cloud City. After that, you can report to Tianhai University." Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu dropped Song Manli off at her rented apartment before heading straight to the hospital. The journey to Cloud City would likely take several days. To avoid causing Zhang Yufei any worry, Zhao Feiyu decided to visit her personally. Carrying some nutritional supplements, he entered the ward to find Zhang Yufei feeding her ant porridge. Seeing Zhao Feiyu walk in, a look of surprise lit up Zhang Yufei's beautiful eyes. The affection between them was palpable. "How is she doing?" Zhao Feiyu asked with concern as he placed the items down. "Much better. The surgery went smoothly." "Thank you, Feiyu," her aunt said gratefully. In her past, she had often contemplated ending her life to avoid burdening Zhang Yufei. Yet, Zhang Yufei had encouraged her, instilling hope for a brighter future. "Feiyu." Her aunt looked kindly at Zhao Feiyu. "Yufei has told me everything. You covered all the surgery costs. I can see the affection she has for you." At this, the aunt placed Yufei's hand on Zhao Feiyu's. "I hope you both will live happily together and not take Yufei's feelings for granted. Rest assured, Auntie, I will treat Yufei well." Zhao Feiyu smiled, glancing at Zhang Yufei. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yufei beamed with happiness. Just then, Song Manli's call came through. Zhao Feiyu quickly stood to answer. "Are you all set? I'll be there soon." After hanging up, he exchanged a knowing look with Zhang Yufei, who immediately stepped outside. "I have something to confess. I like you, and I don't want to hide anything from you." Zhao Feiyu revealed the situation regarding Song Manli. Naturally, he withheld certain emotional details. Upon hearing about Song Manli's plight, Zhang Yufei expressed her sorrow. "In that case, we should help her. But she is your first love. Don't you have any feelings left?" Zhao Feiyu awkwardly smiled in response. "I'm being honest with you because I don't want to keep secrets. Although she was my first love, I know how to distinguish my feelings." Zhang Yufei smiled gracefully. "I understand, and I trust you. I will wait for your return." At her words, Zhao Feiyu gently embraced Zhang Yufei, whispering in her ear, "This is just the beginning of something beautiful. I will give you a brilliant future." Zhang Yufei shivered slightly, turning her head to close her eyes in bliss. Zhao Feiyu lowered his head and kissed her softly. After a moment, they reluctantly parted. With a playful tilt of her head, Zhang Yufei smiled. "Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you. Drive safely." Zhao Feiyu nodded, planting another kiss on her forehead before turning to leave the hospital. Upon arriving at Song Manli's apartment, he found her surrounded by packed bags. After loading them into the car, Zhao Feiyu stopped by a store to buy some gifts before setting off for Cloud City. Cloud City, a bordering city of Jiangbei, is over 400 kilometers away, reachable in just over 3 hours. The Porsche sped along the wide, smooth highway, and soon they arrived in Cloud City. Zhao Feiyu had visited here several times before, always accompanied by Song Manli. Years had passed, yet everything felt vividly familiar. The car drove towards an old residential complex on the outskirts. Under Song Manli's guidance, they finally came to a halt. Observing the peeling walls of the complex, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Song Manli's family once resided in a villa at Yunshanju in Cloud City. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli carried their bags into the complex. Chapter 24. An invitation to return Ding Dong. With a heart full of excitement, Song Manli knocked on her own door. "Who is it?" A frail voice came from within. Creak. The old wooden door swung open, revealing Song Beichao, Song Manli's grandfather. The elderly man, with his hair as white as snow and face adorned with deep wrinkles, stood tall and proud, the aura of a former leader still evident. "Manli?" Song Beichao's eyes brightened instantly, his voice brimming with nostalgia. "What brings you back, Grandpa?" Upon seeing her family, Song Manli reverted to her lively and charming self. Stepping inside, Zhao Feiyu glanced around, noting the neatness of the modest home, its balcony adorned with potted flowers, exuding a unique charm. "Where are my parents?" Song Manli plopped onto the sofa, swinging her legs as she inquired. "Guests should be introduced properly. What have I taught you?" The old man chided gently. Sticking out her tongue playfully, Song Manli replied, "This is my classmate, Zhao Feiyu. He has visited our home before." "Zhao Feiyu?" The old man pondered for a moment before recalling. "Isn't he the boyfriend you dated throughout high school? Why have you two rekindled your relationship?" Song Manli, having reached the age of considering marriage, found her family supportive of such matters. "It's fate." She exchanged a knowing smile with Zhao Feiyu. "By the way, where are my parents?" "After you went to Jiangbei City, the family opened a restaurant, and they've been busy there." Upon hearing this, a wave of melancholy washed over Song Manli. Her father, once a remarkable figure, was now merely running a small eatery to make ends meet. The old man adjusted his clothing and inquired, "What does the young man do for a living?" At this, Zhao Feiyu straightened, feeling a tinge of nervousness under the scrutiny of the elder. "I don't have a stable job at the moment. I'm planning to invest and start my own business." "Oh, do you have any specific ideas?" Song Beichao appreciated the ambition of such a daring young man, reminiscent of his own son's aspirations in the past. "Not really. I feel like a headless fly, lacking direction, and in need of a guiding hand," Zhao Feiyu replied, hinting at deeper implications. The old man raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying message. Just then, the sound of the door opening caught their attention. They turned to see Song Manli's parents entering. "Oh dear, we finally secured the restaurant. It took an immense effort. Dad, the small eatery deal was struck by Yinfeng. They offered 32,000, but Yinfeng negotiated it down to 28,000. We have guests." Upon entering, the couple's faces lit up. "Mom, where have you been?" Song Manli playfully rushed to embrace her mother, Zhang Meiji. "By the way, where's my sister?" Song Manli had an elder sister who was a middle school teacher. She had married previously, but after the family's downfall, she divorced and remained single. "Your sister is at school. By the way, why are you back?" "This is..." Song Manli hesitated, feeling a bit shy. "Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, Zhao Feiyu, whom you've met before." Upon hearing this, her parents' expression soured. They had once attended the same university, but Song Manli's parents had forced her to attend Tianhai University instead. After the family's troubles, they had lost contact, and Song Manli had never mentioned the breakup, leading her father to believe Zhao Feiyu had ended things upon learning of their circumstances. "Since you've broken up, why maintain contact after all these years?" Song Yinfeng scoffed, taking a seat. Zhao Feiyu looked bewilderedly at Song Manli, unsure of why her father was behaving this way. "Uncle, Song Yinfeng interrupted, "I never approved of your relationship back then, and even now. Despite our family's misfortunes, I still do not consent to your association." "Uncle, you must be misunderstanding something." "Misunderstanding? What could I possibly misinterpret? With your cold-hearted pragmatism, how could I misread your intentions?" Song Yinfeng reprimanded sternly. "Isn't it true that upon hearing of our family's bankruptcy, you ended things with Manli? You haven't even been in touch all these years. Why suddenly reconnect?" Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu realized the gravity of the situation and shot a glance at Song Manli, urging her to clarify. "Dad, you really misunderstand Feiyu. He had no idea about our breakup. It was I who didn't want to burden him, which led to our separation. We only met again at a class reunion a few days ago," Song Manli hurriedly explained. "Regardless, as a man, shouldn't you have some sense of responsibility? Enough. Let us not argue." At that moment, Zhang Meiji intervened to defuse the tension. "Manli, come help me in the kitchen. Let the men discuss for a while." "Oh." With a hint of concern, Song Manli headed to the kitchen, anxious her father would make things difficult for Zhao Feiyu. "Uncle, I brought some wine for you and Grandpa. How about we enjoy a drink together?" Zhao Feiyu offered. Believing that sharing a drink was the most direct way to connect with men, he produced an old jar that weighed about 5 kilograms, adorned with a red label bearing the character for health. 10x Winery. The elder, Song Beichao, recognized the label immediately. His extensive experience indicated he was indeed a connoisseur. Indeed, this is 10x Winery's wine, Zhao Feiyu confirmed, placing it on the coffee table. I believe this wine is not sold to the public. How did you acquire it? Song Yunfeng inquired, intrigued. It was a gift from a friend. I thought I'd bring it for you and Grandpa to taste. Zhao Feiyu noted their expressions and felt assured he had made the right choice. Although this wine wasn't publicly available, those who possessed it certainly had their means. In this world, there was nothing that money could not procure. Zhao Feiyu had initially considered bringing something more extravagant, but realized that even the most opulent choices would seem trivial compared to the Song family's former grandeur. What are you currently doing? Song Yunfeng's demeanor softened slightly. Uncle, I'm preparing to invest and start a business, but I have yet to find a clear direction. Seems you and Monli returned for a specific purpose, Song Yunfeng observed astutely, seeing through Zhao Feiyu's intentions. With that, Zhao Feiyu decided to be straightforward, saying, To be honest, Uncle, I was completely unaware of your family's situation back then. Had I known, I would have intervened and certainly wouldn't have allowed Monli to drop out, nor would I have let the Song family fall. Huh, Song Yunfeng scoffed, finding Zhao Feiyu's confidence amusing. However, Zhao Feiyu remained unbothered, merely smiling in response. I truly felt remorseful upon learning about the past during our recent reunion. Zhao Feiyu sincerely expressed, in order to atone for my past feelings towards Monli, I have resolved to support her in returning to Tianhai University to continue her studies until she completes her education. Furthermore, my visit to my uncle and grandfather serves a personal purpose as well. That is, I aspire to see my uncle emerge from retirement, reclaiming his position at the pinnacle of Yunwan City and even the zenith of the entire Dragon Nation. Chapter 25. An unintentional entrance. Upon hearing those words, Song Yunfeng was genuinely taken aback. Yet, he soon erupted into laughter. Young man, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Naturally, Zhao Feiyu replied nonchalantly. However, I am uncertain whether my uncle's prowess remains undiminished. Song Yunfeng's gaze transformed from initial disdain to gradual astonishment, followed by introspection. Had he not contemplated his remaining years? Perhaps it had begun the day he faced bankruptcy, dreaming of reclaiming his former glory. Yet, as time inexorably marched on, he found himself aging. Today, he was already 58 years old. By conventional retirement standards, in just 2 years, he could enjoy a leisurely twilight. Nonetheless, he felt a deep-seated restlessness. Abruptly, Song Yunfeng emerged from his fleeting reverie. Young man, do you realize the audacity required to utter such a statement? The capital necessary for my return to the fray is not as simple as you imagine. Zhao Feiyu, brimming with confidence, shook his head. You need not fret about that. Uncle, I merely wish to pose a question to you. Or perhaps you should question yourself. Do you still desire to traverse the bustling markets of Yunwan City? At this, Song Yunfeng glanced towards his father. However, Song Beichao paid no heed, instead inspecting the jar of liquor on the table. He then rose and sauntered towards the balcony to tend to his potted plants. Witnessing this, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but smile. The elder's intent was unmistakable. The decision now resided solely with Song Yunfeng. Whether he wished to pursue this venture was entirely within his control. Seizing the moment, Zhao Feiyu continued. If you are concerned about your health, rest assured, your role would be merely advisory. There is no need for you to be hands-on. Hearing this, Song Yunfeng inhaled deeply and inquired, what direction and strategy do you envision? May I hear your thoughts? Zhao Feiyu shook his head. The direction and strategy lie entirely in your hands. I shall not intrude, for I understand that even if I were to share my plans, you would execute them according to your own judgment. Slowly, Song Yunfeng raised a cup of tea and took a sip. In this subtle gesture, Zhao Feiyu noticed the slight tremor in his right hand holding the cup. Clearly, he was engaged in a process of self-persuasion. After a brief moment, Song Yunfeng lifted his gaze, his fierce eyes fixed on Zhao Feiyu. What initial capital are we discussing? Zhao Feiyu extended a single finger. Song Yunfeng's brow furrowed immediately. 10 million? Zhao Feiyu shook his head. Song Yunfeng's expression relaxed slightly. 100 million? Once again, Zhao Feiyu shook his head, with his hands pressed against his knees. Song Yunfeng trembled slightly, asking, 1 billion? At last, Zhao Feiyu nodded. Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng exhaled a long breath. Meanwhile, Song Beichao, who had been on the balcony, glanced at Zhao Feiyu upon hearing the staggering figure. The ability to present such a substantial sum indicated Zhao Feiyu's extraordinary capabilities. At that moment, the elder approached slowly and took a seat. I am curious to know your intentions. Zhao Feiyu turned his gaze towards the kitchen, where Song Manli and his mother were busily preparing dinner. A smile crept across his face as he reflected, I regret not facing challenges alongside Manli in the past. Everything I do now is to atone and make amends. The elder nodded in satisfaction. This indicated that Zhao Feiyu was a person of loyalty and sentiment. Collaborating with such an individual was undoubtedly reassuring. Subsequently, the elder cast a sincere glance at Song Yunfeng. Receiving his father's affirmation, Song Yunfeng nodded emphatically. Excellent, young man. If you trust me, I shall ensure that this 1 billion yields 100 billion in return. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from him. Uncle, rest assured, even if you were to lose the entire 1 billion, I would remain unconcerned. I would continue to invest further, allowing you to take bold risks. Song Yunfeng, slightly displeased, retorted, young man, it appears you harbor some doubt about my capabilities. Do you truly believe that I, in my age, would squander your 1 billion? Zhao Feiyu burst into laughter. Uncle, you misunderstand me. That was not my intention at all. What has you so joyous? At that moment, Song Manli, wearing an apron, emerged with a platter of food. Upon witnessing the harmonious interaction between Zhao Feiyu and her family, she felt a wave of relief. She had worried that her father might create difficulties for Zhao Feiyu, but it seemed entirely unnecessary now. Soon enough, the table was laden with a feast. Zhao Feiyu promptly uncorked a bottle of wine and poured for the elder and Song Yunfeng. Grandfather, uncle, I raise this glass in your honor, wishing us success in our endeavors. With that, Zhao Feiyu downed the drink in one go. Upon hearing this, Song Manli looked puzzled. What does success in our endeavors mean? What were you discussing? Before Zhao Feiyu could respond, Song Yunfeng interjected, Feiyu intends to invest in me, allowing me to resume my former pursuits. Song Manli's mouth fell open in astonishment as she gazed incredulously at Zhao Feiyu. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? You went behind my back to make this decision with my father? Moreover, my father is nearing 60. Does he truly possess the energy for such undertakings? Zhao Feiyu offered a sheepish smile. Uncle's previous business was a lingering concern for him. Although he is past 50, I believe he will not abandon his dreams. I have reassured him that he need not be hands-on. Any matters that can be resolved with money should be delegated to his subordinates, so it won't be overly taxing. Hearing this, Song Manli nodded in understanding. After several rounds of drinks, Zhao Feiyu informed Song Yunfeng, the funds will be in place by tomorrow. However, I will initially transfer them to Manli. Why? Song Yunfeng queried, perplexed. Wouldn't it be simpler to transfer directly to me? Zhao Feiyu shook his head. Though it may seem cumbersome, this additional step holds significant meaning for me. Song Yunfeng nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Zhao Feiyu's intention to transfer the money to Song Manli was to ascertain whether the system would classify this investment as an expense for her. If so, it could result in a 20-fold return. As the evening wore on, the group began to feel the effects of the wine. Song Beichao had already succumbed to slumber. Zhao Feiyu was assigned to rest in Song Manli's room. When Zhao Feiyu awakened, it was already past 3 in the morning. Groggy, he threw off the covers and stumbled into the dark, seeking water. The most vexing issue for a drinker is thirst. Arriving at the water dispenser, he gulped down 3 full cups, finally feeling some relief as he belched contentedly. With squinted eyes, he made his way back to the room. However, just as Zhao Feiyu lay down, he sensed the presence of another person beside him. Dazed and disoriented, he paid it no mind and drifted off into slumber. The next morning, a piercing scream jolted Zhao Feiyu awake. Song Yunfeng and Zhang Meiji rushed in from outside. Chapter 26. Cloud Mountain Residence. Zhao Feiyu stood in a daze, fully clothed, surveying his surroundings. To his left lay a woman whose appearance bore some resemblance to Song Manli, yet she exuded a more mature, alluring, and sensual aura. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Yunfeng erupted in fury and immediately slapped Zhao Feiyu across the face. The sudden blow left Zhao Feiyu further disoriented. Dad, who is he? How did he end up in my bed? The woman beside him, startled, quickly put on her shoes, climbed off the bed, and sought refuge behind Song Yunfeng. Advancing menacingly, Song Yunfeng seized Zhao Feiyu by the collar, threateningly growling, You little rascal. Don't think that just because you've invested in me and allowed me to return to my former career, you can take liberties with my daughter. Isn't having Manli enough for you? You dare to lay a hand on my eldest daughter? I'll beat you to a pulp right now. At that moment, Song Manli, clad in her pajamas and looking bewildered, emerged from another room. What is going on? Upon seeing her, Zhao Feiyu quickly cried out for help. Manli, You must save me. I don't know what happened. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly there was a woman beside me. You little brat. I see you were just out drinking last night and deliberately ended up in my daughter's bed. Song Yunfeng raised his fist, ready to punish Zhao Feiyu. But Song Manli swiftly intervened. Dad, wait. Could there be a misunderstanding here? What misunderstanding could there be? This scoundrel was caught red-handed sleeping in your sister's bed. What other explanation could there possibly be? Then why am I in my own room? I was supposed to be sleeping with my sister last night. How did we switch places? Hearing this, Song Yunfeng paused, puzzled. Just then, old Master Song strolled by, casually remarking, "We have surveillance cameras at home. We can simply check the footage." Calmly settling onto the sofa, old Master Song was well aware that Zhao Feiyu could not have committed such an act. Leaving aside other matters, the clothes they wore were sufficient proof of their innocence, as both Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli's sister were attired appropriately. Realizing this, Song Yunfeng nodded. Retrieving his phone to review the footage, he pointed at Zhao Feiyu, warning, "If you've done anything outrageous, mark my words, I won't let you off the hook." As the surveillance footage played back to the previous night, everyone soon comprehended the situation. It showed that after drinking, Zhao Feiyu had been escorted back to his room by Song Manli, where he fell into a stupor. Around midnight, Song Manli's sister, Song Chuanwan, returned home. After chatting for a while, the sisters entered Song Chuanwan's room to rest. At 3 in the morning, feeling thirsty, Zhao Feiyu stepped out for a drink. Unfamiliar with the house layout, he inadvertently wandered into Song Chuanwan's room. Approximately half an hour later, Song Manli also emerged to quench her thirst and instinctively returned to her own room. This morning, Zhao Feiyu chuckled wryly, "Uncle, I truly was intoxicated last night. After my drink, I groggily returned to my room and mistakenly entered the wrong one. But as you can see, despite sharing the same bed with my sister, our clothes remained intact." Hearing this, Song Yunfeng finally relaxed, the awkward tension dissipating. After breakfast, Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli hurriedly departed, daring not to glance at her sister. However, he could not deny that Song Manli's sister, Song Chuanwan, was indeed a stunning beauty. Although married, she had no children and radiated an air of mature allure. In comparison to the youthful Song Manli, they embodied two distinct experiences. The events of the previous evening were undeniably uncomfortable. As Zhao Feiyu drove, he remarked, "Your family of 5 lives in that small 100-square-meter house. It must feel quite cramped and inconvenient. I'll take you to purchase a larger home shortly, and then we can have uncle and aunt move in as well." "What? That's out of the question. I cannot accept your money," Song Manli protested vigorously. Yet, Zhao Feiyu had already devised his rationale. "I am prepared to invest 10 billion in your father. What is a house purchase in comparison? Furthermore, this home would serve as a return on my investment in him." Realizing she had no counter-argument, Song Manli acquiesced. They proceeded directly to the sales center. Given their urgency to move, it was preferable to find a newly constructed residence from the past 2 years. Drawing upon his prior experience purchasing a home for Zhang Yufei, Zhao Feiyu led Song Manli straight to the agency. With 10 billion still at his disposal, having yet to invest in Song Yunfeng, Zhao Feiyu opted for the highest spec property in Yunduan City. Given that Song Manli's beauty rated a stunning 95, spending on her would yield a 15-fold cashback rate. While selecting a residence, Zhao Feiyu suddenly noticed that Song Manli was fixated on a villa at Cloud Mountain Residence, her former home. To this day, she retained a profound sense of belonging to Cloud Mountain. With this thought, Zhao Feiyu promptly summoned a sales representative, pointing to the villa and inquiring, "How much does a property at Cloud Mountain Residence cost now?" The representative smiled apologetically, "I'm sorry, but there are currently no properties for sale at Cloud Mountain." Furrowing his brow, Zhao Feiyu turned to Song Manli. "I recall your family once lived at Cloud Mountain. Do you know the number of your villa?" Song Manli gestured toward the best-located villa, stating, "It's number 18. Nodding, Zhao Feiyu asked the sales representative, "Could you assist me in contacting the owner of Villa 18? Please inform them that I'm interested in purchasing their villa. Price is not an issue." The representative hesitated. "That might be a bit challenging. Negotiate for me. And if you succeed, I'll give you 5% of the sale price as a reward." Upon hearing this, the representative's eyes widened, and he swiftly summoned the manager. The minimum price for a villa at Cloud Mountain was over 50 million, and that particular property could exceed 100 million. A 5% commission would amount to 5 million. The manager eagerly agreed to Zhao Feiyu's proposal. However, upon realizing Zhao Feiyu intended to buy their former residence, Song Manli urgently interjected, "Are you out of your mind? The asking price for that villa is at least 80 million, and if the owners are unwilling to sell, negotiations would need to exceed 100 million. Smiling faintly, Zhao Feiyu tenderly brushed Song Manli's hair, affectionately saying, "If it means bringing you back to that home, I am willing to pay any price." His words moved Song Manli to the brink of tears. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Feiyu received a notification from the system. Song Manli's favorability level, 3. Realizing he was just 2 points shy, Zhao Feiyu thought, "If I can raise her favorability to 100, the return on investment would be a staggering 100 billion. Eagerly contemplating, Zhao Feiyu resolved to elevate Song Manli's favorability before finalizing the deal with the sales manager and the property owner, ensuring the multiplier remained at 100. Chapter 27. With a favorability rating of 100 for Song Manli, Zhao Feiyu finally grasped the essence of enhancing one's favorability. It was evident that mere wealth could not achieve such heights, particularly when striving for a score exceeding 90. Each incremental increase became increasingly arduous. During the period when the intermediary manager was negotiating the villa, Zhao Feiyu escorted Song Manli through various shopping centers in Yunwan City. Despite purchasing an array of luxurious items, including designer handbags and cars worth millions, they could only elevate the favorability to 99. That elusive point of favorability loomed like an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, a call from the intermediary manager interrupted their quest. "Mr. Zhao, I have successfully negotiated the Yinshan residence for you, though the price is somewhat steep. As long as the deal is finalized, I will pay any amount," Zhao Feiyu proclaimed with bravado. The manager, elated, revealed that the owners had initially been unwilling to sell, as they were financially secure. However, fortune favored the persistent. This morning, their son had unfortunately been involved in a car accident. While he emerged unscathed, the incident resulted in the tragic death of another individual. Consequently, the owners agreed to sell the villa, though their initial asking price was 120 million. Ultimately, after much negotiation, they consented to a sale for 100 million. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was filled with elation. "Excellent. I shall ensure you receive a 5% commission. Not a penny less." With that, he and Song Manli prepared to sign the contract. Considering Song Manli's favorability score of 99, Zhao Feiyu closed his eyes in despair. It seemed that fate had woven this path for them. Upon arriving at the intermediary center, they found the representatives eagerly awaiting their arrival. Just as Zhao Feiyu was about to sign the contract, Song Manli suddenly interjected, "I believe we should first visit the Yinshan residence." This suggestion prompted Zhao Feiyu to ponder deeply. Indeed, although the villa had once belonged to Song Manli's family, it had changed hands several times over the years. What if there were hidden issues with the property? They would undoubtedly have the right to negotiate the price. The group then proceeded to villa number 18 of Yinshan residence. As the vehicle came to a halt before the villa, Song Manli was overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. She had grown up here, and returning now felt like stepping into a world where everything had changed. Pushing the door open, the familiar interior greeted her, albeit with many furnishings replaced. As she surveyed her surroundings, memories flooded her mind. Ascending to the second floor, she entered her former room. To Zhao Feiyu's astonishment, Song Manli unearthed a photograph from a hidden corner of the room. The villa's owner gasped, "How did you know there was a photograph here?" Upon closer inspection, they discovered a picture of Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli together, taken during their high school days, their youthful faces adorned with radiant smiles against the backdrop of their school. The owner suddenly realized, "So this house once belonged to your family." Moved by the moment, Zhao Feiyu stepped closer to Song Manli, gently embracing her. At that instant, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Song Manli's favorability has reached 100. A wave of exhilaration swept through Zhao Feiyu as he absorbed the realization that at this pivotal moment, her favorability had indeed ascended to its peak. He reflected on how, had Song Manli not insisted on visiting the villa, or had she failed to discover the photograph, that crucial point of favorability may never have been attained. It felt as though destiny had orchestrated their reunion. Gradually releasing Song Manli, Zhao Feiyu fixed his gaze upon the villa's owner and declared, "Let us proceed with the contract." Transaction successful, 100-fold return of 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu felt as if his very essence had been elevated. Until the deal was finalized, neither he nor Song Manli had informed her family of the transaction. Only after the successful completion did Song Manli bring Zhao Feiyu back to her modest 100-square-meter home. Since their previous awkward encounter, Zhao Feiyu had abstained from visiting, making this his second official visit. To express his apologies for the past, he had taken Song Manli to the mall to purchase numerous gifts for her sister. Upon entering, Zhao Feiyu was greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman clad in a black lace nightgown, lounging on the sofa in the living room. Captivated, he could hardly believe his eyes. Information about Song Chanwan instantly appeared before him. Name, Song Chanwan. Favorability, 30. Attractiveness, 96. A score of 96 in attractiveness. Zhao Feiyu was utterly astonished. Her beauty was simply unparalleled, even surpassing that of Song Manli. He found it unfathomable that such a woman would be divorced. How could anyone leave someone as stunning as Song Chanwan? As he entered, her gaze met his, and upon recognizing Zhao Feiyu, she quickly averted her eyes. Carrying his bags, he stepped inside, where Aunt Zhang Meiji emerged from the bedroom. You brought so many gifts again. Isn't this a waste of money? Over the years, Aunt Zhang had transitioned from a wealthy lady to an ordinary housewife, but this shift had not significantly affected her. A traditional woman, she upheld the virtues expected of her gender, caring for her family despite their reduced circumstances. It's only right. Zhao Feiyu scratched his head sheepishly as he approached the sofa. Noticing this, Song Chanwan promptly stood up. Zhao Feiyu exchanged a knowing glance with Song Manli, who swiftly took her sister's hand and led her into the room with a bundle of gifts. Although separated by a door, Zhao Feiyu soon received a system notification. Song Chanwan's favorability increased by 5. Song Chanwan's favorability increased by 5. Song Chanwan's favorability increased by 5. Within mere minutes, her favorability skyrocketed from 30 to 45, indicating that his thoughtful gifts had made a significant impact. Just then, Song Yunfeng emerged from the room. Having discussed investment opportunities with Zhao Feiyu previously, he had recently relinquished a restaurant he had acquired. Upon seeing Song Yunfeng, Zhao Feiyu quickly stood, eager to explain, "Uncle, I have transferred the initial investment funds to Manli. You can head to the bank today to complete the necessary procedures." Chapter 28. The increasing affection of Song Chanjun. Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng's eyes suddenly brightened. To speak candidly, during the past 2 days when Zhao Feiyu was purchasing a property, Song Yunfeng's heart had been filled with unease. Zhao Feiyu had promised an investment of 10 billion. Yet 2 days had elapsed without any news. Had it not been for his daughter, Song Yunfeng would have suspected that Zhao Feiyu was deceiving him. With the confirmation of the funds, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. "Please, take a seat." Song Yunfeng graciously invited Zhao Feiyu to sit. At that moment, Song Manli and Song Chanjun emerged from the room, their attire having been completely transformed. They wore the outfits that Zhao Feiyu had selected for them at the mall that very day. Upon seeing the sisters adorned in their exquisite garments, Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Song Manli was clad in a delicate white floral dress, while Song Chanjun donned a sensual black lace dress. The contrast of black and white evoked boundless imagination and a striking visual impact. "Feiyu, do you think it looks good?" Song Manli inquired playfully. Zhao Feiyu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "It looks wonderful. Are you referring to me or my sister?" Song Manli teased. Embarrassed, Zhao Feiyu replied, "Both look splendid." Shortly thereafter, Song Manli took a seat beside Zhao Feiyu, while Song Chanjun settled next to Song Yunfeng. Just then, Zhang Meiji emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of fruit, and joined them on the sofa. Hearing the commotion, the old master of the Song family made his way out. Zhao Feiyu promptly stood, offering him a cigarette and lighting it for him. Once everyone was gathered, Song Manli cleared her throat to draw their attention. With a serious demeanor, she announced, "I have wonderful news. Feiyu has just purchased us a house. From now on, we shall no longer be confined to this small dwelling." However, to Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli's surprise, the family's reaction to the announcement was not one of exuberance, but rather a grave solemnity. Clearly, they were not particularly enthused by such a gift from Zhao Feiyu. The old master leaned back, crossing his legs, and remarked nonchalantly, "No merit, no reward. Why would you buy us a house?" In response, Zhao Feiyu hastily explained, "It's not a gift without reason. It's a form of compensation for Uncle Song's investment." Upon hearing this, the family's spirits lifted considerably. Song Manli continued, "Do you know where Feiyu has purchased the house?" Song Chanjun, somewhat skeptical, interjected, "It must be a more upscale community, perhaps a villa in Yanshanju." Excitedly, Song Manli clapped her hands. "Sister, how did you know that Feiyu bought the villa in Yanshanju? It's the very villa number 18 where we once lived." At this revelation, everyone was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Zhao Feiyu. Song Yunfeng, with a serious expression, asked, "Villa number 18 in Yanshanju? We lived there before, and its original price exceeded 60 million. After all these years, the property has likely appreciated to over 80 million. How on earth did you manage to acquire it?" The old master nodded in agreement, stating, "The residents there are either affluent or esteemed. It is unlikely anyone would sell an 80 million property without a substantial offer. Additionally, the location possesses excellent feng shui, which wealthy individuals greatly value. You would need at least $1 billion to secure it. Zhao Feiyu raised his thumb in admiration, affirming, "You are absolutely correct. It cost exactly $1 billion. He recounted, "Just recently, I visited villa number 18 with Song Manli, and its decor is quite similar to what you once had, albeit with many furnishings replaced. Over the next few days, I will arrange for the furniture to be updated to match your previous style. I estimate you'll be able to move in within a week." Overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement at such a precious gift from Zhao Feiyu, the family found it impossible to refuse. They had longed to return to that cherished place. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu received a notification from the system. Song Chanjuan's affection level, 5. Song Chanjuan's affection level, 5. Song Chanjuan's affection level, 5. In an instant, Song Chanjuan's affection level soared to 60, reaching a commendable threshold. Observing the family's mixture of solemnity and gratitude, Zhao Feiyu continued, "Uncle, Auntie, this is merely the beginning. I firmly believe that Uncle possesses the capability to restore your former lifestyle, perhaps even better than before." Song Yunfeng nodded earnestly. "Since you have such unwavering faith in me, I assure you I will not let you down. Starting today, I will prepare to reconnect with my old associates. Many will surely be eager to collaborate with me again. With their support, I am confident that within 6 months, I will have regained my footing and rise to prominence in Yunwan City." Zhao Feiyu then shared some investment insights with Song Yunfeng. After lunch, the family was eager to revisit villa number 18 in Yunshanju. Zhao Feiyu quickly led them to the villa. Upon entering, their memories flooded back to years past. Gazing at the familiar decor, Zhang Meiji could not help but shed tears. "Uncle, please describe the styles and arrangements of your previous furniture. I will take note and have them custom-made at the furniture store." Song Yunfeng waved his hand, saying, "Feiyu, you are incredibly thoughtful and meticulous. However, there is no need to waste money. The current furnishings are still usable. Replacing them would cost at least several million. Let us not squander money unnecessarily." But Zhao Feiyu insisted, shaking his head, "This was once your home, and it remains your home. From now on, we shall not move again, so it must be decorated in a style that you love, ensuring you feel warmth and comfort." Hearing this, Song Yunfeng refrained from further objections, silently accepting the arrangement. Yet, in his heart, he had fully acknowledged Zhao Feiyu's intentions, vowing to repay him 100-fold for all he had done for their family. For Zhao Feiyu, the expenses for the new furnishings were an investment in Song Manli, and he was determined not to miss out on the generous returns. After touring the villa, Song Yunfeng and Song Manli proceeded to the bank to transfer the 10 billion. Once the funds were secured, Song Yunfeng eagerly commenced his work. With this, Zhao Feiyu felt a sense of relief, knowing that matters in Yunwan City had been settled. It was soon time for Song Manli to report to Tianhai University. At the Yunwan City airport, Song Manli and Zhao Feiyu parted reluctantly, watching as the plane disappeared into the sky. Only then did Zhao Feiyu's heart, filled with reluctance, find solace. "Let us go back," Zhao Feiyu said to Song Chanjun. He then left with Zhang Meiji and the others. Chapter 29. Zhou Marin. After bidding farewell to Song Manli, Zhao Feiyu intended to return to Jiangbei. However, upon arriving home with Zhang Meiji, they were taken aback to find an unexpected guest in their abode, Zhou Marin. Seated on the sofa, the elder Song gazed with disfavor at a man dressed in a suit, sporting a middle parting. Upon seeing him, Song Chanwan's face flushed with indignation. "What are you doing here? Leave at once," she demanded, advancing toward Zhou Marin. Yet, he merely smiled faintly, jesting, "As an old couple, is it customary to send me away upon our first encounter? I merely wish to see my father-in-law and mother-in-law. What is the harm in that?" At this moment, Zhao Feiyu discerned the man's identity. This individual was likely Song Chanjuan's former husband. Zhao Feiyu had gleaned some insight into her past from Song Manli. Zhou Marin was no ordinary man, when Song Yunfeng was at the pinnacle of his success. The Zhou family, one of the 3 prominent families in Yunwan City, had shown a willingness to forge a connection with him. With the Zhou family's support, Song Yunfeng's business soared above the competition, establishing itself as the leader in Yunwan City. In an effort to solidify ties with the Zhou family, Song Yunfeng had arranged the marriage between Song Chanwan and Zhou Marin, inadvertently sealing his daughter's fate in a fiery pit. Following their marriage, Zhou Marin, emboldened by his family's wealth, disregarded Song Chanwan entirely. He indulged in infidelity and returned home to abuse her. Years of domestic violence prompted Song Yunfeng to approach the Zhou family numerous times for assistance, but their singular son was indulged beyond imagination. Rather than curtailing Zhou Marin's abusive behavior, they brazenly suggested divorce if she could not endure. When the Song family fell from grace, the Zhou family promptly expelled Song Chanwan, severing all ties with Song Yunfeng. Instead of extending a helping hand, the Zhou family conspired with another enterprise to further undermine the Songs, leaving them with no chance of recovery. Subsequently, Zhou Marin would sporadically seek out Song Chanwan, drawn by her beauty and figure. Even after their divorce, he could not shake his obsession, attempting to approach her multiple times, only to be driven away by Song Yunfeng's calls to the authorities. "I say, dear wife, your temper remains as fiery as ever," Zhou Marin remarked frivolously, embodying the demeanor of a spoiled rich heir. "If you are unwelcome here, I suggest you take your leave." At that moment, Zhao Feiyu spoke coolly, issuing a dismissal to Zhou Marin. "What do you think you are?" Zhou Marin retorted sharply, his gaze narrowing. "This is a conversation between my wife and me. Do you have the right to interrupt?" In truth, Zhou Marin had noticed Zhao Feiyu upon entering, but had dismissed him entirely. "Husband, you've been divorced for how many years? Do you still have the audacity to claim that title? Is it even legal?" With that, Zhao Feiyu strode to Song Chanwan's side, wrapping an arm around her waist. "You can leave now, for we are the true couple." This unexpected declaration caught the elder Song off guard. However, he quickly grasped Zhao Feiyu's intentions. He aimed to use this moment to help Song Chanwan sever ties with Zhou Marin entirely. As the situation unfolded, the onlookers remained silent. Zhao Feiyu sensed a tremor in Song Chanwan's body, initially a hint of resistance, but soon she yielded to his embrace. Simultaneously, he received a hint of her growing affection. Song Chanwan affection level 5, Song Chanwan height level 5. In an instant, her affection surged to 70 points. "What are you?" Zhou Marin's brow furrowed as he coldly inquired. "Song Chanwan, what does this mean? My woman, even after divorce, is not to be touched by other men." "Zhou Marin, you ought to realize that since the day the Song family fell, I, Song Chanwan, have had no ties to you. Furthermore, we are no longer legally married. Do you understand? I am free to pursue my own happiness, and you are no longer my concern. Do you comprehend?" With newfound courage, spurred on by Zhao Feiyu's embrace, Song Chanwan boldly warned Zhou Marin. "It seems these years apart have turned you into a fool." Zhou Marin laughed mockingly. "You think someone like him is worthy of you? I wager his entire outfit doesn't even amount to $300. Let me not be accused of neglecting our years as a couple. I have offered you numerous chances. Today is your last opportunity. Return home, change your clothes, and accompany me to a banquet. If you do so, I shall grant you 1 million, ensuring the Song family lives without worry." At this, Song Chanwan's expression darkened. "Zhou Marin, leave. After all these years, you repeatedly asked me to accompany those men. I refused to do so." This declaration prompted the elder Song to spring to his feet. "What? Chanwan, what did he ask you to do?" The tension in the room escalated as he stood, his former authority as the leader of Yunduan City still palpable. Young men like Zhou Marin were no match for the elder's formidable presence. In recent days, Zhao Feiyu's arrival had transformed the Song family, instilling an unprecedented sense of confidence among them and providing Song Chanwan with a significant source of support, akin to returning to a warm haven. Overwhelmed, Song Chanwan could no longer contain herself and collapsed into Zhao Feiyu's arms, weeping. Zhao Feiyu felt her tears soaking his chest as she sobbed. "All these years, Zhou Marin has harassed me, waiting outside my school, blocking my way home, pressuring me to accompany certain leaders and the young scions from the capital. Yet, I always refused him. He even threatened my family. Did you comply?" The elder Song demanded, his voice a thunderous roar. Song Chanwan shook her head, choking back tears. "No, I never went. I reported him to the police multiple times, and I never imagined he would show up again today." Upon hearing this, the elder Song struck Zhou Marin across the face. Zhou Marin was about to retaliate, but instantly lost his bravado in the face of the elder's fury. Though retired, the elder's connections and influence remained intact. Had he chosen to leverage them, even the Zhou family would have to tread carefully. Chapter 30. No one shall escape, however. Zhou Marin's actions were intolerable. If the Song family remained indifferent, they might as well abandon their foothold in Yunduan City. Observing the situation, Zhao Feiyu raised his hand and, without a word, seized Zhou Marin by the hair and dragged him outside. "Ah!" Zhou Marin screamed in anguish, but Zhao Feiyu was relentless, providing him no opportunity to retaliate. Thus, amid Zhou Marin's cries, Zhao Feiyu forcefully pulled him outside and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. Shaking his hand to rid it of the hair he had pulled, he had effectively removed a sizable clump from Zhou Marin's head. Enraged, Zhou Marin had never endured such humiliation in his life. Rising, he swung a fist at Zhao Feiyu. But Zhao Feiyu effortlessly evaded the blow and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Zhou Marin sprawling. If I see you bothering Song Chuanwan again, I swear you'll spend the rest of your life in bed. Zhao Feiyu warned with a fierce determination. All right. Zhou Marin gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury as he nodded repeatedly. He then produced his phone and made a call, ordering, "Bring people immediately to Xingfu community." With a brazen glare aimed at Zhao Feiyu, he threatened, "Do you know who I am? In all of Yunwan City, no one has ever dared to lay a hand on me. Today, I will ensure you leave here with broken legs." Yet, Zhao Feiyu remained composed, recognizing that if this matter was not resolved, Zhou Marin would continue to harass Song Chuanwan and her family. Thus, it was imperative to confront and settle the issue today. Before long, several cars parked at the entrance of Xingfu community. The security guard, upon seeing this, promptly closed the gate. A group of over 10 young men armed with baseball bats and golf clubs marched in with an air of intimidation. "Young Master Zhou, what is going on? Who dares to provoke you in Yunwan City?" one of them exclaimed. This group was evidently comprised of Zhou Marin's affluent companions, notorious for their unscrupulous deeds. "Where's your bravado now, you scoundrels? Beat him." As their words fell, they lunged forward. Just then, the sound of screeching tires echoed from outside, and Song Yunfeng rushed in with urgency. Earlier, Zhang Meiji had feared for Zhao Feiyu's safety and hastily called him. "What is happening? Do you all want to get yourselves killed? How dare you cause trouble here?" Behind Song Yunfeng, a few older men followed suit. Though their numbers were few, they were all seasoned individuals in their 50s or 60s, comrades from the days when Song Yunfeng was building his empire. After the fall of the Song family, he had generously sold off the remaining shares of his company to support those who had fought by his side. Now, these men commanded significant influence across various sectors in Yunwan City. Seeing these figures, Zhou Marin's entourage was visibly shaken. "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, Uncle Zhao, what are you afraid of?" Zhou Marin, recognizing these men, bellowed, "No matter how powerful they are, they cannot rival the Zhou family. Today, I will ensure this kid leaves with broken legs. Mark my words, even the heavens cannot stop me. You all listen well. 1 leg broken equals 5 million. Upon hearing this, the young men's eyes lit up. Although they had some wealth, 5 million was still a considerable sum. If they could acquire it, they would live lavishly for months. With a surge of eagerness, several youths began to inch closer to Zhao Feiyu. "I wonder who dares." Song Yunfeng barked, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhao Feiyu. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh, a group of ignorant brats. Do you not realize the peril you invite upon yourselves?" Seeing Zhao Feiyu's audacity, the middle-aged men accompanying Song Yunfeng exchanged glances, puzzled. Today, Song Yunfeng had gathered them with a clear purpose, to make a comeback, and he had hoped for their support. When they had inquired about the plan, Song Yunfeng had merely mentioned the backing of a family even larger than the Zhou family. Could it be this young man? Zhao Feiyu stood and approached Song Yunfeng. "Uncle, Zhou Marin has the audacity to send Sister Wan to entertain some officials and wealthy scions from the capital. Don't you think he deserves punishment? I intended to leave after seeing Monli off, but it seems Zhou Marin won't relent until he has his way with Sister Wan. I wish to see just how deep the waters of Yunwan City truly are." As he spoke, Zhao Feiyu whipped out his phone and snapped a photo of everyone present. Pointing at them, he declared, "Every single one of you is implicated today. None shall escape, understand?" He then sent the photo to Zhang Baiyu. Almost instantaneously, Zhang Baiyu replied with a series of question marks. In response, Zhao Feiyu dialed his number. "These individuals are all from Yunwan City. Can you dig into their backgrounds for me? It needs to be swift." "Absolutely, no problem. Our Jiaxing group has a branch in Yunwan City. I'll have them investigate immediately." After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu waited in silence, leaving everyone astonished by his actions. "Who do you think you are? You think you can ensnare us all?" Zhou Marin scoffed, stepping forward with disdain. "Do you have any idea of the power behind these men? Each one could stir up a storm in Yunwan City." At that moment, Song Yunfeng leaned in and whispered, "These young men have influential families. Some hold positions in the government, others are business elites. Each one is formidable. Is that so?" Zhao Feiyu chuckled lightly. Just then, Zhang Baiyu's call came through. "Brother, I've gathered the information. Each of these individuals is a notorious scion in Yunwan City, either connected to officials or business moguls. They all belong to the same circle, and several of them have drug-related issues." Chapter 31, 5 billion. Bring them down. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's eyes instantly lit up. "I will transfer you 5 billion now. I need you to help me deal with these arrogant fools. No one should be spared. I want results swiftly. Money is no object." 5 billion. At that moment, Zhang Baiyu was utterly astonished. Was 5 billion truly necessary to tackle these individuals? Had they committed some heinous act that warranted such a sum? Nevertheless, despite his shock, Zhang Baiyu quickly regained his composure and was astonished to receive Zhao Feiyu's transfer notification. Rest assured, I shall respond shortly. After hanging up, Zhou Marin could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. 5 billion? To deal with us? Brothers, did you hear that? Where did this eccentric come from? Is he out of a mental institution? Do you have any idea how much 5 billion is? A few houses wouldn't even suffice to contain that amount. Even the loyal companions of Song Yunfeng furrowed their brows, casting a puzzled glance at him. Brother Song, what do you make of this young man? However, Song Yunfeng merely smirked, revealing a hint of mockery. To easily acquire the Yunsanjia villa and to readily invest 10 billion in himself. Now he claims he will use 50 billion to confront us. Although I am astonished, I am not entirely disbelieving. Feiyu, could it be that he is overreacting? Uncle, this is not an overreaction. Zhao Feiyu resolutely shook his head. Sister Chanwan has been harassed by Zhou Marin for years. She never told you about it, but he has been pestering her to accompany him for drinks. As her boyfriend, I must help her reclaim her dignity. Moreover, if this matter remains unresolved, he will continue to torment Sister Chanwan. Thus, I would argue that not only 5 billion, but even 100 billion would be justified. Upon hearing this, Song Chanjuan's eyes brimmed with tears. In this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security in a man for the first time. Instantly, 3 notification chimes echoed, indicating her affection for Zhao Feiyu had surged by 90 points. Just 10 more points were needed to reach 100. At this revelation, Zhao Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. Forget 5 billion, he would spend 100 billion without hesitation. Regaining his composure, he realized that Zhang Baiyu would certainly require additional time. Therefore, he needed to stall for a while. Observing the situation, Zhao Feiyu stepped forward and calmly proposed, Zhou Marin, if you do not believe me, let us make a wager. If I do not eliminate all the individuals you summoned today, you may have your way, but if I succeed, you must promise never to harass my girlfriend again. Hearing this, Song Yunfeng immediately glared at Zhao Feiyu. Good. Zhou Marin readily accepted the challenge. The wager posed no risk to him, as he was not one of those being targeted. Moreover, Zhou Marin doubted Zhao Feiyu would succeed. After all, while others might be unaware, Zhou Marin was acutely aware that everyone had their own circles. The energy of those who mingled with him was easily imagined, especially considering their family backgrounds. Zhao Feiyu's intent in making this statement was merely to buy time to prevent Zhou Marin from further bothering Song Chanwan. He understood that toppling the Zhou family could not be achieved solely with the over 100 billion he possessed, not at least for now. What Zhao Feiyu needed was time. Given a little, he was confident he could bring down the Zhou family and exact vengeance for the Song family. Kid, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Let us make it 3 days. If you can take down half of these people, I will concede you the victory. Zhou Marin boasted arrogantly. I'll remember this grudge. I'll return in 3 days, and at that time, not only will you make Song Chanwan accompany me, but you will kneel and bow 3 times, then crawl beneath me and call me grandfather. However, Zhao Feiyu merely raised a finger and shook it gently. No need for 3 days. I can accomplish it today. With that, Zhao Feiyu cast a mocking glance at the others. What future could a bunch of unseasoned fellows following Zhou Marin possibly have? I will make you understand the cost of your actions. As his words fell, one of the youths received a phone call. Zhao Feiyu smirked and suggested, why not put the call on speaker? The young man glanced at the caller ID, realizing it was a family member. With disdain, he retorted, what is there to fear? You idiot, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? If you're doing drugs, that's one thing, but you're dragging me down with you. Pack your things and run. Hearing the voice on the phone, the young man's face turned ashen. The matter of drug use was illegal, and only those within their circle knew about it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that trouble had indeed arrived. As his father would never joke about such matters. Zhou Xiao, something's gone wrong. I'm leaving. Zhou Marin nodded in confusion and turned his gaze toward Zhao Feiyu. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. There's no way you could have investigated so much in less than half an hour. Yet, just as the young man prepared to flee, the wail of police sirens echoed. The entrance to the happiness community was swiftly locked down, and a group of officers entered, immediately apprehending the young man who had just spoken on the phone. At the sight of this, the others instinctively prepared to escape, but soon realized that the police did not seem interested in capturing them. Relieved, they wondered why so many had gathered there. The leading officer, noticing some individuals wielding baseball bats, promptly stepped forward to issue a warning. Observing this, Zhao Feiyu smiled and remarked, Officer, I suggest you wait a moment. Perhaps there are still individuals here whom you need to apprehend. The phone call may arrive shortly. Oh, could it be that they are all involved? The officer's eyes brightened at this realization, recognizing the opportunity presented to him. At that moment, another young man's phone rang. Upon seeing it was a family member calling, he instinctively prepared to hang up. Observing this, Zhao Feiyu urged, I advise you to answer. Otherwise, you may never see your family again. Hesitantly, the young man answered the call, only to be met with a furious roar from the other end. You scoundrel! Why are you using drugs at home? You've ruined me. Get back here immediately and turn yourself in. Upon hearing this, the nearby officer's eyes widened in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to subdue the young man. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Marin lost all composure. Zhao Marin was all too aware of the true nature of these individuals. At least 6 or 7 of them were involved in drug use. This thought ignited a desire within Zhao Marin to flee, fearing that he might be implicated by their actions. However, Zhao Feiyu seemed to perceive Zhao Marin's apprehensions and swiftly positioned himself in front of him. What are you worried about? There are only 2 of them, and besides, you haven't partaken in any drugs. What is there to fear? I intend to show you whether I can bring them all down in a single day. Once they are all toppled, it will be your turn. Chapter 32. The promising youth. At this moment, the sound of the phone ringing was akin to a death knell. Each time a ringtone echoed, a wayward youth was apprehended. In this instant, Zhao Marin was utterly flustered. Meanwhile, the leading officer wore an unyielding smile, reveling in the thrill of this ambush, devoid of any risk of casualties. Before long, they had apprehended 6 or 7 drug users in the vicinity. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence, with the remaining youths turning pale. Although they had not indulged in drugs, each bore a criminal record of some sort. Were it not for Zhao Marin's presence, they would have likely fled. Dingling. Just then, Zhao Marin's own phone rang unexpectedly. The sudden chime shattered the brief stillness. The phone's vibration sent a shudder through him, and all eyes promptly converged on Zhao Marin. His gaze flickered, his throat dry. He hesitated to slide his thumb to answer. The surrounding officers stepped closer, their handcuffs glinting ominously, too blinding for Zhao Marin to confront. What am I afraid of? Even if I am taken in, I can emerge unscathed. With so many members of my family stationed in Yunwan City, I refuse to believe otherwise. Zhao Marin clenched his teeth and answered the call. Hello? As soon as the call connected, the leading officer stepped forward, demanding, put it on speaker. Zhao Marin's eyes twitched in resignation as he removed the phone from his ear and set it on speaker. Something has happened at home. Are your reckless friends all captured? Their families have all fallen. Stay home and don't run around. A deep voice resonated from the other end. The officer produced handcuffs, ready to make an arrest, yet the call yielded no specific leads, and the precinct had not contacted them either. Observing this, the leading officer waved his hand, prompting the others to step back. What say you, Zhao Marin? Now you must believe it. Zhao Feiyu stepped forward, a faint smile playing on his lips. No need for 3 days. Merely an hour has passed. Yet the real drama is just beginning. In the coming days, Yunwan City will undergo a complete transformation. Zhao Marin, bereft of the courage to remain any longer, felt the restless officers poised to apprehend them all. Although they had not used drugs, each had committed heinous acts, coercing women, intimidating students, which would surely lead to a decade or more behind bars if exposed. Zhao Marin, from this day forth, do not let me see you harassing my girlfriend again. If I catch you, you will be the next to be arrested. Zhao Feiyu called out loudly as he watched Zhao Marin retreat in disarray. Soon, Zhao Marin and his companions departed, and the officers dispersed. Song Yunfeng addressed the neighbors peering down from above, urging everyone, return home. At that moment, Song Yunfeng and his associates were utterly astonished by Zhao Feiyu's maneuvering. In mere banter, a dozen of Yunwan City's wayward youths and their backers had been dealt with. What immense power this was! Just then, Zhao Feiyu's phone rang, and he heard Zhang Baiyu's excited voice on the line. Haha, I told you, brother. How did these people offend you? They all have dirt on them. Each one is a guaranteed case. Several were dealt with without any financial expenditure. The 50 billion you provided me could resolve this without even needing to use 10 billion. Don't celebrate just yet. One person remains quite troublesome. Zhao Feiyu warned gravely. You mean Zhao Marin from the Zhou family? Zhang Baiyu inquired. The Zhou family is considered prominent in Yunwan City, but to us in Jiangbei, they are nothing more than rubbish. Trust me, with 50 billion, I can completely dismantle the Zhou family and even make you another 50 billion. Oh, pray tell how? Zhao Feiyu's interest was piqued. Brother, you must trust me. Hand over the entire 50 billion. The others in the photos are mere lackeys. But the Zhou family is a tougher nut to crack. However, this is not an issue. Our Jiaxing group has long planned to enter Yunwan City. A proposal made by my father years ago, but the old-timers in the group disagreed. With this 50 billion as backing, I can initiate this plan. Once it's underway, we will capture half the market in Yunduan City, including the Zhou family. Zhang Baiyu's tone grew serious, brimming with confidence and excitement. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu smiled lightly. Brother Zhang, if I did not trust you, would I have entrusted you with 30 billion or 50 billion? Therefore, proceed boldly. As long as you can bring down the Zhou family, even if it results in a loss, I shall not mind. It will not happen. It absolutely will not. Zhang Baiyu vowed, pounding his chest. Whether it's South the Jiangbei Times Square project or this venture into Yunduan City, I am fully confident. Give me some time, and I will double your investment of 80 billion. Very well. Let us await the results. After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu had not anticipated that this fortuitous encounter could pave a path into the Yunduan City market. If Jiaxing were to break into Yunduan City, it could also support Song Yunfeng. Should Song Yunfeng rise, success would come effortlessly. Upon reaching the upper floor, everyone settled down. Zhang Meiji promptly prepared some fruit, while Song Chanjun brewed tea. Let me formally introduce you to my esteemed brothers. This is the Zhao Feiyu I mentioned. Song Yunfeng stood, introducing the young man to the other middle-aged men. The reason I am preparing for my resurgence is that he has provided me with financial support. Upon hearing this, the elderly men exchanged glances. Prior to their arrival, they had discussed this matter, and Song Yunfeng had made it clear that his startup capital was around 10 billion. In other words, this unassuming young man before them was the one providing the funds for Song Yunfeng. Coupled with the earlier actions, the middle-aged men were inwardly astonished. Investing 50 billion to deal with a group of wayward youths was an audacious move, indeed. This suggested that the 10 billion invested in Song Yunfeng was but a trifling sum. Even if Song Yunfeng encountered financial difficulties later, this young man could swiftly remedy the situation, leaving no room for concern. With this in mind, the middle-aged men became increasingly resolute in their decision to assist Song Yunfeng. Chapter 33. The Zhou family brother Song. How did you come to know such a talented and courageous young man? Indeed. Please introduce us. If we rise again, he could very well be our behind-the-scenes boss. The others urged eagerly. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu stood up and politely introduced himself. Dear uncles, I am Manli's boyfriend, Zhao Feiyu. Upon his rising, the others were taken aback and stood up in response. They had encountered numerous wealthy and powerful individuals before, which had nothing to do with age. The young man before them possessed immense financial resources yet chose to exhibit such respectful demeanor towards them. This truly astonished them. Zhao Feiyu's capability to invest 10 billion into Song Yunfeng made him the latter's employer. He could easily adopt a commanding tone while addressing Song Yunfeng. Yet his previous attitude not only made Song Yunfeng comfortable, but also instilled a sense of pride in him. Such a rare gem, indeed. A young man of great wealth, exhibiting politeness and deference to us old-timers. Brother Song, you've struck gold. Indeed, Brother Song, Feiyu is not only your boss, but soon to be your son-in-law. Wait, what did you just say? Whose boyfriend are you? Manli, but you just said you were Changwan's boyfriend? Everyone turned their puzzled gazes towards Song Changwan, who shyly lowered her head. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly sensed a surge of hostility. Turning to look, he found Song Yunfeng glaring at him with an expression that seemed to say, "You'd better give me a reason to let you leave today." In response, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained, "It's like this. Zhou Marin came to our home today, pestering Sister Changwan. She mentioned that he had approached her multiple times asking her to accompany him for drinks. In a fit of anger, I pretended to be Sister Changwan's boyfriend to drive him away, but to my surprise, he was relentless, which led to the events that followed." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly grasped the situation. However, Song Yunfeng still warned with concern, "You, young man, better not entertain any ill intentions. Be content with having Manli, or I swear, I'll make you regret it." Zhao Feiyu instinctively shrank his neck and nodded repeatedly. Yet, no one noticed that Song Changwan, with her head bowed, harbored a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. No one knew the tumultuous changes that had occurred within her heart today. Zhao Feiyu's sudden appearance was akin to a star amidst her chaotic and turbulent life, guiding her and instilling boundless hope. It felt like a warm harbor, shielding her from the storms, allowing her to experience the warmth and security of being protected for the first time. In that moment, Song Changwan's heart felt like a seed sprouting, yet what kind of fruit it would eventually bear remained uncertain. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Zhou Marin immediately sought out his father. "Father, what on earth happened? How could that young man possess such immense power to have so many people captured in just an hour? Who exactly is he? What young man? What are you talking about?" Zhou Wanjun, Marin's father, asked, perplexed. Zhao Feiyu. Don't you know him? What Zhao Feiyu? Where did you meet that spoiled brat? Zhou Wanjun replied impatiently, turning away. Wait, you really don't know? Zhou Marin exclaimed in disbelief. What exactly transpired today? Everything that happened today was premeditated. Zhou Wanjun sighed heavily. Premeditated? Hold on. Isn't Zhao Feiyu the one who spent 50 billion to deal with us? What Zhao Feiyu? What on earth are you saying? Zhou Wanjun, already in a foul mood, became furious at Zhou Marin's incoherent ramblings and scolded him sharply. Wait, Zhou Marin was momentarily at a loss. Everything that happened today was instigated by me. You think you have that kind of power to stir up such chaos in Yunwan City? Zhou Wanjun scoffed upon glancing at his useless son. Really, Dad? It happened like this. Zhou Marin then recounted the events that transpired at the Xingfu community earlier that day to his father. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun burst into laughter. 50 billion? To deal with you spoiled brats? Let me ask you, do all of your heads combined even equate to 50 billion? This is simply a case of a fox borrowing a tiger's might to deceive you. You foolish boy, even if you searched throughout Yunwan City or even Jiangbei, you would struggle to find a young man with such courage and financial prowess. Do you think 50 billion is a trivial sum? It has 8 zeros. That said, this young man must have received some forewarning to act with such confidence. Otherwise, how could he have deceived you all? Listening to his father's words was like a revelation to Zhou Marin. It was as if his mind had been trampled upon and then awkwardly reassembled. That wretched boy dared to deceive me. Zhou Marin's anger flared. That fellow claiming to be Song Changjuan's boyfriend must have some background. Although the Song family has fallen from grace, their connections and information still linger. It's reasonable for him to have received prior intelligence. I'm going to confront that brat. Just then, Zhou Wanjun delivered a firm slap across his son's face. Calm down. Do you realize the gravity of the situation? We are already being watched. Do you want to attract more trouble? But I can't just let this go. Zhou Marin's anger boiled over as he recalled the earlier events. His forehead throbbed painfully. He felt as if he were losing his hair. That fellow had nearly driven him to baldness. This is a delicate time. If you provoke trouble and someone catches wind of it, don't expect me to acknowledge you as my son. Over the years, I've given you everything you wanted. But if you drag our family into a bottomless pit, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Zhou Marin instinctively shrank back. He understood his father's temperament well. In matters concerning the family's future, he was utterly inconsequential. To put it plainly, if his actions led to significant losses for the Zhou family, Zhou Wanjun would not hesitate to sever ties with him. Even Zhou Wanjun's father, Zhou Marin's grandfather, would show no mercy. Chapter 34. Do you like Zhao Feiyu? Zhou Marin weakly nodded. However, Zhou Wanjun, with narrowed eyes, pondered aloud. Yet, it's curious. Not even we received any advance notice. How could the Song family have been informed beforehand? If we were left in the dark, the other 3 prominent families and major factions would likely share our ignorance. At that moment, Zhou Marin's eyes gleamed with realization. Today, when I summoned people to give that brat a good beating, at a critical juncture, Song Yunfeng returned with a few individuals. They seemed to be the various stewards from the Song group. Oh, Zhou Wanjun's eyes brightened. You mean Zhang Wanbiao, Li Jianjun, and Zhao Dezuzu? Yes, those 3 old fellows. Do you think they are plotting something together? Zhou Marin nodded fervently. These 3 old geezers are quite influential in Yunwan City, yet they are hardly formidable. Reviving Song Yunfeng's fortunes won't be an easy feat for them. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant and keep a close watch. Zhou Wanjun cautioned. All right, you may leave now. For the next few days, stay at home obediently, understood? All right, I got it. Zhou Marin replied with impatience, then swept out of the room. However, upon returning to his bedroom, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed. Hello? Ji Xiao. Zhou Marin, you're still alive. Came a teasing voice from the other end. I heard your gang got wiped out. How about you? Haven't been caught yet? Shut it. If you get caught, I won't be spared either. Zhou Marin retorted gruffly. Get serious. I need your help. Ji Xiao, whose real name was Ji Feng, was the second heir of one of Yunwan City's 4 great families. A fellow scion of privilege like Zhou Marin, which allowed them to bond. Speak, what do you need? Ji Xiao scoffed, already guessing it was related to today's events. I need you to investigate someone. Who? A young man from the former Song group, named Zhao Feiyu. He is currently my ex-wife Song Changjuan's boyfriend. Oh. Ji Xiao's curiosity ignited. What is going on? I remember you promised Minnie that you'd have Song Changjuan accompany them for drinks. You're quite the character, even after divorce. Still thinking of her, turning her into a pawn in your business. Truly, a self-sabotaging man is the most terrifying. What is this? Is it because she is dating someone that you're feeling jealous? Enough of your nonsense. Zhou Marin snapped. Just tell me if you can help or not. Of course I will help, but I want to do it for free. Name your price. 500,000. Are you robbing me? Isn't that mere pocket change for you? It's just the cost of a meal. I'll get it done for you without a hitch. Fine. Transfer it immediately. Zhao Feiyu had never anticipated that his conspicuous actions would be misinterpreted by Zhou Marin. However, for Zhao Feiyu, this turned out to be fortuitous. At least, the Zhou family was now retreating, reluctant to act rashly, which would prevent any further trouble for Song Chanwan and Song Yinfeng. Song Chanwan could now focus on her job, and Song Yinfeng could advance swiftly. What he needed most was time. If given a moment to develop, by the time others realized and sought to suppress him, it would already be too late. After bidding farewell to Song Yinfeng's old associates, Song Chanwan raised her head to look at Zhao Feiyu. Thank you, Feiyu, she expressed softly, her heart racing with emotion yet hesitating to act on it. As she uttered these words, she inwardly scolded herself. What is wrong with you, Song Chanwan? Why are you feeling shy? He saved you. You ought to be grateful. Why do you feel this way? Could it be that you like him? No, that's impossible. He is Monli's boyfriend. I shouldn't and I can't like him. But if it's not affection, then why do I feel this way? It's nothing. I was the reckless one. I hope Sister Chanwan won't mind my impersonation as your boyfriend without your consent, which almost led to a misunderstanding with your uncle. Zhao Feiyu smiled. It's fine, it doesn't matter. Song Chanwan waved her hands repeatedly. Yet, deep down, she seemed to yearn for Zhao Feiyu to continue this charade. At that moment, Song Yinfeng ascended from downstairs after seeing off his companions. He personally offered a cigarette to Zhao Feiyu. Feiyu, I truly owe you one today. If it weren't for you, had I not returned in time, my family would have been in trouble. Zhao Feiyu nodded in acknowledgement, but added, however, I fear we cannot remain in this happy community any longer. Zhou Marin is unlikely to let this go easily. While we're not afraid of overt actions, I worry about his underhanded tactics, which are far more difficult to guard against. Therefore, we must relocate to Yunshan residence as soon as possible. Moreover, Zhao Feiyu looked at Song Chanwan. Sister Chanwan, perhaps you should consider resigning from your job at school. What if Zhou Marin blocks you on the road? Resign? Who is going to support you then? Song Chanwan chuckled. But as soon as she spoke, she noticed her family staring at her with peculiar expressions. Oh dear, that is not what I meant, she said, covering her face in embarrassment. What I meant was, if Zhou Marin tries anything underhanded, no matter what job I have, it won't change anything. I genuinely enjoy being a teacher, so I don't want to quit. That is valid. Zhao Feiyu nodded. At that moment, Song Yinfeng contemplated, since Feiyu isn't busy, why not have him escort Chanwan to and from work? We're just starting out, and I can't attend to family matters. With Feiyu around, I can feel much more at ease. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Zhang Meiji agreed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Song Chanwan's heart raced inexplicably. It had been quite a while since she had anticipated something so fervently. She found herself desiring Zhao Feiyu to take her to and from work. This sensation felt almost sinful. She had developed feelings for her sister's boyfriend. All right then. Zhao Feiyu appeared troubled but was inwardly elated. He feared that Song Yinfeng might harbor other intentions, yet he never imagined it would be Song Yinfeng who proposed this arrangement. Chapter 35, Arrival at Tianhai. Thus, the matter was settled. Excellent. I will expedite matters with Yunshan residents as soon as possible, ensuring that once we relocate, both Auntie and the old gentleman's safety will be safeguarded. Just then, the sudden ringing of Zhao Feiyu's phone pierced the air. A video call flashed on the screen, eagerly urging Zhao Feiyu to answer. Monli. Zhao Feiyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the call. On the screen, Song Monli appeared to have just disembarked from her flight, dragging her luggage as she made her way outside. Feiyu, I have arrived in Tianhai. Her voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement for the city. Returning to this place rekindled memories of her delightful university days. The transformation of Tianhai was remarkable, yet the iconic landmarks remained unchanged. Many spots bore the footprints of her and Zhao Feiyu's past wanderings. At that moment, no one noticed the subtle shift in Song Chuanjuan's expression as she stood up and headed towards the restroom. Be careful over there. Call me after you check into the university, understood? Got it. Song Monli nodded repeatedly, then with a cheerful smile added, Feiyu. I miss you. Zhao Feiyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he glanced sideways. On his left, Song Yinfeng craned his neck to gaze at the screen, while on his right, Zhang Meiji lounged on the sofa, observing Zhao Feiyu. What is the matter? Song Monli asked, puzzled. You don't miss me? It's been just a few hours. I want to talk to you then. Monli, Look where I am right now. Zhao Feiyu turned the camera around, surveying his surroundings. Upon seeing her parents and grandfather in the frame, Song Monli's eyes widened in shock, and she hastily ended the call without a word of farewell. Cough, cough. Well, Monli is still like a child. Zhao Feiyu tucked away his phone, forcing a sheepish smile. The following morning, after a brisk wash, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chuanwan set off for Lu Middle School. Jie, how do you usually commute to work? Zhao Feiyu inquired leisurely as he drove towards the school. By bus. Song Chuanwan replied without hesitation. That's rather inconvenient. How about I take you to buy a car after school today? A light bulb went off in Zhao Feiyu's mind as he contemplated a profitable venture with Song Chuanwan. I'd rather not. She firmly declined. Didn't my dad ask you to take me to and from school? Song Chuanwan had her own thoughts. Owning a car would mean Zhao Feiyu could no longer chauffeur her around. That doesn't matter. I can't possibly drive you every day. What if I have something else to do one day? You could still drive yourself, right? Zhao Feiyu seized every opportunity to make money. No. I can't accept anything without working for it. Song Chuanwan waved her hands in rejection. Without merit, there is no reward? Zhao Feiyu's mind raced. Then, would you allow me to visit your school? That way, it wouldn't be without merit, right? That. Song Chuanwan was momentarily speechless, then chuckled. What does that even mean? You can visit the school, but I absolutely cannot accept your car. No. This car must be bought. If you refuse, then I shan't be driving you anymore. Zhao Feiyu feigned anger. Why are you throwing a tantrum like a child? Song Chuanwan scoffed. Isn't that fair? Zhao Feiyu replied with a grin. Just joking. Song Chuanwan, with a score of 96 for looks and 90 for charm, was a treasure not to be squandered. Moreover, purchasing gifts might even enhance their rapport. Upon arriving at school, they parked the car and walked towards the entrance. As vehicles belonging to faculty were prohibited on campus to ensure student safety. Previously, an incident at a university where a wealthy heir caused a fatal accident had gained significant attention online, resulting in the notorious phrase, "My dad is Li Gang." Hey, Teacher Song, is this your boyfriend? He looks so handsome. The security guard at the entrance brightened upon seeing Zhao Feiyu. As Song Chuanwan began to explain, Zhao Feiyu took her hand and led her forward. Sir, smoking. The guard perked up. Oh, Warzy, let us go? Song Chuanwan giggled shyly, pulling Zhao Feiyu into the school. Entering the teacher's dormitory, Song Chuanwan opened the door and stepped inside. The rooms were single occupancy, albeit somewhat small, yet offered great privacy. Song Chuanwan remarked. Many teachers often bring their partners here for the night. You can even hear them at midnight. Really? Then let us stay here tonight. Zhao Feiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Song Chuanwan blushed, taken aback by his suggestion. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Feiyu quickly clarified, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to see if I could hear anything tonight. Pervert. Song Chuanwan retorted, retrieving her textbooks to begin her preparations. Not wishing to intrude further, Zhao Feiyu stood up and announced, I'll go take a stroll. The memories of campus life are truly nostalgic. At that moment, a girl in uniform entered, colliding with Zhao Feiyu. Upon recognizing him, her curiosity ignited, though she concealed her intrigue. After inquiring about a few matters from Song Chuanwan, she hurriedly exited. Extra. Upon returning to her class, the girl proclaimed loudly, Teacher Song is dating. He is super handsome. Really? Instantly, dozens of classmates gathered around, buzzing with excitement. It's true. I bumped into him in Teacher Song's office. He was wearing a casual suit, with a middle-part hairstyle, so handsome, just like a leading man from the television. Is it really that exaggerated? Not at all. If you don't believe me, go check Teacher Song's office. He is still outside. Hearing this, a group of students rushed out, heading towards the teacher's dormitory. There stood Zhao Feiyu, leaning against the railing of the corridor, gazing down at the vibrant campus below. Observing the youthful, energetic students brought back memories of his own middle school days, a time devoid of worries. At that moment, a timid voice interrupted from behind. A few girls peered curiously and asked, Are you Teacher Song's boyfriend? Zhao Feiyu turned and smiled. What do you think? His sunny, affable smile instantly put the three girls at ease. Wow, you're really handsome and so gentle. You must be Teacher Song's boyfriend. She is so beautiful. Only someone as handsome as you could match her. Hee, you have such sweet tongues. I'll treat you to milk tea sometime. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Why not now? There is a milk tea shop in the school supermarket. All right. Zhao Feiyu was taken aback by the audacity of these three young ladies. During his own middle school days, he harbored a keen curiosity regarding the emotions and private lives of his teachers, yet he never possessed such boldness. In those times, the teachers were remarkably strict, often resorting to corporal punishment. Hooray! The group of girls immediately, brimming with excitement, led Zhao Feiyu down the stairs. Chapter 36. The school turmoil. At this moment, a male teacher sporting gold-rimmed glasses approached, carrying several items. He cast a dubious glance at Zhao Feiyu, clearly unfamiliar with him. After they passed, 3 female classmates whispered among themselves, "That teacher Hao is quite a harsh instructor and is actually pursuing teacher Song. Be wary." "Oh, really?" Zhao Feiyu replied with a faint smile, exuding confidence. "I trust that teacher Song would not be interested in him." "Exactly," another girl chimed in. "Teacher Song dislikes teacher Hao very much, but he is the son of a school board member, so she has little choice." "Isn't this a public school? Where does a school board member come from?" Zhao Feiyu asked, taken aback. "Our school was originally called Yasi High School, a private institution, once renowned as the 6th high school of Yunduan City many years ago, and the name has since been abbreviated." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's understanding deepened. Before long, the 4 arrived at the school supermarket, encountering other classmates from Song Chanjuan's class along the way. Upon hearing that Zhao Feiyu was treating them to milk tea, the group swelled to over 20 people, with almost all the girls from the class present. Zhao Feiyu was at a loss for words, but still treated each one to a cup of milk tea. Transaction successful, cashback of 6,254 yuan. Meanwhile, Li Li's favorability, 5, Zhang Chan's favorability, 5, Zhao Na's favorability, 5. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Zhao Feiyu raised an eyebrow. Perhaps he could glean some benefits from this crowd, such as having Song Chanjun take them camping during the holidays. Moreover, among these individuals, there was a range of attractiveness, with some offering a 15-fold return. After the crowd dispersed, Zhao Feiyu made his way to Song Chanjuan's office. "What are you doing?" As he approached the door, he heard Song Chanjuan's piercing scream. "I warn you, Hao Tianxiang, this is a school. Do not overstep your bounds. I am the son of a board member. I call the shots here. Not even the principal can touch me," a lewd voice remarked, suggesting his intentions towards Song Chanjun. "And stop pretending to be pure. Who doesn't know you divorced Zhou Marin years ago?" Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu pushed the door open and saw Song Chanjun cornered with a wary expression, while the bespectacled young man wore a malicious grin. Upon noticing Zhao Feiyu's entrance, the man quickly turned around. Bang! Zhao Feiyu delivered a powerful punch to Hao Tianxiang's cheek, sending his glasses flying. "What the hell?" Hao Tianxiang instinctively cursed, but Zhao Feiyu followed up with a fierce kick to his abdomen. "Do you know who I am?" Hao Tianxiang roared in anger. Yet, Zhao Feiyu continued to rain down blows without hesitation. "Feiyu, stop. If this goes on, it will end badly." Song Chanjun urgently tried to intervene. Seeing her distress, Zhao Feiyu finally ceased his assault. He crouched down, gripping Hao Tianxiang's collar. "Do you know who I am? I am the son of the board member. I don't care who you are, having struck me today. You will not leave this school." Hao Tianxiang still brazenly threatened. "You think you can stop me? Very well. I'm eager to see how you intend to prevent my departure from this school." Zhao Feiyu retorted mockingly while patting Hao Tianxiang's cheek. "Make a call now. Let us see who you can summon. How dare you bully my girlfriend in broad daylight?" "Your girlfriend?" Hao Tianxiang looked at Song Chanjun, surprised. This was news to him. Song Chanjun actually had a boyfriend. With that, Hao Tianxiang picked up his phone and dialed, but instead of calling family, he reached out to someone from the underworld. He realized that if his board member father found out he was trying to disgrace a female teacher at school, he would undoubtedly break his legs. However, having been struck by Zhao Feiyu, he couldn't just let it go. "Kid, if you have the guts, don't run when we're outside this school." Hao Tianxiang threatened menacingly during the call. "Bring it on. I await your arrival." Zhao Feiyu released his grip on Hao Tianxiang. "Feiyu, his father is a board member, and he has connections, you." Song Chanjun said, concern etched on her face. "Fear not." Zhao Feiyu waved dismissively. "If you wish to continue working here peacefully, this scoundrel must be dealt with. Otherwise, he will harass you again. Trust me, I know how to handle it." Song Chanjun nodded obediently. She had witnessed Zhao Feiyu's capabilities firsthand. If he could deal with someone like Zhou Marin, Hao Tianxiang would be no challenge. "Hey, Long Go, it's Tianxiang from Yasi High School. I'm in a bit of trouble and need you to bring some people to help me out." At that moment, Hao Tianxiang's call connected. "Get lost. The situation is tense right now. Do you want to get me killed?" A voice on the other end erupted in anger. Embarrassed, Hao Tianxiang quickly stepped away to a corner, pleading softly, "Long Go, I'm really in a bind. It's just one person. Bring a few brothers to back me up. Once it's all settled, I promise I won't shortchange you." After a moment of silence on the line, the response came, "Fine. When? Right now? Okay. I'll be there." Once he hung up, A cruel smile crept across Hao Tianxiang's face. He then approached the door of Song Chanjuan's office, taunting, "Kid, this is a school. It's not a good look. If you're not afraid of dying, come out with me now." "Very well." Zhao Feiyu feigned a move to leave, but was abruptly pulled back by Song Chanjun. "Don't go out with him. He has definitely called for backup, and you'll be at a disadvantage." At that moment, Hao Tianxiang, fearing Zhao Feiyu's reluctance to step outside, issued another threat, "If you don't dare to go out, I'll keep coming after Song Chanjun. I'm the son of the board member. There will always be times when you are not around." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's expression darkened. Glancing at the worried Song Chanjun, he smiled faintly and gently patted her delicate hand. "You go ahead to class. I can handle this." Zhao Feiyu's smile radiated an infinite sense of security and confidence, prompting Song Chanjun to slowly release her grip. "Be careful, mm." With that, Zhao Feiyu walked outside. Upon reaching the school grounds, he cast a mocking look at Hao Tianxiang, eager to see what kind of reinforcements he could muster. At that moment, a Mercedes and a van approached from a distance. Chapter 37, Young Master Long. Upon spotting the license plate number, Hao Tianxiang hastily approached the roadside, waving at the vehicle. Once the van came to a halt, 7 or 8 unruly youths armed with clubs poured out. From the luxury car, a young man clad in tight white pants and a fur coat emerged, adorned with a glaring gold chain around his neck and a cigar dangling from his lips. He strode forward with an air of arrogance. "Young Master Long, you have finally arrived. Who dares to bully my brother? Are they courting death?" The youth, referred to as Young Master Long, bellowed with bravado, instantly elevating Hao Tianxiang's stature. "Brother Long, it's this scoundrel who dares to snatch women from me." Hao Tianxiang pointed at Zhao Feiyu with a fierce glare. "You must help me regain my honor today." Following Hao Tianxiang's gesture, Young Master Long's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly removed his sunglasses for a clearer view. The moment he recognized Zhao Feiyu, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Gulp. Young Master Long swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, and licked his parched lips. "Why yes, it's you." When Zhao Feiyu saw Young Master Long, he nearly burst into laughter. "Is it really you?" Upon closer inspection, he realized that this Young Master Long was none other than one of the spoiled youths summoned by Zhou Marin the previous day. Fortuitously, this fellow had evaded drug use and arrest, only to find himself summoned by Hao Tianxiang today. His demeanor was far more arrogant than it had been yesterday. Had he exhibited such bravado then, perhaps Zhao Feiyu would have genuinely been intimidated. Young Master Long stood awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hao Tianxiang seemed oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere. "Young Master, it's this guy? Have the brothers deal with him. I'll deal with your grandmother." Young Master Long, startled, instinctively slapped Hao Tianxiang. Smack! Hao Tianxiang was momentarily stunned by the blow. "Young Master, why did you hit me? Hit him instead. I'll have you beaten up." Young Master Long pointed at the nearby ruffians, barking orders. "Make sure to teach him a lesson." Moments later, Hao Tianxiang lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Wailing in agony, Young Master Long approached Zhao Feiyu with a sycophantic smile, pleading, "Big brother, are you satisfied? If not, I can have him beaten again. You have some sense, but I hope he won't harass my girlfriend in the future. Do you understand? If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to have you locked up as well." Yes, I guarantee it," Young Master Long promised fervently, turning to Hao Tianxiang with righteous indignation. "Bring him over here." Now resembling a pig's face from the beating, Hao Tianxiang was seized by Young Master Long, who menacingly warned, "Hao Tianxiang, listen up. Never harass my brother's girlfriend again, understand? If it happens again, I assure you, I won't let you off lightly." Enduring the pain, Hao Tianxiang nodded, and Young Master Long finally released him. "Big brother, are you satisfied now?" he asked with a smile that tried to seem benevolent. "Enough, let us go. This is a school, and the presence here is inappropriate." Zhao Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. Young Master Long, relieved, led his gang away in a hurried retreat. Afterward, Zhao Feiyu disregarded the unconscious Hao Tianxiang, turning to enter the school. Shortly, passers-by noticed the scene and called for an ambulance. Not long after returning, Song Chanwan finished her class. Spotting Zhao Feiyu, who was safe and sound in the office, she hurried over, placing her textbooks down and exhaling in relief. "I'm so glad to see you're okay. Were you that worried about me?" Zhao Feiyu teased lightly. "Hao Tianxiang is no pushover. He will surely seek revenge through his connections. But I'm curious about how you handled the situation." Song Chanwan inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu chuckled. "Do you know who he summoned?" "Who?" "One of the group that followed Zhou Marin yesterday. When he saw me, his face turned pale." "Really?" Song Chanwan raised an eyebrow, covering her mouth as she giggled softly. Zhao Feiyu found himself momentarily entranced. With a glance and a smile, Song Chanwan was infinitely more alluring than Song Monli. Sensing Zhao Feiyu's intense gaze, Song Chanwan shyly lowered her head. "Sister Wan, you are truly beautiful." Zhao Feiyu approached, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. The sudden embrace sent a shiver down Song Chanwan's spine, her breath quickening and her face flushing crimson. In that intoxicating moment, Zhao Feiyu leaned down to kiss her, while Song Chanwan instinctively closed her eyes. Just as their lips were about to meet, Song Chanwan's mind flashed to Song Monli's image. Startled, she opened her eyes and broke free from Zhao Feiyu's grasp. "No, we can't do this. You are Monli's boyfriend. This isn't right." Zhao Feiyu snapped back to reality, noticing Song Monli's bashful and anxious expression. He quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, Sister Wan. You are just too stunning. I couldn't help myself. From now on, we cannot do this. Do you understand? You make it impossible for me to face Monli," Song Chanwan said, regaining her composure and issuing a serious warning. Yes, I won't dare again. I can only blame you for being too captivating. As a hot-blooded man, I simply cannot withstand your beauty." Zhao Feiyu nodded fervently, his flattery bringing a smile to Song Chanwan's face. Song Monli's affection level, 5 at that moment, due to the earlier incident. Song Monli's affection level miraculously increased by 5 points. Zhao Feiyu felt a rush of joy. He was now certain that Song Chanwan harbored feelings for him. Yet her connection to Song Monli kept her from confronting her emotions. Nevertheless, Zhao Feiyu was convinced that if he could raise Song Chanwan's affection level to 100, he would undoubtedly win her heart. With that thought in mind, Zhao Feiyu's heart raced at the prospect of the two sisters. This was a fantasy that every man yearned to realize. As there were no afternoon classes, Song Chanwan could leave school early. The two felt a bit awkward in the car on their way back. Suddenly, Zhao Feiyu recalled their morning discussion and broke the silence. "Sister Wan, let us buy you a car. Is that really necessary? I don't have much use for a car." Song Chanwan pouted. "Are you refusing because you don't have a driver's license and can't drive?" Zhao Feiyu teased. "What nonsense. Who says I can't drive? I've been a seasoned driver for 20 years. Song Chanwan retorted, indignant. "Really? I don't believe you. Let us go buy a car and you can show me." Zhao Feiyu challenged. "Do you prefer sports cars, sedans, or SUVs?" After a moment's thought, Song Chanwan replied, "An SUV or an off-road vehicle. I'm not fond of sports cars. They feel too youthful." "All right, then we shall purchase an off-road vehicle," Zhao Feiyu declared, promptly opening the navigation and heading towards the dealership. Chapter 38. 50 times cashback. Why have you come to the Mercedes 4S dealership? Upon seeing the dealership's emblem, Song Chanjun felt a sudden wave of anxiety. "We could simply purchase a more modest vehicle." How could an ordinary SUV befit your status? After all, you are my girlfriend now," Zhao Feiyu quipped with a mischievous grin. "Please, do not speak nonsense. If Monli finds out about this, how am I to face her? I understand you are merely pretending to save me, but you must cease this charade. It will lead to misunderstandings." Song Chanjun playfully punched Zhao Feiyu's shoulder. All right. I promise not to again, unless you wish for me to call you my girlfriend, deal?" Zhao Feiyu nodded fervently, fearful of any decline in Song Chanjun's affection. Gaining her favor was already a challenging endeavor, and any setback would be a significant loss. As for the car, let's not discuss it further. I already have my sights set on the Mercedes G-Class. With that, Zhao Feiyu took charge, leading Song Chanjun into the dealership. Once Zhao Feiyu parked the car, the sales staff promptly emerged to greet them. Those who worked in such a prestigious establishment possessed a keen eye for discerning clientele. From a distance, they noticed Zhao Feiyu arriving in a Porsche, clearly indicating he was a person of considerable means. As he exited the vehicle, the sales personnel enthusiastically introduced themselves and ushered the couple into the showroom. "Good day, sir and madam. Which series are you interested in exploring?" inquired a young and attractive saleswoman, adorned in uniform and a golden scarf around her neck. "I am not certain. My girlfriend desires an SUV. Could you guide us?" Zhao Feiyu responded, only to feel the piercing gaze of Song Chanjun, who discreetly pinched him, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Her grip was quite painful. Without delay, the staff led them to the Mercedes G-Class section. Upon seeing the vehicle, a spark of admiration flickered in Song Chanjun's eyes. Despite her composed demeanor, she clearly had a fondness for this majestic model. "What is the price for this vehicle?" "This is the latest G-Class SUV, starting at 1.2 million yuan, with the highest configuration reaching 1.8 million yuan. How exorbitant!" Song Chanjun gasped, her confidence wavering. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu stepped forward decisively. this is the one. If there is one available, we shall take it and make the payment immediately. I cannot. This car is far too expensive. Let us explore other options, Song Chanjun urged. However, Zhao Feiyu disregarded her concerns, dragging the sales personnel along. After signing the contract, he noticed Song Chanjun sitting there, visibly upset. Her expression, though displeased, held a certain charm. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu rushed to console her. It is truly rare to find something you adore. I heard from Monli that you once owned a G-class SUV, didn't you? At this, Song Chanjun's expression softened slightly. She turned to him, feigning anger. You and your lavish spending. How will Monli manage if she marries you? The sales personnel nearby were utterly baffled. Wait, what is the nature of this relationship? Just then, a notification chimed. Transaction successful, 50 times cashback, 100 million yuan. With the value of Song Monli's looks scoring 96 points, the cashback multiplier was set at 50 times. The car's total price, including taxes and fees, amounted to 2 million yuan. Since there was no immediate need for the vehicle, Zhao Feiyu instructed the staff to finalize the registration and modifications before he returned to collect it. As they departed the dealership, all the staff lined the path to bid farewell. Observing Zhao Feiyu's retreating figure, the saleswoman who had assisted them remarked dreamily, "What a fortunate young man. I hope to find a boyfriend like that someday." Stop daydreaming. Don't you already have a boyfriend? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Nevertheless, to be honest, the way he swiped his card was so effortless and suave, truly impressive. Only a woman as stunning as the one accompanying him could be worthy of such a man. On the way back, Song Chanjun's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Chanjun, hurry to the hospital. Your grandfather just suffered a stroke and is at the first hospital. You and Feiyu must come quickly. Upon hearing this, Song Chanjun's face paled, and Zhao Feiyu, having overheard the conversation, swiftly redirected the car towards the first hospital. Upon arrival, they spotted Zhang Meiji anxiously waiting outside the emergency room. Mom, what happened to Grandpa? How did he have a stroke? Indeed, Auntie. He seemed perfectly fine this morning. Sighing heavily, Zhang Meiji explained, after lunch. Your grandfather wanted to take a stroll downstairs and fell, leading to this condition. A stroke poses significant risks for the elderly. Just then, a doctor clad in a white coat emerged from the emergency room. Doctor, how is my grandfather? Song Chanjun hurriedly approached, her voice filled with urgency. He is temporarily out of danger. However, he may face mobility issues moving forward, and his memory could be affected. Hearing this, the three breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was safe, everything would be manageable. Doctor, help, please. Just then, a group rushed in with a gurney, a girl wearing glasses frantically calling for assistance. The nurses and doctors immediately surrounded her to commence rescue efforts. Observing the girl, bloodied and isolated, all present cast sympathetic glances her way. Such is the reality of hospitals, where the cycle of life and death unfolds daily. By the way, Auntie, has Grandpa's hospital fee been paid yet? Zhao Feiyu suddenly recalled and asked. Oh dear, I completely forgot. The doctor has reminded me several times. Zhang Meiji exclaimed, pulling out a stack of bills and hurriedly heading to the payment counter. Auntie, let me handle it. Zhao Feiyu quickly snatched the payment slip and made his way to the counter. Unbeknownst to him, he pondered whether spending money on Song Monli, or Song Chanjun, or even Zhang Meiji's relatives would qualify for cashback. Watching Zhao Feiyu depart, Zhang Meiji smiled with appreciation. This young man is truly remarkable. Upon reaching the payment counter, Zhao Feiyu noticed the bloodied girl also there, pleading desperately. Please, this is all the money I have. Once my father is stabilized, I will repay every cent. However, the staff at the counter remained indifferent. Such incidents happen daily here. I am not authorized to grant you any exceptions. Perhaps you should speak with a doctor? Fine, the girl murmured, her head bowed, clutching the payment slip tightly as she turned to leave. How much do you need? Zhao Feiyu suddenly inquired, stepping forward to address the staff. Chapter 39. Xia Zhu. After a series of expenses, the total amounted to over 50,000. Not paying was not an option, as the staff explained, but sustaining future costs would likely become untenable. At that moment, the girl turned to observe. Let us put 10,000 on her account for now, Zhao Feiyu said as he approached and took the payment slip from the girl's hand, handing it to the staff. In disbelief, the girl gazed at this unfamiliar man who had just covered her medical fees of 100,000. Thank you, she stammered. Though she remained cautious, she genuinely needed the funds. Any demands from him could wait until the patient regained consciousness. Transaction successful. 20-fold cashback of 2 million. Xia Zhu's favorability. 10. The system's notification left Zhao Feiyu slightly astonished. He glanced over to see Xiaozhu, 24 years old, favorability, 70, attractiveness, 90. The girl, clad in heavy black-rimmed glasses, was covered in blood with disheveled hair. He was taken aback to discover her attractiveness was rated at 90. No wonder there was a 20-fold cashback. No need for thanks. You should go check on your family first, he said, turning to hand over his own payment slip. What is your name? How can I repay you? Xiaozhu called back as she walked a short distance away. I'm Zhao Feiyu, he replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhu quickly jogged back, pulling out her phone. Could you give me your number? It would be easier to contact you. Of course. Zhao Feiyu promptly provided his phone number. After saving it, the girl expressed her gratitude once more before hastily exiting the payment hall. Zhao Feiyu returned to the ward shortly thereafter. Not long after, old Master Song gradually regained consciousness. Looking around in confusion. Where am I? Dad, you're in the hospital. Zhang Meiji informed him about the events that transpired earlier that day. Old Master Song chuckled self-deprecatingly. Acknowledging, I'm getting old. I can't deny it any longer. In the evening, Song Yunfeng rushed over after finishing his work. Fortunately, old Master Song's condition had improved significantly. Just then, Zhao Feiyu's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? Hi. I'm the girl you helped with the payment this afternoon. Xiaozhu, came the soft voice from the other end. Oh, it's you. Is your family all right? Zhao Feiyu inquired. Suddenly, silence fell on the line. Moments later, a sob emerged. Woo, what's wrong? Are you okay? A troubling thought crossed Zhao Feiyu's mind. And no, it's nothing. Xiaozhu quickly composed herself. Taking a deep breath. Thank you for your help today. My grandmother has passed away stunned. Zhao Feiyu quickly offered his condolences. I'm so sorry for your loss. Where are you now? I'm in the morgue. Xiaozhu's grandmother had already been taken there. In the frigid basement morgue, Xiaozhu sat on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Just then, a pair of leather shoes appeared in her view. Looking up, she saw Zhao Feiyu, dressed in casual formal attire, had arrived. Zhao Feiyu crouched down beside her, unsure of how to comfort the girl. His decision to help her was purely motivated by the prospect of cashback. He had not expected her grandmother to be beyond saving. I'm not sure how to comfort you, but if you need to cry, please do. It might help. Hearing this, Xiaozhu could no longer hold back and leaned against Zhao Feiyu's shoulder, sobbing loudly. My grandmother raised me. She was my only family after I graduate. I've faced so many setbacks, but she always encouraged me. I never imagined she would be in an accident. As Xiaozhu recounted her tragic story through tears, Zhao Feiyu learned of her current plight. She studied economics in college, specializing in financial market investments. However, every company she joined after graduation failed after heeding her professional investment advice, leading her to be blacklisted by many firms. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's eyes lit up. She has a talent. If I can get her to invest, providing her with funds, the potential for returns could be substantial. He pondered, but the timing was not right to broach this topic with her given her grandmother's passing. After a while, Xiaozhu's sobs quieted, and Zhao Feiyu turned to find she had fallen asleep. In the chilly morgue, sleeping there would surely lead to a cold. With that thought, Zhao Feiyu gently picked her up and began to head outside. Just as he was about to place her in the car for a proper rest, Xiaozhu suddenly awoke. What are you doing? She said, eyeing him warily, struggling to break free. I saw you sleeping, and it's cold here. I was worried you'd catch a chill, so I wanted you to rest in the car. You look exhausted. Hearing this, Xiaozhu relaxed, apologizing. I'm sorry. It's fine. Zhao Feiyu reassured her. Then, Xiaozhu suddenly remembered. I'll repay you that 100,000 as soon as I finish the discharge procedures. That's not urgent. Your grandmother has passed, and you need to arrange her funeral. It's best to keep that money for emergencies. Once everything is settled, come find me, and I'll help you find a job. All right, Xiaozhu replied, realizing Zhao Feiyu's reasoning was sound. Funerals required considerable funds, and she genuinely lacked the resources. Xiaozhu's favorability. 10. Xiaozhu's favorability. 10. Xiaozhu's favorability. 10. In that instant, her favorability surged to 90. Indeed, in moments of hardship, solitude, and despair, even the smallest gesture can evoke profound gratitude. Give me your phone. Zhao Feiyu extended his hand. Huh. Xiaozhu, puzzled, handed him her phone. Unlocked the screen. After she complied, Zhao Feiyu opened her WeChat and added himself as a friend. He then transferred another 100,000 to her account. What are you doing? I can't keep accepting your money. You've already given me 10,000. Xiaozhu exclaimed, hastily reaching for her phone to refuse the funds. After the rescue costs and morgue fees, you'll only have about 70 to 80,000 left. You alone have to handle your grandmother's funeral. Everything costs money. And that won't be enough, Zhao Feiyu explained patiently. I suggest you contact a funeral service. They handle everything, so you don't have to worry. Upon hearing this, Xiaoju's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Such thoughtful consideration and care broke down her final defenses. Thank you, she said, throwing herself into Zhao Feiyu's embrace. In that moment, he became her pillar of strength. Chapter 40. Investment in Xiaoju. A few days later, old Master Song was discharged from the hospital. However, Zhao Feiyu took him directly to the Yunsanju villa. Zhang Meiji and Song Yunfeng also moved all their belongings from the happy community. They then entrusted the house to a real estate agency for sale. Meanwhile, Zhou Marin finally received a phone call from Jifeng. I have investigated this person. He is from Jiangbei City, an orphan, formerly employed at Sunrise Design Company. After his wife's infidelity, he divorced, with no significant background. Currently, he is the boyfriend of Song Manli, your ex-wife's sister. However, my sources suggest he may have connections with Zhang Baiyu from the Jiangbei Jiaxing Real Estate Group, though this is merely a rumor. What? Zhou Marin was taken aback upon hearing this. Such a meager background? And he dares to threaten us with 50 billion? At that moment, Zhou Marin understood that this fellow was merely using borrowed power. Damn it, next time, I will make sure to eliminate him. Haha, Zhou Xiao, your family has encountered many issues lately, right? I advise you to avoid unnecessary troubles. It's better to wait until the storm passes. The second young master of the Ji family said languidly on the other end of the line. To hell with it. Just a worthless piece of trash, lacking money, power, and background. Why should I fear him? After saying this, Zhou Marin hung up the phone and dialed another number. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Have these guys been arrested? Zhou Marin thought for a moment and recalled another individual. Hesitantly, he pulled out that person's number. Hello, is this Sister Lang? At Yunsanju Villa number 18, Zhao Feiyu sat in his bedroom, staring blankly at Song Chanjun swimming in the pool below. Dressed in a blue bikini, she resembled a mermaid, joyfully gliding through the water. With skin as fair as snow and a curvaceous figure, Zhao Feiyu felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He never imagined that after purchasing the Yunsanju Villa number 18 for Song Manli, he would be treated to such a delightful view. Ding ding ding. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called. Recognizing the number vaguely, Zhao Feiyu answered with suspicion. Hello, this is Xiaoju. The voice on the other end, Xiaoju, still carried a hint of sadness. Oh, it's you. Have you settled your grandmother's affairs? Zhao Feiyu asked swiftly. Yes, she has been laid to rest back home. Everything is concluded. Where are you now? Zhao Feiyu inquired eagerly, sensing an opportunity for investment. I'm at my rental place. All right, provide me with the address, and I will come immediately. After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu hurried to the address Xiaoju provided. Upon arriving at the less than 30 square meter basement rental, he was surprised to see Xiaoju living in such conditions. This is 80,000. It's part of the 200,000. The remaining 120,000. I will repay you slowly. Xiaoju handed over 30,000. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu did not hastily accept but instead asked, Do you still have a job? Xiaoju shook her head in disappointment. No, I was just laid off before my grandmother's accident. What will you do next? Xiaoju helplessly shook her head. Noticing her despair, Zhao Feiyu continued, If I ask you to invest for me, do you have the confidence? Invest for you? Xiaoju seemed to misunderstand. Recalling her previous statement about being an investment black widow, every investment she made led to bankruptcy. I should have mentioned, although I studied economics and specialize in this field, I'm a calamity for investments. It's best not to. It's all right. Zhao Feiyu asserted resolutely. I trust your judgment, and I am not short on funds. I believe your misfortune will pass, and eventually, the sun will shine, and hardships will yield to happiness. How much do you intend to invest? Xiaoju asked anxiously. I'll start you off with 100 million to test the waters. Establish a company. Once you're on track, I will invest another 500 million for you to spread your wings. Gasp. Xiaoju gasped at this revelation. The largest investment she had encountered was just over 10 million. Starting with 100 million left her feeling bewildered. Can you manage? Zhao Feiyu probed. I. Xiaoju stammered, lacking confidence. I'm afraid I will incur losses. I've told you, this amount is trivial for me, even if it results in losses. It's inconsequential because I believe in you, and I know you will shine one day. Zhao Feiyu said earnestly. At that moment, the light in his eyes completely captivated Xiaoju. Xiaoju's affection level. 5. Zhao Feiyu raised an eyebrow and continued. Rather than saying I want you to invest for me, it's more accurate to say I am investing in you. I have a keen eye for people, and I believe in you. Even if there are initial losses, you will eventually bring back returns 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Xia Zhu sighed deeply. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhao Feiyu, as if trying to uncover his inner thoughts behind his black-rimmed glasses. She was initially puzzled as to why Zhao Feiyu was treating her so favorably, but if she truly invested, that 100 million could buy countless lives. What did Zhao Feiyu desire? Her body? Or something else? At that moment, Xia Zhu came to a realization. Regardless of Zhao Feiyu's motives, that 100 million was already a testament to his faith in her. All right, I agree. As long as you are not afraid of losses, I will do my utmost to help you invest and make money. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, you should keep this 30,000 for now. Tomorrow, I will transfer the first batch of startup funds to you, and then you can get started. As for the specifics, you needn't ask me. Just handle it as you see fit. I trust your experience in this area. And now, we should buy a house. It's simply unacceptable for you to live here as my employee. Once we prosper, how can a dignified president reside in such a place? With that, Zhao Feiyu instructed Xia Zhu to begin packing her belongings, taking only the essentials and leaving everything else behind. How can this be? Xia Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. Trust me, I will make your life better. Zhao Feiyu said softly, gazing down at the 165-meter tall Xia Zhu. At that moment, Xia Zhu was utterly captivated. She embraced Zhao Feiyu and said, "Thank you for appearing in my world during my most difficult times and for believing in me so wholeheartedly. Even though we've only known each other for a few days, I feel you are the one destined to conquer my heart." Without further ado, Xia Zhu rose on her toes and kissed Zhao Feiyu passionately. The icy touch of her lips and her unique fragrance left Zhao Feiyu stunned. Embracing Xia Zhu, he fell back onto the bed in the rental unit. Xia Zhu's affection level 5, current affection level 100. An hour later, Zhao Feiyu heard the system's notification sound and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 41. Xia Zhu's affection reaches its peak. Emotions are often irrational, arriving unexpectedly. A shoulder to lean on, a gentle word of comfort, and the financial support that brings a sense of security can, in an instant, captivate a young woman's heart. Gazing at a blood-red plum blossom upon the bedsheets, Zhao Feiyu felt a twinge of surprise. Xia Zhu, without her glasses and with an unadorned face, indeed lived up to her 90-point beauty rating. As he watched her nestled in his embrace, seemingly lost in thought, Zhao Feiyu pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead. "What are you thinking?" Xia Zhu mused softly, lifting her gaze to meet Zhao Feiyu's. "I am grateful that you have provided me with a sanctuary, but I am acutely aware that a man of your caliber is beyond my grasp. Thus, I have resolved to stand quietly behind you from this day forth. I do not mind whether you love others. My only concern is that I love you, and that alone suffices." Zhao Feiyu was taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated such sentiments from Xia Zhu. Typically, a woman in a relationship would selfishly desire to possess her partner, especially when he is as exceptional as Zhao Feiyu. Yet, Xia Zhu seemed to be unlike any other. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Xia Zhu inquired with a smile, devoid of any jealousy. Zhao Feiyu fell silent for a moment before nodding. He did not wish to deceive this innocent girl. However, Xia Zhu did not appear surprised. "Is she the one from the hospital?" "She is truly beautiful." Zhao Feiyu shook his head, clarifying, "She is my girlfriend's sister." "You rogue," Xia Zhu playfully chided. "You can't even spare her sister." "I haven't." Zhao Feiyu protested his innocence. "Enough." Xia Zhu seemed to know everything, effortlessly guessing Zhao Feiyu's thoughts. "A man as remarkable as you must be surrounded by admirers. I am not a selfish woman. This only underscores your excellence. I understand that. Even if it means standing behind you in silence, loving and supporting you from the shadows, that is enough for me." Xia Zhu. Zhao Feiyu felt deeply moved by her declaration. Such a woman deserves a lifetime of love. "Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will never leave your side. Feiyu, with your words, I find contentment." After this exchange, they shared a passionate kiss. As the afternoon wore on, Zhao Feiyu and Xia Zhu finished packing their belongings and vacated the rental property. They made their way to the real estate agency, as immediate occupancy was essential. From a distance, the agency manager spotted Zhao Feiyu. Having profited 5 million from their last transaction, the manager approached him with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Zhao, welcome back. What brings you here today?" Having recently purchased Yinshan residence, the manager assumed Zhao Feiyu had other matters to discuss. However, noticing the unfamiliar girl beside him, he began to understand. "Are you buying a house for your girlfriend?" At this, Xia Zhu blushed, hiding behind Zhao Feiyu. "Yes, let's discuss it inside." The manager quickly led the way, instructing someone to prepare tea upon their entrance. Seated, The manager eagerly inquired about Zhao Feiyu's budget. Zhao Feiyu surveyed the model displays and replied, under 50 million. Hearing this, Xia Zhu was momentarily taken aback, glancing anxiously at Zhao Feiyu. Yet, he held her delicate hand firmly, remaining calm. I must say, Mr. Zhao, not only do you have great taste, but you are also quite fortunate. We have just received a high-rise apartment completed 2 years ago, conveniently located near the subway, with a thriving commercial area nearby, fully equipped for immediate move-in. As he spoke, the manager presented a tablet, showcasing the apartment's features. This apartment spans 320 square meters in the Languishinghe mansion, offering top-notch service and security. Just tell me the price. Zhao Feiyu interjected, uninterested in the sales pitch, but firmly believing that higher prices equate to better quality. The asking price is 39,440,000. If you are genuinely interested, I can offer a direct discount of 440,000, bringing it down to 39 million. Zhao Feiyu nodded. This price was quite reasonable. However, Xia Zhu appeared restless, as if urging him not to proceed with the purchase. After all, it was an exorbitant amount. Silly girl, this is just the beginning. You still have to help me earn billions. This apartment is nothing in comparison. Zhao Feiyu playfully pinched Xia Zhu's nose, affectionately saying, all right, we'll take it. Transaction successful, 100-fold cashback of 3,900,000,000 ecstatic. Zhao Feiyu nearly jumped for joy. This 100-fold return was far more exhilarating than the 10, 15, or 20-fold returns he had previously experienced. After finalizing the deal, Zhao Feiyu eagerly took Xia Zhu to the Languishinghe mansion. Located on the 39th floor, the apartment covered over 300 square meters. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, they could gaze out upon the entire Yunyan cityscape, as if they were truly walking on clouds. Are you satisfied? Zhao Feiyu approached the entranced Xia Zhu, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and gently inquired. I could never have imagined living in such a grand house in my lifetime. Zhao Feiyu sighed softly in her ear. If only your grandmother hadn't had that accident, it would have been perfect if we could have brought her here. Xia Zhu trembled at his words, taken aback by Zhao Feiyu's unexpected statement that struck straight to her heart. In the following moment, she suddenly smiled. Not feeling sorrow over the mention of her grandmother, but rather a sense of gratitude and happiness for having encountered someone like Zhao Feiyu. Perhaps from the moment they left the rental house, she had fallen deeply in love with him, recklessly and wholly. At that moment, she knew she had been entirely conquered by Zhao Feiyu. From this instant, Xia Zhu silently vowed to be the one who loves him unconditionally, to support him and approach every situation from his perspective, even if it meant sacrificing her own life, without fear. Slowly turning, Xia Zhu stood on her toes. Speaking with fervor, kiss me. In front of the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, they engaged in a passionate, fervent embrace, overlooking the entire city, exposed to the vastness of the world. Chapter 42. 100-fold cashback of 500 billion. Xia Zhu smoothly checked into the Misty Moon Galaxy mansion. Zhao Feiyu raked in an astonishing 39 billion. To date, aside from the funds invested in the Jiaxing Real Estate Group, Zhao Feiyu's assets had surged to an impressive 110 billion. The following day, Zhao Feiyu directly gifted Xia Zhu 1 billion, encouraging her to establish an investment company. All the formalities were processed under her name. When Xia Zhu heard this request, she was momentarily taken aback. This meant that if the company were to be founded, it would belong solely to her, with no ties to Zhao Feiyu. No. Xia Zhu repeatedly declined. Everything I possess is yours. My entire life belongs to you. I know you trust me, but you must be the owner of the company. However, Zhao Feiyu gently caressed Xia Zhu's face and said, you once claimed that you have given me everything. So what is there that I should not believe in you? His unwavering trust deeply moved Xia Zhu once more. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to express the depth of her feelings for him. Zhao Feiyu's intention was to completely eliminate any loopholes in the system. Strictly speaking, this was an investment from Zhao Feiyu to Xia Zhu, a form of expenditure for her. Indeed, after Xia Zhu established the company and spent the 1 billion, Zhao Feiyu received a system notification. Expenditure successful, 100-fold cashback, 100 billion. Haha. Zhao Feiyu erupted into ecstatic laughter. The feeling of fully maximizing goodwill with such a return was utterly exhilarating. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Feiyu transferred another 50 billion to Xia Zhu. Expenditure successful, 100-fold cashback, 500 billion. This time, following the transfer, he promptly received the cashback notification. As Zhao Feiyu prepared to exploit this loophole further, he was met with a system alert. Current cashback target balance reached maximum. Unable to continue cashback. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu suddenly realized that Xiaozhu had yet to spend the 50 billion. It seemed that only after she utilized these funds could the cashback continue. Nevertheless, recalling the earlier 500 billion, Zhao Feiyu felt utterly satisfied. Just then, Xiaozhu's phone rang. How did our account suddenly gain 50 billion? She inquired incredulously. The company has just been established. You must have already spent most of that 1 billion. As an investment company, we need funds for investments. So feel free to proceed without any concerns, understood? The employees will directly select from headhunting firms. I have one requirement. They must be loyal and secondarily, talented, understood? Money is not an issue. Provide them with the best treatment. Additionally, do not take on everything yourself. Do not overexert yourself, or I will be worried, understood? I'm not that overly sensitive. This is just the beginning. Xiaozhu replied with a hint of playfulness, feeling warm inside. By the way, will you be home for dinner tonight? I'll make you oil-braised shrimp. At the end, Xiaozhu cautiously inquired with a touch of anticipation. I have some matters to attend to tonight. A friend is coming from Jiangbei, and I need to meet them. Please take care of yourself, Zhao Feiyu replied. Just don't drink too much. If you get drunk, call me, and I will come pick you up. After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu received a call from Zhang Baiyu. Since Zhao Feiyu's last support of 50 billion, Zhang Baiyu had dealt a blow to Zhou Marin and her faction, allowing the Jiaxing Group subsidiary to successfully absorb their assets. The Jiaxing Group had now firmly established itself in Yunduan City. Their primary target was the Zhou family, whose Zhou Group was one of the three giants in Yunduan City, standing alongside the other two prominent families. However, these four families had always maintained a non-interference policy. The Zhou family focused on real estate investment, the Ji family on dining and travel, the Fan family on medical and pharmaceutical industries, and the most discreet, the Yuan family, who primarily targeted the political arena. Although they did not engage in business, they were not to be trifled with by the other three families. As the second in command of Yunduan City was from the Yuan family. I'll be there by 8 tonight. I've arranged for some heads of the Yunduan City branch and several officials to meet. You must come too, Zhang Baiyu insisted. Zhao Feiyu sighed. You know I'm not fond of such occasions. That is not negotiable. Zhang Baiyu firmly declined. This time, targeting Yunduan City, you are the main force. It would be unacceptable for you not to attend. Fine. I'll be there on time. Zhao Feiyu reluctantly agreed before hanging up the phone and preparing to head to the Yunduan International Hotel. This was the only establishment operated by the Yuan family, and many high-ranking officials from Yunduan City frequented it for meals. First, dining here ensured that no disturbances would occur. Second, if any business disputes arose, the Yuan family would mediate. At 8 o'clock, Zhao Feiyu arrived punctually at the Yunduan International Hotel. Zhang Baiyu and others had already gathered. Upon entering the room, he was met with an expansive private dining area designed in a garden style, complete with artificial hills and flowing water, an astonishing sight. To Zhao Feiyu's surprise, however, there were not as many people as he had imagined. Only 3 individuals occupied the space. Apologies for the delay. Zhao Feiyu approached with a sincere expression. Zhang Baiyu immediately stood up, inviting Zhao Feiyu to take the main seat. Unfamiliar with the seating etiquette of such business gatherings, Zhao Feiyu did not hesitate and sat down comfortably. Not late at all, just right. Where is everyone else? Haven't they arrived yet? Zhao Feiyu asked, puzzled. They are here, this is it. Zhang Baiyu smiled, gesturing to the 2 beside him. Didn't you say there would be many people? I never mentioned many. Zhang Baiyu pointed to a middle-aged man wearing glasses beside him. This gentleman is our Jiaxing Group's representative in Yunduan City, Liang Yu. The man promptly stood and shook hands with Zhao Feiyu. And this is Yuan Hong, the second in command of Yunduan City, from the Yuan family, one of the 4 prominent families. Zhang Baiyu continued. Zhao Feiyu turned to see a robust young man with dark skin and a buzz cut lounging in his chair, sipping tea nonchalantly. Upon hearing the introduction, Zhao Feiyu felt a surge of respect. He had not anticipated that the official Zhang Baiyu spoke of would be this person. Zhao Feiyu, please advise me. Zhao Feiyu extended his hand earnestly. However, Yuan Hong appeared indifferent, leaving Zhao Feiyu feeling somewhat awkward. Noticing this, Zhang Baiyu quickly explained, don't mind him. That's just how he is. Once the 4 were seated, Zhang Baiyu, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly initiated the conversation. I hurried over from Jiangbei today primarily because of the land at the North Suburb Power Plant in Yunduan City. As you all know, the Zhou family started in real estate. Chapter 43, Yuan family and Yuan Hong. Before Zhang Baiyu could finish his words, Yuan Hong interjected directly, stating, I can have my father leverage his connections to grant you a green light, But you must understand that the Zhou family also possesses support in the political arena. At most, we can only restrain them. The success of the bidding ultimately depends on your own capabilities. Zhang Baiyu cautiously inquired, what is the approximate starting bid? Knowing this would allow for financial preparations in advance. Otherwise, they might suffer losses later. My father mentioned it should be around this figure, Yuan Hong said, holding up 2 fingers. 20 billion? Yuan Hong nodded in affirmation. Zhang Baiyu frowned. To be candid, with the additional 50 billion investment from Zhao Feiyu, the Jiaxing Group could indeed secure the bid. However, this was merely the base price. The final transaction price would likely hover around 50 billion. If they pursued the auction vigorously, their financial chain could encounter issues during subsequent construction. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu reclined slightly in his chair, mirroring Yuan Hong's demeanor, and scoffed, I thought it was a substantial amount. Is this all? His disdain was palpable. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong immediately frowned, his tone becoming rather bold. 20 billion is merely the starting price, with the final price expected to be at least 50 billion. Will you be able to provide the necessary construction funds later? Zhao Feiyu stood up abruptly, patting Zhang Baiyu on the shoulder, and remarked nonchalantly, I told you I didn't want to come. You insisted I do so. For such a trivial matter, you could have simply informed me. There's no need to grovel and plead like a beggar. If money can resolve the issue, there's no need to ask for favors. Give me your account tomorrow, and I will transfer 100 billion to you. Remember my words, my goal is not profit. I aim for the complete downfall of the Zhou family, understand? Zhang Baiyu's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhao Feiyu's audacious declaration, and he chuckled. Who are you calling a beggar? Yuan Hong instantly recognized the insult and shot up, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Feiyu. However, Zhao Feiyu brushed him off, turning to Zhang Baiyu at the door. If you're short on funds, just say so. We are brothers. There's no need for formalities. With that, Zhao Feiyu exited the private room. Once Zhao Feiyu had left, Zhang Baiyu scolded Yuan Hong. What were you thinking? I brought you to meet him. And you act like this? Don't you want to address the issues with your family's gold mines in South Africa? I was just trying to gauge his strength. Look at his age. Who would believe he could throw around 100 billion? Yuan Hong's bravado had vanished, replaced by a dejected demeanor. Huh. Zhang Baiyu suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Hurry and call him back. Yuan Hong urged. If it weren't for you, would Zhao Feiyu have offered me another 100 billion? This project at the Beijiao power plant is now secure. You used me, Yuan Hong exclaimed. That was purely accidental. Zhang Baiyu insisted, repeatedly apologizing. I'll call him back right now, but you need to be mindful of your attitude. Don't flaunt your status as the Yuan family's young master. Yes, I will definitely apologize. Yuan Hong nodded earnestly. However, just as Zhang Baiyu managed to get through on the phone, he was met with a barrage of curses on the other end, language so crude it was unbearable. It seemed Zhao Feiyu had gotten into a conflict with someone. Suddenly, the call ended, and physical altercations broke out. Quick, something's wrong, Zhang Baiyu exclaimed, rushing out, with Yuan Hong and Liang Yu following closely behind. Meanwhile, as Zhao Feiyu reached the elevator, he noticed a group of individuals exiting. They brushed past each other, but one young man in the group suddenly turned, eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, the young man shouted furiously. Turning around, Zhao Feiyu recognized the man as Zhou Marin. A frown immediately creased his brow. What an unfortunate encounter. Zhou Marin had one arm around a woman, who, to Zhao Feiyu's shock, was none other than his ex-wife, Li Shanshan. The sight left him utterly astounded. How could Li Shanshan be with Zhou Marin? Unbeknownst to Zhao Feiyu, after Zhou Marin uncovered information about him, he harbored malicious intentions, seeking psychological revenge. He had summoned Li Shanshan from Jiangbei to Yunduan City with relative ease. What was Li Shanshan to Zhou Marin? She was effortlessly ensnared. In that moment, Zhou Marin felt he had dealt Zhao Feiyu a resounding slap in the face, avenging the grievance from when Zhao Feiyu had claimed Song Chanwan as his girlfriend. Now, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanwan, and Zhou Marin with Li Shanshan, were all entangled in a complex web of grievances. Little did anyone anticipate that Zhou Marin's simple act of revenge would ultimately save the Li family from a dire predicament. Following Zhang Baiyu's ban on Li Dong, he sought opportunities in Yunwan City, where he quickly secured several projects, thanks to Li Shanshan as his bridge to Zhou's powerful family. In no time, he had reclaimed his former status and influence. Meanwhile, Li Shanshan, now aligned with Zhou Marin, had severed ties with Zheng Jiakai and relocated her entire family to Yunduan City. The Li family was now basking in newfound glory. Moreover, Li Shanshan learned from Zhou Marin that Zhao Feiyu had also made his way to Yunduan City, and she became aware of the personal vendetta between Zhao Feiyu and Zhou Marin. Their old and new grudges combined, aligning them on opposing sides. Upon seeing Zhao Feiyu, Li Shanshan could hardly suppress her laughter. With Zhou Marin as her backing, she doubted Zhang Baiyu could save Zhao Feiyu. It was common knowledge that the Zhou family was one of the 4 prominent families in Yinhuan City, their resources and power incomparable to ordinary enterprises. This knowledge infused Li Shanshan with boundless courage and confidence. Zhao Feiyu, she hissed through clenched teeth. We meet again. As she confronted Zhao Feiyu, Zhou Marin pulled Li Shanshan closer, playfully teasing Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, do you recognize who she is? Surprised, aren't you? Did you ever expect her to be with me? You sought out my ex-wife, and I can do the same with yours. Look how I'm treating her now. How does it feel? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu chuckled, realizing Zhou Marin had a peculiar taste. Why didn't you say so earlier? I could arrange for 100 at the red light district for 80 each, and you could have your fun. Chapter 44. Yuan Lingji. Upon hearing this, Li Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically, her face flushed with anger and humiliation. Zhao Feiyu, what on earth do you mean by that? Who are you accusing? Who do you refer to as a whore? Zhao Feiyu, perplexed, replied, aren't you? Having an affair while married is even worse than being a whore. Now you're mingling with Zhou Marin. Whatever happened to Zhang Jiakai? Did you kick him to the curb as well? With your current behavior, aren't you just confirming the label? After speaking, Zhao Feiyu turned to Zhou Marin. If you fancy this sort of company, I can procure as many as you desire. Why go to such lengths from Jiangbei City just to find such a person? The cost is simply too steep and not worth it. With a look of regret, Zhao Feiyu shook his head and prepared to leave. However, Li Shanshan, having endured such humiliation, could not allow Zhao Feiyu to depart unscathed. Now that he had aligned himself with the powerful Zhou family, it would be impossible for her not to leverage that connection to exact revenge on Zhao Feiyu. Zhou Xiao, look at him. He insults me so shamelessly. I am now your woman. To insult me is to insult you. Moreover, he previously wielded his influence to cause you significant loss. Today, I cannot let him leave without consequences. Immediately, Li Shanshan clung to Zhou Marin's arm, pleading. Zhou Marin, who had no intention of sparing Zhao Feiyu, found his anger completely ignited by the scene that had unfolded. With a wave of his hand, several bodyguards surrounding him advanced to encircle Zhao Feiyu. You wish to make a move here? Zhao Feiyu turned and smiled. As far as I know, this is the only external enterprise of the Yuan family. Causing a disturbance here would be a direct affront to them, wouldn't it? Oh, you know about the Yuan family? Zhou Marin expressed surprise. Reports indicated that Zhao Feiyu was merely a penniless nobody, occasionally acquainted with Zhang Baiyu. It seemed his knowledge was largely derived from that connection. You are correct. Disturbances cannot occur on the Yuan family's territory. However, as one of the 4 great families, my Zhou family has no qualms about dealing with a poor wretch like you. I doubt the Yuan family would dare to confront me over this. Zhou Marin declared confidently. Take him away. We can't finish the job here, but surely outside we can. As the words fell, the bodyguards moved in. Witnessing this, Li Shanshan became agitated, her emotions swirling. Since the divorce, she had not experienced a single day of happiness due to Zhao Feiyu. He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, thriving in stark contrast to their past. This sense of comparison and jealousy drove Li Shanshan to madness. Today, she would finally witness Zhao Feiyu being humiliated. In that moment, her heart soared with an unprecedented satisfaction. At that juncture, Zhao Feiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, completely disregarding the bodyguards and Zhou Marin. He stood tall and declared, surely you find it dull to watch from the sidelines. If I am taken away today, it will be your Yuan family's face that is slapped. Just then, from around the corner, a stunning beauty clad in a purple gown approached gracefully. The gown was adorned with sparkling rhinestones, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure exquisitely. As she neared, Zhao Feiyu was taken aback. This woman stood slightly over 1.70 meters, nearly matching his height, but from the waist down. Her long legs were simply breathtaking. With legs that seemed to stretch endlessly, she embodied the internet's term legs for days. Zhao Feiyu had noticed her earlier, as she had been observing the activity at the stairwell, accompanied by bodyguards and a secretary. According to his prior knowledge, the operator of the Yuan family's Cloud International building was none other than the eldest daughter, Yuan Lingji. Initially groomed for a career in politics, she had grown disillusioned with the deceitful nature of the political realm and, with her family's backing, took over the management of Cloud International building. Since then, the business had flourished, leading to numerous rumors surrounding her. At this moment, Yuan Lingji's information surfaced in Zhao Feiyu's mind. Name, Yuan Lingji. Favorability, 20. Attractiveness, 88. although Yuan Lingji's beauty did not reach the 90 mark. What captivated was not merely her appearance, but the aura she exuded and her long, alluring legs. Miss Yuan, while I am but an ordinary citizen, now that I have entered your cloud building, does that not imply your family must ensure my safety? Zhao Feiyu inquired with genuine curiosity. Indeed, Yuan Lingji responded imperiously. Her demeanor was akin to an iceberg, making her feel unattainable. In comparison, women like Li Shanshan were merely proud swans beside the mud beneath her feet. There was no contest. However, once you leave the cloud building, my family bears no responsibility. Yuan Lingji's words were impeccably articulated, preserving her family's reputation while granting Zhou Marin face. Upon hearing this, Zhou Marin could not retort, coldly fixing his gaze on Zhao Feiyu. I do not believe you will remain here indefinitely. With that, he commanded the bodyguards, make sure he doesn't leave. If he steps outside the cloud building, apprehend him instantly. Zhao Feiyu, however, shook his head leisurely. The law and order in Cloud City is abysmal, hardly comparable to Jiangbei City. I had intended to invest here, but it seems entirely unnecessary. I have heard that many from the Yuan family are entrenched in politics. Miss Yuan, you might want to relay this. Outside of Cloud Building, there is no official oversight or police presence whatsoever. This is entirely the Zhou family's domain. I suggest you replace the leaders of Cloud City with Zhou family members. At this statement, Yuan Lingji's expression darkened, and Zhou Marin also cast a fearful glance at her. It was widely recognized that the Yuan family's influence was vast. Such words were a direct challenge to their authority. Lingji, this is merely a personal grudge between him and me. There is no other implication. Do not let him mislead you. Zhou Marin hurriedly clarified. A personal grudge? Do the police not intervene in personal grievances? If I were murdered and my body sunk in the river, would the police turn a blind eye? I shall call the authorities right now to see if Cloud City is governed by the Zhou family or the law. With that, Zhao Feiyu pulled out his phone, preparing to report the incident. Chapter 45. What does the Zhou family amount to? At that moment, Li Shanshan let out a scornful laugh. You still dare to invest in Yunduan City? It seems you're merely a cornered dog, desperate enough to seek police protection for your life. Hearing this, Zhou Marin's eyes lit up. Indeed, ultimately, Zhao Feiyu was nothing but a penniless loser. There was absolutely no need to offend Yuan Lingji because of him. Zhou Marin quickly explained, Sister Lingji, this is truly a misunderstanding. He is just a poor fellow from Jiangbei, and this lady beside me is his ex-wife, who divorced him due to his unbearable nature. Him investing in Yunduan City? Nonsense. Rest assured, I guarantee this fool won't cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lingji's gaze towards Zhao Feiyu subtly shifted. She had initially assumed that Zhao Feiyu's presence in her Yunduan building indicated he was a person of considerable wealth. However, she was surprised to discover his humble background. If that were the case, then there was no reason for her to offend the Zhou family. An ordinary person could hardly stir up significant waves. Nonetheless, Yuan Lingji was meticulous in her dealings. Before leaving, she warned Zhou Marin, I caution you. Do not disrupt the rules of Yunduan building. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Sister Lingji, you can rest assured. Zhou Marin replied, his heart swelling with joy as he grasped her implied message. Yunduan building was off limits, but once they stepped outside, they could do as they pleased. Keep an eye on him. Once he exits, seize him. I want to torment him thoroughly, Zhou Marin declared with a cruel smile. Beside him, Li Shanshan chimed in with enthusiasm, Young Master Zhou, count me in. Let us take our revenge right in front of him, shall we? Haha. Zhou Marin beamed at her words. Excellent idea. I like it. However, at that moment, an ominous voice echoed from a distance as Zhang Baiyu hurried toward them, followed closely by Yuan Hong and Liang Yu. Yuan Lingji had not yet departed, and they encountered each other directly. Miss Yuan. Zhang Baiyu greeted Yuan Lingji politely before striding toward Zhao Feiyu. Yuan Hong, upon spotting Yuan Lingji, instinctively recoiled, feeling the weight of their natural bloodline hierarchy, which made him hesitant to speak. He merely managed to ask timidly, Sister, what brings you here? With a furrowed brow, Yuan Lingji inquired, What are you doing here? I have a friend here, just came to check on him. Yuan Hong quickly explained. Who? Zhou Marin. How did you end up with him? Yuan Lingji asked, her displeasure evident. No, it's someone else. It's him. Yuan Hong replied, pointing at Zhao Feiyu. Who is he? Yuan Lingji asked sharply. He's a friend of Zhang Baiyu. I don't know much about him, but he's extremely wealthy. You should be aware of the recent events concerning the Jiaxin Group. He discreetly supported Zhang Baiyu with several billion to resolve the issue. He called me out regarding the land at the Beijiao power plant. intending to inform our father and introduce himself to see if he can help us with the urgent issues concerning our family's gold mines in South Africa. Yuan Hong whispered to Yuan Lingji. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lingji's eyes sparkled as she turned to gaze at Zhao Feiyu. She had not expected him to be such a low-key individual, while Zhou Marin and his associates remained blissfully unaware. With this thought, Yuan Lingji promptly walked toward Zhao Feiyu alongside Yuan Hong. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu felt a shift in the atmosphere and glanced toward the returning Yuan Lingji and Yuan Hong. Just moments ago, he had received a system notification, Yuan Lingji's favorability level, 10. It seemed that Yuan Hong had shared his circumstances with Yuan Lingji, resulting in her increased favorability toward him. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu smiled gently. Meanwhile, Zhang Baiyu approached him. Young Master Zhou certainly has quite the audacity. Zhang Baiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking disdainfully at Zhou Marin. Is it true that you believe you can dominate Yunwan City? Are you planning to harm my brother? Zhang Baiyu. Zhou Marin's expression grew serious. In previous reports, it had been mentioned that Zhao Feiyu had connections with Zhang Baiyu, but he never anticipated Zhang Baiyu would risk offending him to protect Zhao Feiyu. Are you sure you want to protect him? Do you realize that this is Yunwan City, not Jiangbei? Is it worth it to risk offending the Zhou family for a penniless loser? To this, Zhang Baiyu not only showed no fear, but burst into laughter. Offend your Zhou family? What does your family even mean? Let me tell you, even if your father Zhou Wanjun were here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? Today, I assure you, not only will I protect Zhao Feiyu, but if a single hair on his head is harmed, I will make your entire Zhou family pay a painful price. Zhang Baiyu warned, pointing a finger at Zhou Marin. Zhou Marin had never faced such humiliation, especially in a high-profile public venue like Yunwan Building. As more and more passers-by gathered, whispers about Zhou Marin spread among those who recognized him, their heated gazes piercing him. This ultimately ignited Zhou Marin's fury. Zhang Baiyu, let me be clear. You will not be able to protect this penniless Zhao Feiyu. This is Yunwan City, not Jiangbei. Here, it is I, Zhou Marin, who calls the shots. Guards! Zhou Marin roared. The surrounding bodyguards quickly closed in. Seize this scoundrel Zhao Feiyu. If I don't put an end to him today, do you really think I, Zhou Marin, am made of clay? Just as the bodyguards prepared to act, Yuan Lingji's icy voice rang out. Zhou Marin, are you certain you want to disrupt my rules? Upon hearing this, Zhou Marin's fury instantly subsided, struggling to contain his rage. He replied coldly, Sister Lingji, I won't cause a scene here. I'll take him outside to deal with him. That should suffice, right? I've told you. Do not disrupt my rules. Otherwise, even your father cannot protect you. Yuan Lingji's stance seemed to subtly favor Zhao Feiyu. Zhou Marin glared at Yuan Lingji, his last remnants of reason attempting to restrain him. After a moment, reason triumphed, and Zhou Marin reluctantly relented. Fine. I will not cause a scene here. After saying this, Zhou Marin pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Bring everyone from the company to Yunwan Building and seal off every entrance. Once he completed this, Zhou Marin pointed menacingly at Zhao Feiyu, declaring, Today, I will see this through to the end. I don't believe you can remain hidden in Yunwan Building forever. The moment you step out, I will break your legs. Chapter 46. Zhao Feiyu is merely an excuse. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhang Baiyu calmly retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call. Just then, Yuan Hong stepped forward. Zhou Marin, considering that both our families belong to the elite, I implore you to let this matter rest for the sake of our friendship. Yuan Hong. Zhou Marin's eyes twitched slightly. This affair does not concern you, does it? I have already given face to Sister Lingji, so kindly refrain from meddling. Zhang Baiyu and Zhao Feiyu are my brothers. If you dare to harm them, you are provoking me. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhou Marin furrowed his brow deeply. He could comprehend Zhang Baiyu's involvement. But what on earth was Zhao Feiyu doing entangled with Yuan Hong? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Marin feigned ignorance. Fine. I can grant you this favor regarding Zhang Baiyu, but Zhao Feiyu. However, before Zhou Marin could finish his sentence, Yuan Hong interrupted coldly. I have made myself clear. Zhao Feiyu is my brother. To threaten him is to threaten me. Do you comprehend this? Zhou Marin clenched his fists tightly. The rising and falling of his chest was a testament to his fury, yet he felt powerless. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath and slowly inquired. I am curious to know, what is your relationship with Zhao Feiyu? Are you protecting him merely to show favor to Zhang Baiyu? Are you truly willing to sever ties with me and the Zhou family for the sake of this nobody? Yuan Hong suddenly chuckled. I cannot tell if you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Let me clarify. I am not doing this for Zhang Baiyu. Even if he were absent today, you would not touch Zhao Feiyu, for he is my brother. As for your supposed severance with Zhou Meiren, to be frank, I do not regard you highly. If you wish to play games, I am more than willing to oblige. At this, Zhou Meiren was utterly taken aback. He had presumed Yuan Hong intervened due to Zhang Baiyu, yet it appeared that he was fervently defending and courting Zhao Feiyu, a pursuit devoid of any concern for consequences. Realizing Yuan Hong's formidable presence standing protectively before Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Baiyu, Zhou Meiren understood he had once again been outmaneuvered. Very well. Excellent. Zhou Meiren laughed in anger. If that is the case, then you shall bear the consequences of your actions. We are leaving. With that, Zhou Meiren stormed into the elevator, seething. Inform Zhou Wanjun that our Jiaxing group intends to secure the land for the Beijiao power plant. At that moment, Zhang Baiyu suddenly called out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Meiren's body jolted. The Beijiao power plant project was of paramount importance to the Zhou family, and they were determined to acquire it. News from the province indicated plans for a new industrial development zone. Securing this land would guarantee tremendous profits. As the elevator doors closed, Zhou Meiren immediately dialed Zhou Wanjun. Hello, Dad. He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. You offended the Yuan family over a nobody? What were you thinking? Zhou Wanjun reprimanded from the other end. Dad, please don't be angry. Hear me out. Zhang Baiyu mentioned that the Jiaxing group is set on the Beijiao power plant and intends to participate in the bidding. Zhou Meiren interrupted eagerly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun fell silent for a moment. Finally, he spoke gravely. It appears Zhao Feiyu is merely a pretext. The Yuan family intends to covertly support Zhang Baiyu. Zhou Meiren felt as though struck by lightning. In that instant, the pieces fell into place. The Yuan family desired a share of the pie, yet as officials, their involvement would be met with resistance. Thus, the excuse of Zhao Feiyu provided them with a rationale to sever ties with the Zhou family, giving them a valid reason to obstruct the Zhou family's bid for the Beijiao power plant. Zhou Meiren swiftly unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Indeed, Zhou Wanjun's voice was low. You are still too young. At this, Zhou Meiren felt his spirit drain, leaning weakly against the wall. In this moment, he profoundly sensed the disparity between himself and his contemporaries, such as Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong. However, this also reaffirmed one truth. Zhao Feiyu remained the same Zhao Feiyu. With this realization, Zhou Meiren began to channel the pent-up fury within him. Meanwhile, Li Shanshan, who had been quietly observing, discerned the underlying currents of the conversation. In essence, Zhao Feiyu was merely a pawn in their game of interests. He had no genuine ties with either Zhang Baiyu or Yuan Hong. Indeed, Li Shanshan remarked, her keen intellect shining through. This fellow has repeatedly thwarted my plans. I swear I will not rest until he is dealt with. Given that he is merely collateral damage and an excuse, I can now breathe easy, Zhou Meiren concluded. Had his connections with Yuan Hong been genuine, I would have had no choice but to relent. However, now the situation is manageable. Even if I were to eliminate Zhao Feiyu, I trust neither Zhang Baiyu nor Yuan Hong would dare retaliate against me. Yet, this task could not be executed by one of his own. He would need to enlist an outsider. He pondered how preparations were faring on the other side. After Zhou Meiren departed, Zhao Feiyu regarded Yuan Hong with a measured expression. Hee. Yuan Hong laughed, slightly sheepish. Brother Feiyu, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident in the private room. Zhao Feiyu chuckled. Did you not express disbelief in my integrity? No. I was merely jesting with my brother. Yuan Hong waved his hands dismissively. By the way, I never imagined you had a vendetta against Zhou Meiren. If it weren't for my sister's presence today, I might have taken matters into my own hands. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's perception of Yuan Hong shifted. Yet, he understood that all of this hinged upon interests and power. Were he an ordinary man, Yuan Hong would never risk offending the Zhou family on his behalf. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude, Zhao Feiyu said earnestly. Shall we continue our conversation back at my place? Zhang Baiyu suggested, glancing at the onlookers. Zhao Feiyu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu noticed Yuan Lingji had been observing him attentively throughout. Upon returning to the private room, the group settled once more. Yuan Hong promptly stood to pour Zhao Feiyu a drink. After several rounds, the earlier tension dissipated. After all, they were men, and such matters could be reconciled. Just then, Yuan Lingji gracefully approached them. Chapter 47, Comprehensive Service behind her. A woman clad in a qipao gracefully held a tray adorned with what appeared to be an exquisite bottle of red wine. Sister. Upon seeing Yuan Lingji, Yuan Hong's inebriation instantly diminished. He hurriedly moved aside, offering her a seat. Zhang Baiyu, is this your friend? Yuan Lingji inquired with keen interest. Glancing at Zhao Feiyu, Indeed. My brother. Zhang Baiyu proudly introduced. Why not introduce him properly? What does this handsome gentleman do? He even risks offending Zhou Marin to defend my brother. Zhao Feiyu interjected first. I am merely an idle wanderer, coincidentally acquainted with Brother Zhang. And I am grateful for his hospitality. Noticing Zhao Feiyu's reluctance to elaborate, Yuan Lingji astutely refrained from further probing. After a few casual exchanges, she departed the private room. At that moment, a meaningful smile graced Yuan Lingji's lips as she instructed, investigate this person's background, but ensure you remain undetected. Understood. The qipao-clad girl responded promptly. Meanwhile, within the private room, Zhao Feiyu and the others continued their revelry. Throughout the gathering, Yuan Hong refrained from mentioning matters concerning their family, recognizing that it was not the opportune moment to solicit favors. By the way, brother, the group, their faces slightly flushed from drink, yet mentally alert, continued their discourse. Zhang Baiyu gestured towards Liang Yu, saying, This is Liang Yu, the head of our Jiaxing Group's Yunshan City branch, trained by my father. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach him directly. Afterward, he admonished Liang Yu, if Brother Feiyu needs anything, it must be met unconditionally. Do you understand? His words are mine. Rest assured. President. Liang Yu nodded, subsequently raising his glass with utmost politeness. Mr. Zhao, you are a close friend of our president. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. In Yunshan City, whatever can be arranged, I shall exert my utmost effort. Not so exaggerated. Zhao Feiyu waved his hand after clinking glasses. However, he soon recalled Song Yinfeng. Speaking of which, I do have a matter I would like your assistance with. Please, Mr. Zhao, go on. Years ago, there was a song group in Yunshan City. Are you familiar with it? Of course. Liang Yu replied without hesitation. The song group was quite remarkable a few years back. But after its bankruptcy, it faded from existence. Otherwise, given the influence of the song group, even the four great families would treat it with caution. Zhao Feiyu nodded, stating, the former chairman of the song group, Song Yunfeng, is planning a resurgence. If you encounter him in the future, and provided there are no conflicts of interest, please extend any courtesies you can. Hearing this, Liang Yu discreetly glanced at Zhang Baiyu, who remained seated at the table. He promptly nodded in agreement, rest assured. I will relay the message tomorrow. Pleased, Zhao Feiyu acknowledged with a nod. Unbeknownst to them, the group had become somewhat intoxicated. As Zhao Feiyu swayed slightly, preparing to leave and summon Xiazhu, he was firmly halted by Yuan Hong. Brother, you can't leave today. You're on our turf, let me treat you well. Moreover, what if that dog from the Zhou family is lurking outside? It's not that we fear him. He's merely a mad dog, and even barking is bothersome, right? Brother Yuan Hong has a point. It would be better to stay here tonight and let him arrange a second round for us to enjoy. Zhang Baiyu chimed in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu decided against being polite and followed Yuan Hong to the upper floors of Yunshan building. After a session of bathing, sauna, and massage, their intoxication subsided somewhat. Yuan Hong proposed a visit to the building's bar, but Zhao Feiyu declined. Though his tolerance for alcohol was commendable, he felt no obligation to appease them. A quiet atmosphere enveloped the private room, the air fragrant with incense. A girl in traditional attire played the guzheng behind a beaded curtain. Clap. Yuan Hong applauded, and the door swung open, revealing a procession of women clad in various attires. At the forefront was a girl with cascading hair, wearing a form-fitting, alluring dress, her silhouette voluptuous and mature. While she shared similarities with Song Chanjun, the comparison drew stark contrasts. The second girl sported bangs, a baseball cap, and yoga pants, exuding youthful vitality. The third was petite, dressed in a JK uniform, radiating a charming innocence. The fourth donned a purple qipao, its slit reaching her thigh, embodying the essence of a Republic-era beauty. The fifth, clad in a maid outfit, inspired a desire to conquer. As the five entered, Zhao Feiyu was reminded of a humorous moment from a dating show, where a middle-aged man, upon seeing the 24th contestant, confidently declared, next batch. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu felt an overwhelming urge to assert, next batch. Just then, Yuan Hong appeared to notice Zhao Feiyu's demeanor, as the latter displayed little interest in the women before him. Before Zhao Feiyu could exit, Yuan Hong shouted, next batch. Zhao Feiyu's lack of interest stemmed from the system's assessment. While these girls appeared aesthetically pleasing, none scored above 90, with only two barely reaching 85, a mere facade of allure. This was not to imply that Zhao Feiyu had high standards. Rather, the women in his life were all exceptionally attractive. Zhang Yufei, with a score of 90, Song Manli. 95, Song Chanjun, 96, Xiazhu 90. In comparison, The women before him paled significantly. Soon, a second group of women entered. The room's dim lighting rendered their faces indistinct, prompting Zhao Feiyu to scrutinize their profiles. One girl immediately caught his attention. She appeared terrified. Hiding at the back of the group, her head bowed, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Unlike the others, who boldly showcased their figures and beauty in hopes of being selected, this girl seemed overwhelmed. At that moment, Zhang Baiyu made his choice, opting for a youthful girl who resembled a student, much to Zhao Feiyu's surprise. Yuan Hong selected a more mature beauty, both choices reflecting commendable taste, with attractiveness scores exceeding 85. Yuan Hong's choice was particularly striking, mature, alluring, reminiscent of a ripe peach, with wavy hair akin to a princess, scoring a remarkable 90. Zhao Feiyu, however, directed his attention to the last girl. "You, come here," he beckoned. Yuan Hong waved his hand, eliciting disappointment from the others, who promptly turned and exited. At that moment, the last girl summoned her courage and gradually lifted her head. Upon the instant Zhao Feiyu beheld the girl, he was momentarily taken aback, only to break into a smile shortly thereafter. Chapter 48. Zhao Yasi or Zhao Siyu. Upon seeing the girl, Zhao Feiyu revealed a smile that was neither here nor there. "Zhao Feiyu?" The girl lifted her head. When he recognized her as Zhao Feiyu, a wave of shame washed over him, and he hurriedly covered his face and turned to leave. Yet, upon noticing Yuan Hong and the others, he hesitated and remained in place. At that moment, she wished desperately to find a crack to slip into. "Do you know each other?" Yuan Hong and Zhang Baiyu exchanged curious glances and approached them. Zhao Feiyu nodded slightly, casually explaining, "High school classmates, I pursued her back then." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong and Zhang Baiyu exchanged knowing smiles. "Once, you paid me no heed. Now, I am beyond your reach." Years had passed, and they were meeting in such a manner, under such circumstances. The most awkward one was undoubtedly the girl. The story with Zhao Yasi actually dates back to middle school. Zhao Yasi was a rather pragmatic girl. At that time, when love first blossomed, Zhao Feiyu believed that genuine feelings would move her. However, the reality was starkly different. Zhao Yasi dealt him a harsh blow. For Zhao Yasi's sake, Zhao Feiyu worked diligently, gaining admission to the same high school. Yet, as Zhao Yasi interacted with more people, her pragmatic nature gradually widened the chasm between them. Eventually, he met Song Monli. Sensing Zhao Yasi's discomfort, Zhao Feiyu took her hand and led her outside. Yuan Hong had already prepared a suite, and Zhao Feiyu brought Zhao Yasi directly to his room. They locked eyes. Zhao Yasi chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Fate truly is a wondrous thing. Come on." Zhao Yasi fixed her gaze on Zhao Feiyu. "What do you mean?" Zhao Feiyu asked, bewildered. "Feel free to mock me." As she spoke, Zhao Yasi began to remove her clothing. "Once, I ignored you. Now, you are beyond my reach." Such is the harshness of reality. As Zhao Yasi stripped down to her undergarments, Zhao Feiyu tilted his head, observing her. At this point, Zhao Yasi halted. "What are you dawdling for?" "Reprisal and motivation. Strike me hard." With that, Zhao Yasi boldly approached and began to undress Zhao Feiyu. "I remember you weren't like this before." Zhao Feiyu's jacket was forcibly removed. Zhao Yasi paused momentarily, then smiled. "Oh, do you wish to discuss feelings? Is this how the wealthy play these days? Very well. Let us reminisce about the past. Rekindle your regrets, and allow you to take your revenge, achieving a cathartic climax." With that, Zhao Yasi walked over to the wine cabinet, retrieved a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets, and sat down. "Care for a drink?" Zhao Feiyu silently watched her. Zhao Yasi uncorked the wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to him. "It has been 10 years, as you said. I never expected we would meet in such a manner." After finishing her glass in one gulp, she poured herself another. "Cheers to our lost youth." She raised her glass and clinked it with Zhao Feiyu's before downing it once more. At this moment, her eyes were already tinged with red. Zhao Feiyu sensed that her past decade had not been easy. Observing her, he finished his drink and stood up slowly, draping her jacket over her shoulders. "You still know how to care for others," Zhao Yasi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "But alas, I missed my chance with you. Fortunately, you never encountered me." Her words were laden with stories. Zhao Feiyu was puzzled yet intrigued by her past decade. "So, how have you been lately?" he inquired in a tone befitting old friends. "What do you think?" Zhao Yasi shrugged, smiling wryly. "I've sunk to this level. How could I be well?" Zhao Feiyu momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. But seeing Zhao Yasi's nonchalant smile, he shifted the conversation. "What about you? How did things end with Song Monli?" Zhao Feiyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but words failed him, caught in his throat. Indeed, he had countless tales from these years. How could they be encapsulated in a few sentences? Yet, some things needed to be said. The grievances and pasts of these years must find their voice. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu felt that Zhao Yasi had become a true confidant. Some words seemed more suitable to express to her than to Song Manli. Zhao Yasi appeared to be a willing listener, especially since Song Manli had been regained. Zhao Feiyu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. In the end, we broke up. That year, after his unreciprocated feelings for Zhao Yasi, he entered into a relationship with Song Manli after a period of silence. This enviable couple quickly became the focus of attention at their university. Zhao Yasi was well aware of this. Oh, the golden couple you were once hailed as has also parted ways. Zhao Yasi rested her chin on her hand, blinking curiously as she listened intently. Later, I got married to a woman with whom I felt nothing. It was merely fulfilling a duty. Then you must be very happy with her now? Zhao Yasi asked expectantly. However, Zhao Feiyu shook his head. Not long ago, we divorced due to infidelity. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Zhao Yasi rolled her eyes playfully. I always knew you weren't a good person. Thank goodness I didn't agree to you back then. Huh? Zhao Feiyu chuckled softly. At this juncture, Zhao Yasi seemed to understand. It was likely not Zhao Feiyu who had strayed. And then, Zhao Yasi prodded with keen interest. Later, I met Song Manli again. And now we are back together. Upon hearing this, a subtle hint of disappointment flickered in Zhao Yasi's eyes. I'm curious, you mingled with Yuan Hong from the Yuan family. So you must be quite affluent. Why did your ex-wife still stray? Because I was poor. Zhao Feiyu replied without hesitation. Working 9 to 5, earning 8,000 a month. Unable to afford even a few thousand for a bag. Naturally, she sought out other men, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Yasi sighed, expressing her regret. Such a shame not to cherish what you had. With that, she clinked her glass with Zhao Feiyu's and downed the contents in one go. In the blink of an eye, they had consumed more than half a bottle of red wine, and Zhao Yasi appeared somewhat dazed. What about you? Zhao Feiyu lit a cigarette, the cool night breeze wafting in through the window. Zhao Yasi tugged at the jacket draped over her shoulders. Zhao Feiyu exhaled a thick plume of smoke before rising to close the window. When it came to herself, Zhao Yasi lowered her head, gradually lifting it. She looked at him with pleading eyes and asked, Aren't you going to say anything? Chapter 49. Memories. Zhao Feiyu paused momentarily. That gaze was undeniably familiar. It was the very same gaze that had captivated him and made him fall in love with Zhao Yasi years ago. Just as he was about to nod in acknowledgement, Zhao Yasi lit a cigarette, her legs crossed on the sofa, and remarked, You'll inquire even if I don't tell you, won't you? As her eyes deepened in contemplation. The first words that escaped her lips left Zhao Feiyu utterly stunned. I didn't get into university. Instead, I ended up in prison. What? The revelation shocked Zhao Feiyu, causing him to sit upright. Zhao Yasi shook her head, flicking the ash from her cigarette. Do you know why I was so practical and so obsessed with money back then? Because I was desperately in need of it. You have never understood my family situation or my circumstances. I hail from a rural background, where sons are favored over daughters. I have a younger brother who was to be married at 17. Marriage requires a dowry, and my parents placed all their hopes on me, pressuring me to drop out of school to marry an aging bachelor from another village. As she recounted her past, Zhao Yasi broke into a bitter laughter, filled with despair. Do you know? When I speak, tears well up in my eyes, though I can't tell if they stem from laughter or sorrow. That bachelor was 38, and I was only 18. You know my academic performance. After 3 years of high school, I was destined for university, just a few more years of patience, and I would have achieved something. But those obstinate rural folks would not listen. I promised to gather the dowry for my brother, so I sought ways to earn money. I failed to secure the funds, and my studies plummeted. Eventually, I was left with no choice. Someone introduced me to a part-time job transporting goods. In just a few encounters, I earned several tens of thousands. Later, I discovered that the cargo I was transporting was drugs. At this revelation, Zhao Feiyu was utterly shaken. He had never imagined that Zhao Yasi had endured such a tragic life. Do you know? I recently got out. 10 years. I spent a full decade in prison. Oh, by the way, suddenly, Zhao Yasi had a thought. Leaning closer to Zhao Feiyu, she whispered with a smile. Let me share a secret with you. The warmth of her breath, tinged with the scent of alcohol, brushed against his ear. Actually, I'm still a virgin. I'm telling you, you've struck gold today. However, let us keep our roles clear. As classmates, feelings aside, you must treat me generously tomorrow. Did you hear that? With that, Zhao Yasi picked up the bottle and took another swig. You're drunk, Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, snatching the bottle away. I'm not drunk. Zhao Yasi retorted loudly, as if releasing her pent-up frustrations. My story jumps a whole decade. Do you know why I came to work here? She smiled mischievously. Zhao boss, today I'm laying it all bare for you. I hope you can indeed be generous with me tomorrow. After I was released, my stubborn parents finally passed away. Yet my useless brother is still alive. A look of regret filled Zhao Yasi's eyes. What is infuriating is he is addicted to drugs. Why was I imprisoned? For drug trafficking. And now he is the one using drugs. As she spoke, Zhao Yasi furiously pounded her fists against the back of the sofa. Exhausted, she slumped back, staring blankly at the ceiling. Just imagine if he were to die, how much easier my life would be. I could pursue a career I truly love. But he is my only brother. At this point, Zhao Yasi buried her head in her knees, weeping in anguish. I thought about sending him to rehab. But do you know? He would die in there. 10 years ago, he was in good health. And now, after my release, do you know what he has become? Skin and bones, hollow-eyed, weighing only 80 pounds, such a frail figure for a grown man. Zhao Yasi took a deep breath, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Do you know how pitiful he looked, kneeling before me, begging for money to feed his addiction? I hated him, yet in that moment, my heart softened. He was the one who introduced me to this job. I just wanted him to enjoy his last days. Hearing her tale, Zhao Feiyu fell into a profound silence, unsure how to comfort the woman he once pursued. Her life story was filled with heart-wrenching tragedy, wrought by her own family. Perhaps, as she had said, if her brother were to die, she would find her liberation. At that moment, a phone rang, interrupting the somber atmosphere. Zhao Yasi collected herself and glanced at the caller ID. When she saw who was calling, she hesitantly answered. Hello, is this Zhao Yasi, sister of Zhao Haiju? Yes. May I ask? Hello, we are from the narcotics control team in Yunwan City. Your brother is suspected of drug use and trafficking and has been arrested. Please come to our office immediately to assist with the investigation. Given Zhao Yasi's past with drug trafficking, she now found herself under suspicion. After hanging up, she donned a stoic expression and began to dress, as if she had anticipated this moment all along. Zhao Feiyu sensed a profound stillness within her, devoid of any visible emotion. I'm sorry, Zhao Yasi said apologetically, glancing at Zhao Feiyu once she was dressed. I cannot accompany you tonight. If you don't mind, I will make it up to you tomorrow. I'll go with you, Zhao Feiyu declared, rising and putting on his blazer as he headed for the door. Witnessing this, Zhao Yasi felt a warmth spread through her heart. The faint sense of security emanating from him made her unable to hold back her tears. Having both consumed alcohol, the pair hailed a taxi to the police station. Shortly after they departed, Yuan Hong received news of their exit. They've left together? He pondered, having just finished exercising. He quickly dialed Zhang Baiyu. After exchanging information, they initiated an investigation. Within 10 minutes, they received updates. It turned out that the woman's brother had committed a crime and was arrested, with his future now bleak. Yuan Hong queried, should we intervene? What crime did he commit? Drug use and trafficking. Damn. Zhang Baiyu was at a loss for words. How on earth can we help? Forget it. I'll first consult with Brother Feiyu. If he wishes to assist, we can lend a hand. Chapter 50. Buying a house for Zhao Yasi when Zhang Baiyu called. Zhao Feiyu had already arrived at the Public Security Bureau. No need to stay, you all can rest. After all, we are classmates, and I'm just here to accompany her for a visit. However, there seems to be little hope. After hanging up, Zhao Yasi emerged from the interrogation room with a vacant expression. How did it go? Zhao Feiyu hurried over. Zhao Yasi, like a marionette, shook her head, followed by a disdainful scoff. Drug trafficking, drug abuse. His life is completely ruined. At least I am finally free. Once outside the bureau, Zhao Yasi took a deep breath and then shouted exuberantly, Yay! I am finally free. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Feiyu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. The seemingly joyful Zhao Yasi must be feeling quite the opposite, he thought. Indeed, the next moment, Zhao Yasi turned to him, her tear-filled eyes locking onto his, and choked out, I no longer have a brother. With that, tears like heavy raindrops cascaded down her cheeks. Zhao Feiyu rushed to her side as Zhao Yasi collapsed into his embrace, sobbing freely. After a while, he gently patted her back and reassured her, it's all right. You still have me. At his words, Zhao Yasi lifted her head and asked, bewildered, you don't despise me? Zhao Feiyu replied with a playful grin. Aren't you still a novice? What is there to despise? Zhao Yasi pouted, but I've been to prison, and my brother is likely facing the death penalty for this. I have nothing left. Having me is enough. In an instant, Zhao Yasi's fondness for him surged by 80 points. Glancing at her attributes, Zhao Feiyu smiled. Name, Zhao Yasi. Attractiveness, 90. Affection level, 80. If all goes well, It will likely reach its maximum soon. However, Zhao Yasi then displayed a troubled expression. Aren't you back together with Song Manli? Upon uttering this, Zhao Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his current situation was quite awkward. There was Zhang Yifei in Zhongbei City, and Xia Zhu at the company, and now Zhao Yasi had entered the picture. With so many women around him, explaining himself to Song Manli would undoubtedly be challenging. Yet, due to the system's demands, Zhao Feiyu felt compelled to navigate this path. It seemed the system was destined to cast him as a scoundrel. Sensing his discomfort, Zhao Yasi tilted her head, half-jokingly saying, "If that's the case, I could reluctantly be a mistress. Don't worry, I can leave at any time if you wish." At this, Zhao Feiyu chuckled warmly and playfully pinched her nose. "There are things I find difficult to explain, but please believe that my feelings for you are genuine." "Okay." Zhao Yasi nodded obediently. Zhao Yasi affection level 10. Let us return and rest for now. We'll follow up on your brother's situation tomorrow. I'll arrange for someone to assist him inside, but getting him out will likely be impossible. While speaking, Zhao Feiyu hailed a taxi. Every adult must pay the price for their mistakes. I have no thoughts on that. Zhao Yasi had spent 10 years in prison due to a mistake, and upon her release, she seemed to have gained clarity and let go of many burdens. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhao Yasi lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. The events of that night would linger in her memory for a lifetime. The next morning, as Zhao Yasi opened her eyes, she found Zhao Feiyu setting the table. Turning around, he smiled. "You're awake? Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready." Seeing her intact clothing, Zhao Yasi couldn't help but smile. This scene felt eerily familiar, like a dream. A wave of happiness enveloped her heart. "By the way, where are you staying now?" Zhao Feiyu inquired while they ate. "I just got out and don't have a place to stay. I was at my brother's rented apartment, but it's probably been shut down now." At this, Zhao Feiyu's brows furrowed in thought. An opportunity had arisen. "Let us eat, and after we finish, we'll go buy a house." "Buy a house? For whom?" Zhao Yasi instinctively asked. "Of course for you. Otherwise, where will you sleep? Besides, I've arranged a job for you. Once you sort out your brother's affairs, you can start working there." Hearing this, Zhao Yasi beamed. "Does this mean I'm being supported by you?" Not quite," Zhao Feiyu pondered. "We haven't been intimate. It's merely mutual assistance between classmates." Zhao Yasi's expression dimmed. "I don't want to take advantage of you. After what happened to my brother last night, I know you don't want to be involved with me. Let us see how things unfold after I handle everything. Your path is still long, and you might find someone better to share your life with." Zhao Yasi stared at Zhao Feiyu in astonishment, not expecting him to hold such a perspective. Last night, she had already agreed to be his mistress, willing to live in the shadow of Song Manli. Most men would have seized the opportunity with her, but Zhao Feiyu did not pursue that route. His gentlemanly demeanor left Zhao Yasi with a newfound admiration for him. Zhao Yasi affection level 5. After breakfast, Zhao Feiyu accompanied Zhao Yasi back to the Public Security Bureau. Once they had resolved all matters concerning her brother, they headed to the real estate agency. Upon seeing Zhao Feiyu enter with another stunning girl, the manager was utterly astonished. Is this the world of the wealthy? To purchase a house for a girl is commonplace, even if it costs millions. The manager couldn't help wishing to be a woman too. "Mr. Zhao, welcome back." The manager promptly greeted. Zhao Yasi, perceptive as she was, immediately caught the underlying tone. She pulled the manager aside and whispered, "Does he often bring women here to buy houses?" The manager, caught off guard by the sudden question, stammered before quickly clarifying, "No. Mr. Zhao is our business partner. We are all acquainted with him." "Oh." Zhao Yasi smirked knowingly and continued on. After she left, the manager breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how close he had come to losing his job. If Zhao Feiyu had been enraged, even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to save him. "What type of property are you interested in?" Zhao Feiyu gestured toward the surrounding models. However, to his surprise, Zhao Yasi replied without hesitation, "The most expensive one." Chapter 51. A shopping frenzy. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to console Zhao Yasi into purchasing a slightly more expensive house. Little did he expect her to boldly request the most extravagant option available. Such a pragmatic character elicited an amused chuckle from Zhao Feiyu. Had this been in the past, he would have deemed her overly realistic. However, now, he could only admire Zhao Yasi's forthrightness and candor. "Bring her the finest property you have," he exclaimed. The manager, elated, promptly retrieved several brochures, silently giving Zhao Feiyu a thumbs up while whispering, "Mr. Zhao, it's evident that you hold her in great affection. Am I right?" Before long, Zhao Yasi had her eyes set on a villa priced at 80 million. "What do you think of this one?" she asked, pointing at the Moonlight Lake villa. Absolutely. It's perfect, Zhao Feiyu decisively declared. At this proclamation, Zhao Yasi was momentarily stunned. She had merely been jesting. While she anticipated that Zhao Feiyu would buy her a house, she thought it would be in the range of 1 to 2 million at most. She never imagined he would acquiesce to her whims so readily. I was joking. I don't want this, Zhao Yasi exclaimed. Yasi. Zhao Feiyu, however, merely smiled, signaling the manager to bring forth the contract. Once a decision is made, there is no turning back, is there? If you adore this villa, then we shall purchase it. But Zhao Yasi hesitated. But the manager had already approached with the contract. With a swift motion, Zhao Feiyu signed without hesitation. Please proceed with the paperwork to transfer the property into this lady's name, he commanded with panache. Of course, Mr. Zhao. As the transaction was completed, a notification flashed before Zhao Feiyu. Transaction successful, 20-fold cashback of 16 billion. At that moment, Zhao Yasi could no longer maintain her composure, swallowing hard. An 80 million villa. Zhao Feiyu had truly bought her an 80 million property. She now possessed an estate of such grandeur. You fool. Zhao Yasi's eyes brimmed with tears, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? After 10 years apart, you gift me such a significant present. How am I to repay you in the future? This fulfills my long-held wish from years ago. Zhao Feiyu exhaled deeply, feeling elated. He had just gained 16 billion. Even after accounting for his investments, he still retained 670 billion. Just then, Zhao Yasi gazed earnestly at Zhao Feiyu. Didn't you ask me to consider my future? I have made my decision. I wish to be with you for eternity. I no longer seek true love, for you are my true love. You know I am a pragmatic woman, both then and now. Your wealth and the ease with which you spend 80 million make it hard for me not to fall for you. Thus, I have resolved, even with Song Manli present, I will be your woman. Even if I must forego any title, I am willing. As she spoke, Zhao Feiyu received another notification. Zhao Yasi's affection level increased by 5. Current affection level at 100. Cashback multiplier for her purchases raised to 100 times. At this revelation, Zhao Feiyu's heart sank. Couldn't you have said this 3 minutes earlier? 80 million at 100 times cashback amounts to 8 billion. I've wasted over 60 billion. However, with Zhao Yasi's affection reaching its peak, he was confident that he would swiftly recoup the lost funds. Grateful for the 80 million villa, Zhao Feiyu then drove Zhao Yasi to a shopping spree. The Yida Shopping Plaza was an upscale shopping mall in Cloud City, home to a plethora of world-renowned luxury brands, embodying a comprehensive marketplace of dining, entertainment, and indulgence. As they entered the Gucci store, Zhao Yasi felt a wave of trepidation wash over her while gazing at the dazzling array of products. A decade of incarceration had distanced her from the societal norms of luxury. In this high-end environment, she exhibited a hint of self-doubt and apprehension. Choose boldly what you desire. Since you have unreservedly fallen for me, I too shall cherish you without hesitation. Let us embrace the present. Encouraged by Zhao Feiyu's words, Zhao Yasi gradually regained her confidence. Sir, may I assist you with anything? A service attendant at the entrance greeted them with enthusiasm. The warmth of her welcome was somewhat unexpected in such a luxury brand store, in a place where only the most discerning individuals worked. Accustomed to the extravagant spending of the wealthy, the attendants could easily discern genuine customers from those merely pretending. Inside the store, 2 other attendants prepared to approach Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Yasi, but lost interest upon observing their attire, returning to their idle chatter. Leaving the eager young attendant to tend to the pair, Zhao Yasi glanced around, her heart racing. Each item here bore a price tag of no less than 20,000. She had previously explored luxury goods, knowing that even the highest quality replicas cost only a few hundred. The real item's exorbitance took her by surprise. What's wrong? Do you not like anything? Zhao Feiyu inquired, puzzled. Not at all, Zhao Yasi replied, her face troubled. But a handbag costs 2 or 3,000. It's simply too expensive. At this, the 2 distant female attendants sneered. One remarked dismissively, Beauty, this is Gucci, a luxury store. If you find it too pricey, perhaps you should visit the wholesale market next door, where you can find identical items for only $80. Zhao Feiyu frowned at the blatant disdain displayed by the staff. Meanwhile, the young attendant politely suggested, Miss, feel free to try on anything you like. It won't cost you anything. If you genuinely like it afterward, you can always purchase it. Another attendant, however, voiced her disapproval, saying, Xiaoya, we deal in luxury items here, not just anything for anyone to try on. If everyone simply came to try things without buying, how would we sell anything? Feeling embarrassed, the young attendant, Xiaoya, lowered her head but quickly turned to Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Yasi, apologizing, "I'm truly sorry. My colleagues didn't mean any offense." We often have individuals who merely try things on for the sake of it, taking photos and leaving, which creates quite a hassle for us. Chapter 52. A complete acquisition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu could not help but develop a fondness for the girl named Xiaoya. However, he spoke with displeasure, saying, "Whether a customer chooses to buy is their own decision. Your role is to introduce products to customers, not to judge them by their appearance. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. Indeed, sir." Xiaoya nodded vigorously in response. Yet, this statement was overheard by two nearby sales clerks. "That's not right. If you don't buy, why should we waste our efforts on you?" One of them retorted. "And if your apathetic attitude drives customers to shop elsewhere, leading to the loss of potential clients, would your boss be pleased?" Zhao Feiyu shot back angrily. "If I were your boss, I would never employ clerks like you." With that, he took Zhao Yasi by the hand and headed outside. Seeing this, the two clerks sneered, "If you can't afford it, just say so. Why fabricate such grand excuses? We have seen many people like you, who are all pride and no substance." At this, Zhao Feiyu abruptly halted. "I can't afford it? Open your eyes and see clearly. Look at my purchasing power." After saying this, he strode into the adjacent Dior store. "Wrap up everything in your store for me," he exclaimed loudly. Just then, a woman in a professional suit and high heels entered the Gucci store. The sight of her made the other two clerks inside feel uneasy. "What is going on?" the boss asked, her expression stern. The clerks quickly explained, "Just a regular customer who seemed dissatisfied with our prices and left in a huff." "Have you been neglectful again?" the boss snapped. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu emerged from the Dior store with Zhao Yasi and approached the clerks, slapping a 2-meter-long sales receipt onto their faces. "You arrogant fools, take a good look. I just acquired everything from the Dior store for a total of 6.8 million. As his words echoed, the manager of the Dior store joyfully appeared, pushing a cart laden with luxury items. "Boss, we will deliver everything to your address. Feel free to browse elsewhere." Feigning surprise, he approached the Gucci store's owner. "Oh, Sister Zhang, you're back? What a pity. That big spender was driven away by your clerks, who claimed he couldn't afford luxury goods." In a fit of anger, he came straight to my store and bought everything. A whopping 6.8 million. The receipt was over 3 meters long. "It's the first time I've encountered such extravagance. Thank your clerks. Had they not acted so foolishly, this business would have been yours." After boasting, the Dior manager left with a flourish. Upon hearing this, the owner of the Gucci store stormed inside, her face dark with anger. She sat before the computer and reviewed the surveillance footage from 10 minutes prior, including the exchange between the clerks and Zhao Feiyu. Seeing this, the owner raised her head abruptly, suppressing her rage. "A 6.8 million deal ruined because of your arrogance. Pack your things and get out immediately." Turning to Xiaoya, she continued, "From now on, you are the manager of this store. I will find 2 new clerks as soon as possible. I do not wish for a repeat of this incident, understood?" "Rest assured, boss," Xiaoya replied, her face lighting up as she patted her chest in assurance. She could hardly believe that within just 3 days, she had been promoted to manager of the Gucci store. This position came with a monthly salary exceeding 30,000, plus commissions, potentially reaching over 100,000. For a fresh graduate, this was beyond her wildest dreams. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu experienced no similar incidents after that day. It appeared that instances of arrogance were quite rare in such high-end establishments, where employees had undergone rigorous training. After all, many wealthy individuals preferred to remain discreet, and lacking genuine enthusiasm could indeed lead to the loss of potential customers. By the end of the day, Zhao Feiyu had spent over 10 million on Zhao Yasi. With her affection for him now at maximum capacity, he received a tenfold return, totaling an astonishing 1 billion. By the way, Zhao Feiyu thought to himself, eager to recover the losses from his earlier property purchase. "We bought everything today except for some accessories. I see your wrist is bare. Let us go buy a watch and a ring." Without waiting for a response, he took Zhao Yasi to the Cartier watch boutique. Upon entering, he was captivated by the array of watches on display, though he focused solely on the prices, dismissing anything below 1 million. At that moment, Zhao Yasi's attention was drawn to a diamond-studded watch priced at 1.27 million. A sales associate promptly approached, stating, "Sir, this is a Cartier Ballon Bleu, crafted from 18K rose gold and adorned with 135 brilliant cut diamonds. I must say, this young lady has exquisite taste. How do you like it?" Zhao Feiyu turned to Zhao Yasi, asking, "Do you like it?" She hesitated, wanting to express that it was too expensive, but Zhao Feiyu silenced her with a glance. If you like it, we shall purchase it. Do not concern yourself with the price, understood? With that, he turned to instruct the sales associate to package it. Just then, a slender man squeezed through the crowd, pointing at the blue balloon watch. Bring that over for me to see. My girlfriend is quite fond of it. Zhao Feiyu furrowed his brow and looked over. Upon recognizing the individual, he pulled Zhao Yasi closer. Oh, isn't that Li Xiaojiang? The man was none other than Li Shanshan's younger brother, Li Xiaojiang. Zhao Feiyu? Li Xiaojiang's expression shifted dramatically. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Speaking of which, have you managed to scrape together enough fragments for your Porsche yet? Zhao Feiyu teased. Chapter 53, Wanghua Lake Villa District U. Li Xiaojiang's anger was palpable. Oh, have you changed girlfriends? Are you married? Another new girlfriend? Zhao Feiyu glanced at a stunning girl beside Li Xiaojiang. She had a lovely appearance, albeit her heavy makeup obscured her once pure visage, rendering her somewhat gaudy. Upon hearing his words, the girl furrowed her brows and directed her gaze at Li Xiaojiang. Do you know each other? Before Li Xiaojiang could respond, Zhao Feiyu quickly interjected. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Feiyu, Li Xiaojiang's former brother-in-law. What are you doing? Get lost. Li Xiaojiang, fearing Zhao Feiyu would ruin his chances, immediately admonished him. What's wrong? Is it not true? Your sister has kicked Zheng Jiakai to the curb, and now in Yunduan City, she has found you another brother-in-law. Is that not what gives you the audacity to shop at Cartier? How can you be so ungrateful? Li Xiaojiang's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, the money he currently possessed was gifted by his sister. His last girlfriend had left him over the dowry issue. He had finally managed to charm a relatively innocent girl this time. He could not afford for Zhao Feiyu to spoil it again. Stop spouting nonsense. Li Xiaojiang shot a fierce glance at the girl beside him. On the contrary, I have heard from my sister that you, for the sake of money, willingly became a mere pawn. Now you come here with a girl to purchase a watch worth $1 million. Can you truly afford it? Huh, is that so? What else has your sister said about me? Zhao Feiyu asked with keen interest. Isn't it true? My sister is now with young Master Zhou, and I assure you, she is leagues above you. You will never reach her level. Li Xiaojiang scoffed. Zhao Feiyu disregarded his retort and picked up a watch, jesting, this watch costs $1.28 million. I doubt your sister would part with her money to let you buy a watch worth over $1 million for a girl, unless your sister is simultaneously dating multiple boyfriends to earn some change for you. That's utter nonsense. My sister has only young Master Zhou as her boyfriend. Li Xiaojiang exploded in anger. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a store clerk discreetly signaled to the security guard at the entrance. The guard approached and warned, Gentlemen, if there are any disputes, please resolve them outside. Hearing this, Li Xiaojiang relented, instructing the clerk, pack this watch for me. Then, he could not resist boasting to Zhao Feiyu. I can afford it. Can you? To this, Zhao Feiyu directly addressed the clerk. Do you have anything even more expensive? Yes. Yes. The clerk's eyes lit up as he eagerly nodded. He promptly produced a watch worth over $3 million and handed it to Zhao Feiyu. Upon seeing this exquisite timepiece, Zhao Yasi's eyes sparkled. Clearly, it was far more elegant and luxurious than the previous one. This one, Zhao Feiyu declared with authority before Li Xiaojiang. A watch worth over $3 million? What are you packing it for? I still don't believe you can afford it. Li Xiaojiang was utterly skeptical of Zhao Feiyu's ability to purchase such a luxury. However, the next moment, as Zhao Feiyu successfully swiped his card, Li Xiaojiang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Transaction successful, 100 times cashback, 300 million. After completing the purchase, Zhao Feiyu elegantly placed the watch on Zhao Yasi's wrist. Before leaving, he approached Li Xiaojiang and said, Go back and tell your sister that if she is not divorced, all of this may still belong to her, but now. He shook his head and turned to depart. Watching Zhao Feiyu's retreating figure, Li Xiaojiang felt a tumult of emotions. Due to Zhou Marin, they had relocated to Yunduan City, and her second brother-in-law, Li Dong, had also regained his footing. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Yet, witnessing Zhao Feiyu casually spend over $3 million left him gritting his teeth as he turned away with the girl. This was the first time Zhao Yasi had ever experienced such an exhilarating joy. Upon returning to the Wanghua Lake Villa District, Zhao Feiyu noticed that the steward had prepared all the necessities. Standing before the towering 3-story villa, Zhao Yasi had never encountered such opulence. Feiyu, pinch me, am I dreaming? Zhao Yasi gazed around in sheer amazement, running up and down the stairs with unrestrained excitement. Wow, Feiyu, there's an enormous swimming pool in the back. Suddenly, Zhao Feiyu smacked his forehead. What's wrong? Zhao Yasi inquired hastily. I bought everything for you today, except I forgot to get you a bikini. Zhao Feiyu said mischievously. With your figure, you would look incredibly alluring in a sexy bikini. Zhao Yasi seemed to recall something and, feeling a bit shy, replied, although I didn't buy a bikini, I did purchase a set of other lingerie today, which can temporarily serve in its stead. Wait here, I'll go change. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu felt a surge of excitement. He suddenly remembered that Zhao Yasi had gone to the restroom alone earlier, and upon returning, she had carried a mysterious shopping bag. When he had asked her what she purchased, she had kept it under wraps. When Zhao Yasi emerged from her room, Zhao Feiyu's nose bled profusely. She was clad in a set of seductive lace lingerie, which was barely held together by a single string of sheer lace fabric. It was enough to make anyone's blood boil. You bought this today? Zhao Feiyu asked as he wrapped his arms around Zhao Yasi's waist, a wicked smile on his face. Once I, Zhao Yasi, have made a decision, I never back down. She replied, her cheeks flushed yet resolute. I like you, and I wish to offer you all of myself. Please don't leave tonight. Accept my passionate and sincere love. With that, Zhao Yasi leaned in to kiss him, her fervor leaving Zhao Feiyu astounded. For the entire day, Zhao Feiyu indulged in playful antics with Zhao Yasi in the villa. The following morning, Zhao Feiyu took out Xia Zhu's contact information. Go find a girl named Xia Zhu. She assists me with investment management. Have her arrange a job for you. Of course, if you prefer not to work, I can take care of you from now on. Isn't this girl also one of your women? Zhao Yasi raised an eyebrow and teased. Sort of, Zhao Feiyu admitted candidly. She is a pitiful girl, all alone since her grandmother passed away recently. I handled her funeral arrangements and invested several billion in her financial endeavors to help her earn some money. Chapter 54. The call from Zhang Yifei. Since that is the case, I shall seek her out, Zhao Yasi declared, her eyes sparkling with determination. I, Zhao Yasi, am not one to idle away my time. Although I have not attended university, I possess a certain adeptness in business. Rest assured, watch as Miss Xia Zhu and I construct a commercial empire for you. Oh, you have expertise in that area as well? Zhao Feiyu's interest was piqued. Of course, Zhao Yasi replied with pride. Throughout middle school and high school, I spent my holidays working part-time and engaging in business ventures. This is where my talents lie. Very well. Zhao Feiyu nodded in approval. Go forth boldly. Even if you incur losses, it matters not. Additionally, make the most of this time to acquire further knowledge and pursue a more specialized path. Rest assured, Zhao Yasi responded with unwavering confidence. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Feiyu informed Xia Zhu of the plan and instructed Zhao Yasi to proceed directly to the company. At that moment, Zhang Baiyu unexpectedly called. Brother, the bidding is about to commence. The Yunwan Tower is facing trouble due to Zhou Marin. That fellow will surely report to his father about the events of that day. The Zhou family now believes that the Yuan family is backing our Jiaxing group. Consequently, they have invested even more funds in the bidding for the Beijiao power plant. And I fear that this time, you are in need of funds, aren't you? Zhao Feiyu discerned Zhang Baiyu's implication immediately. Zhang Baiyu chuckled sheepishly in response. Brother, did you not mention that last time? So, you see this time, money is not an issue. Zhao Feiyu's expression grew increasingly grave. However, since the beginning, I have already invested over 8 billion from Jiangbei. I hope to see the results I desire. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyu's expression turned serious. Fear not, brother. I assure you that this 8 billion will not be wasted. The Jiangbei Times Square is nearing completion, and by then, 90% of the shops will be in our possession. Should you wish to liquidate, you could potentially recoup 30 billion based on your initial investment. If you choose not to liquidate, I can allocate 40% of the shops to you, utilizing my utmost authority. As for the Beijiao power plant in Yunwan City, it has just begun. However, to see profits, we will require at least 3 years. Thus, I am not in a hurry. I merely wish to emphasize that my funds are not to be squandered. Each penny must serve a purpose, understood? Absolutely. Zhang Baiyu felt a jolt of realization. I shall transfer the funds shortly. Regarding the Beijiao power plant, pursue it with confidence. All right, you may rest easy. After hanging up, Zhang Baiyu exhaled in relief. Though a lingering unease remained, Zhao Feiyu's words had clearly served as a warning, whether as a friend or a purposeful investor. Zhao Feiyu made it abundantly clear that he was not a mere cash dispenser. Each investment must carry significance. For some time, Zhang Baiyu had seemingly overlooked this fact, as if he believed Zhao Feiyu's wealth was inexhaustible. However, this phone call served as a stark reminder that Zhao Feiyu was no ordinary individual. With this thought, a newfound gravity settled in Zhang Baiyu's gaze. Such a person must be a friend. To become an enemy would be devastating. Just then, the phone rang, interrupting Zhang Baiyu's contemplation. Hello? Brother Zhang, it's Yuan Hong. May I approach Brother Feiyu now? Yuan Hong's voice was filled with urgency. Zhang Baiyu, still troubled by the previous call, furrowed his brow. Hold on. We must wait until the Beijiao power plant situation is fully resolved. Very well, Yuan Hong replied, disappointment evident in his tone. By the way, please personally deliver an invitation to the bidding to Brother Feiyu. It may aid you in your request. Certainly, no problem. Yuan Hong's spirits lifted immediately. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Zhao Feiyu received a call from Zhang Yufei. A sudden sinking feeling enveloped Zhao Feiyu. Oh no. In all this time in Yunduan City, I haven't even called Sister Yufei back. With a sense of trepidation, he answered the call. I thought you had settled down in Yunduan City. Zhang Yufei's irritated voice echoed through the receiver. Zhao Feiyu quickly formulated a response. Sister Yufei, did you miss me? Enough of the banter. Tell me what you have been up to these past few days. Why haven't you called? I thought you had gotten married and had children. Zhang Yufei's demeanor shifted to one of scrutiny. Not at all. I encountered some issues upon my arrival and have been negotiating a collaboration with Jiaxin Group, which has kept me busy. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained. Is that so? Indeed. I've started an investment company here and will likely return once I wrap things up. I'll take your word for it. Zhang Yufei's tone softened. By the way, I may be busy in a few days as well. The company is holding a quarterly report meeting, and my mother has just been discharged from the hospital. I've hired a caregiver to look after her. That sounds exhausting. Why not take a break? I can support you. Enough of that. Let us discuss something serious. Why haven't I seen Zheng Jiakai or your ex-wife around you lately? Zhang Yufei suddenly inquired. Zheng Jiakai? Huh. My ex-wife. I offended someone here, and that person, upon learning of my background, promptly brought the Li family over. Li Shanshan has transformed into a phoenix and kicked Zheng Jiakai to the curb. What? Such a turn of events? Zhang Yufei couldn't help but laugh. However, she quickly cautioned. Li Shanshan holds a grudge against you. Be careful. That woman is treacherous. Fear not, my dear. Do you not know what kind of person I am? Enough of the jesting. Our relationship is not yet formalized. We shall discuss that upon your return. Indeed, should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Understood. Take care of yourself, and remember to call me every night. Understood? Yes, sir. After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu wore a sweet smile. His feelings for Zhang Yufei ran deep. She had always been attentive towards him, especially during their marriage, when her mother's health challenges had softened her demeanor. Zhao Feiyu found himself genuinely fond of this decisive, action-oriented, and candid woman. As he basked in the warmth of his conversation with Zhang Yufei, an unfamiliar number interrupted his reverie. Chapter 55, Acquiring IELTS Middle School. Hello? Zhao Feiyu answered the call with a hint of suspicion. Is this Brother Feiyu? A deep, resonant voice immediately boomed from the other end. It was unmistakable. Brother Yuan Hong? Zhao Feiyu inquired, recognizing the voice. Yes, it's me. Yuan Hong replied eagerly. I heard that you're supporting Zhang Baiyu in the bidding for the North Suburb power plant land. I have an invitation here. I'll send someone to deliver it to you. Let's go enjoy the excitement together tonight at 8. Sounds great. Zhao Feiyu responded enthusiastically. After hanging up, before Zhao Feiyu could gather his thoughts, the phone rang again. Didn't you promise to protect me these days? Where are you? The voice of Song Chanjun came through, filled with urgency. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right now. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly asked. Come to the school to get me. Oh, and don't drive. The 4S shop called, and the paperwork for my car is all set. Let us take that one. Song Chanjun's voice was tinged with impatience, clearly pleased about the vehicle. Oh, and at 6 o'clock, my father is hosting a dinner at home, and he specially invited you. You must come. After you pick me up, we'll buy some things, and then head home. Song Chanjun's tone resembled that of a thoughtful wife reminding her husband of their plans. This fleeting sentiment warmed Zhao Feiyu's heart, and he teased, Sister Wan. Do you know that the way you're speaking now makes you sound like a gentle and virtuous wife reminding her husband? I almost felt like we were truly a married couple. A silence fell on the line for 5 seconds, indicating that Song Chanjun was taken aback by his words. Always joking around. She finally replied after a moment. Yet for some reason, Zhao Feiyu sensed an undercurrent of hopeful anticipation in her voice. Upon arriving at the school, Zhao Feiyu headed straight to her office. On the way, he unexpectedly encountered Hao Tianxiang, who, upon seeing Zhao Feiyu, turned pale and hurriedly took a detour to escape. At that moment, as classes were letting out, a throng of girls suddenly surged toward him. Oh, it's you guys, Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, recognizing them with a smile. These girls were none other than Song Chanjun's students. What? Do you want me to treat you to milk tea again? He asked, noticing their eager nods. What are you all doing? Just then, a voice of authority rang out from a distance. Zhao Feiyu turned to see Song Chanjun striding over, her arms laden with books, her expression stern. However, the group of girls, instead of being intimidated, approached her cheerfully. "Ms. Song, is this your boyfriend? He is really handsome," one of them exclaimed. At this, Song Chanjun's face flushed with embarrassment as she chided, "What nonsense are you all talking about? We all know that your boyfriend treated us to milk tea last time." The girls boasted, their confidence unwavering. "Really?" Song Chanjun cast a questioning glance at Zhao Feiyu. "Just kids being kids," he replied with an awkward smile. "You really," she said with a resigned chuckle, her smile softening the atmosphere further. "Ms. Song and he are truly a match made in heaven," one girl exclaimed. "When are you two getting married? We all want to celebrate with you." Caught off guard by the barrage of comments, Song Chanjun was momentarily speechless. "Let us go. I'll treat everyone to milk tea," Zhao Feiyu declared, waving his hand grandly. "Yay!" The girls cheered, dancing with excitement as they made their way to the school supermarket. As Zhao Feiyu garnered more goodwill from the girls, he noticed Song Chanjun sipping her bubble tea while playfully admonishing him, "Don't spoil them so much. By the way, I have an idea," he said, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. "How about we arrange a field trip for your class? I'll cover the expenses. It would also foster stronger bonds among the students." "Really?" A girl chimed in, her eyes shining with hope. "As long as Ms. Song leads. We'd even be willing to pay out of our own pockets." "Exactly," another girl echoed. The prospect captured the attention of all the girls, who gathered around eagerly. "Since I proposed it, I'll take care of all the costs, but I wonder if Ms. Song would agree." Zhao Feiyu playfully glanced at Song Chanjun, seeking her opinion. No. She firmly rejected the suggestion. Leaving aside safety concerns, the principal would never allow teachers to take students out alone. At her words, a heavy silence fell over the group. Indeed, schools have their rules, and even a teacher like Song Chanjun would not defy them. Zhao Feiyu pondered thoughtfully. Just then, a whimsical idea struck him. What if I were to buy the school? The moment the words escaped his lips, everyone fell silent. The 20 or so girls stared at Zhao Feiyu, astonished. "By the school? Are you joking?" Though it was a private institution, it was still an elite school, not something one could easily acquire with a mere statement. However, as everyone assumed Zhao Feiyu had lost his mind, Song Chanjun's response left them all in shock. "Why waste that money?" she remarked. At her words, the girls were rendered speechless. What did she mean by wasting money? This implied that Song Chanjun's boyfriend possessed the financial capacity to purchase an entire school. Meanwhile, as Zhao Feiyu entertained this thought, he felt increasingly convinced of its feasibility. The school housed many girls, making it the perfect target for his cashback system. Moreover, acquiring the school for Song Chanjun seemed worthwhile, as it would protect her from individuals like Hao Tianxiang in the future. With this resolution, Zhao Feiyu promptly called Xia Zhu. "Hello." Boss Fei Xia Zhu's voice was initially filled with surprise before quickly regaining composure, displaying impressive emotional management that caught Zhao Feiyu off guard. "Contact IELTS Middle School and acquire it at all costs," Zhao Feiyu commanded. "Understood," Xia Zhu affirmed, ready to execute Zhao Feiyu's order without hesitation. Chapter 56. The whole class in excitement after hanging up the phone. Zhao Feiyu, undeterred by the astonished gazes of those around him, smiled at Song Chuanwan. "What do you think, Principal Song?" The moment the words left his lips, a wave of astonishment rippled through the more than 20 girls present. "Heavens, what kind of operation is this? A casual remark, and he is looking to buy our school? Song teacher's boyfriend is simply stunning. He is like a dreamboat straight out of an idol drama. I think I'm in love. What are you saying? Teacher Song is right here. You infatuated silly girl." Yet, Song Chuanwan seemed unfazed by the students' gasps. With a hint of exasperation, she remarked, "You are too impulsive. IELTS High School is an elite institution. You cannot acquire it without at least 50 billion, and it has been established for many years. Even 50 billion may not suffice. I'm just not entirely at ease with you working here. For instance, if I were to purchase this place, you could attend school here with complete peace of mind." At that moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly recalled a pressing question. He promptly took out his phone and called Xia Zhu. After the arrangements were made, he declared, "I will personally transfer the funds. This is a gift for someone else." "All right." After ending the call, Zhao Feiyu exhaled in relief. That was close. Otherwise, I would have wasted several hundred billion. With the investment company of Xia Zhu now in play, Zhao Feiyu initially intended for it to acquire the school. However, thinking of Song Chuanwan, he had a sudden epiphany. If it were a purchase for her, it would trigger a cashback mechanism. Considering IELTS High School is valued at 80 billion, with Song Chuanwan's striking looks rated at 96 points, that would result in a 20-fold return. Perhaps it would even enhance Song Chuanwan's affection towards him. Soon, the phone rang from Xia Zhu's end. Boss, the other party initially refused to sell. But as I raised the offer by 10 billion each time, once the price reached 120 billion, they immediately agreed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu broke into a satisfied smile. In this world, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. If there is, then it simply means the funds are insufficient. Excellent. Arrange for me to meet with the other party at the earliest opportunity and finalize the deal. After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu snapped his fingers. Principal Song, it's done. Starting tomorrow, you will be the principal of IELTS school. This announcement once again elicited gasps of astonishment from the 20-odd girls. Just then, as the class bell rang, the girls reluctantly prepared to leave. Idol, don't forget about our promised outing. At that moment, a girl with short hair and wispy bangs excitedly exclaimed, don't worry. The date is set for this Saturday. Yay! The girls cheered before departing. Let us go, Principal Song. Zhao Feiyu smiled at Song Chuanwan. You. Song Chuanwan shook her head helplessly, yet a radiant smile of happiness graced her features. As the next class bell rang, the more than 20 girls in Class 3 were buzzing with excitement. Goodness, Teacher Song's boyfriend is quite the powerhouse. Indeed, to take us on an outing. He went as far as purchasing our school. I'm so thrilled. Teacher Song is about to become the principal. If only I could have a boyfriend like Teacher Song's. Are you kidding? I'd settle for someone 1,000th as good. What should I wear this Saturday? Hey, what are you all chatting about? At that moment, the vice class leader, Lin Kai, returned from the restroom with a group of boys. Upon entering, he spotted the girls clustered together, animatedly discussing something. Among them was Qi Jiao, the class leader, whom Lin Kai secretly admired. Lin Kai, do you know? Teacher Song's boyfriend just bought IELTS High School. A girl who had a crush on Lin Kai excitedly tugged at him, pulling him closer. Middle school affections are often quietly unassuming. A small opportunity can bring immense satisfaction. Sometimes, in an attempt to deliver flowers to one girl, he ends up distributing them to the entire class. However, upon hearing this, Lin Kai suddenly laughed. Are you kidding? He bought IELTS High School. He shook his head disdainfully. That's impossible. IELTS High School is an elite institution in Yunwan City, with tuition fees reaching tens of thousands per year. It wouldn't go for less than 100 billion. Lin Kai was well aware of this price range, primarily due to his own affluent background. In truth, those who attend this school come from wealthy families. They often glean such information from their parents. Moreover, the school's board member is Mr. Hao's father. It's inconceivable that he would sell the school, Lin Kai asserted with utmost certainty. But we heard it in the school supermarket just a few days ago. A group of girls chattered excitedly. Teacher Song's boyfriend even treated us all to milk tea. Exactly. Teacher Song's boyfriend invited our entire class for an outdoor outing this Saturday, and he is covering all the expenses. Initially, Teacher Song disagreed, claiming the school wouldn't allow it due to safety concerns. But her boyfriend made a phone call and bought the school. Stop. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai couldn't help but scoff. I mean, you let a cup of milk tea win you over? Can you be a little more mature? Anyone attending this school likely comes from families with millions. I can boast too. Can't you see through such tricks? This is just Teacher Song's boyfriend talking big to win her over. After saying this, Lin Kai shook his head and sat back down in his seat. Hearing Lin Kai's analysis, most of the girls fell silent. Indeed, a school costs at least 100 billion. They were well aware of what this figure entailed. The wealthiest families among them might only have tens of millions. Even so, they could afford cars worth millions. The concept of a billion was something they could hardly fathom, let alone 100 billion. I don't believe it. Just then, Qi Jiao, the class leader, retorted defiantly. Teacher Song's boyfriend is so handsome and gentle. When he made that call, Teacher Song was right there, urging him not to waste money. This has to be true. Seeing Qi Jiao so enamored with Teacher Song's boyfriend, Lin Kai's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure evident. Are you saying you have a crush on Teacher Song's boyfriend now? He challenged. Why are you defending him so ardently? If you don't believe it, I can call Mr. Hao right now. He asked the school board member. He definitely knows the inside scoop. Upon hearing this, one girl immediately chimed in. Yes. Lin Kai, call Mr. Hao now and see what he says. With that, Lin Kai took out his phone and dialed Mr. Hao. Chapter 57. The Golden Son-in-Law at IELTS High School. Students are permitted to carry mobile phones. However, their usage is strictly prohibited during study hours. Having been established for many years, IELTS High School is governed by stringent regulations, which contribute to its reputation as a prestigious institution and an elite academy. As Lin Kai spoke, he dialed Hao Tianxiang's number and put the call on speakerphone. Beep. After a few seconds, Teacher Hao answered the call. Hello? Lin Kai, what is the matter? Teacher Hao, I heard that your father sold IELTS High School? Lin Kai asked anxiously. Haha, are you joking? Today is not April Fool's Day. How could IELTS High School possibly be sold? Moreover, who in the entire Yunnan city could afford it? The current valuation of IELTS High School is at least in the hundreds of billions. My father would never sell it. Why do you suddenly ask? Oh, it's nothing. I heard from my classmates that Teacher Song's boyfriend wants to buy IELTS High School, and I thought, how could he afford it? Lin Kai said proudly, glancing at Qi Jiao. Upon hearing this, all the girls immediately looked disheartened. Humph, I never expected Teacher Song's boyfriend to be so hypocritical. What a boastful fraud. I thought he was handsome and a good person. But it seems he is willing to stoop to any level to pursue Teacher Song. Such individuals are truly scum, even worse than Teacher Hao. A group of girls promptly lost their admiration for Zhao Feiyu. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu, caught off guard by the sudden system notification, was momentarily taken aback. Lina affection level, 20. Zhangyu affection level, 20. Zhao Cici affection level, 20. However, while all the girls were losing faith in Zhao Feiyu, one girl steadfastly remained in her seat. I refuse to believe that Teacher Song's boyfriend is such a person. Qi Jiao thought resolutely. When Teacher Song was present, if he were indeed such a boastful character, she surely wouldn't have liked him and would have exposed him, preventing him from wasting his money. Regardless of Qi Jiao's thoughts, she could not alter the impression that the other girls had of Zhao Feiyu. On the other side, Zhao Feiyu was already driving a luxury vehicle with Song Chanwan, heading out of the school and directly to the shopping mall. Today was the family banquet organized by Song Yunfeng, and he needed to purchase some gifts. After some selection, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanwan returned to the Yunshan residence villa. At that moment, the atmosphere in Villa number 18 was lively. Old Master Song was recovering well and was seated on the sofa, smiling as he watched everyone chat. Beside him, Song Yunfeng and his old friends, Zhang Wanbiao, Li Jianjun, and Zhao Dizhuz, were engaged in cheerful conversation. In the kitchen, Zhang Meiji and the wives of Zhang Wanbiao were busy preparing food, creating a warm and joyful scene. As Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanwan entered, all eyes in the spacious living room immediately turned towards them. Wow, Chanwan is back. Haha, my brother. Your golden son-in-law has returned too. Zhang Wanbiao and the others teased. After changing their shoes, the housekeeper promptly took care of all their belongings. Hello, uncles. Song Chanwan greeted the three uncles politely. They nodded in response. After the customary pleasantries, Song Chanwan quietly said to Zhao Feiyu, you sit here. I will help in the kitchen. Zhao Feiyu nodded, glanced around, greeted everyone, and sat down. The three men had already witnessed Zhao Feiyu's capabilities and were in awe of his substantial financial resources. By the way, uncle, how is the company progressing recently? Zhao Feiyu initiated the conversation, noticing that Song Yunfeng's brow furrowed slightly, clearly indicating some concerns. We're starting off steadily, with 3 old friends helping me. And we have established a foothold, Song Yunfeng replied, shaking his head. However, we are in the restaurant industry, and currently, the dining sector in Yunnan City is entirely monopolized by the Ji family. They reacted swiftly upon receiving news and immediately employed oppressive business tactics against us. So the situation is not optimistic. The Ji family? Zhao Feiyu's eyes narrowed as he recalled a matter. Wasn't the decline of the Song group exacerbated by the Ji family's actions back in the day? Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, and even old Master Song was taken aback. Soon after, Song Yunfeng nodded, evidently agreeing with Zhao Feiyu's assessment. It's inevitable, if we wish to develop. We must defeat the Ji family. Therefore, uncle, you need not concern yourself with anything. Now that we have secured a foothold, we should boldly confront them. Zhao Feiyu declared with confidence. If we allow their status as one of the 4 great families to intimidate us, our development will be utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanbiao's eyes brightened, and he looked at Zhao Feiyu with approval. Haha, my nephew's thoughts align with mine. The others also nodded in agreement. To be honest, they had just been discussing this matter. Zhang Wanbiao and the others had advocated for a proactive strategy, while Song Yunfeng, having suffered a setback, had adopted a more conservative approach. Now, due to Zhao Feiyu's words, Song Yunfeng's understanding was suddenly clarified. Zhao Feiyu, brimming with confidence, continued, Uncle, just go ahead and act decisively without any hesitation. Any financial issues will be handled by me. Zhao Feiyu's statement left Zhang Wanbiao and the others exchanging glances. With such a supportive son-in-law, what do you have to fear, brother? You're nearing 60. There aren't many years left. If you don't vent your frustrations now, it would be uncomfortable even in death. Hearing this, Song Yunfeng nodded emphatically. By the way, Zhao Feiyu suddenly recalled something. The Jiaxing Group has now established a presence in Yunwan City. Although they are in real estate, many of our restaurant locations may collaborate with them. I've already made arrangements. They will cooperate unconditionally if any assistance is needed. The Jiaxing Group? Everyone's eyes lit up at once. This is one of the giants from Jiangbei. With their support, we can indeed thrive. Although they are an outside enterprise, they will undoubtedly make a significant impact. By the way, our current restaurant locations are precisely those under their jurisdiction, right? Just then, Zhang Wanbiao interjected. Song Yunfeng pondered for a moment before realizing the implications. Chapter 58. The bridge collapse incident. Now, as Zhao Feiyu had mentioned, he entrusted all matters to his subordinates, merely assuming a guiding role. Although he had made a steady start, many intricate details remained somewhat unclear to him. Indeed, there was truth to this. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu took out his phone and provided Song Yunfeng with Liang Yu's contact information. He is the head of the Jiaxing Group in Yunwan City. Just mention my name, and he will assist you. Liang Yu? After noting the number, Song Yunfeng searched his memory for this individual. Ah, it's him. Clearly, Song Yunfeng was well acquainted with Liang Yu. Furthermore, Zhao Feiyu did not forget to introduce his company's business to Song Yunfeng. Despite both enterprises being his investments, Zhao Feiyu regarded the matter merely as compensation to Song Monli. Deep down, he had no desire to intervene should the Song family's business flourish. However, matters concerning Xia Zhu were different. Zhao Feiyu had intentions of pursuing his own career there. I have a friend named Xia Zhu, who recently established an investment firm with considerable potential. If you require assistance, feel free to reach out to her, mention my name, and she will surely cooperate fully. Xia Zhu, is that the recently opened Feiyu investment company? Zhang Wanbiao inquired rapidly. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. Feiyu investment company? Could it be any more conspicuous? The name is a direct reference to me. Ahem. This company is, in fact, one I have invested in, so if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask her. The name alone made the connection to Zhao Feiyu unmistakable. Come, dinner is ready. At that moment, a voice called from the kitchen, interrupting the ongoing discussion. As they turned to look, a lavish spread of delectable dishes adorned the dining table. Zhao Feiyu hurried to assist the elderly Mr. Zhao, guiding him to the main seat before the others took their places. During the meal, Song Yunfeng suddenly recalled something. By the way, Feiyu, there's an official auction event tonight. I received an invitation. Would you like to join us for some excitement? Zhao Feiyu smiled. Uncle, I also received an invitation, but it only allows for one guest. You should take Annie along. I will accompany Sister Wan to experience it myself. At this, Zhao Feiyu glanced at Song Wan, their eyes meeting, prompting her to shyly lower her gaze. Meanwhile, at Yasi Middle School, Hao Tianxiang departed with a heavy heart after classes. Today, he had unexpectedly received a call from Lin Kai, informing him that someone was interested in purchasing Yasi Middle School, specifically Song Wan's boyfriend. Recalling the last time he had summoned Long Gu and others to confront the individual, he was astonished to find that they had been intimidated instead, leading to his own beating. This indicated that the opposing party possessed formidable strength and influence. If they intended to acquire Yasi Middle School, it was certainly a possibility. With these thoughts, Hao Tianxiang hurried home. Upon arrival, he was astonished to see his parents packing their belongings. Tianxiang, you've returned. Hurry and pack. We are leaving for abroad tomorrow. Abroad? Why? Why would we leave so suddenly? Hao Tianxiang immediately thought of Lin Kai's phone call. We're selling Yasi Middle School and leaving the country. Hao Ren spoke urgently. Why? Why did you sell Yasi Middle School? Confused and unwilling to leave, Hao Tianxiang asked. At that moment, his mother approached and quietly explained, Tianxiang, there's no time to ask. The Yunjiang Bridge, which you and the Zhou family invested in 5 years ago, collapsed yesterday. The authorities in Yunwan City will certainly hold us accountable. We must sell Yasi Middle School and flee abroad. Otherwise, your father will surely be imprisoned. Hao Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really happening? The realization sent a chill down his spine, causing him to shudder. At this juncture, Zhao Feiyu had just concluded the gathering at the Song family's residence and was preparing to take Song Wan to the auction venue. This official auction event not only featured the land of the Beijiao power plant, but also various charitable auctions, attracting the elite of Yunwan City. Suddenly, Zhao Feiyu received a call from Zhang Baiyu. Hello? On the other end, Zhang Baiyu's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Feiyu, great news. Have you seen the news? No, what happened? Zhao Feiyu asked, puzzled as he settled into the car. Check the news. Yunwan City breaking news. Confused, Zhao Feiyu placed his phone on speaker and opened the news. To his astonishment, the top headline reported the collapse of the Yunjiang Bridge, a crucial artery between Yunwan City and Jiangbei City. Constructed 5 years ago at a cost exceeding 1 billion. It had only been in use for a mere 5 years before its catastrophic failure, resulting in numerous vehicles plummeting and over 30 fatalities. My goodness, how could such a tragedy occur? Zhao Feiyu gasped, yet a sense of doubt lingered. Does this have anything to do with us? Of course it does. Do you realize that this bridge was constructed by the Zhou family in collaboration with several other enterprises? Now that it has collapsed, leading to casualties, the Zhou family is finished. They will not compete with us at tonight's auction. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination shone in Zhao Feiyu's eyes. While Zhang Baiyu was concerned about the Beijiao power plant land, Zhao Feiyu's focus was on dismantling the Zhou family. Listen to me. Immediately gather all information regarding the bridge's construction project. Spare no expense. We must ensure the Zhou family's downfall. Zhang Baiyu's expression turned serious. Brother, I have already instructed the media to apply pressure on the authorities, who will in turn exert pressure on the Zhou family. But your plan is aimed at completely annihilating them. Isn't that a good thing? Zhao Feiyu sneered. We are all in the real estate business. If the Zhou family crumbles, the Jiaxing Group will have a clear path in Yunwan City. Zhang Baiyu gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, you truly are ruthless. After ending the call, a sly smile crept across Zhao Feiyu's face. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Wan inquired, What's going on? Why are you so happy? I have wonderful news. The Zhou family is doomed. Song Wan's expression shifted in surprise. Doomed? How so? Look at this news. The bridge was constructed by the Zhou family. And with over 30 lives lost, they will undoubtedly struggle to recover. Zhao Feiyu handed her his phone. Chapter 59. Kidnapping. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu started his vehicle, hastening towards the venue. En route, he received yet another call from Zhang Baiyu. Brother, our people have uncovered a list. It's the shareholder list from the bridge construction project. Take a look. Zhao Feiyu promptly opened his phone to examine the information. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a name, Hao Ren. The accompanying note revealed that this individual was indeed a board member of Yasi School. Zhao Feiyu quickly inquired with Song Chanjun. Is Hao Tianxiang's father named Hao Ren? Yes. What's the matter? Haha, fortune favors me. Zhao Feiyu exclaimed joyfully. He immediately dialed Xiazhu. Hello, Xiazhu. Contact Hao Ren at once and inform him that I wish to purchase Yasi School today. Set up a meeting with him. In a CAF, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanjun occupied a table by the window. Before long, an automobile sped into view. A fully armed, masked figure entered the CAF, obscuring their identity. The figure surveyed the surroundings, and upon spotting Song Chanjun, swiftly approached. Principal Hao, you've arrived. Zhao Feiyu observed the individual with a bemused smile. The figure's eyes flickered nervously as they glanced around, then presented 2 contracts, urging, please sign quickly. Principal Hao, don't worry. I'm a businessman and mean you no harm. Zhao Feiyu attempted to calm the person's anxiety. We can sign the contract, but the price needs adjustment, he stated. You negotiated 120 billion, correct? Exactly. Hurry, or you'll miss this opportunity. Principal Hao, why the haste? Is this transaction worth millions making you so anxious? Are you planning to flee? Upon hearing this, Principal Hao's expression shifted, and he quickly retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? As long as you're not fleeing, that's good. However, this price requires further discussion. 120 billion is exorbitant. I can only offer 80 billion. What now? What? Hao Ren stood abruptly. No way. 80 billion is impossible. It seemed that Principal Hao was not genuinely interested in selling. Zhao Feiyu leaned back in his chair, regarding Hao Ren with amusement. Your offer is far too low. The minimum is 100 billion, otherwise there's nothing to discuss. Principal Hao immediately reduced the price from 120 billion to 100 billion. Clearly, he was indeed anxious to flee. However, Zhao Feiyu persisted. 80 billion is my final offer. If you can agree, we'll sign the contract. If not, it's best you seek other buyers. With that, Zhao Feiyu stood up with Song Chanjun, preparing to leave. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's intent to depart, Hao Ren surmised he might know something. Clenching his teeth, he conceded, fine. 80 billion it is. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu sat back down. 80 billion is acceptable, but it must be transferred immediately. Not a problem. Zhao Feiyu was elated. By all accounts, purchasing Yasi School was intended for Song Chanjun, and ideally, it should yield a higher return. Yet, he harbored no fondness for this individual, and the insistence on 80 billion felt like a deliberate affront. Zhao Feiyu refrained from confrontation, allowing Song Chanjun to sign the contract. Thus, the school became Zhao Feiyu's gift to Song Chanjun, marking his expenditure on her behalf. As anticipated, once Zhao Feiyu transferred the 80 billion to Hao Ren's World Bank account, he received a prompt notification from the system. Transaction successful. Cashback 160 billion. Song Chanjun's favorability increased by 5. Zhao Feiyu was taken aback. Amir School had elevated Song Chanjun's favorability by 5 points. Feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort, he realized that should Song Chanjun's favorability reach its peak, this single cashback could yield 800 billion. The enormity of 800 billion was beyond Zhao Feiyu's comprehension, merely a series of digits in his mind. At this moment, he regarded the tens of billions invested in Zhang Baiyu and others as negligible. Upon confirming that the 80 billion had indeed arrived, Hao Ren prepared to leave the CAF. However, Zhao Feiyu interjected, "Shouldn't you inform the other school leaders about the transfer?" Of course. Hao Ren nodded, quickly dialing out to notify the school board of the developments. Consequently, Song Chanjun ascended to the position of the new principal of Yasi School. After bidding farewell to Hao Ren, Zhao Feiyu called Zhang Baiyu. "Hao Ren sold Yasi School to me for 80 billion. He might be planning to flee. Please alert the authorities to apprehend him." The embezzlement and corruption leading to the collapse of the bridge after merely 5 years, resulting in over 30 deaths. Such heinous actions cannot go unpunished. As night fell, Zhao Feiyu checked the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. He needed to make haste to the auction venue. Meanwhile, Song Chanjun was eager to return to Yasi's central district to assist Zhao Feiyu with school affairs, but he stopped her. "Now that you are principal, let us defer any matters until tomorrow, shall we?" In Song Chanjun's eyes, although Zhao Feiyu had acquired Yasi School for her, he remained the true owner in her mind, leaving her devoid of any desire or sentiment regarding the matter. Just then, as Zhao Feiyu and the others prepared to depart, 2 vans, one in front and one behind, encircled their vehicle. Moments later, a group of individuals emerged from the vans, surrounding their car. Zhao Feiyu swiftly dialed Zhang Baiyu's number. Having just spoken with him, he was the first contact in his phone, and the call connected rapidly. "Hello?" Zhang Baiyu had just relayed Hao Ren's situation to Yuan Hong, who then informed their elder. He was surprised to receive another call from Zhao Feiyu, but the line was silent. As he was about to inquire further, a cacophony erupted from the other end. "Get out. Who are you? Don't touch my woman. If you have issues, come at me. Enough chatter. Get out of the car, now." With the sound of car doors opening, Zhao Feiyu was forcibly ushered into another vehicle. "Who are you?" "I just finished my coffee at the Cloud CAF. Where are you taking us? If I have offended you, please guide me, and I shall apologize immediately." Chapter 60, Sister Lang in the car. Several fierce-looking men wielding weapons completely ignored Zhao Feiyu. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't cover my eyes. This is Fengdao Road. Where are you taking me?" The phone call was already connected. Zhao Feiyu endeavored to provide ample information to Zhang Baiyu on the other end, hoping to expedite their search. Meanwhile, at the auction venue, as the event commenced, Zhang Baiyu abruptly stood up and, covering the receiver, instructed Liang Yu, "You are in charge of the auction. I have urgent business to attend to." Exiting the hall, Zhang Baiyu immediately summoned Yuan Hong and whispered, "Quickly send someone to Yunduan CAF. Feiyu has been taken away from Fengdao Road." Fearing that their conversation could be overheard, he turned to Yuan Hong, who, upon hearing this, immediately paled and swiftly dialed a number before driving straight to Yunduan CAF. On the other side, after about 10 minutes and a bumpy ride, the vehicle finally came to a halt at an unknown location. Throughout the journey, Zhao Feiyu chattered incessantly, providing information to the other end based on his surroundings. Just as they were getting out of the car, a burly man suddenly noticed Zhao Feiyu's phone glowing in his pocket. "Damn, the call is still active," he exclaimed, swinging a club and striking Zhao Feiyu in the back. "Ah!" Zhao Feiyu cried out in pain, and the call was abruptly terminated. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanwan were taken into a building. When the blindfold was removed, a blinding light flooded in. Zhao Feiyu squinted, struggling to discern his surroundings. After a while, he adjusted to the brightness and examined the area, which resembled an underground boxing arena. Through transparent glass, he could see fierce battles occurring in an octagonal cage, surrounded by a frenzied crowd waving betting slips and cheering for their chosen fighters. "Chanwan! Chanwan!" Zhao Feiyu called out for Song Chanwan, but there was no response. "Stop calling. Your girlfriend is safe for now. A sultry, mature voice reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw a woman resembling a femme fatale, clad in a high-slit black cheongsam. Her cascading waves of hair framing her alluring face, sitting on a red sofa and appraising him closely. The high slit of her dress revealed a tattoo of a mysterious snake coiling around her exposed thigh. Her information quickly materialized before him. Sister Lang, 36 years old. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 10. Miss, it seems we are not acquainted. I wonder where I have offended you. Please enlighten me. Zhao Feiyu's mind raced. He had no recollection of this person. The woman smiled enigmatically. It doesn't matter that you don't know me. You only need to understand that taking money from others entails responsibility. Understanding dawned on Zhao Feiyu, and he swiftly searched his memory for potential enemies. Could it be Li Shanshan and her group? Unlikely, they lacked the audacity. Perhaps it was Zhou Marin? This was Yunduan City, after all. The only one with the capability and deep-seated animosity to target him was Zhou Marin. It was Zhou Marin who sent you to deal with me, wasn't it? Zhao Feiyu stated calmly. If you already know, there is no need for further discussion. Let us get down to business, she replied nonchalantly. As two henchmen approached from either side, Zhao Feiyu quickly interjected. How much did Zhou Marin pay you? I'll offer you 10 times that. This isn't about money. It's a matter of trust. I, Sister Lang, have survived in Yunduan City for many years based on that. The woman declared. Sister Lang, it seems you are also a person of honor. I'll concede this time, but I assume you don't intend to take my life. If that's the case, you could simply ambush me on the street without bringing me here. Zhao Feiyu analyzed the situation swiftly. Moreover, I have already notified my brothers on the way here. You should recognize them. Zhang Baiyu, executive president of Jiaxing Group, and Yuan Hong, scion of the Yuan family. They should be on their way now. If you don't believe me, check with your people. My phone was in a call status the entire journey. Upon hearing this, Sister Lang's brow furrowed as she glanced at her subordinates. One of them appeared apprehensive and cautiously nodded, producing Zhao Feiyu's phone. Sister Lang took the phone and inquired. What is the password? 5264. Zhao Feiyu replied. Once she unlocked the phone, she immediately checked the contacts. Unsurprisingly, she saw several minutes of conversation with Zhang Baiyu at the top of the list. Scrolling down, she found Yuan Hong and others listed as well. Kid, I've been in Yunduan City for over a decade and have never heard of someone like you. What is your background? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed his earlier words had made an impression. I don't have any significant background. I'm just a drifter from Jiangbei City. I never anticipated crossing paths with Zhou Marin, which led to this predicament. However, once I leave this place, I will not let that person go unpunished. Zhao Feiyu declared fiercely. Enough. Sister Lang waved her hand. Regardless of your origins, I will reiterate, taking money from others entails responsibility. Today, you will have to accept your fate. Wait. Zhao Feiyu quickly called out. I haven't finished what I was saying. I mentioned that since you've agreed to Zhou Marin's request, as long as it's not a matter of life and death, you could have simply ambushed me outside. There's no need to bring me here. Therefore, I suspect you have ulterior motives for bringing me back. Additionally, the Zhou family is on the brink of collapse. Rather than antagonizing me, it would be wiser to let me go. More friends lead to more opportunities. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Oh, Sister Lang let out a light laugh. You claim the Zhou family is nearing its end? What evidence do you have? It appeared Sister Lang was not well informed about current events. Zhao Feiyu continued. The Yunjiang Bridge collapsed yesterday, merely 5 years after its construction, and the contractor was none other than the Zhou family. Over 30 lives were lost, and the Yunduan City authorities will not let them off easily. Moreover, Jiaxing Group is in direct business conflict with the Zhou family over the Beijiao power plant. With Zhang Baiyu's support, I assure you, the Zhou family will face dire consequences. Is that so? Sister Lang's expression grew serious, and she immediately took out her phone to make a call. Witnessing this, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. This woman was utterly oblivious to contemporary news. Chapter 61, Cooperation. Upon receiving the precise information, Sister Lang immediately felt a profound interest in Zhao Feiyu. Continue speaking. If you touch my heart, I shall spare you. All right, Zhao Feiyu exclaimed with delight, his mind racing as he organized his thoughts. You mentioned that you take people's money to help them out of trouble. I assume this isn't your primary occupation. The public safety in Yunduan City is relatively sound. If you were truly in this line of work, there would be little future for you. Thus, I surmise you must have some business dealings or collaborations with the Zhou family to assist Zhou Marin, correct? At this point, Sister Lang's expression shifted noticeably. Zhao Feiyu keenly observed her reaction and continued, "Since the Zhou family is about to fall, why do you continue to associate with them? What can the Zhou family offer you? I, Zhao Feiyu, can certainly assist you immediately. Moreover, with the downfall of the Zhou family, all enterprises connected to them will inevitably be devoured by other factions in Yunduan City. If your cooperation with them runs deep, you will not escape unscathed. Rather than endure such a fate, it is far wiser to collaborate with me. To be frank, just 5 minutes before your men captured me, I had just concluded a business deal with Principal Hao Run of the IELTS Center. Hao Run was also involved in the initial bridge project. I secured the IELTS High School for a staggering 8 billion. He may very well have fled by now. Tell me, if even the participants cannot escape, what hope is there for the Zhou family's affiliates to survive?" Upon hearing this, Sister Lang fell silent. "Trust me, I possess the strength to assist you," Zhao Feiyu declared with utmost confidence. Observing Sister Lang still hesitating, he pressed further, "You are out of time. Once Yuan Hong and the others arrive, it will be too late." "All right." Sister Lang's expression hardened as she nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Sister Lang's favorability towards you 50 unexpectedly after the successful persuasion. The woman's favorability rating surged to 60. Witnessing this, Zhao Feiyu let out a sigh of relief. His primary concern in persuading this woman was the fear that Yuan Hong and his companions would force her into a corner, potentially endangering Song Chanjun in the process. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanjun were freed from their restraints and seated opposite Sister Lang. Through their conversation, Zhao Feiyu learned of Sister Lang's true identity. In every realm where there is light, shadows inevitably exist. Sister Lang was one of the representatives of the gray area in Yunduan City. Many dubious dealings of the Zhou family were entrusted to her for management. Sister Lang was acutely aware that pursuing this line of work held no future and could potentially jeopardize her own safety. Thus, she demanded the Zhou family to assist in legitimizing her operations. The Zhou family did agree, but they continually stalled, refusing to support her in establishing her own company, as they still required her services for various tasks. Should Sister Lang become legitimate, the Zhou family would struggle to manage many of their affairs. This was one reason Sister Lang placed her trust in Zhao Feiyu. With the Zhou family's impending demise, once their dealings were exposed, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences as well. She had no choice but to place her faith in Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu exhaled in relief. Had Sister Lang declined, the arrival of Yuan Hong and the others could have led her to act out of desperation, potentially using Zhao Feiyu as a hostage. Immediately, Zhao Feiyu retrieved his phone to report safety to Zhang Baiyu. However, to his surprise, Yuan Hong and his cohort had already traced Sister Lang's location. "Sister Lang, a group has stormed in from outside, and our people cannot hold them off." An anxious henchman rushed in. Sister Lang was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Feiyu. Noticing her distress, Zhao Feiyu gestured for her to remain calm before stepping outside. As anticipated, Zhao Feiyu discovered that the newcomers were none other than Yuan Hong and his crew. Upon seeing Zhao Feiyu unharmed, Yuan Hong sighed in relief. "It's you. I see Sister Lang has taken you hostage." Yuan Hong's eyes glinted with mockery. "Sister Lang, you truly dare to do anything, even kidnapping my brother Feiyu. You must be tired of living." Hearing this, Sister Lang was struck with alarm. She had believed that Zhao Feiyu and Yuan Hong were merely ordinary business partners. But the tone of Yuan Hong suggested a deeper connection. "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding." Zhao Feiyu quickly interjected, stepping in front of Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong was momentarily stunned. "But, Brother Feiyu, she kidnapped you. How can you? We are all victims of the Zhou family. She has her reasons." Zhao Feiyu hastily explained. "She was coerced by Zhou Marin. She is not to blame, and I have not been harmed, right?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong relented. "Fine, you and Sister One should head back first. What about you?" Yuan Hong asked, still somewhat concerned as he glanced at Sister Lang. "Do not worry. She wouldn't dare harm me. I wish to speak with her privately." After Zhao Feiyu's earnest persuasion, Yuan Hong finally led his men away. After Yuan Hong's departure, Sister Lang's favorability towards you 10 inside the room, chaos reigned outside, yet an eerie silence enveloped the interior, leaving only Zhao Feiyu and Sister Lang seated across from one another. "I will fulfill my promise to you. Now, what do you wish me to do?" Zhao Feiyu reclined casually, lighting a cigarette and speaking nonchalantly. In truth, Zhao Feiyu's real objective was to leverage Sister Lang for his gain. He understood that any predicament ultimately boiled down to monetary matters. He was acutely aware that the Zhou family's control over Sister Lang was intimately linked to financial dynamics. "There are two issues at hand," Sister Lang pondered. Given that the Zhou family is on the brink of collapse, I will undoubtedly be implicated. I have aided them in many disreputable dealings, and the authorities will not overlook my involvement. Rest assured, with Yuan Hong around, you will be safe, Zhao Feiyu asserted with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Sister Lang's spirits lifted. She had witnessed the relationship between the two men. With Yuan Hong's presence, her safety appeared assured. Additionally, I wish to expedite my path to legitimacy. If this continues, I will inevitably meet my demise. Sister Lang expressed her concerns. Currently, besides myself, there are 3 other gray forces in Yunduan City, but 2 of them have already transitioned to legitimate businesses. If I do not detach myself soon, I will certainly face ruin. What must I do? Zhao Feiyu asked directly. Money. Sister Lang replied straightforwardly. Just as expected, Zhao Feiyu inwardly chuckled. Indeed, financial matters were at the crux of it all. Share your thoughts. I can support you, but once you achieve legitimacy, I hope to have you at my disposal. Zhao Feiyu plainly articulated his intentions. That poses no issue. The Zhou family initially thought the same. As long as I can become legitimate, I can serve anyone. Moreover, I sense that you are far more reliable than the Zhou family. Sister Lang smiled alluringly at Zhao Feiyu. Currently, most of my ventures are in the gray market, quick money, yet limited, and much of it cannot be directly utilized. Thus, I require a substantial and legitimate influx of capital to swiftly establish a company, allowing me to clean up my finances. If you can assist me, I will repay you double the investment, and I will share half of the company's future profits with you. Chapter 62. The Auction and Money Laundering. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu squinted thoughtfully. Such an investment appeared remarkably sensible. How much do you need now? Zhao Feiyu inquired. Sister Lang remained silent, slowly extending 5 fingers. 500 million? Sister Lang shook her head. 5 billion. At this, Sister Lang nodded. The larger the investment, the quicker I can clean up that sum. No problem. Zhao Feiyu readily agreed. Really? Seeing Zhao Feiyu's promptness, Sister Lang was momentarily taken aback. It seems you harbor some doubts about my capabilities. Zhao Feiyu smiled slightly and glanced at the time. It's currently 8:30, and the auction is still ongoing. Allow me to show you around. With that, Zhao Feiyu walked over, grasped Sister Lang's hand, and proceeded to exit. At the entrance, Sister Lang's subordinates watched in astonishment as their boss was led out by a man. They were all utterly stunned. They knew all too well what kind of person their boss usually was. To witness a man boldly holding her hand was shocking beyond measure. Sister Lang. Several subordinates quickly blocked the two. Rest assured, we're just stepping outside. Sister Lang signaled to everyone and followed Zhao Feiyu out. Are they going to a hotel? One subordinate speculated immediately. Slap. Just then, another supervisor delivered a sharp slap. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If Sister Lang hears you, I swear I'll cut out your tongue. Yes, yes. The man nodded repeatedly, trembling in fear. They were acutely aware of Sister Lang's methods. Upon reaching the outside, Zhao Feiyu, having not driven, watched as Sister Lang summoned a vehicle, and they set off for the auction venue. Seated in the passenger seat, Sister Lang discreetly scrutinized this unfamiliar man beside her. He possessed many qualities that were profoundly appealing. His background and strength captivated Sister Lang. Having entered the fray at the age of 16, she had followed a petty thug for 2 decades. That once petty thug had now risen to become a formidable boss. Unfortunately, he had died amidst chaos. Before his death, he implored Sister Lang to go straight and abandon the underworld. Before long, they arrived at the auction site. Zhao Feiyu produced his invitation and entered. Inside the vast exhibition hall, everyone sat orderly in their seats. Looking around, Zhao Feiyu spotted Zhang Baiyu and others seated at the front. After greeting them and assuring them of his safety, he took his designated seat. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu noted that the Zhou family was conspicuously absent. It seemed the authorities had already acted. The Zhou family must have been apprehended. At that moment, an antique was being auctioned off. Bids had already reached over 3 million. Turning his gaze, Zhao Feiyu beheld a beautifully crafted, pure white, jade snake-shaped hairpin resting quietly on the stage behind the auctioneer. Upon seeing the hairpin, Zhao Feiyu noticed Sister Lang's eyes brightening significantly. This reminded him of the snake tattoo on Sister Lang's leg, indicating her profound interest in the piece. Seizing the moment, Zhao Feiyu raised his bidding paddle. 30 million. The announcement caused a stir throughout the crowd. All eyes turned toward the young man who had audaciously raised the bid tenfold. Whispers erupted among the attendees. Who is this newcomer, raising the bid by tenfold at once? He must be another wealthy playboy, attempting to impress the woman by his side. They scoffed. This hairpin is merely a few decades old, at most worth 1 million. Considering this as a charity auction, 3 million was already the limit. Who knew this fool would escalate it so dramatically? Do you like it? Zhao Feiyu disregarded the murmurs and turned to Sister Lang. What? Is it a gift for me? Sister Lang regarded Zhao Feiyu with playful intrigue. Of course. If you like it, it's yours. At that moment, the auctioneer raised the small gavel, calling 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million thrice, sold. With the gavel's decisive thud, the jade hairpin was secured by Zhao Feiyu. Soon, a staff member approached with a tray. Congratulations, sir, on your successful bid. We process payments on site. Very well. Zhao Feiyu promptly pulled out his phone and transferred 30 million from the World Bank to the organizers. Simultaneously, a smile crept across his face. Transaction successful, 20-fold cashback of 600 million. Witnessing Zhao Feiyu's nonchalance in making the payment, Sister Lang's initial skepticism began to wane. Sister Lang's favorability towards you has increased to 10. In a mere moment, her favorability surged to 80 points. This was the nature of a woman like her. After being conquered by strength, she would become utterly compliant. Come, allow me to adorn you. Zhao Feiyu took the hairpin in hand, gently gathering Sister Lang's hair and arranging it into an elegant updo, securing it with the hairpin. At that moment, clad in a chi pao, Sister Lang revealed her graceful neck, exuding an air of mature allure. This intimate gesture sent a shiver down her spine. It had been years since the death of her former partner, and throughout this time, she had single-handedly upheld her entire gray business without relying on any man. Gradually, she had lost much interest in the opposite sex, immersing herself entirely in her career. Yet today, upon encountering Zhao Feiyu, her long-buried desires began to stir, igniting a flame within her. She could not fathom why she, who usually recoiled from men, felt no aversion to Zhao Feiyu. Instead, she found herself relishing and even anticipating his affectionate touch. Ah, Zhao Feiyu sighed in wonder. This hairpin appears to have been custom-made for you. We were fortunate to arrive in time. Otherwise, we would have missed it. Zhao Feiyu gazed at Sister Lang with an enamored expression. In that instant, her heart seemed to quiver as though struck by something profound. Sister Lang's favorability towards you has increased to 90. Is this the power of wealth? Zhao Feiyu chuckled. Next, we present the fifth auction item, 100g of French handcrafted perfume, starting price, 500,000. Upon hearing another item for women, Zhao Feiyu's eyes glimmered with excitement. Chapter 63. Heavenly Fragrance Perfume. This product can be described as the epitome of luxury among women's indulgences. It is rumored that the raw materials for Heavenly Fragrance perfume are derived from a certain marine creature found in the depths of the ocean. This substance is comparable to gold, and to obtain even a nail-sized amount, the creature must be killed. The exorbitant cost of this process results in a staggering price for the finished product. A mere small bottle can fetch hundreds of thousands. An unimaginable sum for the average person. If this were to be auctioned, the final bid would likely reach around 2 million, enough to purchase another apartment in Cloud City. Soon enough, a man eager to impress began to boast in front of his wife or companions. 65,000. However, as it is a consumable, many lost interest quickly. As the bidding neared 150,000, the enthusiasm dwindled. Zhao Feiyu surveyed the room and concluded, is no one else bidding? Then I shall. He raised his paddle high and declared, 2 million. Just as the sale seemed imminent, the man who had bid 150,000 turned furiously to Zhao Feiyu. While the woman beside him pouted and whined, don't let him take it. I like it. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth and raised his paddle again. 210,000. 3 million. Zhao Feiyu interrupted, immediately adding 1 million without hesitation. Darling, the woman pleaded again, if you buy it for me, I'll do anything you want tonight. The man's eyes sparkled at this. 310,000. For million. Zhao Feiyu countered, showing no signs of reluctance. The man visibly faltered. For million for a small bottle of perfume had far exceeded its intrinsic worth. Continuing the bidding would not display wealth, but rather foolishness. Reluctantly, he withdrew. The woman beside him attempted to plead again, but a single glance from him silenced her. For million for a bottle of perfume. Are you a fairy? Zhao Feiyu, having acquired the perfume, turned to Sister Lang and said, I want to be gifting you this perfume. My sister Wan was startled tonight, so I shall take this back for her. Sister Lang quickly shook her head. Mr. Zhao, I have only glimpsed the tip of your capabilities. Today was indeed my fault. You graciously saved me. Allow me to purchase this bottle as an apology to your girlfriend. Without hesitation, Sister Lang paid the 4 million for the perfume. Witnessing this, Zhao Feiyu's admiration for Sister Lang grew. This woman, he realized, possessed a generous spirit akin to chivalry. I recognize your character, Sister Lang. I will invest the 50 billion as promised, Executing the plan you mentioned earlier, Zhao Feiyu declared, pulling out his phone to transfer 50 billion through the World Bank. As the transfer was confirmed, Sister Lang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She then gave Zhao Feiyu a thumbs up. Mr. Zhao, you are truly impressive. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. From this day forth, you shall be my boss. Zhao Feiyu burst into laughter. Sister Lang, I eagerly anticipate your future contributions. Just then, an unpleasant voice interrupted the moment. What is all this noise? What a lack of decorum. If you don't quiet down, get out. Turning to look, they saw a lanky young man in a suit with a gold chain, flanked by 2 suited bodyguards. What did you say? Before Zhao Feiyu could respond, Sister Lang stood up defiantly. The young man's anger flared as he scoffed. Don't think just because someone bought you a 4 million perfume, you can act high and mighty. Cloud City is vast. Not everyone can afford to offend me. With no hesitation, Sister Lang slapped him across the face. The commotion quickly drew the attention of security personnel. Mind your language. If you seek trouble, find me in West City after this. I am Sister Lang. Standing there with an air of authority, Sister Lang attracted many gazes. Zhao Feiyu, watching the scene unfold, was captivated by her fierce demeanor. The young man, upon hearing her name, turned pale. Sister Lang? He stammered, realizing his misstep. I apologize for my ignorance. I did not recognize your stature. After the chaos subsided, Sister Lang, not wishing to escalate the situation further, returned to her seat. Zhao Feiyu applauded. Sister Lang, you truly are impressive. Mr. Zhao, you flatter me. Sister Lang replied with a gentle smile. Since we've reached an agreement, let us not be so formal. You may call me Sister Lang, and I shall call you Feiyu. Isn't that me taking advantage of you? Zhao Feiyu laughed. Now, I need not fear anyone bullying me in Cloud City, right? Feiyu, are you teasing me? Sister Lang playfully rolled her eyes at him. Zhao Feiyu found himself entranced by her charm. Sister Lang, I must say, you are truly captivating. Stop with the flattery. I'm 36 this year, fast becoming a faded flower. Sister Lang touched her face, a hint of weariness in her expression. Sister Lang, you do not understand. Women of your age are the most alluring. I dare say, to the younger generation, you possess a lethal allure. And you? Sister Lang inquired suddenly. Zhao Feiyu paused, then grinned mischievously. For me, it would be 100% lethal. Is that so? If you're not averse, shall we explore life at a hotel tonight? Zhao Feiyu was taken aback by Sister Lang's directness. Seeing his flustered expression, she burst into laughter. Are you shy, Feiyu? I'm just teasing you. Chapter 64. Lighting the sky lanterns, the auction continues. Zhao Feiyu gazed at the items on stage, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Since he had met this sister today, he decided to present her with a grand gift this evening. With a sudden inspiration, he spoke mysteriously to the lady beside him. Oh, what grand gift? She asked, intrigued. You'll see, Zhao Feiyu replied, immediately calling over a staff member. Do you have the concept of lighting sky lanterns here? The staff member looked momentarily puzzled before shaking his head. I'm sorry, sir, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Please fetch your supervisor. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. Sir, are you referring to the sky lanterns depicted in films? Precisely, Zhao Feiyu affirmed earnestly. If possible, for tonight's charity auction, I would like to light the sky lanterns and cover the cost of everything. The manager appeared taken aback. I need to consult with my superior about this. Please do so promptly. Soon, the manager ascended the auction platform and whispered a few words to the auctioneer. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer nodded in agreement. Moments later, the manager returned to Zhao Feiyu. Sir, our leader has given the go-ahead for you to light the sky lanterns. With that, the auctioneer clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we will pause the auction momentarily for an important announcement. This evening, we have a gentleman who wishes to light the sky lanterns. I believe you are familiar with this term. However, it's not the ancient punishment you might think. In the past, criminals were stripped, wrapped in burlap, and immersed in oil, only to be ignited at night. This lighting of sky lanterns is a concept from film, where the individual lighting the lanterns covers the costs of all items sold in that round, regardless of their price. But, the auctioneer continued, there are rules to this. To prevent malicious bidding, all items must be priced reasonably. For instance, one cannot auction a pair of slippers for 100 million. Furthermore, there is a time limit for each item. Immediately, the audience erupted in murmurs, speculating about the implications of such a concept. Lighting the sky lanterns? I never knew such a thing existed. My goodness, there are dozens of items tonight, each starting at millions, even tens of millions. How much would it cost to cover everything? Surely, it must be in the billions. Some wondered if this person was targeting the prime auction item, the land of the Beijiao power plant, and if he intended to insert himself into the bidding war between the Zhou family and the Jiaxing group. At that moment, Zhang Baiyu was unaware that the one lighting the sky lanterns was Zhao Feiyu. He stood up to question, "Is the land of the Beijiao power plant included in the scope of the sky lantern lighting?" "Of course, Mr. Zhang. All auction items tonight fall under that category." Zhang Baiyu's expression darkened. "That cannot be allowed." His face shifting with concern, he instructed a nearby associate, "Find out who is lighting the sky lanterns." "Yes." Liang Yu immediately stood and walked away. Who could it be? Zhang Baiyu scanned the crowd, hoping to identify the person responsible. However, the venue was filled with the elite of Yunduan City, numbering in the hundreds, making it nearly impossible to find the individual among them. Meanwhile, after lighting the sky lanterns, Zhao Feiyu discreetly instructed the organizers to keep his identity hidden and settled in to enjoy the unfolding drama. Liang Yu, having located the venue manager, learned that their leadership had instructed them not to disclose any information regarding Zhao Feiyu. Frustrated, Liang Yu returned empty-handed. "What should we do, President?" she fretted. This was akin to someone directly acquiring that piece of land. Zhang Baiyu, his expression resolute, asked again, "If someone lights the sky lanterns, can others still participate?" "Certainly." The auctioneer confirmed. "If multiple parties wish to light the sky lanterns, it becomes a bidding war. The highest bidder wins. And there is no cap on the amount one can bid." "Please, President," Liang Yu exclaimed, realizing Zhang Baiyu's intentions. "If we light the sky lanterns, we would have to cover all auction items tonight, and that would require billions. Our funds are insufficient." Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyu took a moment to think. "Perhaps we should seek assistance from Mr. Zhao," Liang Yu suggested, her mind racing. "It may be our only option." She then sat down and quickly dialed Zhao Feiyu. "Brother Feiyu, are you at the venue?" "I am," came his calm voice from the other end. "You must have seen the sky lantern lighting. If I also participate, it means I would need to cover all prior items, requiring additional billions. Therefore, do not worry, I will handle the sky lanterns." "What?" Zhang Baiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You yet?" Zhao Feiyu's assurance brought a sense of relief to Zhang Baiyu. "What does that mean?" Liang Yu inquired urgently. "No need to worry." A smile crept onto Zhang Baiyu's face as he settled back into his seat. Witnessing this, those around them began to murmur. "What is this? President Zhang? Are you not lighting the sky lanterns? Aren't you determined to secure the Beijiao power plant?" Despite the Zhou family's troubles, it seemed another competitor had emerged. Dismissively, Zhang Baiyu ignored the surrounding taunts. "Ladies and gentlemen," the auctioneer announced again, "if multiple individuals wish to light the sky lanterns, it must be simultaneous. Is there anyone else who wishes to participate? If not, once I drop the hammer, there will be no further opportunity, and the land of the Beijiao power plant will be completely off the table." At that moment, the crowd watched with bated breath, no one daring to step forward to light another sky lantern. As the auctioneer scanned the room and prepared to conclude, a breathless shout rang out from the entrance. "Stop!" Chapter 65, The Lantern Duel. "Stop! My Zhou family shall light the lanterns too." At the sudden appearance of Zhou Meiren, disbelief washed over the crowd. The affairs of the Zhou family had become widely known among the upper echelons of Yunshan City. It was astonishing that, at such a moment, they still clung to their ambitions for the North Suburb power plant land. Given the poor quality of the Yunjiang Bridge, one could only speculate whether the land would again succumb to collapse if entrusted to the Zhou family. What was the official stance? How could the Zhou family still be eligible to bid? Ordinarily, they should have been blacklisted outright. If they were allowed to continue construction, would it lead to yet more shoddy projects? Zhou Meiren strode into the hall, her expression dark as she disregarded the mockery around her. She took her designated seat, previously held by the Zhou family. Although they had not attended the auction, they were keenly aware of the proceedings. Upon hearing that someone had indeed lit the lanterns, the Zhou family was taken aback. They had intended to wait until the final auction of the North Suburb power plant to make their move. However, the news compelled them to act swiftly. Zhou Wenjun engaged with the official investigation team, allowing Zhou Meiren to go alone and secure the land. The Zhou family was prepared to exhaust their resources to resolve the Yunjiang Bridge incident. Yet they were unafraid. Securing the North Suburb power plant land offered them a glimmer of hope for revival. "My Zhou family shall light the lanterns too." Without pausing for breath, Zhou Meiren addressed the auctioneer. "Young Master Zhou, are you familiar with the rules of the lantern bidding?" The auctioneer inquired gravely. "Enough with the trivialities. I'm aware that all items will be contested by the two lantern bidders, with the highest bid prevailing." Realizing Zhou Meiren understood the rules, the auctioneer nodded. To enhance the atmosphere of the lantern duel, The organizers promptly brought forth 2 large lanterns, which were hung high in the hall. One lantern shone red, the other yellow, casting a gentle glow overhead, yet imbued the space with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Soon, the auction recommenced. Our first item is the final work of the esteemed artist, Mr. Peng Muzi, with a starting price of 500,000. At the mention of Mr. Peng Muzi, reverence filled the room. At over 80 years old, he had ceased creating 3 years prior, with his works previously fetching over 30 million at auction. Though the starting price for this piece was 500,000, it was expected to sell for at least 70 to 80 million. As anticipation built, the crowd grew increasingly interested. With the lanterns lit, they felt emboldened to bid freely. Indeed, one audacious individual raised his paddle and exclaimed, 50 million. The room erupted in astonishment and laughter, eager to witness the outcome of the lantern duel. The auctioneer quickly clarified, due to the lantern bidding, there is no upper limit on our items. However, should the lantern bidder fail to meet the highest bid, the previous bidder will secure the item and the lantern bidder will incur a consequence. Given the current societal context, that consequence entails the official seizure of all properties under the name of the lantern bidder. Thus, while others had not lit the lanterns, they were still free to bid. The crowd gasped at this revelation. How thrilling! What if someone bid 1 billion for the artwork? The lantern bidder would have to outbid them. Yet, who among those daring enough to light the lanterns was ordinary? If others wished to court disaster, the lantern bidder would not show them mercy. For instance, would the Zhao family spare those who recklessly raised their bids? Indeed, the realization dawned upon the crowd. How exhilarating! Amidst the commotion, an audacious voice rang out. A young man with a flamboyant hairstyle laughed heartily. A lantern duel? This spectacle is truly a once-in-a-century event. Since others hesitate to bid recklessly, I, Zhao Feiyu, shall stoke the flames for both parties. I bid 1 billion for Mr. Peng's artwork. Zhao Feiyu, what are you doing? Zhao Marin fumed, recognizing Zhao Feiyu as the second son of the Zhao family. Zhao Marin, what are you afraid of? Go forth. Your Zhao family certainly has the means. Zhao Feiyu taunted. Your construction of the Yunjiang Bridge must have involved embezzlement of billions. What do you have to fear? Zhao Feiyu, silence yourself. I thought you were a friend, but I see what you truly are. Zhao Marin retorted angrily. Who would befriend scoundrels like you? I disdain to associate with those who build shoddy projects. The crowd couldn't help but laugh at this exchange. Both the Zhao and Zhao families were among the 4 great clans and had maintained a close relationship. Recently, Zhao Marin had even asked Zhao Feiyu for information on Zhao Feiyu, only to be met with such a rapid change in demeanor. Yet many in attendance understood the underlying motives. Zhao Feiyu was deliberately distancing himself from the Zhao family in front of everyone, seeking to prove their disassociation. As the atmosphere grew tumultuous, the auctioneer struck the gavel, restoring silence. This young master Zhao bids 1 billion for the first time. 1 billion, 1 million. Zhao Marin clenched her teeth and upped the bid by 1 million. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu in the crowd wore an expression of excitement. He had not anticipated that his unintended actions would force the Zhao family to reveal themselves. Had it not been for the lanterns, the Zhao family would likely have continued their pursuit of the North Suburb power plant land. However, now that the lanterns were lit, they would expend considerable resources on the preceding items. Yet Zhao Feiyu was indifferent to this. His fortune had surpassed 200 billion, and he felt secure in the auction. 2 billion. Zhao Feiyu composed a message on his phone and sent it to the event manager to conceal his identity. Mr. Zhao bids 2 billion. Wow. Incredible. A direct increment of 1 billion. Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, clapping in exhilaration. A hero is in our midst. If you can defeat Zhao Marin, you shall be hailed as a hero of the people, vanquishing the scourge of society. Chapter 66. The grand finale. Upon uttering these words, the entire hall erupted into laughter. At that moment, Zhao Marin experienced a sudden flash of inspiration, revealing a mischievous smile. By lighting the lantern, he effectively secured the right to bid on that piece of land, disregarding the preceding items entirely. No matter the amount others offered, he could simply let them take those items while he focused solely on the final plot of land. This strategy meant he would not need to expend any additional financial resources beforehand. Realizing this, Zhao Marin felt a surge of excitement. He promptly decided to forego further bidding. This action immediately led everyone to deduce his intentions. How despicable! By lighting the lantern, he prepared himself for the subsequent land parcel while obtaining a bidding spot, leaving others without the advantage unless they too lit a lantern. Others still had a chance, provided the lantern lighter could not meet the price. Thus, the lantern lighter held the right of first refusal. It became evident that for anyone else to acquire that land, The Zhou family and the mysterious individual would have to face bankruptcy, which seemed implausible. Realizing this, those who had also shown interest in the North Suburb power plant land felt deep regret. Had they lit their lanterns earlier, they could have exploited this loophole to gain priority. Soon, the auction resumed. This time, Ji Shaoer continued to cause chaos, though he was aware of the stakes. For each item, he estimated the highest transaction price and only bid that amount, allowing Zhou Marin and Zhao Feiyu to clash. Zhao Feiyu was well aware of Zhou Marin's scheme. Since the bidding was conducted in turns, whenever Zhou Marin made a token bid, Zhao Feiyu would immediately refrain from bidding, frustrating Zhou Marin multiple times. However, after several rounds, Zhao Feiyu had already invested 30 to 40 billion. At this point, Sister Lang truly recognized the extent of Zhao Feiyu's financial prowess. She needed 50 billion, and without hesitation, Zhao Feiyu agreed. Now, merely due to the auction, Zhao Feiyu had already poured in 30 to 40 billion. For him, that 50 billion was but a trifle. Moreover, the North Suburb power plant land was rumored to be sold for 70 to 80 billion. If it came to a bidding war, exceeding 100 billion would pose no challenge at all. Quickly, all auction items were completed. Zhao Feiyu directly invested 120 billion in these items. Gazing at the splendid array of auction goods, Zhao Feiyu, without a second thought, gifted everything to Sister Lang. All, for me? Sister Lang was momentarily dumbfounded. Although the worth of these items did not reach 120 billion, they had indeed been acquired for that sum. Reflecting on her earlier timid request for 50 billion in investment, Sister Lang found herself at a loss for words. Did this over 100 billion worth of goods hold no significance for Zhao Feiyu? This is my gift to you, Sister Lang, Zhao Feiyu said with a smile that held a hint of mischief. But these items are of no use to me. Sister Lang replied, bewildered. How can they be of no use? If you don't need them, you can sell them to others. Whatever you sell them for is yours. At this, Sister Lang's eyes widened in realization. She seemed to grasp Zhao Feiyu's intention. Previously, she had mentioned possessing many illicit earnings, which could not be exposed. Yet, if she sold these legitimate auction items, wouldn't that money become legitimate as well? Her heart began to race at the thought. Even if these 120 billion worth of items were sold for 80 billion, it would be sufficient for her to establish a company. Feiyu I. Sister Lang found herself at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Zhao Feiyu. Affection level with Sister Lang. 5. Upon receiving this notification, Zhao Feiyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was quite the challenge. 120 billion worth of gifts had only raised her affection by 5 points. How would he manage to provide her with the remaining 50 billion? With these items, you won't need my 50 billion investment anymore. I'll quickly liquidate these items and establish my company. Sister Lang felt a surge of confidence. No. Zhao Feiyu quickly interjected. I've already stated that this is a gift for you. The investment is a separate matter, understand? His tone was firm, leaving no room for Sister Lang to argue. This assertive display left Sister Lang utterly astonished. Affection level with Sister Lang. 3. In an instant, her affection level surged to 98 points. Just a fraction more, and it would reach its peak. Upon achieving this, Zhao Feiyu would receive a substantial monetary reward. Soon, the auction reached its thrilling conclusion. Sitting beside Zhao Feiyu, Sister Lang was entirely captivated by him. Her eyes sparkled as if they held stars. Young, wealthy, clever, and brave, Sister Lang, having received little formal education, could only find these two descriptors to encapsulate Zhao Feiyu. Next, we arrived at the final highlight of tonight's auction. The grand finale was the plot of land for the North Suburb power plant in Yunwan City. This land spans 100,000 square meters, equivalent to 14 football fields. The method of auction for this land featured a 70-year lease, with a starting bid of 20 billion and a minimum increase of 20 million for each bid. The subsequent construction requirements would fall to the bidder, adhering to official specifications. After the auctioneer's introduction, everyone became electrified with excitement, especially Ji Shaoer, who immediately shouted, 50 billion. This elicited laughter from the crowd, as it was clear he was merely causing a ruckus. However, regarding this land, individuals from various sectors were eager to claim it. Securing this land would alleviate concerns about subsequent construction, as numerous builders would be vying for collaboration. Thus, acquiring this parcel of land would guarantee a substantial profit upon resale. At that moment, Zhou Marin remained unperturbed, for with the lantern lit, he possessed the ultimate authority to contend for the land. Now, he merely needed to observe how others would bid and ascertain how high the price would climb. 60 billion, 65 billion, 80 billion. As the bids continued to rise, the auction price soared. In an instant, it surpassed 100 billion. This was utterly contrary to the information Zhang Baiyu had previously received from Yuan Hong. The only reason for such a skyrocketing bidding price was the lighting of the lantern. Chapter 67, 20 million. Not even enough to build a toilet as hope dwindled for the others. Each individual began calling out their maximum bids. This led to the original ceiling being shattered, soaring beyond the heavens. With the bid surpassing 10 billion, the atmosphere noticeably weakened, with only 3 or 4 competitors remaining. 120 billion. Declared a formidable rival. The Jiashi Group, second only to the Zhou family in Yunshan City. This individual, known as Li Hu, was a tough contender. Having risen from a gray market background and possessing significant wealth through his company, Tiger Roar Group. However, it was evident that this 120 billion was his limit. At that moment, Zhou Marin cast a calm glance at Li Hu and said, Li Hu, do not think that our Zhou family's predicament allows you to rise. Let me tell you, in real estate, we Zhou family will forever be the sovereigns of Yunshan City. To think you could take our position is nothing short of a delusion. 120 billion is your limit, isn't it? Finished? If so, I shall begin. With that, she raised her paddle and spoke to the auctioneer, 125 billion. Li Hu's face turned pale upon hearing this. He immediately turned to his secretary, who was frantically calculating their funds on the computer. Chairman, we can manage a maximum of 5 billion. Good. Then 130 billion. This was Li Hu's final struggle. If any further bids were made, he would concede. Upon hearing this, Zhou Marin unhesitatingly raised her paddle again. 131 billion. This time, her increments were cautiously set at 1 billion each. After settling, Zhou Marin scanned the room, seemingly searching for another challenger. Seeing this, Li Hu's secretary quickly advised, Chairman, we should concede. There's another competitor who hasn't made a move, and our hope seems bleak. Li Hu could only nod in resignation. With his withdrawal, no one else dared to compete. 131 billion, going once. The auctioneer announced loudly. Zhou Marin's laughter echoed through the hall. Huh, what's this? Afraid to bid? Those previous contenders shouted over 100 billion, yet now they falter at a crucial moment? 132 billion. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Zhou Marin turned sharply, startled to see Zhang Baiyu sitting calmly in the audience. Dread washed over her. She had overlooked her greatest rival, the Jiashi Group, while focused on another competitor. 133 billion. Zhang Baiyu declared, undeterred. Zhou Marin responded resolutely, raising her bid once more. Following Zhao Feiyu's cue, Zhang Baiyu increased the bid again, seeking to gauge Zhou Marin's limits. As their bidding escalated, they swiftly crossed the threshold of 150 billion. At this juncture, Zhou Marin began to hesitate. Upon entering, Zhou Marin had received a signal from her father, Zhou Wanjun, indicating that the Zhou family's bottom line was set at 180 billion. Beyond this price, they would forfeit the auction. However, Zhang Baiyu was relentless, and there was still another challenger lurking. 155 billion. Zhou Marin declared, raising her bid by 5 billion. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhang Baiyu showed no fear. This time, he did not match her increase by 5 billion or even 1 billion. He merely raised the bid by 20 million. This minimal increment drove Zhou Marin to the brink of madness. Zhang Baiyu, are you out of funds? Come on, raise it. 160 billion. 160 billion, 20 million. 170 billion. 170 billion, 20 million. 175 billion. 175 billion, 20 million. With a resounding thud, Zhou Marin collapsed into her chair, left with merely 5 billion. Where was that other challenger? Had they given up? Zhou Marin scanned the room like a hawk searching for prey. 175 billion, 20 million, going once. The auctioneer's reminder jolted her back to reality. Damn it. One last gamble. Zhou Marin steeled herself and shouted, 180 billion. Silence enveloped the room. This price far exceeded expectations. At that moment, Zhang Baiyu ceased bidding. For the Jiashi Group's collateral no longer permitted further increases. Then the venue manager, stepping in for Zhao Feiyu, stated coolly, Mr. Zhao bids 180 billion, 20 million. Furthermore, Mr. Zhao wishes to convey to young Master Zhou that 20 million is not even sufficient to build a toilet. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. Zhou Marin's face flushed with embarrassment, having surpassed her limits. Stripped of her final decision-making power, she urgently requested a pause and dialed a number. Father, we've exceeded our limit. Zhou Marin said anxiously. They outbid us by 20 million and insulted us. Is it Zhang Baiyu from the Jiashi Group? Zhou Wanjun's voice was icy on the other end. No, it's a mysterious figure. Zhang Baiyu has already withdrawn. Is their identity unknown? Indeed. The bidding has narrowed down to just us two. I'll grant you an additional 20 billion. The maximum is 200 billion. Exceed that amount, and we'll withdraw immediately. Understood. Zhou Marin felt a surge of relief and quickly summoned staff to verify the collateral. Once confirmed, her demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. No matter who you are, this land is mine for the taking. 185 billion. Zhou Marin raised her bid by 5 billion yet again. To her increasing frustration, Zhao Feiyu continued to raise the bid by merely 20 million. Soon, they reached the 200 billion threshold. Zhou Marin was left in a daze. With a defeated thud, she slumped in her chair, shaking her head in resignation. Clearly, she had given up on this auction. At that moment, the manager's voice rang out again. Mr. Zhao bids 200 billion. Mr. Zhao bids 210 billion. Mr. Zhao bids 220 billion. Mr. Zhao bids 250 billion. The auctioneer hastily interjected. Sir, please refrain from raising your paddle indiscriminately. The manager, visibly awkward, clarified. It was Mr. Zhao's instruction. This revelation left everyone in shock. Following what seemed like a successful bid, a staggering increase of 50 billion was announced. Were they at odds with money itself? However, it soon became clear. This was an outright insult to the Zhou family. 250 billion. 250. Zhou Marin, suddenly enlightened, found himself devoid of the courage to rise and refute. He had failed, and his failure was utterly absurd. Chapter 68. 240 billion had it not been for the incident involving the Yunjiang Grand Bridge. The Zhou family might have continued to vie for power. However, at this juncture, they found themselves devoid of the financial resources necessary to contend for this piece of land. It seemed that this plot was irrevocably beyond their reach. In that moment, Zhou Marin noticed Zhang Baiyu grinning at her from the side. A surge of inexplicable anger erupted within Zhou Marin. What are you staring at? Did you also fail to secure the auction? I may not have won the bid, but I can still contend for the construction rights to this land. Upon hearing this, Zhou Marin's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The opposing party had already expended over 20 billion to acquire the land. Surely they lacked the additional funds for its development. If she could seize the construction rights, it could prove to be a lucrative opportunity. With this thought in mind, Zhou Marin promptly instructed her subordinates to investigate the so-called Mr. Zhao, with the intention of negotiating for the construction rights. Yet, Zhou Marin was not alone in her ambitions. The Huxiao group was also mobilizing to conduct similar inquiries. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall conclude tonight's auction here. A banquet awaits you on the 13th floor. Please make your way to the banquet hall for further discussions. As the lights dimmed, everyone rose and proceeded to the banquet hall. Tonight, the elite of Yunwan City gathered in one place. Thus, even after the auction's conclusion, attendees did not disperse immediately but continued to the banquet hall, for such gatherings presented rare opportunities to mingle with influential figures. Many business deals were forged in settings like this, and perhaps one might encounter a significant individual who could elevate their status, thereby circumventing decades of struggle. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu was busy tallying the proceeds from the auction at the rear of the venue, preparing to deliver all items to the address of the lady in question. Following the auction, a dedicated security team was responsible for transporting all auctioned items. After ensuring the delivery to the lady, Zhao Feiyu received a notification from the system. Total expenditure, 12 billion, 20-fold return, 240 billion. Upon hearing this notification, Zhao Feiyu felt a twinge of regret. Alas, the land at the Beijiao power plant could not be utilized for the lady's benefit. Otherwise, even a 20-fold return could have yielded 500 billion. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. Greed is a serpent that swallows elephants. One must not be overly avaricious. Let us proceed to the banquet hall, Zhao Feiyu urged, leading the lady directly to the venue. Upon entering, they were greeted by hundreds of attendees, clustered in small groups engaged in conversation. The banquet adopted a buffet style, featuring an extravagant spread befitting the gathering of Yunwan City's elite. The vast hall was adorned with an array of sumptuous seafood and delicacies, enticing Zhao Feiyu to indulge immediately. Observing this, the lady could not help but chuckle at his childlike enthusiasm. After casually spending hundreds of billions on the auction, he was now behaving as if he were a carefree child. Just as Zhao Feiyu was enjoying himself, a familiar voice called out from behind. Zhao Feiyu? How did you manage to sneak in here? Turning around, he was met with the disdainful gazes of Li Shanshan and her companions. Zhao Feiyu offered a nonchalant glance before popping a piece of salmon into his mouth. His dismissive demeanor incited Li Shanshan's ire, prompting her to stride over and grip his collar, exclaiming, "What is this place? How dare you just waltz in here and indulge yourself so brazenly? Li Shanshan, are you out of your mind?" Why do you care how I got in? Zhao Feiyu shrugged her off and attempted to walk away. But Li Shanshan stubbornly blocked his path. Confess how you managed to get in. I can't be bothered with you. Zhao Feiyu maneuvered around Li Shanshan, continuing forward. However, his desire to avoid conflict only fueled her suspicion, leading her to shout, "Security! Security! There's a freeloader here." Li Shanshan's malicious smile emerged as she called for assistance. "Hurry over. We have a moocher here." Within moments, 3 security personnel arrived swiftly. Given that this was a banquet for Yunwan City's elite, security measures were stringent. "Miss, what seems to be the problem?" one of the guards inquired. "He is a freeloader who snuck in and is eating for free." Li Shanshan pointed accusingly at Zhao Feiyu. Her actions drew the attention of those nearby. The guards approached Zhao Feiyu and stated, "Sir, may we see your invitation, please?" In response to their unreasonable demand, Zhao Feiyu tossed the invitation at Li Shanshan's feet. "Li Shanshan, out of respect for our past, I chose not to engage with you. But do not mistake my leniency for weakness." Seeing the invitation on the ground, Li Shanshan retorted defiantly, "Who knows if it's real or fake? What kind of place do you think this is? You could be up to no good." Beside her, Li Mimi chimed in sarcastically, adding fuel to the fire. Zhao Feiyu, observing the duo, couldn't help but smile wryly. Their information instantly appeared in his mind, and he was bemused by the absurdity of their sentiments towards him. Li Shanshan, 26, appearance, 86, favorability, 100. Li Mimi, 24, appearance, 85, favorability, 50. To his astonishment, their favorability ratings were negative. No wonder they were perpetually at odds with him. Their animosity was akin to that of sworn enemies. "Who would have thought I would encounter you two here in Yunwan City? You truly are relentless." Zhao Feiyu sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. "However, the Zhou family is on the brink of collapse. I shall relish watching your downfall." "You're talking nonsense." Li Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically. "The Zhou family is certainly not doomed. Zhou Marin has already reached an agreement with that Mr. Zhao who can illuminate the path. He has promised to grant the construction rights to the Zhou family. The issues regarding the Yunjiang Grand Bridge have been resolved." "What?" Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "That Mr. Zhao is giving the construction rights to the Zhou family? When did this happen?" Seeing Zhao Feiyu's astonished reaction, Li Shanshan's confidence surged. "Just a moment ago. Zhou Marin informed us and even promised a portion of the project to Li Dong. Soon, our family will rise in Yunwan City." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Do you really think you can lay claim to the construction rights just because you share a name with that Mr. Zhao?" Li Shanshan crossed her arms, her tone dripping with disdain. "Li Shanshan, allow me to make this clear. The Zhou family will never obtain those construction rights." Zhao Feiyu declared with utmost conviction. "Who says it's impossible?" Just then, Zhou Marin approached, flanked by a group of people from a distance. Chapter 69. A futile waste of 5 billion. Zhao Feiyu turned his gaze and noticed a middle-aged man accompanying Zhou Marin, who bore a striking resemblance to him. It appeared to be his father, Zhou Wanjun. "Ringu." Upon seeing Zhou Marin, Li Shanshan immediately approached him with a playful demeanor, affectionately linking her arm with his. "That rascal Zhao Feiyu has been brazenly cursing our Zhou family, proclaiming our downfall." Li Shanshan wasted no time in igniting the situation. As expected, Zhou Marin's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Zhao Feiyu, whom are you cursing? Are you seeking to ruin yourself?" Zhou Wanjun, maintaining a stoic expression, addressed Zhao Feiyu. "He is merely a lackey of that scoundrel Zhang Baiyu, an orphan of no consequence. Why waste time on such a person?" Zhou Wanjun dismissed Zhao Feiyu entirely and strode away. Zhou Wanjun's appearance immediately stirred a commotion in the banquet hall. Those who had previously been on good terms with the Zhou family discreetly distanced themselves from him. Yet, Zhou Wanjun remained unfazed. For his purpose in attending was to locate the mysterious figure behind the Lantern Project. He had come personally to secure the construction rights, which would allow the Zhou family to partake in the benefits. However, Zhou Marin did not follow his father but stood defiantly, declaring, "Kid, the last time you boasted. Many of my brothers suffered misfortune, yet here I stand, unyielding. Are you ready to throw another 50 billion at me? Do not presume I am unaware. The city has long had a rectification plan. You merely received advance notice from Zhang Baiyu. Do you truly possess the strength to squander 50 billion on us?" Zhao Feiyu replied coolly, "Your demise is not far off. Is that so? Let us await the outcome and see who meets their end first." Their gazes locked. A fierce spark ignited between them. "Are you referring to Sister Lang?" Zhao Feiyu's lips curled into a sly smile. Zhou Marin appeared taken aback, regarding Zhao Feiyu with suspicion. Just then, Zhao Feiyu beckoned toward the distance. Zhou Marin turned, eyes widening in disbelief as Sister Lang, a longtime collaborator with the Zhou family, approached slowly. Sister Lang, what brings you here? How is the task I assigned you? I have completed it, she responded nonchalantly, stepping close to Zhao Feiyu and linking her arm with his. I meant to take down Zhao Feiyu, and I have done so. You misunderstand. That is not what I meant. Zhou Marin erupted in fury. You no longer wish to collaborate with our Zhou family, do you? You don't want to run your company anymore, do you? Do not forget, we hold many secrets against you. At this, Sister Lang's expression shifted noticeably. Over the years, she had engaged in many unsavory dealings for the Zhou family, unaware that they had amassed leverage against her. Seeing her discomfort, Zhou Marin burst into laughter. Though I do not know how you two became entangled, Sister Lang, you will never escape our Zhou family's grasp. Zhou Marin, do not push this to a point of mutual destruction. I am no novice in this world. Sister Lang retorted darkly. Witnessing this exchange, Li Shanshan felt a pang of jealousy. What was happening? Why had Zhao Feiyu, post-divorce, surrounded himself with one beautiful woman after another, each seemingly more stunning than the last? Their intimate demeanor indicated a relationship that was clearly more than mere acquaintance. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu gently patted Sister Lang's hand, signaling her not to worry. If your Zhou family were to fall, would that not conclude Sister Lang's business? Zhao Feiyu leaned closer to Zhou Marin, speaking in a low tone. What are you plotting? Zhou Marin's heart skipped a beat. For some inexplicable reason, Zhao Feiyu's gaze sent a chill down his spine. Nothing sinister, merely fanning the flames. With tensions running high, Zhao Feiyu's phone rang suddenly. Hello? Is this Mr. Zhao? A voice, both familiar and strange, emerged from the receiver. Yes, it is. Zhao Feiyu racked his brain, unable to place the caller. I am Zhou Wanjun, head of the Zhou family, regarding the construction of the North Suburb power plant. I wonder if Mr. Zhao has considered entrusting it to another party. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu chuckled. He had not anticipated Zhou Wanjun seeking him out. However, this revelation left him disillusioned with the auction's proceedings. What had been promised as information protection had swiftly led to his exposure. This matter is not under consideration at this time, and even if it were, the Zhou family would not be in the running. Why not, Mr. Zhao? Zhou Wanjun sounded increasingly anxious. After the auction concluded, he had hoped to meet Zhao Feiyu in person, but learned that the organizers were withholding any details about bidders. In desperation, Zhou Wanjun had resorted to using cash, spending a mere 100,000 to extract information from the manager. I came with ample sincerity, and I trust Mr. Zhao has not departed the banquet hall. Perhaps we could meet and discuss my intentions? That will not be necessary. Your family is struggling to maintain itself. What could I possibly expect from you? Furthermore, your son's arrogant demeanor left me quite unsettled. Resolve these two issues, and I may reconsider. With that, Zhao Feiyu hung up the phone, casting a mischievous glance at Zhou Marin before departing with Sister Lang. Zhou Marin felt a shiver run down his spine as Zhao Feiyu's gaze lingered on him, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. After leaving, Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong quickly approached Zhao Feiyu. Brother Yuan, I greatly appreciate your assistance tonight. Fortunately, I had a pleasant conversation with Sister Lang. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament. Upon seeing Sister Lang beside Zhao Feiyu, Yuan Hong was puzzled. By all accounts, Zhao Feiyu had been kidnapped by her. Why did they now appear so close? However, gaining Zhao Feiyu's favor was a boon for Yuan Hong, as it could pave the way for her family's interests. The group retreated to a quiet private room. Zhang Baiyu lamented, Brother Feiyu, you truly squandered an excessive amount of money tonight. You have no idea how precious resources can be. Over 200 billion was unnecessary. You wasted 5 billion without reason. That amount could have been better invested in the North Suburb power plant. Zhao Feiyu, however, remained unfazed. Merely upsetting Zhou Marin was worth every penny of that 5 billion. Chapter 70. 5 gold mines. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu presented the land deed for the Beijiao power plant along with a series of contracts, handing them to Zhang Baiyu. Upon seeing these documents, Zhang Baiyu leaped to his feet in excitement, approaching Zhao Feiyu to accept them with both hands. This is truly remarkable. With these, my Jiaxing group can firmly establish its foothold in Yunduan City. Even if the Zhou family does not fall, we can still compete with them. By the way, Zhao Feiyu glanced at his companion, Sister Lang, and continued, you are fully responsible for the planning of the Beijiao power plant. For the construction issues, delegate part of the work to Hu Xiao Group. Why? Zhang Baiyu asked in surprise. The Zhou family's mishap with the Yunjiang Bridge is hardly enough to bring about their downfall. A lean camel is still larger than a horse. Toppling them is not something the Jiaxing Group can accomplish overnight. The Zhou family also has Hu Xiao Group as a formidable rival. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we can have Li Hu lend a hand, we can tackle the Zhou family more effectively. Additionally, Zhao Feiyu continued, there are matters I need Li Hu's assistance with. At this point, he glanced at Sister Lang. The Zhou family possesses some compromising evidence against her from the past years. You need to find a way for Li Hu to acquire it. Zhao Feiyu noticed Sister Lang shudder at his words, her gratitude evident in her gaze. Soon after, a system notification chimed in. Sister Lang's favorability level, 1. Zhao Feiyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why is it increasing so slowly? It's just shy of reaching 100 points. Nevertheless, considering it had only been a few hours since he elevated Sister Lang's favorability to this level, he deemed it quite an achievement. Zhang Baiyu nodded thoughtfully. Given that Hu Xiao Group thrives under the Zhou family's substantial real estate dominance, it's clear that Li Hu is no ordinary individual. Collaborating with him could indeed yield substantial benefits for the Beijiao power plant project. Moreover, Zhao Feiyu interjected, this construction will surely attract some unwanted attention and interference. With Hu Xiao Group's background, their presence will deter others from causing trouble. Zhang Baiyu's eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously. Yes, how did I not think of that? You can handle this matter. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Zhang Baiyu assured, patting his chest. At that moment, Zhang Baiyu discreetly signaled to Yuan Hong, who, however, shook his head after glancing at Sister Lang beside Zhao Feiyu. This scene did not escape Sister Lang as keen observation. A moment later, she smiled apologetically and stood up. Brother Feiyu, you continue your discussion. I'll step outside for some fresh air. All right, Zhao Feiyu nodded. After Sister Lang exited, Yuan Hong cleared his throat and, feeling a bit embarrassed, spoke up, Brother Feiyu. I know you spent a significant sum on the Beijiao power plant at the auction, but I have a question. Oh, feel free to ask. The total expenditure was over 300 billion. I hope it's not too presumptuous of me to inquire whether your finances are still sufficient after such an outlay. Why do you ask? Are you looking to borrow money from me? Zhao Feiyu chuckled. Not exactly. Yuan Hong scratched the back of his head. Actually, I was hoping to borrow a bit from you. Borrow money? Zhao Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, how much? Yuan Hong hesitantly raised a finger. 100 million? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu thought it was improbable. 100 million? Zhang Baiyu could resolve that easily. What about 1 billion? Yuan Hong awkwardly shook his head. 100 billion? Zhao Feiyu guessed. However, to his astonishment, Yuan Hong continued to shake his head. Could it be 1,000 billion? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong nodded affirmatively. This amount was unexpected, prompting Zhao Feiyu to ask, what do you need such a sum for? Yuan Hong understood that such a substantial loan would naturally raise questions. So he explained candidly, although our Yuan family lacks business in Yinhuan City, we have 5 operational gold mines overseas. Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in surprise. 5 gold mines. Indeed, recently, due to the civil war in that country, we face significant financial shortages and gaps. We require 1,000 billion to keep the mines operational. Yuan Hong elaborated. Of course, I can assure you that within a year, we will repay 1,050 billion, principal plus interest. 1 year, with 50 billion in interest? That's quite a return, Zhao Feiyu mused, though he sensed inherent risks in this investment. With the country in turmoil, lending 1,000 billion does carry certain risks. Does it not? Yuan Hong nodded in agreement. There are risks, but I assure you that our Yuan family will not default. Well, Zhao Feiyu pondered briefly. I will consider this matter, but you may have your sister discuss it with me. That is my primary condition. Why my sister? Yuan Hong asked, momentarily taken aback, and then suspiciously regarding Zhao Feiyu. Brother Feiyu, do you have feelings for my sister? At this, Yuan Hong's expression darkened. No. You've misunderstood. That is not my intention at all. Zhao Feiyu hurried to clarify. I simply believe that discussing it with your sister would be more reliable. Additionally, I have certain conditions that I fear you may not be able to handle. Hearing this, Yuan Hong finally relaxed. He had feared that Zhao Feiyu intended to exploit his sister due to the loan. Zhao Feiyu's reasoning was mainly to utilize the system mechanics to acquire funds. What need was there to discuss this with a man? The auction was to take place at Yunduan Tower. Yuan Hong promptly dialed his sister, Yuan Lingji. Shortly after, she arrived, adorned in an elegant floor-length gown that subtly accentuated her long legs, leaving Zhao Feiyu momentarily stunned. Sister, I've spoken with Brother Feiyu. He mentioned that discussing it with me isn't reliable and wishes to speak with you instead. He also has some conditions. Yuan Lingji regarded Zhao Feiyu with keen interest. She had already heard about Yuan Hong seeking Zhao Feiyu's assistance during their last conversation. Given today's auction, Yuan Lingji had gained a clear understanding of Zhao Feiyu's capabilities. To her astonishment, despite the 300 billion spent at the auction, Zhao Feiyu was still willing to support their Yuan family with an additional 1,000 billion. Just how much wealth did Zhao Feiyu possess? The thought was almost unfathomable. Chapter 71. My family supports my entrepreneurial endeavors. Yuan Lingji settled down and cast a glance at Yuan Hong. Meanwhile, information about Yuan Lingji appeared. Name: Yuan Lingji. Favorability: 20. Attractiveness: 88. Upon seeing this, Zhao Feiyu promptly received a notification. Yuan Lingji's favorability: 10. Surprised by the immediate rapport, he wondered about her conditions. Yuan Lingji, straightforward as ever, inquired, "First, I must ask, is 100 billion enough to resolve your troubles?" "Certainly not," she replied with a subtle smile. "However, our Yuan family possesses some resources. Combined, it should be nearly sufficient." Zhao Feiyu nodded. Aware that their family had 5 gold mines abroad, which must have accumulated considerable wealth over the years. "I have an idea, but I wonder if it would be feasible for you," Zhao Feiyu pondered. "Could I invest this 100 billion as a form of equity in your 5 gold mines? Alternatively, if that amount is insufficient, I could continue to increase my investment, and you could grant me a share in one of the mines." Yuan Lingji chuckled lightly and shook her head. "Mr. Zhao, your appetite is quite remarkable. Was that your original intention? However, to exchange 100 billion for a gold mine is a bit far-fetched. Do you know the annual gold production of one of our mines? It generates over 8 billion a year. In 10 years, your investment would merely break even." Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The income was indeed impressive. No wonder the Yuan family stood at the pinnacle among the 4 great families. With such resources, they wielded financial power comparable to the other 3 families. 100 billion may not suffice, but we can certainly negotiate, Zhao Feiyu said confidently. "For instance, I could cover the entirety of your funding shortfall, and then you could reconsider my terms. After all, we are friends. Why not express your conditions?" Hearing this, Yuan Lingji laughed lightly. "Mr. Zhao, it is not that I doubt your capabilities, but do you have any idea how much is required to fill the financial gap we face abroad? To be frank, the funding issue is merely an excuse. Internal and external turmoil in that country has led many military factions to covet our gold mines. We require substantial funds to hire foreign mercenaries or security firms to protect our assets. Without the requisite funds, we cannot secure the powerful mercenaries necessary for safeguarding the mines." Nonetheless, Zhao Feiyu shook his head dismissively. "Regardless of the amount needed, there must be a figure. Share a number with me, if it aligns with what I can provide. We can discuss my conditions." Yuan Lingji was taken aback. She believed Zhao Feiyu possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to invest 50 billion to humiliate Zhou Marin. However, in her estimation, Zhao Feiyu's financial capacity was likely no more than 200 billion, which still fell short of their requirements. Moreover, she doubted he would be willing to invest all his wealth in their gold mines. While lucrative, such a significant investment carried risks. At this point, Yuan Lingji slowly extended her right hand. 500 billion. Zhao Feiyu squinted, astonished. Yuan Lingji nodded slowly. This figure genuinely surprised him. It was indeed a substantial amount. However, for Zhao Feiyu, it posed no challenge, as he was not relying on gold mines for profit, but rather on financially supporting Yuan Lingji. With Yuan Lingji's attractiveness rated at 88, according to the system's valuation scale, this translated to a 20-fold return. In monetary terms, that amounted to a staggering 10 trillion. My goodness. Zhao Feiyu was momentarily stunned by this figure. It likely surpassed the combined worth of their 5 gold mines. 500 billion was not out of reach. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed an astonishing offer that left everyone in shock, especially Zhang Baiyu. He realized that Zhao Feiyu's previous investment of several billion in their Jiaxing group was trivial by comparison. "But may I inquire what terms you can offer?" Zhao Feiyu continued. "If I am not mistaken, protecting these 5 gold mines would require immense effort on your family's part, which could be quite a burden. With my assistance, your family would certainly find it much easier. Additionally, given the ongoing conflicts abroad, this investment carries significant risk. A misstep could lead to substantial losses. If I were to assist, you would have no such concerns. I can afford to absorb the risk, but you cannot. Therefore, consider my proposal. I can provide you with 500 billion, but remember, this is a gift, not a loan. However, I must add a condition. I require a stake in 1 gold mine, along with a 10% share of the profits from the other 4 mines. If that is agreeable, we can proceed with our collaboration." Upon hearing Zhao Feiyu's additional stipulation, Yuan Lingji furrowed her brow. Mr. Zhao, your demands seem a bit excessive. Do not rush to conclusions. Consider the risks I outlined earlier. Discuss this with your family, and do not delay in providing me with an answer. Remember, I also require time to secure the funds from my family. At this, the three were instantly invigorated. Indeed, Zhao Feiyu must have an extraordinarily powerful family backing him. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for him to amass such wealth on his own, regardless of how long he worked. Furthermore, Zhao Feiyu's public persona as an orphan suggested that his formidable lineage had been deliberately concealed, rendering all inquiries into his background futile. In that moment, the trio's minds raced as they contemplated prominent families with the surname Zhao on the international stage. Only a lineage with a legacy spanning over a century could possibly muster such vast financial resources. Under these circumstances, I truly need to consult with my family. How about I provide you with an answer within 24 hours? Absolutely. Zhao Feiyu snapped his fingers. After concluding discussions with Yuan Lingji, the way Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong regarded Zhao Feiyu underwent a profound transformation. Were they not both men, they would have likely reached a perfect score of favorability towards him at that moment. Wow, Brother Feiyu. Your words just now made me feel as though our joshing group is merely child's play in your presence. Zhang Baiyu felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. Oh, it is merely the support of my family that enables my entrepreneurial pursuits. I possess no such strength on my own. Zhao Feiyu humbly replied. Chapter 72. The welcome ceremony. Zhao Feiyu currently possesses over 410 billion, still a tad short of 500 billion. Thus, he must swiftly amass an additional 900 billion in a brief span. The next morning, Zhao Feiyu drove with Song Chanjun towards Yasi Middle School. Along the way, Song Chanjun recalled yesterday's harrowing events with lingering trepidation. The audacity of someone attempting to kidnap in broad daylight was utterly terrifying. This seemingly bright world harbors much darkness. When one encroaches upon another's interests, it can incite them to resort to unscrupulous measures against you. Zhao Feiyu mused as he drove. Where did you go last night? Song Chanjun inquired with concern. After being taken back by Yuan Hong, she had been sent directly to Yunshanju Villa without attending the auction. She remained oblivious to the auction's happenings. Had it not been for my acquaintance with that lady, I might have encountered real trouble. After resolving that matter, I attended the auction. I feared unforeseen incidents, hence I did not call you. Zhao Feiyu casually fabricated an excuse. Before long, they arrived at Yasi Middle School. The principal, having received prior notice, stood at the entrance with all the faculty and students, arranged in 2 lines, grandiosely welcoming the new school director. The school's honor guard was poised, everyone dressed in formal attire, awaiting the arrival. At that moment, all the students were utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding situation. Such a grand display. Could it be an inspection from the education department? One suggested. It's possible. Another replied. No way, the education department wouldn't make such a fuss, and it's against the rules. Who could it be then? Someone else pondered. I passed by the office this morning and heard that someone has acquired our Yasi Middle School. What? Who dares to acquire our school? What about Director Hao? Where has he gone? Didn't you watch the news last night? Director Hao was arrested, apparently related to the Yunjiang Bridge. No wonder he sold Yasi Middle School. But who could our new director be? Listening to the discussions around them, the students of Class 3, Year 9, were utterly astonished, recalling yesterday's events. Song's boyfriend had claimed he would buy Yasi Middle School for their outing. Initially, everyone believed him, but after Lin Kai called Director Hao, the girls thought Zhao Feiyu was merely boasting. Yet, today, such an event transpired. Could it truly be Song's boyfriend? I knew he wouldn't deceive us. One exclaimed. But Lin Kai called Director Hao, and who knew that Hao's father was involved in a crime and got arrested. All the girls began to criticize Lin Kai. Among the crowd, Qi Jiao, the only one not defending Zhao Feiyu, wore a subtle smile. I just knew he wouldn't lie to us. However, upon witnessing the criticism directed at him, Lin Kai scoffed. Even if Director Hao was arrested, it doesn't necessarily mean that the buyer is Song's boyfriend. What if it's someone else? Exactly. Lin Kai's supporters quickly retorted. Do you know how much it costs to acquire Yasi Middle School? Tens of billions. What does that even signify? It must be Song's boyfriend. Unable to contain herself, Qi Jiao stood up and exclaimed, There's no way it's just a coincidence. If Song's boyfriend said he would acquire it, then he certainly will. Why are you so worked up, Qi Jiao? Do you fancy Song's boyfriend? Lin Kai shot back, displeased by her outburst. Of course not. How old is he, and how old am I? How could I possibly like Song's boyfriend? Besides, he is Song's boyfriend. How could I ever like him? Qi Jiao stammered, her face slightly flushed. "Look, they're coming." At that moment, a teacher in the front row shouted. Everyone turned to see a luxury vehicle approaching slowly from a distance. "Play the music." "Attention!" the honor guard's instructor commanded loudly. Instantly, the air filled with the sound of drums and music. As Song Chanjun observed the scene from the vehicle, she was utterly astonished. "They are here to welcome our new principal." Zhao Feiyu parked the car and led Song Chanjun forward. "Ah, Teacher Song. Oh no, Principal Song. We received news at the board meeting yesterday. We never expected it was your boyfriend who acquired Yasi Middle School," the former principal said with a broad smile. After speaking, he quickly turned to Zhao Feiyu. "Mr. Zhao, is it? We heard the news yesterday. Who would have thought Director Hao was such a person, selling the school to escape? But thankfully, he was eventually caught. He truly got what he deserved." Observing the principal's sycophancy, Zhao Feiyu nodded in satisfaction. This individual possesses commendable capability, but is a fickle ally. However, if given sufficient incentives and utilized properly, he could prove to be a significant asset. "Principal, you misunderstand. While I acquired Yasi Middle School, it was on behalf of Teacher Song. Currently, Teacher Song is the largest stakeholder in Yasi Middle School, understood?" Zhao Feiyu promptly clarified. Yes, yes." The principal nodded repeatedly. Then, "Director Song, shall we go inside?" Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all faculty and students, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanjun made their way into the school. As they passed Class 3, Year 9, Zhao Feiyu distinctly felt numerous fervent gazes directed at him. Turning his head, he spotted a group of girls, led by Qi Jiao Jiao, looking at him with excitement. Zhao Feiyu winked playfully at them, a simple gesture that sent the girls of Class 3 into a frenzy. In that moment, Zhao Feiyu was their hero. Later, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanjun gathered all the teachers in the conference room. Today's meeting would mark a pivotal moment for Yasi Middle School. However, as the school's operational model was already well established, no significant alterations were necessary. It would simply continue as it had before. Although Song Chanjun held the title of director, she insisted on continuing her role as the homeroom teacher for Class 3, Year 9. The meeting concluded without much substance, yet afterward, Zhao Feiyu called everyone to a halt. "As a token of gratitude for your support of Chanjun's work, I have decided to reserve Yinshan Mountain this Saturday for all faculty and students to enjoy an outdoor feast and activities." "Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Zhao." The principal and all the teachers' eyes brightened at once. Yinshan Mountain is a renowned resort in Yunduan City, famous for its diverse offerings of dining, hunting, and outdoor cooking. It is said that dining there requires a membership, with each person needing a minimum of 10,000 yuan, and expenses are calculated separately. To dine there is a remarkable privilege indeed. Chapter 73. The sudden surge of affection after resolving matters at school. Zhao Feiyu called Xia Zhu and instructed her to reach out to Yinshan Villa. To his surprise, Xia Zhu responded, "Boss, how did you know that our Feiyu investment company has just invested 50 million in Yinshan Villa?" Zhao Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. "You invested 50 million in Yinshan Villa?" "Indeed." Xia Zhu elaborated. "Yinshan Villa has been operating at a loss for the past 2 years, and the owner is reluctant to give up. So they opted to seek external investment. Upon receiving the news, I immediately initiated discussions and secured the investment of 50 million. Now we are shareholders there. I have observed that the primary reason for Yinshan Villa's financial struggles lies in its operational model. If we were to revamp this model, Yinshan Villa could undoubtedly become the most renowned leisure and entertainment resort in Yunduan City and its neighboring areas." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu nodded in satisfaction. He had to admit that Xia Zhu's investment philosophy and foresight were commendable. It seemed that aiding her and investing in her had indeed been a wise decision. On another note, it had been several days since he last visited Xia Zhu. That girl was quite charming. As for the expenses, let us stick to the original pricing standards. As it is technically our own investment, let us support ourselves first. Zhao Feiyu was concerned that Xia Zhu might request the owner to offer the lowest rates, which would significantly reduce his earnings. Yasi Middle School had approximately 1,000 students, with a gender ratio of 4:6, meaning around 600 were girls. Due to the varying standards of attractiveness among individuals, the cashback multiplier could range from 10 to 20 times. The boys' spending was hardly noteworthy. Several hours later, Xia Zhu had successfully negotiated with the owner of Yinshan Villa and scheduled a visit for Saturday. With over 1,000 attendees, Yinshan Villa would close its doors to the public and cater exclusively to the teachers and students of Yasi Middle School. Each individual's expenditure, based on food, sports, outdoor activities, and various other offerings, would amount to around 50,000 yuan. With the backdrop of the Yunshan Mountains, there were numerous wild animals, including those raised by the villa itself. The hunting activity alone would cost over 8,000 yuan. The total expenditure would be approximately 60 million, with 600 girls and a 15-fold cashback. That would result in 450 million yuan, a rather impressive cashback amount. When the principal and all the teachers disseminated this news to each class, Zhao Feiyu immediately received a flurry of notifications indicating an increase in affection. Most individuals had elevated their affection levels to around 70 points. However, some might not have encountered him before. This figure was quite commendable. With a few more such interactions, Zhao Feiyu was confident he could elevate his standing to over 90 points. Yet, what caught Zhao Feiyu's attention the most was that one girl's affection had reached its maximum. Qi Jiaojiao's affection for you. 10. Current affection level. 100. Upon receiving this notification, Zhao Feiyu felt incredulous. Qi Jiaojiao. Whispering her name, an image of a sweet, delightful girl with bangs surfaced in his mind. She was a student in Song Chanjuan's class, and he had a vague recollection of her. But why had her affection for him skyrocketed to 100? They had only crossed paths twice. How could this be? With this thought, Zhao Feiyu promptly made his way to Song Chanjuan's class. It was the end of class, and as he arrived, he saw Song Chanjun exiting. What brings you here? She inquired, somewhat surprised. I came to see your students. Zhao Feiyu replied, stepping inside. Hello, classmates. Do you still remember me? He greeted, causing an uproar among the girls, while the boys were left bewildered. Well, did I not deliver? Zhao Feiyu smiled. It's absolutely fantastic. A field trip to Yinshan Villa? I heard the minimum spending is 10,000 yuan. How much would that amount to for the whole school? Surely several hundred thousand. Huh, several hundred thousand isn't enough. Came a scoff. I've been to Yinshan Villa. The 10,000 yuan is merely a membership fee. Once inside, other activities require additional payment. The baseline expenditure per person is 50,000 yuan, and there are many high-end entertainment options like gambling that are beyond our means. Lin Kai approached with an air of confidence. For some reason, Zhao Feiyu felt a hint of hostility in his gaze. This classmate is correct. I've already negotiated with them. Each person will pay 50,000, which includes dining, hunting, golf, and many other activities. If the entire school participates, the total will exceed 60 million. Zhao Feiyu succinctly conveyed the costs to everyone. Gasp. Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. 60 million? Our family could never earn that much in 10 years. They exclaimed, astonished at how wealthy Song Laosher's boyfriend appeared to be. However, Zhao Feiyu was not there to boast. He was there to inquire about Qi Jiaojiao. As he looked around, Qi Jiaojiao's information promptly appeared before him. Name, Qi Jiaojiao. Attractiveness, 94. Affection level, 100. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu was even more puzzled. He was certain that he did not know Qi Jiaojiao well. How could her affection for him be a perfect 100? Furthermore, Qi Jiaojiao was currently in the 3rd year of middle school and still developing. With a present attractiveness score of 94, she would undoubtedly grow into an extraordinarily beautiful woman, likely surpassing 96 points in attractiveness. A perfect affection level paired with her high beauty made her a potential gem, one worth nurturing. With this in mind, Zhao Feiyu and Song Chanjun left the classroom, engaging in conversation. Zhao Feiyu broached the subject of Qi Jiaojiao. What do you know about this girl? Why the sudden interest? Song Chanjun asked, puzzled. Are you? Come on, Sister Wan, don't think so poorly of me. She's still a minor. I'm not that kind of person. I warn you, as long as I'm around, I won't allow you to do anything inappropriate towards Monli. Song Chanjun sternly cautioned. Yet, Zhao Feiyu chuckled at her words. Although Song Chanjun forbade him from being unfaithful to Song Monli, he was entirely certain that she harbored feelings for him as well. That affection score of 95 was no exaggeration. As Song Chanjun had afternoon classes and had just become a school board member with numerous responsibilities, Zhao Feiyu decided not to linger and left the school directly. Chapter 74. Disturbance at the new restaurant. Upon leaving the school, Zhao Feiyu received a call from Zhang Baiyu. Hello, Brother Feiyu. I've managed to arrange a meeting with Li Hu from the Huxiao group. Would you like to come and take a look? Sure. I have nothing else to do right now. Zhao Feiyu nodded and hung up the phone. Regarding Li Hu from the Huxiao group, Zhao Feiyu recalled the story Zhang Baiyu had shared the previous day. To his surprise, Li Hu had once been associated with the husband of Sister Lang. Following the untimely demise of Sister Lang's husband, the forces under his command had scattered like birds and beasts. However, Sister Lang, with her decisive demeanor and the support of several elders, managed to withstand the onslaught from rival forces. It was during this tumultuous period that Li Hu chose to depart. Although he had left Sister Lang's original gang, he did not betray them or seek to take advantage of their misfortune. Instead, he gathered his brothers and forged a new path, establishing a formidable presence in a mere few years. As Zhao Feiyu made his way to the Jiaxing Group's branch office, he suddenly received a call from Song Yunfeng. "Hello? Uncle, is there something wrong? You must come to my new restaurant at once. Today marks its grand opening, and the Ji family has arrived, led by Ji Shaoer. Though not all of them are his companions, they are certainly acting on his orders, and they are causing a ruckus at the hotel." Song Yunfeng spoke with urgency. The resurgence of Song Yunfeng's business had incited a sense of crisis within the Ji family, who also operated in the restaurant industry. It appeared that they were intent on continuing their pressure on Song Yunfeng. "I will be there immediately." After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu turned the steering wheel and headed straight to Song Yunfeng's newly opened hotel. Inside the Yunyu Hotel, dozens of bare-chested strongmen occupied 7 tables, each revealing tattoos that intimidated newly arrived patrons who dared not enter. Several others stood at the entrance, resembling doormen hired by the hotel. But the scene was enough to deter many passers-by. Despite the enticing opening promotions, the intimidating atmosphere kept potential customers at bay. On the second floor, seated leisurely by the railing in a booth, was Ji Feng, the second son of the Ji family, casually snacking on sunflower seeds while observing the commotion. Opposite him sat an alluring woman, and the two appeared to be ordinary patrons enjoying their meal amidst the chaos. In the central hall, Song Yunfeng approached the rowdy group with several of his old friends, including Zhang Wanbiao. "Brothers, how shall we address you?" Song Yunfeng opened a box of cigarettes, offering one to the leading figure. He then waved his hand, instructing someone to bring forth a dozen packs of cigarettes to distribute. The group accepted them without hesitation. "My surname is Zhang. I used to be a butcher. The brothers on the street call me Butcher Zhang." The burly, balding man seated before him resembled a mountain of flesh. "Since it's your restaurant's grand opening, feel free to let us eat as we please. But please refrain from causing any disruptions so that we may conduct our business normally," Song Yunfeng said humbly, almost pleadingly. "Butcher Zhang, we are merely here to enjoy a meal. Just run your business as usual and don't mind us." Butcher Zhang waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Song Yunfeng's presence entirely. "Rest assured, we will pay for whatever we consume." With no other option, Song Yunfeng reluctantly instructed his staff to begin serving dishes. Despite the fact that the intruders were there to cause trouble, they claimed to be there merely to dine. It would not be appropriate to forcibly eject them. However, as 7 or 8 tables were filled with dishes, Song Yunfeng brought a case of fine liquor to each table. He personally approached Butcher Zhang to toast, saying, "Brother Zhang, enjoy your meal and drink. This wine is a gift from our newly opened establishment." "Haha, you are indeed a generous man, Boss Song." "Thank you." Butcher Zhang laughed heartily and resumed his eating and drinking. Yet, just as they were halfway through their meal and had consumed most of the liquor, Butcher Zhang suddenly slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Boss Song, come here and look at this." Hearing this, Song Yunfeng resignedly closed his eyes. He knew that the anticipated confrontation had finally arrived. Despite his efforts to extend goodwill, he understood that such gestures often ended poorly. Approaching the table, he noticed some hair and insects among the half-eaten dishes. It was evident that someone had deliberately placed these items there. Seeing Butcher Zhang's menacing glare directed at him, Song Yunfeng sighed heavily. "Brother Zhang, since the moment you entered, I have treated you with the utmost respect. Let's be honest, I have conducted my affairs without fault. Your actions are nothing short of an insult." Butcher Zhang, however, remained unfazed. "Just tell me how you intend to resolve this." "All right, you may leave. It's the grand opening today, and I don't wish to attract trouble. I know you are merely following orders, receiving payment to do someone else's bidding. But let me remind you, when I was making my name in Yunduan City, you were still in obscurity. I have extended you courtesy, but should you narrow the path, know that I, Song Yunfeng, am not to be trifled with." "Oh, so you think you can just throw your weight around?" Butcher Zhang was aware that, from the moment he entered, Song Yunfeng had indeed acted with integrity. However, he was trapped by the obligations of his own circumstances. "Am I supposed to accept that I found hair and insects in your food and remain silent?" Just then, another large man nearby suddenly clutched his stomach and began to wail. "Oh no, my stomach hurts. I must have eaten something bad. Oh dear. Mine is starting to hurt too." Soon, other strong men began to feign similar ailments. Witnessing this spectacle, Song Yunfeng was left utterly speechless. However, given his background in the restaurant industry, he knew he had to handle the situation adeptly. Waitstaff, package up samples of all the dishes and send them for testing. Also, retrieve the surveillance footage and prepare to notify the authorities. As he spoke, several male waitstaff quickly produced takeaway boxes and began collecting the food. Butcher Zheng's face visibly paled at this turn of events. Brother Zheng, rest assured, everyone will be taken to the hospital for treatment. I will have the food tested, and the surveillance will be handed over to the police. I, Song Yunfeng, will take full responsibility for any issues that arise. However, should you choose to stir up trouble, you too will face the consequences. In that moment, Butcher Zheng was left without any retort, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the booth on the second floor. Song Yunfeng, keenly perceptive, quickly followed his line of sight. Chapter 75. Instructions from Ji Shower. As Ji Shower exchanged glances with others, a subtle smile graced his lips, followed by a slow nod. Seemingly receiving the cue, Zheng the butcher violently overturned a table. With Zheng taking the lead, dozens of burly men began to wreak havoc within the establishment. Damn it, let us finish them off. Although Zhang Wanbiao was nearing 60, he had once been a formidable warrior. Witnessing the chaos unfolding, he rallied the hotel staff to join the fray. Song Yunfeng, with a dark expression, observed Ji Shower calmly dining on the upper floor, his eyes aflame with fury. Clearly, this was the signal from Ji Shower. Reluctantly, he dialed Zhao Feiyu's number. At this moment, while calling the police could resolve the issue, it would also mean that the new establishment would face closure for an overhaul. Song Yunfeng could not afford such a delay. Thus, if possible, resolving the matter through more discreet means was the only viable solution. Otherwise, even if the police apprehended the troublemakers, they would merely be released after a fortnight to cause chaos once more. Song Yunfeng ascended the stairs, deliberately ignoring the devastation below. Taking a deep breath, he sat down across from the composed Ji Shower. Young man, when my Song group faced turmoil, your Ji family lent a hand. Therefore, as I make my resurgence, your family shall not impede my progress. If you choose to employ such underhanded tactics, do not blame me for being unyielding. Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. If you dare to strike, be prepared to face the consequences. With that, Song Yunfeng turned to leave. At that moment, several staff members lay on the ground, wailing in agony. The assailants, seasoned thugs, easily overpowered the staff. Seeing Song Yunfeng descend from the second floor, Zheng the butcher charged at him with ferocity. If they could subdue Zheng, their task would be complete, and they could make a swift exit. Otherwise, they risked being rounded up. As Zheng approached, Song Yunfeng retreated repeatedly, only to stumble over the stairs behind him. In that critical moment, a beer bottle soared through the air. Crack! The bottle shattered against Zheng's head. Ah! With a scream, Zheng staggered backward, clutching his head. Who the hell threw that bottle? Looking around, he spotted Zhao Feiyu entering through the doorway. Kill him! Zheng bellowed, and several burly men lunged at Zhao Feiyu. At that pivotal moment, an influx of over 100 people surged through the entrance. Stunned by the sheer number, Zheng could only stare in disbelief as this crowd, armed with baseball bats, descended upon him and his crew. The newly opened hotel descended into chaos, filled with cries of despair. In no time, dozens of henchmen lay defeated, each nursing one or two injuries. As the crowd parted, a strikingly alluring woman entered. Sister Lang. Zhao Feiyu smiled slightly, and the crowd made way for the two to advance. Reaching Song Yunfeng, Zhao Feiyu grasped his arm and pulled him up. Uncle Song, I apologize for my tardiness. This is... Song Yunfeng's gaze shifted to the woman. Sister Lang from West City? Oh, wasn't she once with Jiege? Indeed. Sister Lang smiled lightly, then turned her attention to Zheng the butcher. I am Sister Lang. Which faction do you hail from? As she approached, her presence commanded the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Truly a formidable figure in the underworld. Sister Lang, we're all part of the same family. I am from the Hushao group. Zheng stammered, attempting to maintain his composure. Upon hearing his response, Sister Lang furrowed her brow. Since you know me, you should be aware of my relationship with Li Hu. How audacious of him to extend his reach into West City. Her voice rang with authority, sending shivers down Zheng's spine. Please, Sister Lang, I am merely following orders. Have mercy on us. Zheng pleaded, desperation evident in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Zhao Feiyu discovered that Song Yunfeng's new establishment was situated in West City. Upon learning of the disturbance, he promptly contacted Sister Lang. Within 5 minutes, her reinforcements arrived. I will confront Li Hu, but this matter falls under my jurisdiction. Anyone causing trouble here today will have a leg broken and be thrown out. Sister Lang's decisiveness was palpable. Following her orders, cries of anguish filled the air, even causing Zhao Feiyu to inwardly gasp. Sister Lang's rise to power was undoubtedly accompanied by ruthless methods. Inform Li Hu that he must deliver the compensation to the establishment by tomorrow, or else I shall pay him a visit myself. Today marks the opening of this new venue, and much has been damaged. 3 million, not a cent less. As Zheng reached the doorway, Sister Lang called out without turning. Yes, yes. Zheng nodded, leaning against the doorframe, struggling against the pain in his legs. Observing the fallen staff, Zhao Feiyu said, Uncle, let us first take the injured to the hospital. We must tidy up here. This day is auspicious, and we cannot afford any ill omens. Let us clean up and reopen. However, Song Yunfeng shook his head, visibly troubled. They were merely following orders. The true mastermind is. He gestured toward the second floor, where Ji Shower remained unfazed, continuing his meal without a care for the turmoil below. Ji Feng. Zhao Feiyu recognized the young man. At the auction, he had openly opposed Zhou Meiren and audaciously cheered for himself. Nodding to Song Yunfeng, he instructed him to manage the aftermath and proceeded upstairs with Sister Lang. Seated across from Ji Feng and the alluring woman, Zhao Feiyu did not hesitate to take a seat. Isn't it preferable to engage in fair competition? Why resort to such unscrupulous tactics? What are you, to speak to me in such a manner? Ji Feng set down his chopsticks and finally met Zhao Feiyu's gaze. Not much, but that gentleman below is my father-in-law. So should I intervene? Zhao Feiyu stared back, unflinching. Oh, Ji Shower appeared enlightened, then chuckled. You must be Zhao Feiyu. Zhou Meiren spoke of you. Nevertheless, as you can see, today's ruckus was caused by members of the Hu Shao group, and it has nothing to do with me. Let us be frank, Ji Shower. I am not here to negotiate with you. Zhao Feiyu leaned back slightly, crossing his legs. The enmity between your family and the Song family was forged long before their decline. It is not merely a matter of asking you to cease hostilities. Even Song Yunfeng will not let you off easily. I am here to inform you that since you have chosen to engage in such unscrupulous business practices, you must be prepared to face the repercussions of Song Yunfeng's vengeance. Chapter 76. This is not a matter of choosing sides. Having spoken, Zhao Feiyu rose and departed without affording Ji Shower an opportunity to retort. Just you? As Zhao Feiyu reached the staircase, Ji Shower suddenly scoffed. Do you think that with the support of the West City ladies, I would feel any trepidation? Let me tell you, in the presence of the 4 major families, those ladies are utterly insignificant. Zhao Feiyu paused at these words, but ultimately chose to leave. Meanwhile, upon exiting, Zheng the butcher immediately called Li Hu. Boss, the matter with the Ji family has gone awry. What happened? A commanding voice emanated from the phone. The West City ladies have intervened. I don't know how Song Yunfeng managed to summon them, but our people have suffered considerable losses. Understood. Head to the hospital and leave 2 individuals there to await my arrival. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhang Baiyu, seated across from Li Hu, inquired curiously. It's nothing. We received a job a few days ago, but it was mishandled by the staff. Since the mysterious boss hasn't arrived yet, I thought I would go check it out myself. I seem to have heard Song Yunfeng's name during your call. Is it the same Song Yunfeng from the Song group? Zhang Baiyu asked, his suspicion piqued. Indeed. Li Hu replied candidly. Song Yunfeng is making a comeback, encroaching upon the Ji family's territory. Naturally, the Ji family is displeased, which is why they have asked us to lend a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyu's expression shifted dramatically. This is disastrous. What's wrong? Li Hu asked, perplexed. Don't ask. Trust me, if you wish to secure the contract for the Beijiao power plant, immediately sever ties with the Ji family. Command your subordinates to cease any attacks or harassment against Song Yunfeng, or else the Ji family won't be able to protect you. What? Li Hu's face paled at the revelation. Could it be? Indeed. Song Yunfeng is backed by Mr. Zhao. If you want the Beijiao power plant project, you must cut off all relations with the Ji family. Zhang Baiyu exclaimed, rising abruptly. The Zhou family has already obstructed Mr. Zhao's financial interests and is now on the verge of collapse. If the Ji family wishes to survive, they must avoid any conflict with Song Yunfeng. Otherwise, not even the heavens can save them. Hearing this, Li Hu's complexion turned ashen. Truth be told, despite appearing to bask in glory, especially with the Zhou family on the brink of downfall, he remains inconsequential compared to the 4 major families. The so-called Mr. Zhao, who even the Zhou family fears, could very well drag him into the abyss. Realizing this, Li Hu urgently pleaded, President Zhang, my men are still there. I heard the West City ladies have taken action. Could you please explain this to me? West City ladies? Zhang Baiyu instinctively closed his eyes. After the last auction, the West City ladies were indeed with Zhao Feiyu. If all goes according to plan, Mr. Zhao will be present. The West City ladies were summoned by him. We need to hurry over. Ah, then let us go quickly, Li Hu urged, pulling Zhang Baiyu along as they descended the stairs. On the other side, Zhang the butcher watched his subordinates, who were slumped at the entrance, wailing in despair, and he began to berate them. Damn it, call an ambulance. Yet, before an ambulance could arrive, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz sped onto the scene, followed closely by a Rolls-Royce. Upon recognizing the familiar vehicle, Zhang the butcher limped over, only to see Li Hu emerge with a grim expression. Seeing Li Hu, Zhang the butcher was overtaken by joy, pointing toward the hotel behind him. Boss, their people are still inside. That lady is insufferably arrogant. All 60 or 70 of us have been rendered useless. However, before Zhang could finish, Li Hu slapped him hard, causing him to spin around and collapse to the ground. You need to go in there and apologize. Li Hu grasped Zhang the butcher by the collar and dragged him inside. Upon witnessing this, Zhang the butcher felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that despite Li Hu's current prominence, he still had to address the West City lady as sister-in-law due to the bonds of the underworld. After all, Li Hu had once followed Brother Jia, and the West City lady was Brother Jia's woman. Though Brother Jia had passed, the underworld valued such matters greatly. Having failed to accomplish the task, Zhang the butcher knew he would become the sacrificial pawn for Li Hu's apology to the West City lady. What Zhang the butcher did not expect, however, was that once inside, Zhang Baiyu would walk directly toward a young man. Zhang the butcher distinctly remembered this young man was with the West City lady. Brother Feiyu, are you all right? Zhang Baiyu introduced. This is Li Hu, the chairman of the Hu Shao group. Li Hu unceremoniously tossed Zhang the butcher in front of Zhao Feiyu. Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize. My people were blind to your grandeur and offended you. I implore you to forgive my shortcomings. Li Hu bowed repeatedly, his demeanor obsequious. Turning to the West City lady, he continued, Sister, I apologize. My subordinates acted without my consent and overstepped their boundaries. I will rectify this immediately. The West City lady snorted coldly, remarking, You've really grown bold, haven't you? You're no longer that chubby little brat who used to fawn over me. Li Hu managed an awkward smile, hastily assuring, Rest assured, sister. When I return, I will certainly deal with these ruffians and personally arrange a banquet to apologize to Chairman Song. Enough, enough. The West City lady waved her hand dismissively. You need not explain or apologize to me here. The ones who have offended me are not just you. Handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Li Hu immediately turned his gaze toward Zhao Feiyu. Mr. Zhao, Before Li Hu could finish, Zhao Feiyu interrupted. I know whom you serve. Ji Shower is upstairs. How you proceed is entirely up to you. Li Hu looked up to see Ji Shower glaring down from above. Faced with this situation, Li Hu found himself in a dilemma. If he wished to secure the Beijiao power plant contract, he would need to sever ties with the Ji family. Yet, they were one of the 4 major families. However, if he did not provide a satisfactory explanation today, the Beijiao power plant project would be lost to him. Moreover, with the enigmatic and affluent Mr. Zhao beside Zhang Baiyu, Li Hu had personally witnessed his prowess at the auction. Contemplating this, Li Hu took measured steps toward the upstairs. Arriving before Ji Shower, Young Master Ji, I truly did not anticipate that things would escalate to this extent today. I certainly did not foresee that the task you assigned me would unfold in the territory of the West City lady. She was once my sister-in-law, making this quite difficult for me. With the 2 of you engaged in a contest of power, please do not expect me to get involved, a mere mortal. Thus, I believe it would be best if you and Song Yunfeng refrained from contacting me about future matters, as I shall no longer be involved, all right? Are you certain you wish to align yourself with them? Ji Shower inquired coldly. Young Master Ji, this is not a matter of choosing sides. Li Hu responded, his face contorted with discomfort. My modest business truly cannot withstand such turmoil. Please, show me mercy and spare me. Chapter 77. I stand with Sister Wang. Seasoned Xiao Air offered a faint smile, sending a chill down Li Hu's spine. I understand you are considering Sister Wang's interests. But let me ask you this. If I were to seek assistance from others to deal with Song Yunfeng, would you intervene? This statement from seasoned Xiao Air felt as though it had thrust Li Hu to the precipice of a cliff. He glanced downward, where Zhao Feiyu and the others were also observing the exchange. Li Hu was reluctant to take sides, yet seasoned Xiao Air insisted he must. Resigned, he shut his eyes, knowing that today he would inevitably offend one party. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hu looked at Sister Wang and articulated his thoughts. If Sister Wang chooses not to involve herself in this matter, neither shall I. However, if she protects Song Yunfeng and Sister Wang requires my assistance, I will be there at a moment's notice. Upon uttering these words, Li Hu let out a long sigh, realizing he had severed ties with the Ji family completely. Haha. Good, good, good. Seasoned Xiao Air exclaimed thrice, nodding in understanding. I comprehend now. With that, he descended the stairs, leaving Li Hu with a parting remark. In my eyes, there are only allies. All others are adversaries. After delivering this statement, Seasoned Xiao Air approached Song Yunfeng. Do not think that with the Ji Xing group backing you, you can truly make a comeback. Yundu City is not that vast. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, Seasoned Xiao Air departed. Watching him leave, Zhao Feiyu realized there was no turning back from this situation. Henceforth, the culinary industry in Yundu City would either be dominated by the Song family or the Ji family. The new establishment was swiftly prepared. As Song Yunfeng remained to oversee operations, Zhao Feiyu instructed Sister Wang to leave some personnel behind as a precaution. Subsequently, he joined Li Hu and the others at the Ji Xing Group's branch office, where Sister Wang also arrived. Li Hu's earlier remarks were astute. They preserved his standing while also granting Sister Wang face. Had he chosen to ally with Zhang Baiyu or Zhao Feiyu over the Beijiao power plant project, Seasoned Xiao Air would have relentlessly pursued the Hu Xiao group. Instead, Li Hu opted for loyalty to Sister Wang. Much like selecting an unconventional answer on a test limited to options A and B, Li Hu, a man in his 40s, was approximately a decade older than Sister Wang. Yet, he referred to her as Sister Wang out of respect for Jiegu, who, had he lived, would likely be in his 50s. When Jiegu was active in the underworld, Sister Wang was merely 15 or 16. Ah, Hugo. Zhang Baiyu chuckled, shaking his head in admiration. You truly possess some qualities. Even Zhang Baiyu was deeply impressed by Li Hu's response. Hugo indeed. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu interjected. Song Yunfeng is my father-in-law, and I cannot disregard his affairs. Furthermore, the downfall of the Song family was orchestrated by the Ji family. This time, Song Yunfeng's resurgence is due to my investment. Let me be clear, I must take down the Ji family. You still have a chance to reconsider. Zhao Feiyu's words forced Li Hu into a corner, as the opportunity to negotiate with the Ji family had vanished. You want me to deal with the Ji family now? Seeing Li Hu's troubled expression, Sister Wang stated resolutely. Li Hu, you need to think this through. I will support Mr. Zhao unconditionally. If you choose to go your own way, I cannot intervene. But out of respect for our past, I will offer you one last opportunity. Li Hu's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he hesitated, acutely aware of the Ji family's immense power. Yet, after a moment, he appeared to reach a decision. He looked at Sister Wang, filled with remorse. Sister Wang, in your time of crisis, I left you for personal reasons. This was my greatest betrayal to Jiegu. Today, you have firmly chosen Mr. Zhao and provided me with an opportunity. I am truly grateful. I feel I have let down both Jiegu and you. Today, I choose to stand with you once more. Please grant me this chance. Witnessing Li Hu's steadfast choice to ally with her, Zhao Feiyu smiled with satisfaction. With Li Hu's support, the Zhou and Ji families were no longer a threat. Excellent. Zhao Feiyu nodded in approval. Zhanggu, I will entrust the construction work at the Beijiao power plant entirely to you. Coordinate with Hugo. Furthermore, Zhao Feiyu turned to Li Hu and continued. The Zhou family is on the verge of collapse, yet they possess evidence of the work Sister Wang has done for them over the years. See if you can retrieve any of that material. Upon hearing this, Sister Wang looked at Zhao Feiyu with gratitude. That is not an issue. I, Li Hu, have been in Yundu City for quite some time and have established some connections. Each of the 4 prominent families has individuals loyal to me. I shall instruct my contacts to investigate. Li Hu promised with conviction. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Zhou family was in disarray. As officials continued their investigations, they uncovered more incriminating evidence against the Zhou family. Not limited to the corruption surrounding the Yunjiang Bridge, the family had been involved in numerous previous construction projects as well. The Zhou family had already dispatched numerous individuals to take the fall. But the scandal surrounding the Yunjiang Bridge had attracted the attention of an investigative team from the provincial capital, and even their powerful backers could not resolve the situation. This morning, the Zhou family's benefactor called with a simple yet ominous instruction, leave. This singular command struck Zhou Wanjun like a bolt from the blue. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and began transferring the family's off-the-books funds to the World Bank, subsequently moving them to overseas accounts. At that moment, the Zhou family's fate was sealed. All operations under the Zhou family's name were halted. The following day, before dawn, Zhou Wanjun summoned Zhou Meiren. Seeing the plane tickets on the table, Zhou Meiren, still groggy, asked, Dad, what time is it? Why did you wake me? Pack your things. We are leaving the country. Leaving the country? For what purpose? Zhou Meiren sat up, now fully awake, and glanced at the tickets. The situation surrounding the Yunjiang Bridge has revealed deeper issues. Many are conspiring against us. Zhou Wanjun sighed wearily, leaning back on the sofa. Have the L family abandoned us as well? Zhou Marin's face filled with panic. He was not ready to perish. He was vaguely aware of the Zhou family's dubious dealings over the years, and he himself was entangled in numerous legal troubles. If caught, he could face decades in prison, emerging as nothing but an old man. In that instant, Zhou Marin's thoughts turned to the Zhou family's most powerful ally, the L family in the provincial capital. Chapter 78. The Fall of the Zhou Family and Zhou Marin's Flight. Every locale boasts its lineage of families. The Zhou family has flourished in Yunduan City for over a century, establishing itself as one of the 4 prominent families. This pattern is mirrored in other regions. In a more advanced and prosperous environment like the provincial capital, even more formidable family enterprises can emerge. For instance, the Zhou family's most significant ally is the Liu family. In the provincial capital, families abound. Third-tier families are plentiful, second-tier families are few, and first-tier families are merely a handful. Among them, the Liu family stands as one of the 3 illustrious families of the provincial capital, serving as the Zhou family's greatest support. If even the Liu family cannot safeguard them, their demise is inevitable. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wanjun, the Liu family, as one of the 3 great families, has countless eyes watching them. When the Zhou family falters, the Liu family cannot afford to overtly protect them. Should any other family catch wind of a weakness, it would spell disaster for a first-tier family. Then what about you, father? Zhou Marin exclaimed, clutching her plane ticket, only to discover it was solely for her. A bitter smile graced Zhou Wanjun's lips, aging him in an instant. I can no longer leave. Too many officials are keeping tabs on me. The identity I provided you is false. The flight is at 6:30. Depart as swiftly as you can. Leave everything behind. I have an account set up for you abroad with over 10 billion, sufficient for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Marin's spirits soared. The thought of her father being unable to leave paled in comparison to the allure of 10 billion. With that, she turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Wanjun felt his heart turn to ash. Yet, she remained his child, prompting him to slowly close his eyes. Even now, he struggled to grasp how events had spiraled to this point. Was it solely due to the Yunjing Bridge incident? Despite racking his brain, he could not fathom the true catalyst for the Zhou family's downfall. It was not the bridge, but rather Zhou Marin herself. If Zhou Marin had not sought out Song Chuanwan, had she not encountered Zhao Feiyu, and had Zhao Feiyu not spent 50 billion to deal with these adversaries, many issues could have been resolved. The origin of this turmoil stemmed from that very encounter. Once Zhang Baiyu initiated his investigation, the Zhou family's veneer began to peel away. Zhou Wanjun mistook the Yunjing Bridge as the spark, but in reality, it was merely an explosion point. The true igniter was his son. As dawn approached, the inspection team burst into the Zhou residence. Zhou Wanjun seemed to have anticipated this verdict. Meanwhile, Zhou Marin, disguised, was en route to the airport. Suddenly, her personal phone rang, startling her. This number had never been shared. Few knew it existed. Upon checking, a somewhat familiar number flashed on the screen. Hello? Zhou Marin answered, deliberately lowering her voice to gauge the caller. It's me, Jifeng. Ji Xiao. Zhou Marin's tone brightened instantly. How did you get this number? The girl you were with last time is my cousin. Seriously? You've gone so far as to plant spies, including your own sister? Zhou Marin was rendered speechless. Compared to Ji Xiao, her own schemes seemed like child's play. Is there something you need? Zhou Marin asked tersely. The inspection team has taken your father. Since you're able to answer, it means you've fled. But don't worry, I want to report you, as you no longer hold any value for me. Ji Xiao said nonchalantly. However, as a friend, I feel compelled to inform you of something before you leave. What is it? The Mr. Zhao at the auction is actually Zhao Feiyu. This was news Ji Xiao had just uncovered. Reflecting on the events at Song Yunfeng's restaurant the previous day, Ji Xiao pieced together the puzzle. He was curious why the woman, known as Sister Lang, would assist Song Yunfeng if she was affiliated with the Zhou family. The answer lay with Zhao Feiyu. Through investigation, Ji Xiao recalled that Zhou Marin had once instructed Sister Lang to abduct Zhao Feiyu on the day of the auction. Yet, Zhao Feiyu had appeared at the auction alongside Sister Lang, leading Ji Xiao to remember the manager who had bid on behalf of Mr. Zhao. He sought this individual out and, through surveillance, confirmed the presence of Zhao Feiyu and Sister Lang. That is impossible, Zhou Marin exclaimed with certainty upon hearing this news. At the auction, the land along with the antiques totaled nearly 400 billion. Zhao Feiyu is just an orphan. It cannot be true. Even if that were the case, It was Zhang Baiyu who transferred money to Zhao Feiyu to obscure the truth. I too find it perplexing, but in the end, he had no need to expend an extra 50 billion to vex you. Ji Xia analyzed slowly. Subsequently, I enlisted international experts to investigate further, only to discover that Zhao Feiyu had transferred over 100 billion to Zhang Baiyu. This revelation left Zhou Meiren utterly bewildered. She had always believed Zhao Feiyu was leveraging Zhang Baiyu's influence. Yet, it turned out that Zhao Feiyu had been playing a cunning game all along. Do you recall the last wave of arrests? It was sudden, without warning, and many of your comrades were taken. Ji Xia continued. This prompted Zhou Meiren to remember her initial encounter with Zhao Feiyu, who had thwarted her attempt to forcibly take Song Chuanwan, claiming to be her boyfriend and offering 50 billion to counter them. Shortly thereafter, several of her subordinates had been apprehended. However, she had later questioned her father and learned that this was a premeditated sweep by the provincial authorities, wholly unrelated to Zhao Feiyu. I certainly remember Zhao Feiyu's threat to spend 50 billion to deal with me. Did he follow through? Ji Xia's voice was low, laced with intrigue. In an instant, Zhou Meiren grasped the truth, a chill running down her spine. The implications were chilling. It seemed Zhao Feiyu had indeed succeeded. The Zhou family had truly fallen. This Zhao Feiyu was remarkably adept. His 50 billion was the kindling. Did they truly believe that a mere accident at the Yunjing Bridge could topple the Zhou family? Zhou Wanjun had navigated Yunduan City for years, capable of finding scapegoats with ease, especially with the Liu family's backing. How could they falter over such trivial matters? With this realization, Zhou Meiren comprehended fully. The architect of the Zhou family's downfall was none other than Zhao Feiyu. Chapter 79. Seizing the opportunity, however. It was not long before Zhou Meiren regained his composure after the initial fury. Zhou Wanjun had already been apprehended, now rendered a fugitive. There was no course of action available to him. Furthermore, given Zhao Feiyu's formidable prowess, it was evident that he would not spare Zhou Meiren. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Meiren coldly inquired, "What is the purpose of divulging this information to me? Do you truly believe that you can simply walk away unscathed? Can you bear to witness your ex-wife at the mercy of Zhao Feiyu? He is the architect of your family's downfall. Are you truly willing to accept this?" "Humph." Ji Zhou Meiren scoffed. "I am not oblivious to your schemes. Have you too suffered at Zhao Feiyu's hands, intending to use me as your weapon against him? What sudden clarity has struck you today? It seems your family's demise has left a significant mark on you. Are you the fabled figure who becomes powerful only through the sacrifice of kin?" Ji Zhou's tone dripped with mockery. Zhou Meiren clenched his fists, suppressing a silent roar of rage. He loathed Zhao Feiyu, yet he found himself devoid of options. While Ji Zhou had his own motives, could he truly leave this matter unresolved? "What do you propose?" Zhou Meiren finally asked after a prolonged silence. I knew you would be dissatisfied, but fret not. I can assure you that you will be able to leave Yunduan City unscathed." Ji Zhou, sensing Zhou Meiren's vulnerability, quickly shared his intentions. "You still hold a pawn belonging to Zhao Feiyu, do you not?" "A pawn? What do you mean?" Zhou Meiren asked, puzzled. "Zhao Feiyu has toyed with your ex-wife. And you too have played with his former partner, have you not?" Li Shanshan is oblivious to Zhao Feiyu's true identity and wealth. If she were to learn of the vast fortune he possessed before their marriage, what do you suppose she would do? Do you think such a ruse is effective against someone who can readily summon hundreds of billions? In the eyes of those super-rich, rules are mere toys. Constraints meant for the impoverished, not for them. What if his wealth is of dubious origin? Zhou Meiren's body trembled, his pupils constricting. "Exactly," Ji Zhou asserted with unwavering confidence. "The international spies I hired uncovered their transfer information, yet they were powerless against Zhao Feiyu's accounts. The source of his wealth remains a mystery. However, I have investigated his background thoroughly and discovered that he grew up in an orphanage. I have located his childhood companion, who can attest to his status as an orphan. Given this, where did his wealth originate? It is undoubtedly filled with questions." Upon hearing this, Zhou Meiren fell silent. Ji Zhou's assertions contained elements of speculation that could not be wholly trusted. The testimony of his childhood companion could only confirm Zhao Feiyu's orphan status, but it did not substantiate claims of the questionable origins of his wealth. Noticing Zhou Meiren's hesitation, Ji Zhou pressed on. "Tell me, which ordinary person can amass hundreds of billions in less than a month? Is that possible? You must be aware that Zhao Feiyu and Li Shanshan lived a mundane existence for 3 years. Yet, immediately after their divorce, he flaunted his immense financial power. Trust me, if this matter gains traction, Zhao Feiyu will be compelled to clarify his income. If any discrepancies arise, he will be utterly ruined. What do you want me to do with this information? Zhou Marin interrogated directly. In truth, everything you mentioned can be accomplished by you alone. Ah, look at you. We're brothers. I simply wish to assist you as you prepare to flee. Ji Shaoer replied nonchalantly. I harbor no significant grudge against Zhao Feiyu. But consider this. Should you suddenly find yourself lifeless, trapped within a coffin, wouldn't the thought of Zhao Feiyu infuriate you even in death? What do you want from me? Zhou Marin demanded, unwilling to endure any further idle chatter. Quite simply, I will help you exact revenge, and in return, you shall pay me 50 billion. Damn it, Ji Shaoer. Zhou Marin could no longer contain his rage, cursing him vehemently. Your true intention is to extort my money, isn't it? Hee, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I aid you in avenging your grievances, you compensate me. It's a fair exchange. Ji Shaoer replied with a sinister grin. I know your father arranged for you to go abroad, and surely left you a safety net, likely amounting to at least 100 billion. Zhou Marin's countenance darkened. Ji Shaoer was exceedingly cunning, having made an astute guess. Indeed, Zhou Wanjun had left Zhou Marin with 100 billion. I tell you, Ji Shaoer, that is impossible. Do you understand? Zhou Marin fumed, abruptly terminating the call. The notion of spending 50 billion to settle this score against Zhao Feiyu was unfathomable to him. As for avenging his father, what bearing did that have on him? 100 billion is a sum that could last a lifetime. However, at that moment, Ji Shaoer's call rang again. Zhou Marin ended the call once more, preparing to turn off his phone. Just then, Ji Shaoer sent a text. Are you nearing the airport? I tell you, for 50 billion, I can help you take revenge and ensure your safe departure. Otherwise, you might find yourself accompanying your father in the afterlife. A threat. This was an outright threat. Reading the message, Zhou Marin felt an explosion of fury within him. Yet he found himself powerless. This scoundrel had a firm grip on his movements. A mere report could lead to his capture. At that moment, Zhou Marin's anger towards Ji Shaoer surpassed even that directed at Zhao Feiyu. Were Ji Shaoer present, Zhou Marin would have surely throttled him. Left with no choice, Zhou Marin reluctantly returned the call. Ji Shaoer, considering our friendship, must you resort to such extremes? Listen, my brother. With your family's resources and the legacy your father left you, you could sustain several lifetimes. Why not share a portion with me? Ji Shaoer replied smugly. How much do you want? 50 billion. Impossible. My father didn't even leave me that much. 50 billion, not a penny less. No negotiations. Otherwise, you can go find your father. Ji Shaoer showed no mercy, blatantly extorting him. Ji Shaoer. Zhou Marin nearly spat out these 3 words through clenched teeth. I concede. Just give me your account number. A moment later, Zhou Marin transferred 50 billion to Ji Shaoer. Surely this would suffice. Rest assured, my friend, I will honor my word. You may leave with peace of mind. After hanging up, Zhou Marin gazed at the rising sun, his fists clenched tightly. A tiger cornered by dogs will be avenged. You all shall await my return one day. Chapter 80. Li Qingluo on the other side. After receiving the money, Ji Shaoer indeed kept his promise and refrained from reporting. To Ji Shaoer, Zhou Marin, the debauched heir, was nothing more than a trifling waste, utterly insignificant. As one of the 4 young masters of Yunduan, Ji Shaoer exuded arrogance, looking down upon the other 3, Zhou Marin, Ji Feng, Yuan Hong, and Fanja from the Fan family. As for his elder brother, already in his 30s, he hardly counted as one of the young masters. At this moment, in the Wanshou Lake Villa, Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Yasi slowly awakened. Glancing at the slumbering Zhao Yasi beside him, Zhao Feiyu affectionately kissed her forehead. Zhao Yasi seemed to sense this, wrapping herself around Zhao Feiyu like an octopus. Suddenly, a phone rang. Zhao Feiyu quickly picked up the phone, covering the speaker to avoid waking Zhao Yasi. Seeing the unfamiliar number, he answered with curiosity. Hello? A crisp voice, as melodious as that of a lark, came through. Zhao Feiyu frowned, glancing at Zhao Yasi before asking, May I ask who you are? Is this Zhao Feiyu? Yes, who are you? Is it really you, Zhao Feiyu? The voice on the other end escalated in excitement. I am Zhao Feiyu. Who on earth are you? Feiyu Gij, it's me, Li Qingluo. What? Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping his phone. Just then, Zhao Yasi stirred awake. Who? Feiyu? Shoo. Zhao Feiyu quickly covered her mouth. Startled, Zhao Yasi blinked in confusion at him. He signaled her to be quiet, and she nodded in understanding. Hello? Hello? The girl, claiming to be Li Qingluo, continued to call out. Feiyu Gij, can you hear me? Hearing the girl's voice, Zhao Yasi smirked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Oh, I can hear you. You really are Li Qingluo? Indeed, I am your most beloved Qingluo. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but smile, for those words confirmed her identity. Qingluo, is it really you? The smile tugging at Zhao Feiyu's lips was a testament to his joy and excitement. It truly is me. Where are you? I've come to Jiangbei City. You've come to Jiangbei? How do you know I'm in Jiangbei? I not only know you're in Jiangbei, but also that you're currently in Yunduan City, and that you've already divorced, correct? Li Qingluo's rapid-fire revelations left Zhao Feiyu bewildered. What? You vanished for over a decade, and now you know everything about me? Who told you? Your friend. Li Qingluo replied without hesitation. Yesterday, someone claiming to be your friend contacted me, sharing your news and confirming that we both grew up in the same orphanage. I said, of course, we did. We even shared the same bed back then. At this, Zhao Feiyu furrowed his brow, pondering who that person could be. I don't know. All right, let's set that aside for now. Tell me where you are. I'll come to pick you up. I've just landed. I heard you were in Yunduan City, so I flew directly here. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu eagerly began to dress. Just then, Zhao Yasi suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind and whispered in his ear, am I about to gain another sister? Or perhaps a younger sister? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu felt a warmth in his heart. Since Zhao Yasi had become close to him, she had been obedient, which tugged at his emotions. Yet, Zhao Feiyu found himself unable to promise her a future. Gently holding her hands, he turned to her and said, she is my childhood friend from the orphanage. She was taken away by her family when we were teenagers, and we lost contact since. Now she has returned. Having confirmed our connection through someone who knows me, I'm curious about who that person is, but regardless, they helped me find my Qingluo. Zhao Yasi smiled slightly, her eyes filled with affection for Zhao Feiyu. No matter how many women you have, I will always be the one who loves you the most. Every time Zhao Feiyu heard such heartfelt declarations of love, he felt a tremor in his heart. Such a woman was truly deserving of his utmost devotion. I feel the same, Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, pulling Zhao Yasi close and kissing her. No, hurry and go pick up Qingluo. This is no time for distractions. At Yunduan City Airport, after parking his car, Zhao Feiyu made his way to the arrivals hall. There, he spotted a trendy girl with purple hair, dressed in overalls and white sneakers, dragging a white suitcase, scanning the area. Zhao Feiyu immediately recognized her as Li Qingluo. For her love of rock music had always defined her unique style since their time in the orphanage. He approached her directly while simultaneously accessing her information through the system. Name, Li Qingluo. Favorability, 90. Beauty, 98. The girl seemed to recognize Zhao Feiyu as well, tilting her head in confusion as she gazed at him. After more than a decade apart, their reunion relied solely on the faint memories of their childhood. When Zhao Feiyu reached within 6 or 7 meters of her, the girl questioned, Feiyu Gij? Zhao Feiyu held back a smile, remaining silent. At this, the girl quickly confirmed, you're my Feiyu Gij. Feiyu Gij. The girl dropped her suitcase and rushed towards him, leaping into his arms. Hey, are you sure you have the right person? Zhao Feiyu feigned ignorance. The girl paused, but upon seeing Zhao Feiyu's suppressed laughter, she playfully punched his shoulder. You tricked me. I knew you would. Haha. Zhao Feiyu could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. After 10 years apart, they felt as if they had returned to their days in the orphanage. However, amidst their playful banter, Li Qingluo suddenly collapsed into Zhao Feiyu's embrace, tears streaming down her face. You wretched Zhao Feiyu. You stinky Zhao Feiyu. Where have you been all these years? You didn't even come looking for me. Feiyu Gij, I missed you so much. Zhao Feiyu held the girl tightly, inhaling her fragrant hair, reluctant to let go. It felt as though releasing her would mean losing her forever. I missed you too. But these past years, sigh? Let us not dwell on it. Too much talking brings only tears. After a prolonged embrace, they finally parted. Zhao Feiyu took Li Qingluo's suitcase and, holding her hand, led her outside. Now that you're back, will you go abroad again? Nope. Li Qingluo replied cheerfully, bouncing along. My parents told me to come back and start a business. They gave me 5 billion. What? Chapter 81. The elusive fish. Zhao Feiyu could hardly believe that Li Qingluo's parents were so affluent. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that they were renowned entrepreneurs in Chinatown, USA, and even held a modest reputation worldwide. I never imagined you were a wealthy woman, Zhao Feiyu remarked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he scrutinized Li Qingluo. Of course, from now on, you shall be my man. I will take care of you, and you can simply stay home and serve me. Li Qingluo exclaimed with a hint of pride. Dream on. Zhao Feiyu retorted just as a man, wearing sunglasses and a mask, hurriedly approached, colliding with Zhao Feiyu's shoulder. What is wrong with you? Zhao Feiyu turned around, angrily rebuking him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the man's sunglasses had fallen off. Yet, the man merely waved his hands in dismissal, bending to retrieve his glasses and preparing to leave. In that instant, Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened. Zhou Marin. As Zhao Feiyu uttered the name, the man instinctively glanced back. Upon recognizing Zhao Feiyu, he panicked and sprinted towards the airport. Don't run. Zhao Feiyu quickly pursued him, shouting loudly to those around, catch him. He is a wanted criminal. His words sent a wave of commotion through the terminal. Security personnel and police officers rushed to the scene, apprehending Zhou Marin at the security checkpoint. Quickly seize him. He is Zhou Marin from the Zhou family. This morning, his entire family was wanted, and now he is attempting to flee. Zhao Feiyu could hardly believe he had encountered Zhou Marin in such a setting. Before long, law enforcement arrived at the airport and took Zhou Marin into custody. How did you know I was trying to escape? Zhou Marin glared at Zhao Feiyu with malice. Humph. What do you think? Zhao Feiyu casually replied. Was it Ji Shaoer who informed you? Zhou Marin shouted in a fit of rage. Huh. Zhao Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, but then, noticing Zhou Marin's furious demeanor, he cleverly nodded. How did you know? I want to spare you, Ji Shaoer. Zhou Marin bellowed defiantly as he was led away by the police. Zhao Feiyu had received news from Yuan Hong the previous night about the downfall of the Zhou family. He never anticipated that he would encounter Zhou Marin, a fish that had slipped through the net. This unexpected turn of events was a delightful surprise. As Zhao Feiyu left the airport with Li Qingluo, he inquired, do you have any plans now? None at all, Li Qingluo replied nonchalantly from the passenger seat. Weren't you returning to start a business? You don't have even a basic plan? Zhao Feiyu pressed. Oh, come on. Are you foolish? Li Qingluo pouted, exasperated. I intended to return to find you after receiving your message. Starting a business was merely an excuse. I never imagined my parents would actually give me 50 billion to come back and start a business. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu felt a warm sensation in his heart. By the way, who inquired about you? I must thank that person. Zhao Feiyu reflected. Had I attempted to find you myself, it would have been as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. I can't believe that person managed to locate you and inquire about me. It's quite perplexing. I don't know. They claimed to be your friend and asked many questions about our orphanage. Li Qingluo said, shaking her head in confusion. It seems they are not a friend at all. If they were, they would have introduced themselves, and I would surely know them. Instead, they came directly to you. If nothing else, they must have sought to confirm certain matters. Zhao Feiyu quickly deduced the situation. Therefore, this person is more likely an enemy than a friend. Ah, Li Qingluo exclaimed. Then I must have endangered you. I shared a lot about our orphanage, and that person hung up out of impatience. No worries. We were just children back then. What could be so significant to confirm? Zhao Feiyu replied dismissively. By the way, do you plan to stay with me in the future? Why not? I suspect I will leave Yunduan City soon to return to Jiangbei. Things have stabilized here, so I might depart next week. How about you come with me back to Jiangbei? Sure. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Zhao Feiyu teased, playfully pinching her nose. You are still that same little shadow from back then. Since Li Qingluo intended to accompany him back to Jiangbei, Zhao Feiyu decided against purchasing a house for her in Yunduan City. Jiangbei, being a second-tier city, was significantly larger than the third-tier Yunduan City. There, Zhao Feiyu planned to buy her a grand residence. Currently, Zhao Feiyu awaited a resolution regarding the Yuan family situation. If a decision could be made, he could leave Yunduan City after hosting dinner for those students at Yunsan Mountain Villa on Saturday. Soon, news from the Yuan family arrived. At 8 in the evening, Zhao Feiyu and Li Qingluo arrived at Yunduan building. Upon noticing a strange girl beside Zhao Feiyu, Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong exchanged curious glances. Allow me to introduce. This is my sister, Li Qingluo, Zhao Feiyu stated as everyone took their seats, promptly introducing Li Qingluo to the group. This seemingly mundane act was enough for Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong to share a knowing look. Zhao Feiyu's immediate introduction of Li Qingluo signified her immense importance in his life. In this setting, Li Qingluo was either his closest kin or a figure of significant value. Hello, I am Li Qingluo, Feiyu's sister. She introduced herself. Hello, I am Zhang Baiyu, a friend of your brother. Came the reply. I am Yuan Hong. He added. Once seated, the four quickly became acquainted. Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong soon perceived the depth of the bond between Li Qingluo and Zhao Feiyu. Despite their different surnames, they seemed to have known each other for ages. Notably, Zhao Feiyu refrained from disclosing Li Qingluo's orphanage background. Before long, Yuan Lingji appeared in an elegant evening gown. The slit revealing her long, alluring legs, which were utterly captivating. Zhao Feiyu's gaze was immediately drawn to her long, slender legs, white as jade, resembling a work of art. As she approached, Yuan Lingji emanated a subtle fragrance of red wine, evidently having just socialized with several important guests. "I apologize for being late. I was attending to some important friends," she said with an apologetic smile before taking a seat and directing her attention to Li Qingluo. Clearly, the presence of strangers at this gathering was not suitable for the evening's affairs. Chapter 82. 600 billion. Zhao Feiyu appeared to understand Yuan Lingji's intention. With a slight smile, he reassured her, "Do not worry. She is my sister, and it is of no consequence." With Zhao Feiyu's promise, Yuan Lingji nodded and continued. "Regarding your terms, I have discussed them with my family. The international situation has escalated beyond our expectations. My father has agreed to your conditions, but your assistance must reach 600 billion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu frowned slightly. "But rest assured," Yuan Lingji added, "with this 600 billion, we can guarantee the absolute safety of 5 gold mines abroad. Furthermore, we will grant you 1 gold mine, and all its profits will be deposited into your account. Additionally, we can assure you that if any unforeseen circumstances arise with the gold mine that jeopardize your 600 billion, we will cover all your expenses for compensation." Zhao Feiyu was moved by her words. Although the investment was substantial, it came with absolute assurance. However, his primary concern was not the monetary gain from the gold mines. He mused that it would be more expedient to spend 1 billion on women. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and stated, "Although the investment is considerable, I find the assurance satisfactory. The 600 billion poses no issue, but I must insist on a one-on-one collaboration throughout this partnership, with no external interference. That is not a problem. My family has entrusted me with this project entirely. You only need to liaise with me." With this assurance, Zhao Feiyu felt more at ease. "I will transfer the 600 billion to you within a week. Is that acceptable?" "A week?" Yuan Lingji's expression turned troubled. "I understand that this amount is indeed considerable, but the international situation does not afford us that much time. Would 5 days suffice?" Zhao Feiyu pondered briefly, calculating his finances. Currently, he possessed over 400 billion, meaning he needed to procure more than 190 billion within 5 days. Just days prior, such a feat would have seemed impossible. However, now he felt hopeful. Nodding, he assured her, 5 days is tight, but I believe I can manage." Yuan Lingji's eyes sparkled at his response. 600 billion, what a staggering figure. In all of Longhua, it was likely that not even a handful of individuals could mobilize such an amount within 5 days. After all, large corporations often had their liquidity tied up in stocks and fixed assets. "Very well, I await your good news within 5 days, she declared, raising her wine glass and leaning slightly forward to clink it with Zhao Feiyu's before taking a sip. At that moment, Li Qingluo stood nearby, staring at Zhao Feiyu in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape in a look of naive admiration. The brief exchange between the two had led her to reevaluate Zhao Feiyu. What had her childhood friend accomplished over the years to be able to speak of figures in the billions? She had thought that returning with 50 billion from her parents would earn her Zhao Feiyu's respect, yet his capabilities far exceeded her expectations, rivaling even those of her parents. On the flight, Li Qingluo had resolved to support Zhao Feiyu, hoping to see him rise to the pinnacle of domestic success. However, she had not anticipated that he was already standing at such heights. Despite her surprise, she felt genuine happiness for him. After concluding the conversation with Yuan Lingji, Zhao Feiyu took Li Qingluo's hand and strolled through the bustling streets of Yunduan City. "The night scenery abroad must be far more beautiful than here," he remarked. "It is indeed lovely," Li Qingluo replied, gazing adoringly at Zhao Feiyu's profile, much like a starry-eyed fan admiring their idol. Yet, no matter how splendid the outside world appeared, it could not compare to the warmth of a single lamp back home. Zhao Feiyu savored this tender moment, wishing that time could slow down so they could continue walking together. His memories of childhood were vivid. "By the way, Brother Feiyu, do you remember the new teacher, Miss Ning, at the orphanage?" Li Qingluo's mind drifted back to their youth. "Of course I do," Zhao Feiyu replied, recalling a gentle girl dressed in a white dress. He was 10, and she was 8. Due to the limited resources at the time, many children in the orphanage could not attend school. Thus, the local education bureau collaborated with various schools to provide educational support to orphanages, and Miss Ning was among those who arrived that year. The orphanage was chaotic, and the director often resorted to harsh discipline for disobedient children. Zhao Feiyu vaguely remembered being whipped by the director for merely breaking a bowl during a meal. His back bore the marks of the lashes, and on several occasions, it was Miss Ning who intervened, pleading for his release. I am sorry, Brother Feiyu, for causing you to endure so much pain, Li Qingluo said, her eyes glistening with tears. Foolish girl, Zhao Feiyu gently patted her head. It is only natural for a brother to protect his sister. After all, it was not I who broke the bowl, but you. Chapter 83. Finding evidence of Sister Lang. Where could Teacher Ning be now? Is she doing well? Zhao Feiyu gazed up at the starry sky, reflecting upon these thoughts. Why don't we go look for her? At that moment, Li Qingluo suddenly suggested. With your current strength, finding Teacher Ning should be a breeze. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's eyes brightened. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? A small favor should be repaid with a grand gesture. Teacher Ning was so kind to us back then, and now that we are in a position to help her, we must do so. Exactly. You scratch my back. I scratch yours. This is the principle that Brother Feiyu has always taught me. Having already dined at the Cloud Tower, Zhao Feiyu and Li Qingluo strolled through the night, enjoying the scenery and playing as they walked. Soon, they had digested their meal completely. As they wandered, they found themselves at a food street. Zhao Feiyu vaguely recalled a time when he had sneaked Li Qingluo out of the orphanage to escape the abusive director. They had gone a whole day without food, their stomachs growling with hunger. Passing through a street lined with snacks, he remembered the look in Li Qingluo's eyes back then. Let us go? Today I'll treat you to a feast, Zhao Feiyu said, pulling Li Qingluo into the food street. After leaving the food street, it was already past 11 at night. Zhao Feiyu found a 5-star hotel for him and Li Qingluo to stay in. If he were alone, he might have casually gone to Song Changjuan's villa or Xia Zhu's Moonlit Stars, or even Zhao Yaxi's Moonlit Lake Villa. However, it was not convenient to bring Li Qingluo along, so he booked a presidential suite with Song Changjuan. Cost, 9,800, with a 50-fold cashback of 490,000. Li Qingluo had blossomed into a graceful young lady, boasting an impressive beauty score of 98. She was the first person Zhao Feiyu had encountered with such striking looks. According to the system's classification, a beauty score above 95 allowed for a 50-fold cashback. By the way, Brother Feiyu, have you started dating again since your divorce? In the room, after changing her shoes, Li Qingluo removed her denim overalls, revealing a long white t-shirt that covered her thighs. Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened, and he awkwardly turned his head away. Why don't you go take a shower and change? And you? Li Qingluo teased with a mischievous smile. Aren't you going to keep me company tonight? You know I'm scared to sleep alone. That was then, this is now. How old are you? You still need someone to sleep with? Is that how you were when you were abroad? Zhao Feiyu replied, somewhat exasperated. When I was abroad, I always slept with my sister. You have a sister? Yes, Li Qingluo replied, sitting on the edge of the high bed and swinging her legs. Before my disappearance, I had a biological sister. She treated me very well when I returned home. But we've grown up now. We're not kids anymore. There's a difference between boys and girls, you know? Zhao Feiyu found it difficult to meet Li Qingluo's gaze. Her beauty, with that bewitching score of 98, seemed to cast a spell on him, particularly her vibrant purple hair, which radiated youthful energy, giving her an almost anime-like allure. But Brother Feiyu, didn't you promise to marry me when we grew up? Li Qingluo pouted, sounding a bit aggrieved. That was because you insisted on being my wife when no one wanted to play house with you. Zhao Feiyu chuckled. But I meant it. All right. Hurry and take a shower and change. Zhao Feiyu waved his hand, urging Li Qingluo into the bathroom. Ding ding ding. Just as Li Qingluo entered the bathroom, her phone rang unexpectedly. Qingluo, your phone. Zhao Feiyu called out, noticing the international call. Who is it? Your mother. Zhao Feiyu responded from the door. Li Qingluo exclaimed. I forgot to call them back after landing. In the next moment, Li Qingluo swung open the bathroom door and stood directly in front of Zhao Feiyu. The bathroom was misty, and water droplets cascaded down her flawless, porcelain-like body. Zhao Feiyu's mind went blank, but his eyes uncontrollably roamed from the majestic peaks to the expansive plains, then into the mysterious Amazon rainforest. Hello? Li Qingluo spoke into the phone. Engaging in a brief conversation before hanging up, Zhao Feiyu was utterly mesmerized. Li Qingluo then wore a playful smile, standing casually at the door, waiting for Zhao Feiyu. Have you seen enough? She teased, her lips curling into a sly grin. Zhao Feiyu felt as if struck by lightning. Here, Li Qingluo handed the phone to Zhao Feiyu, extending an invitation. How about joining me? You know, many countries are facing severe water shortages, and the world's water resources are diminishing. To protect our planet and our nation, we should conserve water. So, to help our planet, please join me for a shower. Saying this, Li Qingluo reached out her delicate, fair arm and pulled Zhao Feiyu into the bathroom. Laughter and joy echoed within the steamy room. Zhao Feiyu was not one to remain indifferent. Li Qingluo's affection for him had begun in their childhood and remained unwavering even after years apart. Emerging from the bathroom, Zhao Feiyu swept Li Qingluo into a princess carry and tossed her onto the bed. Half an hour later, Li Qingluo's affection for you. 10. As he looked at the blood-red peony on the sheets and listened to the notification in his mind, Zhao Feiyu felt as if he were in a dream. After so many years, Li Qingluo's affection for him had remained a remarkable 90 points. This encounter had propelled her affection to its peak. However, Zhao Feiyu's thoughts soon turned to how he could earn 200 billion within 5 days. With Li Qingluo by his side, that sum would be easily attainable. The next day, news arrived from the Tiger Roar Group. Mr. Zhao? Li Hu exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. The Zhou family has collapsed, and my people found Sister Lang's belongings before the official investigation began. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's anxious heart finally settled. The fall of the Zhou family had prompted Zhao Feiyu to consult Yuan Hong about intervening to retrieve the items. However, the entire process had been executed by the provincial inspection team, leaving local officials unable to intervene. If they discovered Sister Lang's belongings, it would spell disaster not only for the Zhou family, but also for Sister Lang. Chapter 84. Establishing a security company. Well done, Zhao Feiyu exclaimed excitedly. If this information were to fall into the hands of the inspection team, Sister Lang would surely face dire consequences. You have effectively saved her. Hee, it's only right. I owe Sister Lang so much. Any chance to make amends is welcome. Li Hu chuckled. Mr. Zhao, where are you now? I'll send someone to deliver the item to you. I am at the Jiuxing building. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Hu's associate delivered a USB drive to Zhao Feiyu. Upon receiving it, Zhao Feiyu eagerly connected it to his computer to review its contents. The USB contained a series of audio recordings and video files, many of which featured members of the Zhou family instructing Sister Lang to carry out certain tasks. Remarkably, there was no mention of the Zhou family throughout the entire process. It was as if Sister Lang was the sole focus in the city. Should this information be disclosed, Sister Lang would undoubtedly be doomed, and it would have no ties to the Zhou family. With the USB in hand, Zhao Feiyu quickly took Li Qingluo to the West City. Upon hearing of Zhao Feiyu's arrival, Sister Lang hurriedly prepared to meet him. Who is this? Sister Lang inquired, glancing curiously at the nonconformist girl with purple hair beside Zhao Feiyu. My sister, Li Qingluo, Zhao Feiyu introduced succinctly, placing the USB drive on the table. Everything is proceeding as planned. Li Hu's people have successfully retrieved the item. Upon hearing this, Sister Lang sighed in relief, leaning back on the sofa with her eyes closed. Since the news of the Zhou family's downfall, her heart had been in turmoil. She had sent many to search for evidence regarding her own situation, yet all had returned empty-handed. None of her connections within official circles proved helpful, and the difficulty of the task had left her in despair. To her surprise, at this critical moment, Li Hu truly delivered. Sister Lang quickly fetched her computer and inserted the USB drive. Upon viewing its contents, her expression darkened. No wonder every encounter with members of the Zhou family had felt so strange, as they never mentioned her at all. Zhou Wanjun, how ruthless you are. Regardless, the Zhou family has fallen, and we now possess the proof. Sister Lang, you are finally free, Zhao Feiyu said, a sense of relief washing over him. Hearing this, Sister Lang gazed at Zhao Feiyu, her eyes glistening with tears. Feiyu, as a woman of the world, I shan't speak in pleasantries. From this point forward, my life is in your hands. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. Sister Lang's favorability towards you has increased by 1. Current favorability is 100. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu felt a surge of excitement. It seemed the issues with the Yuan family were also on the path to resolution. Meeting Sister Lang's sincere gaze, he smiled gently and said, You flatter me. After all, we are friends, and your worries have finally been laid to rest. I will transfer funds to you now, so you can begin preparations for the company and get it on the right track. With that, Zhao Feiyu picked up his phone and transferred 100 billion through the World Bank. Watching as the funds arrived in under 5 minutes, Sister Lang's eyes widened. How so much? Wasn't it agreed upon to be 50? Zhao Feiyu shook his head. I reviewed your proposal from a few days ago. Your ideas are excellent and well within your expertise. A security company requires substantial investment, especially in the early stages when there are no orders, and hundreds of employees need to be paid. We need a strong start. Your funds should remain untouched. This 100 billion will ease the initial burden. Once your company is fully operational, I will facilitate connections with other enterprises in Yunduan City to help you get established. Moreover, while your team is loyal, they will require rigorous, professional training for the security sector. We cannot compromise on this. We should hire a professional security firm for training. The Hu Xiao Group has such resources. Speak with Li Hu and see if he would be willing to invest and relinquish market share, allowing us to dominate Yunduan City. Listening to Zhao Feiyu's detailed analysis, Sister Lang felt her enthusiasm reignite. Observing her rising excitement, Zhao Feiyu knew she was fully invested in this venture. All right, I will execute your directives meticulously. Sister Lang nodded earnestly. You are being too modest. You are the chairperson, and I am merely a shareholder. The company is just beginning, and I will offer guidance, but you will need to shoulder the responsibility moving forward, Zhao Feiyu insisted. In the meantime, Zhao Feiyu received a notification from the system. Transaction successful, 100-fold cashback of 10 trillion. Zhao Feiyu could hardly fathom the magnitude of this amount, but he understood it was merely a numerical figure. Perhaps this was just the beginning. By the way, Zhao Feiyu had a sudden inspiration, contemplating further investment. I'll generate another 50 billion for you, bringing the total to 150 billion, just in case. Without hesitation, Zhao Feiyu initiated another transfer. However, this time he received a notification akin to that of Xia Zhu. The cashback limit for this target expenditure has been reached. Zhao Feiyu realized this was a safeguard implemented by the system to prevent exploitation. It seemed Sister Lang had sufficient funds for now. Should a financial crisis arise in the future, or if additional funds were necessary, he could still avail himself of cashback opportunities. Nevertheless, this amount was already adequate for his needs. Nothing else pressing, I shall take my leave. Having resolved this matter, Zhao Feiyu prepared to depart. Sister Lang quickly stood up. There are still matters I need to discuss with you. How about tonight? She trailed off, shyly lowering her gaze. Meanwhile, Li Qingluo, who had been captivated by Sister Lang's dealings, was oblivious to this subtle interaction. Ahem, that sounds good. Zhao Feiyu felt a flutter of excitement and nodded. Subsequently, he fabricated an excuse to discreetly send Li Qingluo away. It was still midday. Zhao Feiyu indeed had much to discuss with Sister Lang regarding the security company. Soon after, he called upon Li Hu and Zhang Baiyu, and according to Zhao Feiyu's plan, they proceeded to acquire Li Hu's security company. Li Hu joined the security firm as an investor. With the foundation of Li Hu's company, Sister Lang's venture quickly matured. As night fell, Li Hu and Zhang Baiyu departed, and Sister Lang invited Zhao Feiyu to her home. Sister Lang resided in the most luxurious villa in West City. Having lost her husband years ago, she had been solitary for quite some time, which was rather pitiable. Chapter 85. Yinshan Villa, please, make yourself comfortable. I shall take a bath, the tired lady in the qipao remarked with a hint of fatigue. She then turned and ascended to the second floor. Approximately 20 minutes later, she descended, adorned in a flowing red dress, her hair cascading gracefully. Barefoot, she glided down the staircase. Zhao Feiyu turned and was momentarily captivated. The red dress, ending at her thighs, revealed her knees and calves. Her exquisite feet graced the plush carpet as she approached. The fitted red gown accentuated her figure splendidly. To be truthful, although the lady's beauty did not quite rival that of Song Chanjun, she possessed a mature allure that was not diminished by her age of over 30. Observing Zhao Feiyu's dazed expression, she smiled confidently before settling herself upon his lap. Feiyu, if it weren't for you, I fear my life would have spiraled into despair. You have invested 150 million for my company. Tell me, how can I repay you? As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Feiyu's neck. Their faces mere inches apart. The warmth of her breath brushed against him, elevating his very soul. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, as a widow in middle age. I have had no contact with men since my husband's passing. If you do not mind my faded beauty, I have no means to repay you but to let you indulge. With that, she playfully let her tongue graze his ear. The next morning, Zhao Feiyu awoke to a gentle murmur. Turning his head, he found the lady resting her chin on her hand, nibbling her lower lip, quietly gazing at him. After a night of revelry, he had truly witnessed the prowess of a solitary middle-aged woman, steeped in loneliness. Suddenly, his phone rang. Startled, he gestured for her to remain quiet. Hello? Sister Wan. Zhao Feiyu, where have you been? Do you not remember what day it is? The voice on the other end was that of Song Chanjun, laced with irritation. Zhao Feiyu quickly glanced at his phone, realizing with dismay that it was Saturday. I'm so sorry, Sister Wan. I lost track of time after a late-night engagement. I'll be there shortly. As he spoke, the lady mischievously kissed his chest. prompting him to close his eyes momentarily. After ending the call, he hastily donned his clothes and informed her, "I must attend to some matters and cannot stay with you. Additionally, I might be leaving Yunduan City for Jiangbei soon. The security company will be in your capable hands. If any issues arise, please consult Zhang Baiyu or Li Hu. If you encounter anything insurmountable, do not hesitate to call me." He added, "And if you miss me, do call." With that, he gave her a gentle peck and departed the villa. Soon after, he met with Li Qingluo, and they made their way to Yunshan Villa. The allure of such a delightful occasion would surely pique her interest. Nestled against Yunshan, the villa was in close proximity to Song Chanjuan's residence. Many upscale neighborhoods and outdoor activities in Yunduan City were established around Yunshan. Upon arrival, Zhao Feiyu entered the villa directly. His investment firm, in collaboration with Xia Zhu, had poured millions into Yunshan Villa, making him one of its shareholders. To his surprise, he spotted Xia Zhu and Zhao Yasi also present. Turning to Li Qingluo, he steeled himself and explained, "Qingluo, there's something I need to tell you, but it's a bit sudden due to events from a couple of nights ago." "What is it?" Li Qingluo asked, captivated by the scenery outside. "Since my divorce, I have been seeing someone," Zhao Feiyu confessed, bracing for her reaction. However, to his astonishment, Li Qingluo merely responded with a casual "Oh, don't you want to know more?" He inquired, somewhat taken aback. "I already know," she replied nonchalantly. Perhaps due to her experiences abroad, she held a more liberal view on relationships. "In fact, I inquired about your life over the years yesterday. I know your girlfriend, Song Monli, is your first love," she said with a playful grin. "But I believe your true first love should be me, shouldn't it?" She winked cheekily. "Therefore, Brother Feiyu, you need not overly concern yourself with this matter. Love is complex and cannot be easily defined. Many adore you, Xia Zhu, Zhao Yasi, and that lady from last night. With so many admirers, I can only conclude one thing. You are simply too remarkable. Shouldn't I be delighted to have such an exceptional boyfriend? Moreover, I am exceedingly confident. I believe those who admire you cannot possibly compare to me." Seeing the radiant, self-assured smile on Li Qingluo's face, Zhao Feiyu felt a wave of warmth and gratitude. Regardless of Xia Zhu, Zhao Yasi, or the lady from last night, they all shared the same open-heartedness as Li Qingluo, allowing him to love them freely and wholeheartedly. "Qingluo," her words moved him deeply, and his gaze softened as he took her hands gently. "Thank you for your understanding. Rest assured, Brother Feiyu, I am always sensible," she replied, bouncing towards the others. On the expansive lawn of Yunshan Villa, staff and teachers methodically organized students into various recreational activities. Zhao Feiyu reiterated the importance of safety. With 99.9% of the students from Yasi Middle School being affluent, any injury could lead to significant complications. From the outset, Zhao Feiyu's intention to acquire Yasi Middle School was not only to surprise Song Chanjun, but also for a long-term vision. The students here had substantial backgrounds, and upon graduating and entering society, they would evolve into highly promising individuals. Thus, investing in Yasi Middle School was indeed a strategic long-term investment. Chapter 86. Mother and daughter from Huaitree County. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu was taken aback to see Song Chanjun, along with Xia Zhu and Zhao Yasi, engaged in lively conversation at a white round table on the lawn. This scene filled Zhao Feiyu with profound bewilderment. Just then, the trio suddenly spotted a lively and sweet-looking girl rushing towards them. Under the sunlight, her purple hair seemed to radiate brilliance. The twin ponytails, paired with her loose-fitting attire, gave her the appearance of a character straight out of a comic. However, her slightly heavy makeup obscured the youthful vivacity one would expect at her age. Without that makeup, her twin ponytails and trendy, oversized clothing would lose their charm. Every detail of her ensemble was meticulously curated. As she approached, Li Qingluo enthusiastically greeted the three women. "Hello, sisters, how are you? I'm Feiyu Gije's sister, Li Qingluo." Her overly familiar introduction left the three girls momentarily dumbfounded, followed by questioning glances directed at Zhao Feiyu. After Zhao Feiyu awkwardly walked over, he explained, "This is Li Qingluo, my sister. We grew up together in an orphanage. We haven't seen each other in over a decade. She just returned from abroad a few days ago." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three women shifted noticeably. Song Chanjun appeared astonished, seemingly unaware that Zhao Feiyu had grown up in an orphanage. Xia Zhu looked slightly taken aback, her gaze reflecting concern. She hadn't anticipated that Zhao Feiyu had such a childhood. Zhao Yasi, however, remained unfazed, as she already knew about Zhao Feiyu's background. "What are you discussing?" Zhao Feiyu asked, pulling out a chair and sitting down with a hint of trepidation. It was apparent that these three women had never met before. Of course, Zhao Yasi and Xia Zhu now worked at the same company, yet they had never encountered Song Chanjun. Their presence at Yunshan Villa seemed deliberate. Indeed, Zhao Feiyu caught a glimpse of Zhao Yasi's sly expression, which immediately darkened his gaze as he sought to intimidate her. However, Zhao Yasi simply turned her head away, ignoring his silent warning. Watching them converse with apparent ease about various matters concerning him, Zhao Feiyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He feared that Xia Zhu and Zhao Yasi might inadvertently reveal their connection to Song Chanjun. Thankfully, the deep affection they held for Zhao Feiyu remained steadfast. When Song Chanjun mentioned that Song Manli was Zhao Feiyu's girlfriend, neither of the two girls displayed any sign of surprise. Unable to endure the mounting tension any longer, Zhao Feiyu concocted an excuse to leave. The vast Yinshan estate offered a plethora of outdoor activities: horseback riding, archery, golfing at that moment. All the students from Yasi Middle School were divided into several groups, taking turns experiencing these activities. Suddenly, from a distance among the grass, Zhao Feiyu spotted a girl with long hair, dressed in a white floral dress and little white shoes. She was sitting at the edge of a modest cliff, overlooking a picturesque lake 50 meters below. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Feiyu approached. Qi Jiao Jiao. Upon seeing her, Zhao Feiyu paused momentarily. Hearing the noise, the girl turned her head, and upon recognizing Zhao Feiyu, her expression became somewhat awkward. Qi Jiao Jiao attempted to greet him, but hesitated, unsure of how to address Zhao Feiyu, especially since Song Chanjun was their teacher. Why aren't you out having fun? Zhao Feiyu plopped down beside her. Qi Jiao Jiao stammered, nervously wringing her hands. I've never played these games before. I'm afraid they laugh at me. Zhao Feiyu found her response puzzling. Logically, students from Yasi Middle School should come from relatively affluent backgrounds. Why, then, had Qi Jiao Jiao never participated in such activities? No wonder your studies are so excellent. It seems you don't engage in these extracurricular activities, Zhao Feiyu remarked, seemingly oblivious to the implications of her words, which caused Qi Jiao Jiao to lower her head in embarrassment. After all, no one knew that her family lacked the means to partake in such pastimes. Sensing her unease, Zhao Feiyu offered a gentle smile and asked, "Is something bothering you? If so, would you mind sharing it with me? I'm here to listen." Qi Jiao Jiao glanced at Zhao Feiyu in surprise, but quickly shook her head, averting her gaze. "There's nothing. I'm very happy to be out here." Changing the subject, she asked, "Haven't we met before?" Zhao Feiyu suddenly recalled Qi Jiao Jiao's perfect score of admiration towards him. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiao Jiao trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked up and asked, "Brother, you finally remember?" Zhao Feiyu was taken aback. "Brother? When did I gain such a sister?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, he asked, "Did we really meet before? Did you forget?" Qi Jiao Jiao's disappointment was evident in her voice. Zhao Feiyu shook his head in confusion. He genuinely could not recall. However, from her words, it seemed they had indeed crossed paths before. No wonder her admiration for him was at its peak. 6 years ago, at the train station in Huaitree County, you gave my mother and me 600 yuan. That night, you encountered us again and rented us the cheapest room, then took us to Yunduan City the next day. Suddenly enlightened, Zhao Feiyu recalled the events of that day. 6 years prior, he had just graduated from university and returned to Huaitree County to visit the orphanage he had grown up in, only to find it completely changed. It was then that he had seen a forlorn mother and her 10-year-old child, alone in the snowy street, begging for help. Initially indifferent, he had ultimately succumbed to compassion and given them 600 yuan, ensuring they had shelter for the night. "So it was you," Zhao Feiyu exclaimed in disbelief. "You've grown so much." Looking at the poised girl before him, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, he found it hard to reconcile her with the small child bundled in a tattered coat, her cheeks flushed from the cold. "Do you really remember me?" Qi Jiao Jiao bit her lip, striving to hold back tears. "Silly girl, how could I ever forget you? By the way, where is your mother?" Zhao Feiyu inquired anxiously. "My mother is working at a supermarket now. But how did you end up at Yasi Middle School?" Zhao Feiyu asked, perplexed, as the tuition fees were far beyond what Qi Jiao Jiao's family could afford. As she spoke of this, a bitter expression settled on her face, as if the hardships of the past few years had suddenly come rushing back to her. Chapter 87. Qin Sushin. It turns out that Qi Jiao Jiao does not have a household registration in Yunduan City and can only attend this private school. Over the years, Qi Jiao Jiao's mother has exhausted all her efforts merely to pay for her daughter's tuition. "Could you take me to meet your mother?" Zhao Feiyu said earnestly. "Sure." Qi Jiaojiao nodded. If my mom sees you, she will surely be delighted. All right, after we finish here, you can take me to her. Let us have some fun first. Shall we? Then we can bring some delicious food for your mother to taste. Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, pulling Qi Jiaojiao along as they began to explore the estate. This was probably the happiest moment Qi Jiaojiao had experienced in her life. Yet, joyful moments are fleeting. After a delightful day at Yunshan Manor, Zhao Feiyu packed a variety of seafood delicacies, and they drove back to her home together. Their residence was a small rental apartment of less than 50 square meters. Located in the remote suburbs of Yunduan City, thus the rent was quite affordable. It seems quite far from Yasi Middle School. How do you manage to get to school every day? I wake up at 4 in the morning, prepare breakfast for my mom, and then run to school. It's a 10-kilometer journey, and now I can even participate in marathons. Qi Jiaojiao said, her face beaming with pride. However, Zhao Feiyu could sense a deep bitterness beneath her joy. My mom should be home soon. Qi Jiaojiao glanced at the time. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman around 40 years old, carrying a worn-out shoulder bag. She wore plain clothes, her hair tied back, with stray strands tucked behind her ears. As she turned, a loose strand fell, lending her an air of timeless beauty. Her face bore no makeup, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were noticeably deep, with a few gray hairs framing her temples. Upon seeing a stranger in the room, she froze momentarily, a look of caution flashing across her face. But when she spotted Qi Jiaojiao, who was preparing her homework, her expression softened, and she asked with curiosity, "Who are you? Mom, you're back?" The usually composed Qi Jiaojiao rushed over like a child, excitedly grabbing her mother's hand. "Mom, do you know who this is?" "He is your teacher?" Initially puzzled, Qi Jiaojiao's mother thought Zhao Feiyu was a classmate, but upon recognizing him, she questioned the age difference. "No, take a good look at who he is," Qi Jiaojiao insisted, switching on the dim light in the room. Under the illumination, Zhao Feiyu's handsome face became visible to both mother and daughter. You are a wave of familiarity washed over Qi Jiaojiao's mother as she struggled to recall. Huaitree County. The train station. That's right. Qi Jiaojiao prompted from the side. It's you. In the next moment, understanding dawned upon Qi Jiaojiao's mother. Her eyes instantly glistened with tears, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Zhao Feiyu. No one knew what the 600 yuan and a warman represented. But that night, it offered Qi Jiaojiao's mother a glimmer of hope for survival. Though Zhao Feiyu was unaware of the hardships faced by the mother and daughter, he could only surmise that their story was filled with struggle. "Sister, long time no see." Zhao Feiyu smiled, radiating warmth like sunshine, with dimples faintly visible on his cheeks, subtle yet enchanting. "Please, take a seat." The sister quickly offered a chair to Zhao Feiyu. "Jiaojiao, hurry and brew some tea." But then, she realized and chuckled shyly. "It's just the two of us here. We don't even have tea leaves." "It's all right. Plain water will suffice." After everyone was seated, Zhao Feiyu urged Qi Jiaojiao to present the food he had brought. "Sister, let us eat while it's hot." Seeing the seafood feast before her, Qi Jiaojiao's mother was momentarily taken aback. Working at a supermarket, she was well aware of seafood prices. "This, Mom, don't you remember where our school went today?" Qi Jiaojiao reminded her. "Oh," the sister suddenly realized. "Yinshan Manor. How could we miss the seafood feast? By the way, how did you two meet?" "Actually, we've met before, but today Qi Jiaojiao hesitated, unsure how to refer to Zhao Feiyu. Should she call him brother since Zhao Feiyu addressed her mother as sister? Or uncle, which felt too aging? "It's like this," Zhao Feiyu quickly clarified. "I have a friend who teaches at Yasi Middle School. Some time ago, I visited the school, and Jiaojiao probably recognized me, but didn't greet me. It wasn't until today at Yunshan Manor that she mentioned Huaitree County, and I recognized her." "I see." Qi Jiaojiao felt a twinge of confusion and asked, "Isn't Teacher Song your girlfriend? Why do you call her a friend?" Actually, you might not know, but Teacher Song is not my girlfriend." "Really?" Qi Jiaojiao's eyes lit up, surprised by the unexpected revelation. Yet, the thought that Teacher Song was not Zhao Feiyu's girlfriend made her heart race for reasons she couldn't quite understand. After their exchange, Zhao Feiyu gained a better understanding of the struggles faced by the mother and daughter. Witnessing their arduous life, he voiced his thoughts. "Sister, I have an idea, and I wonder if it's feasible." "What idea?" "I want to support Jiaojiao's educational expenses and living costs until she finishes university, to ease your burdens." The sister gasped, shaking her head vigorously. No. I can earn my own money. I don't need your support." "Sister, hear me out. The tuition at Yasi Middle School is nearly 100,000 yuan each year. You can't earn that much at the supermarket. If I'm not mistaken, you have other part-time jobs as well." Upon hearing this, the sister fell silent. Meanwhile, Qi Jiao, choked with emotion, asked, "Mom, didn't you say you only work at the supermarket? Why do you have to work so hard?" "Silly child, I would endure any hardship for you." Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu continued, "Sister, 6 years ago, I helped you, and this is fate. Now, let me help you again, shall I?" Noticing her reluctance, Zhao Feiyu added, "However, I want to help you for free. You must assist me with something." "What is it?" "First, may I ask what you excel at?" The sister pondered for a moment. "I've done various jobs over the years. I can do almost anything." "Then, how about I invest in you to start a business?" "What?" The sister gasped, shaking her head repeatedly. No, I can work, but I can't start a business." "What about opening a supermarket?" "Open a supermarket? That should be feasible. I've worked in a supermarket for several years." Chapter 88. The Investigation of the Yuan Family. Name: Qin Suxin. Attractiveness: 87. Favorability: 80. Qin Suxin's favorability towards you: 10. After years of working in the supermarket, Qin Suxin had become quite adept at her job. Following a conversation with her, Zhao Feiyu was confident that she could excel in this position. "By the way, what is the name of the supermarket where you are currently employed?" "It is a chain supermarket called Runfada." "Ah, I see." Zhao Feiyu nodded thoughtfully. "In that case, I shall return and gather more information, then relay it to you. Moreover, regarding Jiao's schooling, you need not concern yourself any further. Sister Suxin, after enduring so many hardships over the years, it is time for you to focus on yourself. Rest assured, life will improve." After much persuasion from Zhao Feiyu, Qin Suxin finally agreed to his support for Qi Jiao's education. Before departing, Zhao Feiyu transferred 500,000 to Qin Suxin. Upon seeing such a significant sum in her account, Qin Suxin's eyes widened in disbelief. "That is far too much. Sister Suxin, please listen to me." Zhao Feiyu grasped her somewhat calloused hands reassuringly. "The tuition for IELTS High School is nearly 100,000 annually, and daily living expenses also amount to a considerable sum. I trust you have borrowed extensively from others. Take this 500,000 to improve your living conditions and repay your debts. Additionally, it is inconvenient for Jiao to live here and attend school. If possible, I intend to purchase a home for you in the city center. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I will come to pick you up." Without giving Qin Suxin a chance to object, Zhao Feiyu turned and left. Once he was gone, Qin Suxin immediately inquired of Qi Jiao. "Jiao, please be honest with me. Has he done anything to you?" At this, Qi Jiao was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, "Mom, what are you saying? If he had harmed me, why would he treat us so well?" Qin Suxin had always held the belief that nothing comes without effort, and she could hardly believe Zhao Feiyu would shower them with kindness for no reason. "He truly hasn't although I do find him rather appealing, but he really hasn't." In the midst of her explanation, Qi Jiao inadvertently revealed her feelings. "Moreover, he is quite wealthy, you know. He directly bought our entire IELTS High School from Teacher Song, and from what Lin Kai in our class said, it cost him billions. Is he really that wealthy?" Qin Suxin felt a pang of astonishment, but quickly admonished, "No matter how rich he may be, we must not forget our roots. Understood?" "Got it, Mom." Transaction successful, 20-fold return of 10 million. Listening to the notification in his mind, Zhao Feiyu wore an excited smile on his way back. He then called Li Qingluo, who currently had no accommodation in Yunduan City and would need a place to stay for the night. "Hello? Qingluo, where are you?" "I'm at Sister Chanwan's house, here at Yunshanju." "What are you doing there?" Zhao Feiyu was taken aback. "Sister Chanwan invited me over. After finishing at Yinshan Manor, we returned straight here. Sister Xiazhu and Sister Yasi have also left." In the background, Zhao Feiyu could faintly hear Song Chanwan's voice. "Don't worry about me tonight. I'll be staying here with Sister Chanwan." "All right then." After hanging up, Zhao Feiyu immediately called Xiazhu. "Where are you?" "I just finished shopping with Yasi and am home now. How about you?" Xiazhu's sweet voice came through the phone. "I'll be there shortly." "Really?" Xiazhu sounded thrilled. "Have you eaten? Should I prepare dinner for you?" "Sure." Upon arriving at the Lingua Star, Zhao Feiyu unlocked the door with his fingerprint and entered, only to find the room dimly lit. In the dining area, candlelight flickered softly. As he walked over, he noticed rose petals scattered on the floor, creating an ambience steeped in romance and intimacy. "Xiazhu," Zhao Feiyu called tentatively. In the next moment, a graceful figure leaped out. Xiazhu, clad in a seductive red Lovi sleepwear, held a glass of red wine, twirling gracefully before gracefully landing in Zhao Feiyu's embrace. Feiyu, I've missed you so much. Candlelight, red wine, and beauty. Zhao Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then bent down. I've missed you too. Tonight. Please don't leave. Allow me to take care of you properly. 1 tu? I 1 leave. Zhao Feiyu lifted Xia Zhu effortlessly and brought her to the dining table, placing her atop it. Under the glow of the candles, Xia Zhu's cheeks flushed, her breath quickening, brushing against Zhao Feiyu's face, causing him to become intoxicated. After a passionate encounter, Zhao Feiyu finally sat down to enjoy his steak. By the way, tomorrow, could you investigate the Runfada supermarket in Yunduan City to see if it's a viable investment? If so, proceed with a high-priced investment. Additionally, please help me look into a woman named Qin Suxin who works there, approximately 40 years old, and have her manage the supermarket directly. Certainly. Without hesitation, Xia Zhu nodded. This is the primary principle of her role as the head of Feiyu's investment company, to unconditionally follow Zhao Feiyu's commands. Then, in a lover-esque tone, Xia Zhu asked, and this woman is? 6 years ago, I aided her and her daughter. They are quite unfortunate. Since I can help now, I shall do so. Oh, Xia Zhu understood and did not press further. Meanwhile, at the Yuan family residence, Yuan Lingji, Yuan Hong, and their father Yuan Zhongda sat together in discussion. What has Zhao Feiyu been up to lately? Yuan Zhongda inquired, adjusting his reading glasses while perusing a newspaper. My men have been keeping a watchful eye. Yesterday, he visited Sister Lang, and it seems Li Hu has uncovered some dirt on her from the Zhou family. He likely went to settle matters with her, and he did not return home that night. As he spoke, Yuan Hong wore a faint smile. Furthermore, I've heard he invested 150 billion in Sister Lang. At this revelation, Yuan Hong's eyes glimmered with both envy and apprehension regarding Zhao Feiyu's wealth. Has he made contact with anyone else? Yuan Lingji inquired, her expression unreadable. Anyone else? Who do you mean? Someone you haven't met. Yuan Hong pondered momentarily, then snapped his fingers. This afternoon, after finishing at Yinshan Manor, he left with a student from IELTS High School. The student's name is Qi Jiao Jiao, and her family is in dire straits. Her mother works at Runfada supermarket. Yuan Lingji. And then he went to meet the head of his investment company, Xia Zhu. Yuan Lingji remarked. This fellow certainly seems to be leading a rather extravagant life. Wait. Yuan Lingji shot him a sharp glance. What I meant was, has he interacted with anyone from his family? Yuan Hong shook his head. Not that I have seen. How peculiar. It has been 2 days. And what on earth is Zhao Feiyu planning? Yuan Lingji pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, sister, don't worry. Zhao Feiyu has promised to support us. And he will certainly do so, Yuan Hong replied nonchalantly. Their family does not casually expose themselves to the public eye, even in support of Zhao Feiyu. They opted for a direct transfer through the World Bank. One can only hope for such a scenario. Chapter 89. Dismissal of Qin Suxin. The following day, upon awakening, Zhao Feiyu discovered that Xia Zhu had already departed. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, prompting Zhao Feiyu to smile with joy. Meanwhile, Xia Zhu had successfully finalized the investment matters concerning the Runfada supermarket. It could be said that the Runfada supermarket in Yunduan City now belonged to Feiyu Investment Company. Oh no. In the suburbs, within the rental apartment occupied by Qi Jiao Jiao and her mother, Qin Suxin anxiously exclaimed while hurriedly dressing. Sister Zhang's elderly relative was hospitalized last night, and she called me in the middle of the night to switch shifts. How could I have forgotten this? Glancing at the time, Qin Suxin turned to the already awake Qi Jiao Jiao, who had begun her studies, and said, Jiao Jiao, please manage by yourself for a bit. Mama has to go to work. With that, Qin Suxin rushed out the door and hailed a taxi to Runfada. Runfada is located in the city center. Typically, she would take several bus transfers to arrive, but time was of the essence today. If she was late and faced a penalty, her bonus would be overshadowed by the taxi fare, not to mention the risk of dismissal. As a chain supermarket, Runfada offered excellent employee benefits, making it a coveted position for many middle-aged women, even those older than her. The competition was fierce. By the time Qin Suxin arrived, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning, over an hour past her start time. Who is responsible for this counter? Where are they? In the early hours, Runfada was not particularly crowded. The supermarket manager and the regional supervisor began their rounds. Upon reaching the household goods section, they found no sales personnel present. Who is in charge here today? The regional supervisor's expression darkened instantly. This area was under her purview. If issues arose, the manager would not let her off lightly. It seems this shift belongs to Sister Zhang. Zhongli. The regional supervisor immediately pulled out her phone to call Zhongli. After some time, the call connected. Hello? Zhongli, do you wish to resign? Where are you? I. Supervisor, I switched shifts with Qin Suxin last night. My elderly relative was hospitalized, and I'm at the hospital now. Qin Suxin. The regional supervisor's face fell. Is Qin Suxin refusing to work? How could she not come after switching shifts? All right. The rotund manager waved his hand dismissively. Just fire her. She has broken her promise to a colleague, displayed a negative work attitude, and is over an hour late. Just terminate her. After speaking, the manager turned away, ignoring the situation as he proceeded to the next area. However, no one noticed the sly smile that crept onto the manager's face as he thought to himself, finally, I have an opportunity. My poor relatives will be able to work here. Splendid. At that moment, a breathless voice called out from a distance. I'm here, supervisor. I'm sorry for being late. As they turned to look, Qin Suxin approached in her uniform, jogging slightly. Upon seeing her, the supervisor's expression brightened. Though Qin Suxin wore no makeup and appeared natural, her genuine and unpretentious beauty struck a chord deep within the manager, awakening his interest. The supervisor, with a glint of cunning in his eye, approached her directly. Qin Suxin, where have you been? He interrogated. I confirmed with Zhongli. She switched shifts with you. So why are you late? I'm so sorry, supervisor. Qin Suxin quickly explained. Sister Zhang called me at 3 in the morning, and I completely forgot after waking up. I truly apologize. No matter when she called, once you agreed, you should have reported on time. The supervisor has already mentioned that you are dismissed. Without further ado, the regional supervisor waved her hand. Panic washed over Qin Suxin's face. Please, supervisor, I truly did not mean to. At that moment, she noticed the manager standing behind. She hurried over to explain, Supervisor, I genuinely did not intend this. Considering my 3 years of diligent work, please do not dismiss me. Witnessing this scene, other staff members felt a pang of sympathy. Yes, supervisor, Sister Suxin has been here for 3 years without taking a single day off. She has worked diligently. Please give her another chance. Rules are rules. The supervisor retorted, his demeanor unyielding and cold. If everyone behaved this way, how could this supermarket continue to function? However, as he spoke, a mischievous grin crept onto his face. Approaching Qin Suxin, he said, in light of your earnest dedication, come to my office later, and I will see if I can arrange another position for you. Really? Qin Suxin's spirits lifted momentarily, but the supervisor then added with a smirk. That depends on how you perform. Hearing this, Qin Suxin instinctively took a few steps back, for she had heard tales of this supervisor's propensity to bully female employees. Countless women had fallen victim to his abuses. And no, I'd prefer not to. Qin Suxin shook her head, saying, Supervisor, thank you for your kind offer, but I sincerely request to continue in my current position. Dismissing me over just 1 hour of tardiness seems rather harsh. Here, my word holds more weight than yours. The supervisor, incensed by Qin Suxin's defiance, shouted angrily. Qin Suxin, I recall you have a daughter attending IELTS Academy. The annual tuition is a staggering 100,000. Without this job, how will you support her? My decision stands. I will report my tardiness to the general manager. If the general manager agrees with your dismissal, then I, Qin Suxin, will have nothing to say. Her indomitable spirit earned her the respect of those around her. However, it also irrevocably alienated the supervisor. Fine, go ahead and report. Let us see whether the general manager trusts me or you. The supervisor's cold gaze swept across the gathered employees. I warn you all, I will report today's events truthfully to the general manager. If any of you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for dismissing you as well. With that declaration, those who had intended to support Qin Suxin fell silent, their courage waning. You are abusing your power. Qin Suxin choked back her indignation. Enough, this matter ends here. I will now report to the general manager. With that, the supervisor turned to leave. At that moment, a woman in a crisp white suit, exuding an air of competence, approached swiftly through the throng of people. Chapter 90. The overbearing female CO. Upon seeing the newcomer, the supervisor's eyes immediately lit up, and he hastily approached her. However, to his surprise, the woman clad in a white suit disregarded him entirely, casting a glance at everyone present as she inquired, Who among you is Qin Suxin? Hearing this, the supervisor felt a surge of joy and quickly explained, CEO, you are already aware of the situation? At that moment, Qin Suxin gritted her teeth and stepped forward. I am Qin Suxin, she declared boldly. The supervisor, eager to capitalize on the moment, interjected, CEO. This Qin Suxin exchanged shifts with a colleague yesterday, failed to fulfill her duties and arrived an hour late today, resulting in many products in this area being neglected. I demand her dismissal, yet she shows no signs of remorse. Before Qin Suxin could defend herself, the unexpected occurred. The CEO delivered a sharp slap to the supervisor. The rotund and somewhat portly supervisor was left in shock. In the next moment, the CEO offered a slight nod of apology to Qin Suxin and respectfully stated, "I apologize. President, this is our oversight." Witnessing this scene, everyone stood in disbelief, their mouths agape as they stared at Qin Suxin. President, the supervisor was utterly bewildered, having momentarily forgotten the slap he had just received. CEO, did you just call her president? We don't have a president at Runfada Supermarket, do we? The CEO snorted coldly. The absence of one in the past does not preclude the present. Our Runfada in Yundun City has a market value exceeding 1 billion. From this day forth, Qin Suxin shall be the president of Runfada Supermarket in Yundun City, overseeing all management and decisions. As she spoke, the CEO handed a folder to Qin Suxin. President, I am Bai Ling, the general manager of Runfada in Yundun City. I will coordinate all your tasks moving forward. Please sign this decision document. Qin Suxin stared blankly at the unfolding events. This was all too surreal. How had she suddenly become the president? It felt like a dream. What is happening here? Qin Suxin asked in confusion. Our Runfada Supermarket has been acquired by Feiyu Investment Company. The head of Feiyu Investment has specifically requested you to serve as the president of Runfada Supermarket, responsible for its operations. Feiyu Investment Company? Qin Suxin murmured, her breath catching as she recalled the events of the previous afternoon. Could it be that it was all true, that he had indeed purchased Runfada Supermarket? President, please sign here. Once you do, you will be in charge of Runfada Supermarket. Bai Ling urged once more, presenting the appointment letter. Wait, this is all happening too suddenly. Qin Suxin protested, hastily pulling out her phone to call Qi Jiao, as she did not yet have Zhao Feiyu's number. Hello? Daughter, hurry and call Zhao Feiyu. It seems he really did buy Runfada Supermarket. What? Qi Jiao exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. After hanging up, she quickly returned the call to Zhao Feiyu. Feiyu, brother. After a night of contemplation, Qi Jiao decided to address Zhao Feiyu as brother, as she found it impossible to refer to him as uncle. My mother wants you to call her back and confirm whether you really purchased Runfada Supermarket. Yes, didn't I mention that yesterday? Zhao Feiyu replied nonchalantly. All right then, I'll explain it to her. Zhao Feiyu understood that Qin Suxin was straightforward and would not accept the situation without a valid reason. Subsequently, he called Qin Suxin back. Hello? Sister Suxin. Feiyu. Did you truly buy Runfada? Yes, didn't I say that yesterday? That's not the point, Feiyu. I truly cannot fulfill this position. Qin Suxin expressed her anxiety. Sister Suxin, listen to me. All operations over there are running smoothly. You do not need to do much. Just oversee the decision-making and let the managers handle the rest. Zhao Feiyu patiently explained. But Qin Suxin attempted to voice her concerns, but was interrupted by Zhao Feiyu again. Sister Suxin, do not feel pressured. As I said, I support Jiao's endeavors. Managing the supermarket is merely a way for you to repay me, is it not? Feiyu, what can I say to express my gratitude? At this moment, Qin Suxin genuinely felt at a loss for words to convey her appreciation for Zhao Feiyu. From Qin Suxin's affection level 5, noticing the system's notification, Zhao Feiyu was surprised to see Qin Suxin's affection level had risen to 95 points. All right, Sister Suxin, that's settled. Focus on your work, and if you encounter any difficulties, reach out to me. I will assist you. You can rest assured. Well, thank you, Feiyu. Qin Suxin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. After hanging up, she turned and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. When she turned back, her facial expression and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Unfortunately, Zhao Feiyu did not witness this sudden change in Qin Suxin. Had he seen it, he would have been astonished by her ability to adapt so swiftly. Her aura and temperament were qualities not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. In the next moment, Qin Suxin's gaze sharpened like a sword, coldly scanning everyone present before finally resting upon the appointment letter. With a flourish, she inscribed her name in bold, elegant strokes on the document. Bai Ling, holding the appointment letter, was taken aback upon seeing Qin Suxin's signature. What a commanding and audacious signature. Such mastery could not be achieved without years of practice and experience. Finally, Qin Suxin directed her gaze at the supervisor. Supervisor Li, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions to replace me with a relative. Let us speak frankly. I am fully aware of your corrupt practices and abuse of power over the years. This matter cannot simply be resolved by your dismissal. At this moment, despite her work attire, Qin Suxin emanated an aura that suggested she had long occupied a high position. By manager, immediately investigate all matters concerning Supervisor Li. If necessary, report to the authorities. Understood. Bai Ling responded, slightly astonished but quickly nodding in agreement. No. Qin Suxin, no, President, I was wrong. Please, don't do this. I will resign immediately. Supervisor Li's face turned pale with fear as he fell to his knees, pleading desperately. Yet, Qin Suxin turned and walked away, leaving behind an unfamiliar and daunting silhouette that commanded respect from all. Chapter 91. The special cold medicine. Since Zhao Feiyu had instructed Xia Zhu's investment company to purchase the Runfada supermarket, the expense could not be attributed to him. Today marked the third day. However, Zhao Feiyu was not in a hurry to meet Yuan Lingji to settle the payment. After having lunch, he unexpectedly received a call from Qi Jiao. Jiao, is there something on your mind? He inquired. Well, Qi Jiao seemed hesitant. Her speech fragmented. My mom said she won't be back until tonight. Could you come over so we can talk? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's heart skipped a beat, and his thoughts began to wander. No. How young is Jiao? He quickly reined in his thoughts and asked, is there something we can't discuss over the phone? This matter. It's inconvenient to discuss over the phone. All right then, I'll be right there. As he made his way, countless scenarios of meeting Qi Jiao played out in Zhao Feiyu's mind. He could sense that her feelings towards him seemed somewhat different. Yet, he was only in the third year of middle school. Although many peers had begun to date, Zhao Feiyu felt he was not like them. Upon arriving at Qi Jiao's home, he nervously knocked on the door. Come in, came her voice from within. He pushed the door open. In the modest living room, Qi Jiao was lounging on the sofa in shorts and white socks, watching television. Upon seeing Zhao Feiyu, she immediately sat up. Feiyu, brother, Qi Jiao said, somewhat shyly. Is it appropriate for me to call you brother? Of course, it's perfectly fine, Zhao Feiyu replied, taking a seat while noticing Qi Jiao's mature figure. But if you call me brother while your mom calls me sister, isn't that a bit? Qi Jiao looked troubled. Oh, it's just a title. Zhao Feiyu shrugged dismissively. Besides, if you call me uncle, wouldn't that make me old? How young do you think I am? Giggling, Qi Jiao nodded. That's true. By the way, did you call me over for something? Zhao Feiyu quickly shifted to the main topic. Is there something you needed? Well, Qi Jiao appeared flustered. I want to. No. Zhao Feiyu abruptly stood up, panic etched on his face. Jiao, please don't entertain such thoughts, all right? You're still so young. Just in middle school. I know you like me, but if that's the case, you can wait until high school or even university to express it. You really shouldn't feel this way now. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's embarrassment, Qi Jiao was taken aback, then broke into a shy laugh. Brother, it's not what you think. Zhao Feiyu was momentarily stunned, feeling quite embarrassed. He had not anticipated that he had overthought the situation. How awkward. Then, is there something you need? He asked. First of all, Qi Jiao said seriously, as you just mentioned, I do like you. Not only because you saved us, but also, I want to ask for your help in investing. Investing? Investing in what? Zhao Feiyu jumped to the next topic upon hearing her confession. My mom mentioned that you really bought the Runfada supermarket for her. So I was wondering if you could invest in our laboratory? Laboratory? Zhao Feiyu's curiosity was piqued. Could you elaborate? It's like this. Qi Jiao earnestly explained. Some classmates and I, along with enthusiasts in the field, established a pharmaceutical research laboratory. Recently, we have been working on a special cold medicine and have seen some promising results. However, we are currently facing a funding shortage that prevents us from continuing our experiments. My partners approached the Fan Medical Group to seek collaboration and investment, but they dismissed us immediately, claiming our research was mere child's play and that a special cold medicine doesn't exist. It wasn't until I met you that I got this idea. Qi Jiao concluded. Zhao Feiyu blinked, momentarily lost in thought. A special cold medicine. How is that even possible? As the Fan Medical Group said, it's simply child's play. Are you certain you're not joking with me? After a brief pause, Zhao Feiyu asked seriously, Qi Jiao, are you truly sincere? Qi Jiao raised 3 fingers, swearing, brother, I promise you, I am not lying. We genuinely have seen some results. Noticing the seriousness in her demeanor, Zhao Feiyu urged her to recount everything. It turned out that Qi Jiao had completed the knowledge of middle and high school during her first year. Her lifelong dream had been to become a doctor. Therefore, in her spare time, she delved into medical research and literature. During this journey, she met Fan Binger, and they instantly clicked, embarking on this research together. Fan Binger provided the funding, while Qi Jiao contributed her efforts. Over the past 2 years, they had found more like-minded individuals and even some professionals from various fields to assist them. Now, their research results were beginning to show significant promise. Yet, to outsiders, it seemed utterly fantastical. As it turned out, Fan Binger's side was also facing difficulties, and the laboratory was on the verge of disbandment. "Who is Fan Binger?" Zhao Feiyu inquired. "You don't know Fan Binger?" Qi Jiao was surprised. "I know Fan Bingbing, but not Fan Bing. She's the little princess of the Fan family, one of the 4 prominent families. She also attends Yasi Middle School. When I first met her, she was already in her 3rd year of middle school and has since progressed to high school." "Oh, I see," Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Since arriving in Yinduan City, although it had only been a short period of less than a month, he had gained some understanding of the local elite, particularly the 4 prominent families. However, he had yet to interact with the Fan family, which primarily focused on medicine and thus posed no commercial conflict with him. Since there's Fan Binger, why not have her directly seek investment from her family's medical group? Fan Binger has already tried, but their research team outright rejected our findings, claiming that a special cold medicine is simply impossible. Qi Jiao replied, her expression filled with resignation. Chapter 92. The Investment Laboratory. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu could not help but devise a plan. Qi Jiao's admiration for him had reached its zenith. If he could leverage her involvement in this research to generate profits, it would be nothing short of perfect. With this thought in mind, Zhao Feiyu solemnly asked, "Jiao, I am serious in my inquiry. How confident are you in this research?" Qi Jiao's expression shifted, her gaze sharp and focused. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I am personally 60 confident. With sufficient funding, that confidence rises to 80. If we also have guidance from industry professionals, I would be 100 certain." Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu responded gravely, "Excellent. With such assurance, I shall support you in establishing a specialized pharmaceutical research laboratory. You will bring your entire team over. I will provide all necessary instruments and equipment. Furthermore, I will engage the finest pharmaceutical research experts for you. However, you must also be cognizant of the risks involved. Since this is a miraculous cold remedy, once it is unveiled, it will undoubtedly astonish the world. If we invite experts in this field, we must take measures to safeguard our work. And you need to be confident in yourself. Additionally, there is the matter of Fan Binger." Upon mentioning Fan Binger, Zhao Feiyu's brow furrowed. Fan Binger belonged to the Fan Pharmaceutical Group, and should this effective cold remedy yield success, the Fan Group would not easily relinquish their stake. This is something you must negotiate with Fan Binger. I am aware of this. Fan Binger has previously discussed it with me. However, she has not sought investment from her family, leaving us with no alternative, Qi Jiao asserted confidently. We have also established an agreement regarding this matter. Ultimately, if we achieve success, she will hold a 10 stake, as the initial funding has all come from her. Very well, Zhao Feiyu nodded. When the time comes, I will enlist professional lawyers to negotiate with her, ensuring that the Fan Pharmaceutical Group has no involvement. Absolutely. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu and Qi Jiao deliberated on various details regarding the establishment of the laboratory before he departed from her residence. After Zhao Feiyu left, a small device positioned atop the television emitted a blinking light. Meanwhile, Qin Suxin, now settled in the office of the president of Runfada Supermarket, smiled knowingly as she observed the scene at home through surveillance. Upon returning, Zhao Feiyu promptly instructed Xia Zhu to invest in a pharmaceutical company and reached out to relevant personnel to commence the construction of a state-of-the-art laboratory. Nevertheless, Zhao Feiyu harbored a concern. Would the costs incurred through Xia Zhu's establishment of this laboratory ultimately be reimbursed via Qi Jiao? If not, Zhao Feiyu would incur significant losses. After all, it was impractical for Zhao Feiyu to transfer funds directly to Qi Jiao for her to handle these matters. Such tasks required professional expertise. Additionally, he was troubled by the 600 billion invested in the Yuan family. Though it was mediated through Yuan Lingji, would this sum eventually be returned via her? Despite having earned considerable wealth through the system, Zhao Feiyu remained uncertain regarding such expenditures, leading him to perceive the system as somewhat lacking in rigor. However, he acknowledged that practical experience would ultimately provide clarity. 2 days later, Xia Zhu decisively invested in a pharmaceutical company. The company was reasonably sized, with all procedures well established, and they even possessed their own pharmaceutical research laboratory. Eagerly, Zhao Feiyu brought Qi Jiaojiao to this laboratory, accompanied by their entire team. There, Zhao Feiyu encountered Fan Binger of the Fan Pharmaceutical Group. The head of the group was Fan Tianda, Binger's grandfather, who had 3 sons. Fan Yun, primarily responsible for pharmaceutical production. Fan Yu, overseeing sales and collaborations with hospitals and chain pharmacies. And Fan Lei, focusing on pharmaceutical research. Fan Binger was the youngest daughter of Fan Yun, a veritable jewel of the Fan Pharmaceutical Group. You must be Jiao Jiao's brother. Upon meeting, Fan Binger gazed at Zhao Feiyu with the excitement of a fan encountering a celebrity. I am immensely grateful for your support of our research. Unlike my third uncle, who dismisses our research as child's play. With your backing, I am determined to make a mark and prove those old fogies wrong. Observing the lively and charming girl, who stood around 1.60 meters tall and resembled a sprite, Zhao Feiyu felt an inexplicable amusement. You cannot fault your family. After all, you are still young. It is natural for them to underestimate you. However, with my support, once you achieve results, they will certainly regard you with newfound respect. Zhao Feiyu smiled gently. Indeed. Fan Binger nodded vigorously. Fan Binger's affinity for you. 20. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Feiyu glanced at Fan Binger. Name, Fan Bing, attractiveness, 93. Affinity, 80. He was pleasantly surprised by the high regard the girl held for him. Watching the ecstatic Fan Binger, Zhao Feiyu chuckled and shook his head. Little one, if your experiments yield success, I truly would not wish to see you face difficulties. Zhao Feiyu then turned his attention to the other 3 members of their team, 2 women and 1 man. Hello, I am Zhang Zimu. A short-haired girl politely extended her hand. I currently study at Yunduan Medical University, and this is my sister, who works at the Gaoya Hospital in Yunduan City. Zhang Zimu gestured towards a woman in her 30s, with long hair cascading down her back, exuding a decisive demeanor. Greetings. I am Zhang Jiai. They exchanged brief handshakes, and Zhao Feiyu then focused on the slender, bespectacled man. Hello. I am Li Guang. The bespectacled man appeared somewhat flustered. But Zhao Feiyu noticed that most of his attention was captivated by the laboratory, indicating his fervent enthusiasm. Come, allow me to take you inside for a tour. Zhao Feiyu led them into the laboratory. After an exhilarating tour, they emerged with excitement. Zhao Ge, if we can acquire the equipment I mentioned, our research will experience a qualitative leap. Among them, Li Guang seemed particularly thrilled, clearly impressed by the new laboratory. Not a problem. I will arrange that for you as soon as possible, but I also hope you can deliver a pleasant surprise. Zhao Feiyu readily fulfilled their requests. Chapter 93. Signing the contract soon after, Zhao Feiyu, accompanied by several individuals, arrived at the office of the pharmaceutical company. In the next moment, a group of lawyers clad in suits entered the room. Everyone, Zhao Feiyu clapped his hands, prompting all present to direct their attention towards him. I am immensely interested in your research, and thus, I am prepared to invest unconditionally in everything you require. However, the condition is that the patent for the special cold remedy you develop must be sold to me. Do we have an agreement on this? No objections whatsoever. Li Guang exclaimed, waving his hands. You are the first person to support us so wholeheartedly. Of course, selling it to you is not an issue. I have no objections either. Both Zhang Jiai and Zhang Zimu concurred. Naturally, Qi Jiaojiao had no reservations. Finally, Zhao Feiyu's gaze fell upon Fan Binger. Binger, you are now of age and possess your own choices. Zhao Feiyu spoke earnestly. As the heiress of the Fan Pharmaceutical Group, the emergence of this special cold remedy could have an astonishing impact. For this reason, I hope to receive your affirmative response. Fan Binger replied, her expression one of distress. I understand your intentions, but I genuinely do not know how to choose. I realize this is a difficult decision for you, but it is a necessary one, Zhao Feiyu said calmly. You may choose to take them to your Fan Pharmaceutical Group's laboratory right now, as long as they agree. I have no objections. In that case, everything developed will belong to your Fan Pharmaceutical Group. Alternatively, you may choose to stay and adhere to the original agreement regarding shares. However, the resulting patents will still belong to me. Fan Binger sat there, flustered, her head bowed as she fiddled with the hem of her clothing. Observing her, Zhao Feiyu continued, there are many talented individuals, yet true mentors are rare. You are all aware of this. I am your mentor. However, Binger, your family does not understand you. They fail to recognize your potential, but I do. There are numerous ingenious inventors and scientists whose ideas were initially dismissed. Take, for instance, the Wright brothers, who invented the airplane. People at that time could not fathom the possibility of human flight. The same holds true today. Many still do not believe in the existence of a special cold remedy. Zhao Feiyu's words resonated with Li Guang, Zhang Zimu, Zhang Jiai, and Qi Jiaojiao, awakening a newfound vigor within them. Indeed, their research had encountered numerous obstacles over the past 2 years, and no one knew the hardships and journeys they had endured. Zhao Feiyu continued, "Alternatively, I can offer you a sum of money now, allowing you to withdraw from this research." "No." Fan Binger suddenly lifted her head. "I refuse." Seeing the redness in her eyes and the tears threatening to spill, Zhao Feiyu felt a pang of compassion. Yet, this was a step she must take. He refrained from pressing her further and instead sat silently in the conference room, awaiting her decision. After a considerable time, Fan Bingo appeared to have made her choice. Following an intense internal struggle, she slowly raised her gaze to Zhao Feiyu. "I have decided to stand with them, for I have invested too much effort into this research to abandon it now. Are you aware of the questions and criticisms you will face from your family once this special cold remedy is released?" With a self-deprecating smile, Fan Binger replied, "For 2 years, I have sought their support countless times. Yet, they remain unyielding. My father won't even allow me to discuss the details of this research. I approached my third uncle, who oversees pharmaceutical research, and several times he expressed concern for me, allowing experts from the laboratory to review our project. But at that time, the project was not mature enough and was outright dismissed by their so-called experts as impossible, mere fantasy. I even consulted my grandfather, yet he too refused to agree. Therefore, if the special cold remedy succeeds in the end, while I will have contributed, it will have no affiliation with the Fan family. They chose to abandon it, not me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu felt a sense of relief and joy. Fan Binger's resolve reassured him. "Excellent," Zhao Feiyu signaled, and the lawyers behind him promptly produced 5 prepared contracts, placing them before the group. "While others may not comprehend, you are acutely aware of the tremendous impact your current research will have in the future, the commotion it will create, and the substantial benefits it will yield. Therefore, to avoid any unnecessary disputes, let us clarify matters up front and safeguard your research through formal means. It is often said that even brothers can find it challenging to settle accounts. I trust you will understand this. You have all reviewed the contracts thoroughly. In this research endeavor, I have allocated a certain percentage of shares based on your contributions. Qi Jiaojiao and Fan Binger are the initiators of this research. Having invested the most effort, each shall receive a 15 stake. Is that agreeable? How about each of you receiving 10? The remaining 40 will belong to me." Upon hearing this, except for Qi Jiaojiao, the others furrowed their brows. Zhao Feiyu's substantial shareholding sparked discontent among them. "I understand you might have reservations, but please allow me to share my perspective." Zhao Feiyu continued. "First and foremost, I have directly acquired this pharmaceutical company for the sake of your research. Secondly, I will invest further to upgrade this laboratory to the highest standards. Additionally, I will engage internationally renowned pharmaceutical experts to assist you. The acquisition of this pharmaceutical company cost me 1.5 billion. Further enhancements to the laboratory will require an additional investment of around 1 billion. Finally, the fees for the international medical experts and researchers will also amount to several billion. Please do the math. Aside from me, who else would support you in such a manner?" At this point, the group fell silent. Indeed, without Zhao Feiyu's backing, their ideas would likely have been dismissed as foolishness. Not only would there be no investment, but even a mere discussion of their thoughts and directions would be met with indifference. Yet, Zhao Feiyu was genuinely the one providing them with an opportunity. Claiming 40 of the shares was entirely justified. "I agree." At that moment, Zhang Jiai was the first to raise her hand. "Our contributions are indeed minuscule. We are merely at the outset of this research, having laid the groundwork. Achieving significant breakthroughs and developments is utterly beyond our capabilities. If Mr. Zhao can engage international pharmaceutical research experts, it will yield groundbreaking assistance for our research. I can conservatively state that without professional technical support, our chances of success, relying solely on our small group, could take 50 years to realize. Furthermore, consider the funding aspect. Without support or investment, how can this research possibly proceed?" Chapter 94. The lawsuit of Li Shanshan Zhang Jiai was correct. Li Guang nodded in agreement. "I concur. We have merely laid the groundwork for this research, akin to constructing a building. The towering edifice that follows necessitates the expertise of professionals. Indeed, we can wait. We shall await the moment when Zhao Jiao and Bing Er enter university, at which point we can seek the assistance of university professors. But can we truly afford to wait until then?" After a thorough discussion among several individuals, They ultimately proceeded to sign according to Zhao Feiyu's contract. With this matter resolved, Zhao Feiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. However, throughout this entire process, Zhao Feiyu received no notifications from the system. It appears that consumption must be distinctly attributed to individuals. Zhao Feiyu mused internally. It seems that Yuan Lingji's investment of 600 billion may also go to waste. Contemplating this, Zhao Feiyu felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. 5 days swiftly elapsed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the Cloud Tower, Zhao Feiyu returned with Li Qingluo. You seem to have enjoyed your stay at Yunshan residence these past 2 days. Huh. I merely wish to learn more about your girlfriend. So what are your impressions? Not bad. She is worthy of you. Oh, is there truly someone who has captured your attention? As they conversed, the two entered the room, where they found Yuan Lingji and others waiting. Furthermore, a middle-aged man was present. Upon seeing him, Zhao Feiyu raised an eyebrow. This man was none other than Yuan Zhongda, the second in command of Cloud City. Upon Zhao Feiyu's arrival, Yuan Lingji and the others promptly stood. You have arrived. Zhao Feiyu nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze to Yuan Zhongda. I presume you are Uncle Yuan. I have long admired your reputation. Under your stewardship, Cloud City undoubtedly shines. You rascal, are you mocking me? Yuan Zhongda laughed heartily. The Zhou family has just fallen, and you speak of brilliance. Haha. That was not my intention. Zhao Feiyu stammered. Just joking. Please, have a seat. Yuan Zhongda gestured to the space beside him. Regarding our family's affairs, Lingji must have briefed you. The 5-day deadline has arrived. May I inquire how prepared you are, young Master Zhao? Fairly well. My family has consented to this matter, and the funds are in place. Zhao Feiyu leaned back slightly, exuding an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Even Yuan Zhongda's eyes shimmered with intrigue. Has the 600 billion truly been transferred? Why would I deceive you? However, Zhao Feiyu glanced at Yuan Lingji. This matter was negotiated between Lingji and me. Therefore, the funds will be deposited into Lingji's account. That poses no issue. Yuan Zhongda readily agreed. Now, what of the contract? Have you prepared it? It will be ready shortly. Yuan Zhongda quickly summoned someone to draft the contract. Bring the head of the Golden Eagle law firm here. Minutes later, 3 middle-aged men in suits entered, each holding 2 copies of the contract. Young Master Zhao, please review. Zhao Feiyu waved his hand, indicating, no need to look. I trust your professionalism. You should at least take a glance. 600 billion is no trifling sum. Even if the fallen Zhou family were sold off, they could hardly amass such a fortune. Very well then. Zhao Feiyu briefly perused the documents. Li Qingluo, standing nearby, quickly interjected, allow me to have a look. She scanned the documents swiftly and then whispered to Zhao Feiyu, no issues here. You are knowledgeable in this regard? Zhao Feiyu expressed mild surprise. What do you think? Li Qingluo replied with a hint of pride. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu picked up the pen and swiftly inscribed his name. The signing process concluded promptly. Zhao Feiyu transferred the 600 billion to Yuan Lingji's account. After the transfer, Zhao Feiyu awaited with bated breath. Yet, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed, and still, the system notification remained silent. It seems that the system adheres to its own rules regarding refunds. This money, in essence, was utilized to acquire a gold mine and invest in it, rather than being considered a personal expenditure involving Yuan Lingji. Reflecting on this, Zhao Feiyu felt a twinge of disappointment. 600 billion is no small amount. Even if Yuan Lingji's beauty is rated at merely 88, that would still yield a 20-fold return. If the refund were successful, it could amount to 12 trillion. Alas, what a pity. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, Zhao Feiyu now possessed a stake in a gold mine. Your favorability with Yuan Lingji is at 40. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu could not help but let out a bitter laugh. 600 billion only garnered 40 points of favor from Yuan Lingji. He found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. With the contract successfully signed, the members of the Yuan family breathed a collective sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the room filled with joyous laughter. Just then, Zhao Feiyu's phone rang unexpectedly. At the dining table, everyone instinctively fell silent. The room steeped in an anticipatory hush. This is the power of wealth. It can render the world mute. Hello? Good day. Is this Mr. Zhao Feiyu? Indeed. I am lawyer Chao Ge from the Golden Eagle law firm in Cloud City. I am now acting upon the commission of Ms. Li Shanshan to formally file a lawsuit against you. Please be present at the Cloud City Intermediate Court tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp. Li Shanshan, suing me? Why? Zhao Feiyu furrowed his brow deeply. The Zhou family has collapsed. What trouble could Li Shanshan be stirring now? My client suspects that prior to your divorce, you concealed your premarital assets, resulting in Ms. Li Shanshan receiving nothing post-divorce. Therefore, you are requested to appear at the intermediate court tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I have already submitted the lawsuit application. With that, the call abruptly ended. Zhao Feiyu could not help but chuckle bitterly. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Zhongdao inquired, "What happened? Is there an issue?" "Haha, my ex-wife is suing me, claiming I concealed my premarital assets and now seeks financial compensation. Is such a thing truly possible?" Yuan Zhongdao frowned. "However, it seems you might indeed have. Admittedly, I concealed my identity before marriage, but all the money now belongs to me, granted by my family post-divorce. That should have no bearing on her, right?" Zhao Feiyu explained. "Summon Lawyer Yang," Yuan Zhongdao commanded. Chapter 95. We can remarry soon. Shortly thereafter, the lawyers responsible for the contract arrived once more. Upon seeing the trio, Zhao Feiyu's eyes lit up. The individual among them appeared to be from the Golden Eagle law firm. "Young Master Zhao, please briefly explain the matter to Lawyer Yang. You need not worry about the lawsuit commencing tomorrow." "Understood." Zhao Feiyu nodded, then proceeded to articulate his situation to Lawyer Yang. After listening, Lawyer Yang smiled faintly. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, since all this wealth belongs to your family and was transferred to you post-divorce, it does not classify as premarital property. By the way, that lawyer seems to be from your Golden Eagle law firm. What was his name?" "Chao Gu." "Chao Gu." Lawyer Yang chuckled softly. "Do not worry, he is my apprentice. I shall discipline him upon my return. No need. Tomorrow we will head straight to the court. I am eager to see what tricks Li Shanshan has up her sleeve." The following day, at the intermediate court of Yunduan City, Li Shanshan and her family had already arrived. "Lawyer Chao, are you truly confident?" Li Shanshan asked, her face filled with concern. "Have no fear. As you have mentioned, he possesses an unexpectedly substantial fortune, one that an ordinary person could hardly accumulate in a lifetime," replied a well-dressed lawyer with a slicked-back hairstyle, exuding confidence. "Even if this wealth was acquired after the divorce, it should be deemed ill-gotten gains. Once we file the lawsuit, he shall undoubtedly face the appropriate consequences. We have indeed underestimated this fellow, who knew he concealed himself so profoundly." Li Shanshan's brother, Li Shaojing, seethed with anger. "He married my sister for 3 years without revealing his wealth, and now that they are divorced, he suddenly has money. This must count as premarital property. Moreover, the individual who pointed us in the right direction claimed that the Zhou family's downfall was directly linked to Zhao Feiyu. This scoundrel caused us significant losses in Jiangbei City. And just when we thought we had latched onto the Zhou family's fortunes in Yunduan City, he disrupted everything once more." Li Shanshan's mother gritted her teeth. "This time, we must ensure he shares his wealth with us." While the group deliberated, a Porsche slowly approached. Upon recognizing the familiar vehicle, their anger ignited. Zhao Feiyu, donning sunglasses, stepped out of the car with an air of nonchalance. "Zhao Feiyu." Li Shanshan's gaze turned icy. "You have hidden yourself well. What is the matter?" Zhao Feiyu feigned confusion. "How dare you pretend? After 3 years of marriage, I never imagined you were so wealthy. Had you informed me earlier, would I have divorced you? Would I have engaged in an affair with Zheng Jiakai?" Li Shanshan's heart was a tempest of anger and regret. From Jiangbei to Yunduan, she had heard tales of Zhao Feiyu buying cars for one person and houses for another. If she had not divorced him, wouldn't all of this have been hers? "Is it my fault then?" Zhao Feiyu shrugged his shoulders, then feigned curiosity. "By the way, where's Zhou Marin? Isn't she almost the young mistress of the Zhou family by now? How dare you speak? I have been informed that it was you who caused the Zhou family's downfall." Li Shanshan rebuked. "Me?" Zhao Feiyu burst into laughter. "Li Shanshan, do I possess such power? You must know better than I what the Zhou family represents, one of the 4 great families of Yunduan City. It was you. You spent 50 billion to deal with Zhou Marin, which set everything in motion. Only after the Jianyun Bridge incident did the Zhou family have no hope left." At this, Zhao Feiyu's eyes narrowed. "Who told you this? That is none of your concern. You must honestly disclose your wealth," Li Shanshan demanded, hands on her hips. "Indeed. How much do you truly possess?" chimed in Li Shaojing from behind. "Last time, you casually bought a watch for that woman worth over 3 million. How much do you have?" "Feiyu." Li Shanshan's tone softened as she reached out to grasp Zhao Feiyu's hand, only for him to step back, evading her grasp. "Speak plainly. If possible, shall we remarry? I promise to treat you well from now on and will never be ambiguous with anyone else." "Please, no." Zhao Feiyu retreated further, regarding Li Shanshan as if she were a plague. "I am not fortunate enough to endure that. You are already suing me. How could I dare to remarry you? If you agree to remarry, I shall withdraw the lawsuit immediately. Li Shanshan's expression turned vicious. Zhao Feiyu, think carefully. All your current assets are classified as premarital property. Once this enters the court, regardless of how much wealth you possess, I am entitled to half. Who says my current wealth is premarital property? Zhao Feiyu sneered. To tell you the truth, the day we left the Civil Affairs Bureau, I purchased a lottery ticket around the corner and won 50 million. Therefore, this money should not be considered premarital property. You're boasting. Li Xiaojiang pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Feiyu. You casually gifted a woman a watch worth 3 million. You cannot possibly have only a few tens of millions. We have all heard that you spent 50 billion on Zhou Marin, so your assets must exceed 100 billion. Enough of this nonsense. Li Shanshan's mother strode forward and seized Li Shanshan by the arm. Let us sue him directly. We will claim 50 billion, and then we can choose whoever we wish. Do you still wish to remarry this good-for-nothing? That is impossible. Zhao Feiyu, once you step through this door, you will have no chance left. Consider your options. Li Shanshan reiterated. Let us go. Don't you want 50 billion? Why waste time? Zhao Feiyu ignored the family and proceeded toward the courthouse. Inside the intermediate court of Yunduan City, the gavel fell heavily, with this decisive sound representing justice. We now hear the case of the defendant Zhao Feiyu against Ms. Li Shanshan, who has initiated a lawsuit for concealing premarital assets. What is your defense regarding this matter? I have none. I truly had no money before our marriage. Zhao Feiyu declared earnestly. All my current wealth has been earned post-marriage. Mr. Zhao Feiyu. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit rose. I am Ms. Li Shanshan's appointed lawyer. Can you present your financial statements for the past 3 months to substantiate this claim? Regrettably, all my funds are stored in the World Bank. Retrieving the statements may prove challenging, as it requires extensive scrutiny. Zhao Feiyu shrugged. No matter, we can wait. Chao Gu smiled slightly, and then turned to the judge. Your Honor, we have summoned a representative from the World Bank in Yunduan City who can provide evidence on site. The information can be retrieved within half an hour. We request that the bank representative be allowed to testify. Granted. It appears you are well prepared. Zhao Feiyu scoffed. Very well. Let the records be retrieved on site. However, if my statements prove accurate, I will also instruct my lawyer to sue for defamation. Upon hearing this, Li Shanshan and the others visibly paled. They were uncertain about the origins of Zhao Feiyu's wealth. Their lawsuit was merely based on conjecture. Observing Zhao Feiyu's confidence, Li Shanshan and her family suddenly felt their own assurance waver. Chapter 96. If there is no indefinite sentence, then death penalty. Several dozen minutes later, when the World Bank statements of Zhao Feiyu were retrieved, Li Shanshan's family was left utterly astounded. The statements revealed that all of Li Shanshan's assets had been transferred from a mysterious account post-divorce. This enigmatic account belonged to the highest echelon of the World Bank and could only be accessed with the consent of the headquarters. No other entity had the authority to retrieve such information. Thus, the irrefutable evidence lay before them, leaving even lawyer Chao Gu at a loss. Who could this mysterious account belong to? The defendant is urged to clarify. In desperation, Chao Gu could only press on. Are you a fool? It's called a mysterious account. Why are you even asking? If you wish to retrieve it, go to the World Bank headquarters. Zhao Feiyu shot Chao Gu a disdainful glance. If you refuse to disclose, it implies that the source of all your funds is dubious. Chao Gu barked. Zhao Feiyu turned to the judge. Your Honor, I request that my lawyer be allowed to enter. Granted. You have retained a lawyer as well? Chao Gu raised an eyebrow, but then a confident smile emerged. He prided himself as a senior lawyer from the Golden Eagle law firm in Cloud City. In Cloud City, no lawyer had yet surpassed him in confidence. However, when Zhao Feiyu's lawyer entered, Chao Gu was left utterly speechless. And master, upon seeing the opposing lawyer, Chao Ji's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He never anticipated that Zhao Feiyu would summon his own mentor. Lawyer Yang entered with an expression of calm indifference, never once glancing at Chao Gu. Your Honor, I am the appointed lawyer for Mr. Zhao Feiyu. In regard to the accusations from Ms. Li Shanshan, we will countersue for defamation, slander, invasion of privacy, and bribery. What? At this declaration, Li Shanshan's family was rendered speechless. Hey, don't spout nonsense. Lawyer Chao, crush him. What nonsense is this about defamation, slander, and bribery? Silence. The gavel struck heavily. Everyone trembled and fell silent. Your Honor, my client, Mr. Zhao Feiyu, has retrieved the account statements as required. The records clearly indicate that all of Mr. Zhao Feiyu's assets were acquired after the divorce, via a mysterious account. Lawyer Yang asserted confidently. A formidable aura enveloped the courtroom. As a disciple, Zhao Ge found himself utterly devoid of confidence in the presence of his mentor. It is well known that the mysterious accounts of the World Bank are protected by stringent international laws and are entirely legitimate, leaving no room for questions regarding the origins of the funds. As everyone could see, all transaction amounts on the statements were concealed, rendering the exact figures invisible. Therefore, Mr. Zhao Feiyu's wealth is undoubtedly legitimate and bears no relation to Ms. Li Shanshan's so-called premarital assets. At this point, Zhao Feiyu exhaled softly, relieved that he had just earned 600 billion for the Yuan family. If this were to be made public, the Yuan family would not spare Li Shanshan's family. The defendant's statement stands. Does the plaintiff have any objections? The judge immediately turned to lawyer Zhao Ge. And no objections. At this moment, Zhao Ge had lost all courage to confront his mentor. He even doubted whether he would be dismissed from the Golden Eagle law firm upon returning. Hey, what are you doing? Say something. What does no objections mean? You bastard, I paid you so much money for this. What happened to that bravado you had before entering? Li Shanshan's family berated Zhao Ge. Silence. The judge frowned slightly, and after the gavel fell, the courtroom returned to quietude. Since there are no objections, does the defendant have anything further to add? Your Honor, I previously stated that I wish to countersue them. This is a dossier we compiled regarding the bribery criminal records of Li Shanshan's family. I request that the court verify it. Lawyer Yang presented a thick stack of documents, which the bailiff promptly submitted to the judge. Bribery? How is that possible? This is utterly impossible. Li Shanshan's mother immediately protested. We did not. Your Honor, we are innocent. At this moment, Lawyer Yang's countersuit left Zhao Ge pale with fright. He had never imagined that his client was embroiled in such matters. Had he known his mentor represented the opposing party, he would never have come. Moreover, his client had such a dark history. This was utterly disastrous. I can't believe you are also linked to the Zhou family. After reviewing the evidence, the judge revealed a smile. He then proceeded to enumerate all the evidence. Each piece highlighted Li Shanshan's family, detailing how they had accepted numerous benefits from illegal activities through Li Dong in the construction projects. Starting from Jiangbei City, they had already received numerous advantages. To secure projects, the entire family pooled funds to bribe relevant personnel. After arriving in Cloud City, they had attached themselves to the Zhou family. Many of the Zhou family's unsavory projects were handed over to Li Dong. While the money came quickly, all of it was illegal. With the Zhou family's downfall, these matters were now exposed. In light of the aforementioned illegal activities, do Li Shanshan, Li Dong, and the 6 others plead guilty? Impossible. No way. This is absolutely not possible. Li Shanshan panicked. Li Dong and the others stood up in alarm. Seeing this, a swarm of bailiffs surged forward, swiftly restraining them. Simultaneously, the judge dialed the police. Shortly thereafter, law enforcement arrived at the courtroom. This tumultuous lawsuit concluded with the arrest of Li Shanshan's family. Zhao Feiyu stepped down from the defendant's seat and approached Li Shanshan, bemused. You know, if you had fled earlier, none of this would have happened, and instead, you chose to sue me? Now look, you've been rounded up. Feiyu, please save me. Li Shanshan's face turned ashen as she desperately pleaded. I don't want to go to jail. Save me. I was coerced into this. It was Ji Feng from the Ji family who made me do it. I had nothing to do with it. Oh, Zhao Feiyu raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. So, you think you can use this to your advantage? It seems you still possess some wit. However, you have boarded the Zhou family's ship, and now that it has sunk, I cannot save you. Rest assured, you won't face the death penalty, at most 7 or 8 years. When you get out, just behave yourself. With that, Zhao Feiyu turned and left. Once outside the courthouse, Zhao Feiyu instructed lawyer Yang, give me the account number. I'll transfer $1 million to you. Continue gathering criminal information on Li Shanshan and her family. If they can be sentenced to 10 years, make it 20. If they face life imprisonment, ensure they receive the death penalty. Wow, lawyer Yang gasped, looking at Zhao Feiyu with surprise. Good heavens, you truly are a living demon. In reality, according to the law, they would likely only face a sentence of 8 to 10 years. However, as the saying goes, to take money and avert disaster. Lawyer Yang waved his hand, saying, Mr. Zhao, the fees owed have already been covered by Mr. Yuan, so there's no need for this. Take it. Having excess money is a burden. Zhao Feiyu retorted with annoyance. Once this matter is resolved, I shall entrust all my affairs in Cloud City to you. Well then, after a brief moment of hesitation, lawyer Yang graciously accepted Zhao Feiyu's goodwill. Observing the police car speeding away, Zhao Feiyu narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, having brought down the Zhou family. Is the Ji family also beginning to stir? If that is the case, I shall accompany you to the very end. Chapter 97. The Fallen Song Chanwan at present. Zhao Feiyu reigns supreme in Yunduan City. The Jiaxing Group, the Huxiao Group, Feiyu Investment Company, and the security group of sisters who make waves all command immense commercial power, casting a long shadow over Yunduan. With the Yuan family as his backing, the downfall of the Ji family is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, as the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. When it comes to dealing with the Ji family, Zhao Feiyu believes that it would be more fitting for Song Yunfeng to take charge. He returned directly to Yunshan residence, intending to discuss this matter with Song Yunfeng before bidding farewell and departing from Yunduan City. It had been nearly a month since his arrival, and he had stirred the waters of Yunduan. It was indeed time to leave. Tomorrow, I plan to return to Jiangbei, Zhao Feiyu announced after a moment of contemplation at the dining table. The members of the Song family put down their chopsticks in unison upon hearing this. So soon? Aren't you staying a few more days? Zhang Meiji expressed her reluctance. Since the arrival of their son-in-law a month ago, their lives had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Now that everything was on the right track, Zhao Feiyu felt he need not linger any longer. However, uncle and aunt, I will return once Monli is on break. He added with a gentle smile. Can't you stay a bit longer? Song Chanwan bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. Come on, I'm not going abroad. Besides, it's only a few hundred miles from Yunduan to Jiangbei. It takes just a few hours to get there. If you find yourselves bored, you are always welcome to visit me in Jiangbei. Upon hearing this, Song Chanwan's eyes brightened with excitement. Her change in expression did not escape the keen eyes of Zhang Meiji and Song Yunfeng. However, they could only shake their heads and sigh, understanding that the two sisters harbor feelings for the same man, which would undoubtedly complicate their relationship. Such matters, however, were for them to navigate on their own. By the way, uncle, Zhao Feiyu informed Song Yunfeng about Li Shanshan being manipulated by Ji Feng. As far as the Ji family is concerned, we have reached a point of no return. When your company collapsed, they were pulling the strings behind the scenes. I believe you are the most suitable person to handle the Ji family. Song Yunfeng's expression turned sharp as he raised his head, resolutely affirming, Feiyu, rest assured. I will not let that group of Ji scoundrels off the hook. Yes, with your word, I am reassured. The Ji family poses the greatest obstacle to the Song family's development. I consider myself a part of the Song family now. I have already arranged for 50 billion to be transferred to your account. What? Song Yunfeng was taken aback. No, that's far too much. We've just stabilized. We don't need that much money right now. Uncle, Zhao Feiyu raised a hand to halt him. I understand that the restaurant business requires significant initial investment, and recouping costs is a gradual process. Moreover, there are many aspects to manage in Yunduan, including fire safety, business registration, and market regulation. I have arranged for special assistance in these areas. If you encounter any issues, you can reach out to Yuan Hong from the Yuan family. Additionally, I have spoken with the Jiaxing Group, the Huxiao Group, and the newly established security group of sisters who make waves, should there be any financial difficulties. You may contact Xia Zhu from Feiyu Investment Company, which I established in Yunduan. Upon hearing Zhao Feiyu's comprehensive arrangements and assurances, Song Yunfeng smiled with gratitude. Feiyu, I have truly witnessed your capabilities. The younger generation surpasses the older. Your future achievements will undoubtedly transcend the confines of Jiangbei and Yunduan. Thank you for the praise, uncle. After dinner, Zhao Feiyu chose to remain at Yunshan residence, planning to depart the following day with Li Qingluo. Nestled against the mountains, Yunshan residence was serene. And as night fell, the stars filled the sky like scattered pearls. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his contemplative moment. Who could it be at this hour? Zhao Feiyu wondered, perplexed. Could it be Qingluo? This is Yunshan residence. After all, uncle and aunt are in another room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Song Chanwan standing there. It was already past 11, and everyone else had long since retired. What brings you here at such a late hour? Shoo. Song Chanwan glanced furtively around before tiptoeing inside. Zhao Feiyu noticed she was clad in a delicate purple camisole, hinting at her figure. Once inside, she carefully closed the door and shyly confessed, I couldn't sleep, so I came to chat with you. Oh. Zhao Feiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he resumed his seat on the balcony. What time are we leaving tomorrow? 10 o'clock, I suppose. We'll leave after breakfast, she replied as she settled beside him. Can I visit you in Jiangbei later? Of course. You are always welcome. I'll show you around Jiangbei. A moment of silence enveloped them. After a brief pause, they both spoke simultaneously, exchanging a knowing smile. You go first. No, you go first. With a gentle smile, Zhao Feiyu shook his head. Come to Jiangbei when you're on break, and stay a few days. Okay. Song Chanwan nodded, the atmosphere shifting to one of subtle tension. Zhao Feiyu caught a glimpse of Song Chanwan gazing at him intently. Their eyes locked, and she quickly averted her gaze, as if caught off guard. After a moment, she seemed to summon her courage, and Zhao Feiyu could sense she was struggling to articulate something significant. Feiyu. I. Song Chanwan attempted to muster her courage several times, but the words remained unspoken. Upon sensing this, Zhao Feiyu understood her feelings. The next moment, he noticed that she no longer shied away from his gaze. Instead, she stared at him with unwavering determination. From now on, you should come to Yunduan whenever you have the chance. You can visit Yasi Middle School, and I'll make you your favorite seafood porridge. Also, I like you. You must take care tomorrow. Yes, me too. Zhao Feiyu smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Huh. Song Chanwan looked at him, bewildered. What did you say? I said me too. What do you mean me too? I like you too. In the next instant, Zhao Feiyu opened his arms and enveloped Song Chanwan in an embrace, leaning down to kiss her. Song Chanwan trembled at the contact, instinctively resisting. Yet, her strength was no match for Zhao Feiyu's. Within seconds, she succumbed completely. Chapter 98. Zhang Yifei's misfortune. The following day, as Zhao Feiyu departed, Song Chanjun silently observed him from the balcony on the second floor. Watching Zhao Feiyu's retreating figure, tears welled in her eyes as she thought, I'm sorry, dear sister. I truly like him. As Zhao Feiyu embarked on his journey home, he felt an unusual lightness in his heart. In Cloud City, his net worth had surpassed $1 trillion within a month. He had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation since his divorce. Meanwhile, in Jiangbei City, Zhang Yifei had barely slept the previous night, anxiously awaiting Zhao Feiyu's return. This morning, she arrived at work in a daze, coinciding with the quarterly report meeting at Sunrise Design Company. Zhang Yifei hurriedly gathered her materials and made her way to the conference room, where several shareholders were already present. She offered a subtle nod to a few familiar faces before taking her seat. Before long, all major shareholders had arrived, along with managers from various departments lining the two sides of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on another quarter, it appears that our performance this time is quite disheartening, began Wei Dongsheng, the largest shareholder of Sunrise Design Company. Known as one of the three titans of Jiangbei City and the general manager of Guangxi Pharmaceutical Group, Wei was not just a prominent figure, but also owned several companies similar to Sunrise, reportedly generating over $10 billion in pure profit annually. His presence assured the prosperity of Sunrise. However, as the quarterly report meeting commenced, Wei's words caused a ripple of tension among those gathered. I am eager to discern where the issues lie. Let us begin with the departmental reports. One by one, departments presented their findings. As the last manager concluded, Wei furrowed his brow, puzzled. The reports indicated a decline in orders by merely 9% compared to the previous quarter, yet profits had plummeted by 20%. Is there a problem with the order amounts? Wei's gaze swept across the room, landing on Zhang Yifei. Yifei, please stand and explain the situation. Zhang Yifei, momentarily distracted, glanced at the clock, contemplating Zhao Feiyu's whereabouts. He should have reached Jiangbei by now. Wei's voice jolted her back to reality. Oh, she stammered, quickly rising. Wei's brow furrowed further. What troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night, she replied with an awkward smile. Stay focused and tell us why the profits have dropped so dramatically. Upon addressing the issue, Zhang Yifei regained her icy composure. Chairman, I identified significant problems concerning the decline in profits over a month ago. After my investigation, I discovered that no orders fell below 500,000. Hence, the disparity between order numbers and profit decline is alarming. Proceed, Wei urged, listening intently. This indicates that someone has been tampering with the orders. Zhang Yifei's assertion sent shockwaves through the room. Seated toward the back, Zhang Jiakai revealed a subtle smirk. You noticed this issue quite early. Why did you not report it? Wei questioned coldly. I intended to provide an explanation to the shareholders before this meeting, considering I am a well-compensated manager. However, my mother's hospitalization delayed my report. Zhang Yifei said apologetically. Word of her mother's condition had circulated among many, including Wei Dongsheng, who had sent gifts to express his concern. At that moment, Zhang Jiakai raised his hand and stood. Chairman, I believe I have the answer. Oh, do tell, Wei replied, raising an eyebrow. Zhang Yifei felt a sense of unease at Zhang's sudden outburst. I have discerned why the order and profit discrepancies are so vast. Zhang Jiakai stepped forward. As General Manager Zhang pointed out, someone is indeed sabotaging our operations, and given the substantial difference, it is evident that there has been embezzlement. I know who the culprit is. Who? Wei inquired, intrigued. It is you, Zhang Yufei, General Manager. Zhang Jiakai exclaimed with a malicious grin. Gasps filled the room. How is that possible? General Manager Zhang has been with Sunrise for several years without any issues, murmured the audience. Perhaps it is precisely due to her position of power that she had the opportunity to embezzle such a significant sum. Zhang continued, his confidence palpable. Do not slander me. Zhang Jiakai. Zhang Yufei warned coldly. Slander? I have evidence. He retorted, his self-assured demeanor unwavering. What evidence? Zhang Yufei demanded. Firstly, your mother. Zhang stated, addressing the room. Everyone knows your mother requires a kidney transplant due to renal failure. It is common knowledge that she has a rare blood type, making finding a donor exceedingly difficult. Despite your high salary, you were unable to afford her treatment. Yet, you managed to arrange a transplant costing 3 million. May I ask where that sum came from? With that, Zhang Jiakai smugly reclaimed Zhang Yufei's original seat. That 3 million was given to me by my boyfriend. Zhang Yufei declared assertively. Having acknowledged her relationship with Zhao Feiyu and received her mother's blessing, she spoke with conviction. Your boyfriend? You mean that useless Zhao Feiyu? Zhang scoffed, then turned to Wei. Chairman, do you know who her boyfriend is? Who? Wei asked, intrigued. It is Zhao Feiyu, who previously worked in our design department under me. He earned 8,000 a month, unable to even support his wife, who left him a month ago. Zhang exclaimed, relishing the moment. Do you truly believe that a penniless man could provide you with 3 million? Chapter 99. Who dares to bully my wife? Chairman, it is not as it seems. Zhang Yufei implored repeatedly. Although Zhao Feiyu was once part of our company, he is a wealthy heir, truly affluent. At that moment, Zhang Jiakai presented his second piece of evidence. He produced the prepared documents from the Porsche dealership, placing them before Wei Dongxing. Chairman, a month ago, she took Zhao Feiyu to the Porsche dealership and purchased a Porsche 718, registering it under her name for 980,000. I heard that she didn't even flinch while swiping her card. As Zhang Jiakai spoke, Wei Dongxing's expression grew increasingly somber. Chairman, you must listen to me. That car was a gift from my boyfriend. I did not embezzle company funds. Zhang Yufei desperately explained to Wei Dongxing. However, just then, Zhang Jiakai dropped his final bombshell. Very well, General Manager Zhang. Let us assume that all of this is simply you being supported by your so-called toy boy. How then do you explain the villa you currently reside in at Jiangjing Bay? Zhang Jiakai's voice took on a sharp edge. This revelation left Zhang Yufei at a loss for words, as all these events had transpired within the span of a month. Seeing her completely disoriented, Zhang Jiakai pressed on. Chairman, I discovered this matter a month ago as well. However, as General Manager Zhang mentioned, I was conducting a discreet investigation. The difference is that my inquiry has yielded leads directly pointing towards General Manager Zhang. To my knowledge, she has financed her mother's kidney transplant, purchased the Porsche 718, and acquired a villa at Jiangjing Bay, along with a property in Tianhe City, totaling nearly 60 million, which coincidentally matches the shortfall in our quarterly orders and profits. At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment, all eyes fixated on Zhang Yufei. No one could fathom that she had the audacity to embezzle such a staggering sum from the company. 60 million. An ordinary person would toil for generations to amass such wealth, yet Zhang Yufei had seemingly squandered it in just a month. Zhang Yufei, how do you intend to justify this? Wei Dongxing's tone turned frigid as he slammed the folder onto the table. The sudden commotion startled Zhang Yufei, making her tremble. I did not do it, she exclaimed, feeling utterly cornered. A profound sense of grievance welled within her, causing her eyes to glisten. Yufei, confess honestly. Did you do this? If you did, I can refrain from reporting it to the authorities for the sake of our past relationship. We can resolve this privately. Wei Dongxing urged gently. Chairman, I swear I did not do it. I have been with the company for several years. You know my character. Zhang Yufei pleaded. Yet, he retorted, but people can change, especially in the face of 60 million. His sharp reprimand left Zhang Yufei frozen in place. I truly did not do it. The once aloof Zhang Yufei blinked as tears streamed down her cheeks. Chairman, I believe we should report this matter to the authorities, Zhang Jiakai interjected with a sinister smile, further fueling the flames. 60 million. General Manager Zhang, your audacity is remarkable. To embezzle such a sum means a minimum of 20 years in prison. But with your beauty, by the time you emerge, you may very well be a shadow of your former self. Meanwhile, Wei Dongxing's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yufei. He recognized her dedication and capabilities, having observed her rise to her current position over the years. Yet, the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Zhang Yufei, do you have anything to say for yourself? Wei Dongxing's words plunged Zhang Yufei into despair. You now face two options. Either confess your involvement, or we escalate this to legal authorities. I have stated, I did not embezzle that money. Everything I possess was gifted to me by my boyfriend. You can verify the bank records. She insisted. Who would embezzle using their own bank account? If I had taken the money, how could the car and house be in my name? Zhang Yufei countered, her anger directed at Zheng Jiakai. Simply trace the origins of the money, and it will undoubtedly lead back to you, Zheng Jiakai retorted. I must commend you. You have cleverly implicated a playboy to take the fall for you. I will say this once more. I did not embezzle that money. If you doubt my word, you are free to pursue legal action. Calmly, Zhang Yufei addressed Wei Dongxing. Yufei, there is still a chance for redemption. If you truly did this, simply return the money, and I will not pursue any consequences. However, once we involve the law, I cannot protect you. Justice will prevail. If I did not do it, then I did not. I have devoted myself to this company, and to be met with such unfounded accusations and distrust is disheartening. Disappointed, Zhang Yufei surveyed the room before shaking her head. Call the authorities. I will proceed with legal action. With that, she dialed a number, but not to report herself. She was calling Zhao Feiyu. Hello, where are you? I am being wrongfully accused at the company. Please come and vouch for me. As the call connected, a sense of relief washed over her, and she began to cry in earnest. On the other end, upon hearing her distressed sobs, Zhao Feiyu's expression darkened. In the next moment, the meeting room door burst open with a resounding crash. Bang! The loud noise drew everyone's attention as Zhao Feiyu stormed in, clutching a bouquet of roses. His face ablaze with fury, followed by a stunning young woman with purple hair. Who dares to bully my wife? Step forward. Zhao Feiyu hurled the roses onto the conference table, his voice echoing with indignation. The room fell silent, all present caught off guard by his sudden intrusion. In the next instant, Zhang Yufei, in tears, rushed into Zhao Feiyu's embrace.